There was someone who experienced and realized a profound truth. That is, if you keep chopping continuously, even a small axe can bring down an oak tree. Or that drops of water flowing continuously for a long time can even create holes in rocks. So just keep knocking. Sesame open. Oh, just keep knocking. If you keep knocking, the door will open. A girl with silver hair around her teens is excitedly knocking hard on the door, calling her father. I know you are in there, the girl shouted as she knocked on the door. Her face unknowingly flushed. She was Ivriel Solgren. After shouting loudly for a while, but still not seeing the person inside the room react, Ivriel gradually became irritable. She thought that if she were a little taller, she could easily grab the doorknob and go inside. Standing in this situation, Ivriel was so helpless and annoyed that she wondered, why did she return to being a kid like this? It turned out that she had been reborn to her younger self due to some event. Here Ivriel tried again. She stuck to the door and murmured, Father, can you hear me? Please open the door for me, Father. At this moment, Ivriel had only one desire, which was for her father to come out of the room right now. Because if he did not get out of bed, she would suffer the tragic end like in her previous life, returning to the previous life. Only the young woman's breathing could be heard in the room. Ivriel was still immersed in a deep sleep. Suddenly a figure appeared from outside. A young man with a silver peak style called her awake. Wake up, Princess Solgren. Ivriel gradually became more awake from her sleepy state. She recognized that the person standing in front of her was the crown prince of the Beloitan Empire, named Will Ranion. The crown prince walked to the bed, gently reached out and helped Ivriel up and said, You have to leave the palace now. Not giving Ivriel a chance to ask questions, he forcibly made her leave. Will Ranion led Ivriel out of the royal palace in the clear night. At this moment, 10,000 questions of why appeared in the female lead's head. She did not know why things had come to this point. Based on Will Ranion's personality, Ivriel thought that the other party was planning to push her into the fountain or lock her in the closet like last time. After a while, Ivriel's face became gloomy when she discovered that the path Will Ranion was leading her to was the entrance to the royal palace's ceremonial hall, a place filled with the killing intent of royalty. Will Ranion did not turn his head to look at Ivriel at this moment. He said coldly to her, I will only say this once. Listen carefully. There is a secret passage under the piano bench. Once inside, do not turn anywhere. Just go straight ahead. Then you can leave the palace before dawn. Hearing this, Ivriel asked suspiciously, Why do I have to leave the palace? This question made Will Ranion not know how to answer for a moment. His hands holding hers trembled as if he was excited. Seconds later, Will Ranion used his deep eyes to say to her, If you do not go, you will die. Hearing the word die, Ivriel's face became tense. At this time, Will Ranion began to narrate for Ivriel to hear. 2 weeks ago, the east side of the barrier was torn. Duke Solgren could not stop the magic beast from pouring out of it. Eventually, half of the north was eroded. It must be known that magic beasts are the consequence of the evil god of darkness. Once the land is covered by darkness, if the purification time is missed, toxins will be released. The toxins will seep into the soil, killing plants. Herbivores kill animals. Then carnivores also die, and finally humans. This news made Ivriel unable to accept it for a moment. She excitedly asked Will Ranion, Then is my father safe? Will Ranion, while speeding up to lead her away, replied, Contact from Solgren's castle has been cut off for several days now. When she asked about the army stationed in the north, Will Ranion said that from the beginning no reinforcements were sent because the royal family intended to announce the abandonment of the north. At this moment, Will Ranion told Ivriel the worst outcome that would happen, which was that the emperor would punish Solgren for the crime of not protecting the territory. In fact, Ivriel understood that the erosion was just an excuse. The emperor wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Solgren as a thorn in his side. When the current emperor ascended the throne and caused a great purge, Herwin Solgren was the only surviving member of the royal family. The reason why only Solgren escaped the emperor's sword was very clear because Herwin was both a royal and a Solgren. The 4 meritorious families, including Solgren, the guardian of the barrier, along with the first emperor who founded Beloitan, swore an oath in the name of Shia, called the commitment to preserve. The royal family cannot harm the bloodline of the 4 meritorious families, and the 4 meritorious families cannot harm the bloodline of the royal family. There is only one case that can break that oath, which is when they cannot fulfill their mission as a vassal family. Ivriel was sure that the emperor would not miss this opportunity. Looking at Will Ranion's back, Ivriel's heart was filled with 10,000 mixed thoughts. That, in a moment. Her question made Will Ranion's movements suddenly stop. Why are you helping me? You hate me, do not you? In the night, Ivriel's eyes emitted light like the moon, making Will Ranion only know to look for a moment. After regaining his composure, he turned his head away without looking again. Just as Will Ranion's arm touched the doorknob, he began to answer Ivriel's question just now. I never hated you. Hearing this, Ivriel was surprised and wanted to ask more. But the door was open just then. The palace corridor appeared in front of the two. Ivriel at this moment also did not have the mood to delve deeper into the words just now. What she was concerned about at this moment was the aura emanating from the statue of the goddess Shia. Looking at the statue, Shia suspiciously wondered, was the statue of the goddess Shia originally smiling like that? Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out, making both Will Ranion and Ivriel startled. Looks like both of you did not come to pray, right? And in the darkness. A sinister smile gradually revealed itself. Good evening, princess. The owner of this voice was none other than the current emperor. As soon as he appeared, he exuded an extremely suffocating aura. Not letting Wilranian seem much Ivriel speak, the emperor turned towards Ivriel and said somberly, I did not expect you to believe my son's words and come all the way here. Princess is so naive. Wilranian actively stood out to protect Ivriel, then met the emperor's eyes and questioned, who are you calling your son now? And do not say those nonsense words to the princess. Before I tear that convenient mouth, Wilranian's voice was so loud that the entire space trembled. Suddenly Wilranian felt an aura under the emperor's feet. The young man's face immediately became furious. Wilranian grabbed Ivriel's hand and shouted, what are you planning to do now? Immediately, the emperor emitted a stream of demonic energy, controlling Ivriel, making her unable to fight back. Even Wilranian was forcibly unable to move by the demonic energy. At this time, the emperor pulled out the sword from his waist and said slowly to the two people in front of him, you have been in the royal palace for 5 years, right? Knowing that the emperor was preparing to harm Ivriel, Wilranian panicked and stopped him. What are you doing? The emperor put on a joyful expression. Now it is time to return it to my younger brother. Looking at the sharp blade in the emperor's hand, Ivriel's heart was filled with fear. She really did not want to die under that blade. Just a moment later, the emperor swung the sword cruelly towards Ivriel. It won't hurt. Your father who went before is waiting for you. Soon blood splattered all over the palace. That one sword of the emperor cut across Ivriel's body, causing her to fall down before she could react. The moment before she died, Ivriel shed a tear of pain, wondering, will I die like this? Looking at the statue of the goddess Shia smiling, she mocked herself. Why are you smiling? Do not you see that I am so pitiful to be about to die? Ivriel clearly understood. If her father had more power, she would not have died meaninglessly like this. Her soul suddenly lost consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, Ivriel saw her sick father in front of her. Ignoring Ivriel's confusing state, Duke Solgren solemnly asked his daughter, what brings you here? At this moment, facing his daughter, Duke Solgren questioned without any pampering, I told you that even if the door is open, you can't just walk into my room, right? Seeing her deceased father still in front of her, Ivriel unknowingly shed tears. She wondered if this was an illusion before death. Suddenly, she unconsciously blurted out, is that really you, father? Seeing his daughter crying like that, Duke Solgren became worried and asked, what is wrong, or did I scold you too harshly? While the Duke continued to speak, Ivriel excitedly shouted, what if father dies? Ivriel's words made Duke Solgren a little surprised. He did not understand what his daughter had gone through that she would say such words. Suddenly, Ivriel rushed straight towards her father, hugging him tightly. She cried and said earnestly, I really miss you, father. Looking at his daughter's pitiful appearance, Duke Solgren was momentarily a little soft-hearted. Immediately after, he pursed his lips, trying to restrain the weakness in his heart, after ringing the bell to call the maid. Duke Solgren seriously said to Ivriel, you came again for the tutor, right? Even so, you can't? Because right now the person you need the most is not me, but the tutor. These words of Duke Solgren made Ivriel feel a little familiar. She realized that she had heard these words before. Duke Solgren tried to explain to his daughter, Lady Tillian will be coming to the castle soon if we delay again. Not letting her father continue speaking, Ivriel relied on her memory to continue his words. It will be difficult to find a tutor for me again, right? At this moment she was sure that her father had said these words to her before. Suddenly Ivriel looked to one side. She noticed the banner hanging loosely on the wall. This is the snow deer of Solgren. Based on the banner, the female led realized that this place was Solgren, her father's room in the Duke's castle. Just at this moment a knock suddenly rang out outside. A maid with a kind face walked in respectfully and said to the Duke, sorry, Lord Duke, I am here to pick up the young lady. Seeing the person in front of her, Ivriel quickly recognized that this was Lily. When she was 6 years old, Lily returned to her parents' house, so there was no reason for her to be caught in the erosion in the north. At this moment, the things happening before her eyes made Ivriel wonder if this was really the world after death. At this time, the Duke ordered Lily to take Ivriel back to her room. Immediately, Lily quickly and decisively picked Ivriel up in her arms, not letting her make a fuss. Then I will take my leave. As soon as Lily took Ivriel away, the Duke Solgren's room became very empty. Beside her, Lily brought a questioning tone. Young lady, why did you disappear while I was preparing the bathwater? Seeing that the young lady did not answer her question, her face gloomy, Lily assumed that the young lady was trying to show that she did not want the tutor to come here. But everything was not as she thought. Ivriel was pensive because she was thinking about the things that were happening. Lily still did not understand the thoughts of the little young lady. She comforted her, saying that Tillian was a good teacher while taking Ivriel back to her room. As soon as the door to the room was opened, Ivriel immediately noticed something placed on the table. The thing that she looked at was none other than a teddy bear. That was Snowberry, the teddy bear that Lily made for her on her 5th birthday. Combined with the things that had just happened and Snowberry, Ivriel gradually realized that something was not right. She ran towards the mirror placed in a corner of the room. The moment she saw herself in the mirror, the naive girl Ivriel trembled as if she could not believe her eyes from a teenager around her teens. Ivriel returned to the appearance of a girl who was only as tall as an adult's waist. Ivriel trembled and turned to ask Lily, could it be that I am 5 years old? Lily excitedly replied, yes, today is the young lady's birthday. Congratulations, young lady, for turning 5 years old. These words made Ivriel's face become gloomy. A moment later, the Duke's castle echoed with Ivriel's loud scream. It seemed that she could not accept this news for a moment. Lily, after preparing water for Ivriel to bathe, while helping her wipe her body, the maid was horrified to discover a scar on the young lady's body. Young lady, were you injured here? Ivriel did not understand what she was talking about when she heard the other party's words. Immediately after looking back, she realized that she had a scar on her collarbone left by the sword blade. The location of this wound was clearly the sword wound that the emperor left. Seeing Ivriel's bewildered expression, the maid Lily looked worried and asked, Young lady, do not you remember why you were injured? This wound is so deep, it must have hurt a lot. Ivriel secretly agreed with Lily's words. When the emperor swung the sword at her, she felt a lot of pain. Her vision at that time also gradually blurred and sank into the swamp. Although Ivriel wanted to tell Lily how she felt at that time, she could not let the other party suspect that she had turned back time because no one would believe this. In addition, if she said that she had died at the hands of the emperor, it would be blaspheming the royal family. No matter what Ivriel thought, she did not know why she had returned to the past. But one thing she was sure of was that in the year she was 14, Solgren would be destroyed and the emperor would kill her. Ivriel thought that this was the opportunity that the gods gave her, so she secretly resolved to seize this opportunity to change the future. Seeing the young lady in the appearance of a little girl standing in front of the mirror showing a clear determination, Lily on one side was a little speechless. She did not know why the young lady of her house had become so strange. While Lily was brushing Ivriel's hair, she tried to calmly contemplate and think back to everything. She realized that she was just a child without strength. The only way was to help her father restore his power and have strength. Then the emperor could not do anything at will. Right now, Ivriel could only think of that. But the problem was that Duke Solgren was too weak. Thinking of this, Ivriel understood the reason. Solgren did not have a foundation for victory because of her father's health. Suddenly, she jumped off the chair, walked to the window, and looked at the scenery outside. Outside was the barrier, the shining boundary line between the mountain peaks of the Kima Range. The barrier was not a meteorological phenomenon, but the darkness sealed along with the powerful magic beasts lurking under the mountains. That was the only wall that stopped them. So if the barrier that stopped them was damaged, the entire territory would be completely destroyed. If Solgren could not protect the barrier, he would have to pay for that crime. Lily secretly speculated. She suspected that the tearing of the barrier was also a plan of the emperor to overthrow the Solgren family. At this moment, she resolved not to helplessly endure and wait for the death of herself and her father, like in her previous life. If she wanted to restore the Duke's authority to prepare for the future, she had to cure her father's illness by all means. After a moment of secretly calculating, Ivriel finally made a decision. From now on, her top priority was to help her father recover his health. After preparing Ivriel, the maid Lily took the young lady to the dining room. Please sit here, young lady. As soon as Ivriel sat at the dining table, she suddenly noticed. The meal here was very simple. She wondered if her father also ate so plainly. At this time, the chef on one side explained in confusion. Although there are still shortcomings, but I have tried my best to prepare. Knowing that the other party was worried, Ivriel warmly expressed her intention. What is missing? This cake is so beautiful. Thank you, Alex. You are the best. Seeing the young lady actually praising his work, the chef Alex immediately shed tears of emotion. In fact, Ivriel understood that this was not because the chef was not capable enough, but because the financial situation was so bad that they had to cut the budget for cooking fuel. After a while, Lily happily said, Young lady, blow out the candles quickly. Ivriel leaned her small body towards the birthday cake and puffed out her mouth to blow out the candles on the cake. The female lead did not expect that she could return to her 5th birthday, be able to be surrounded by loved ones. She told herself to enjoy this moment to the fullest, because this is her 5th birthday. It will not happen again. Ivriel's birthday is on October 27th, and today is October 27th, 147 Lebancal calendar. This time point reminded Ivriel of one thing. She would follow the tutor to the royal palace, remembering the words that her father had once told her, because right now the person you need the most is not me, but the tutor. Ivriel's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She secretly resented her father for being an idiot who did not know anything. The person she always needed was always her father. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Ivriel understood that the person who always treated her well and cared about her the most in this world could only be her father. Remembering what the tutor had done in her previous life, Ivriel secretly resolved that she could never let the tutor into the castle. She turned to Lily and acted coquettishly. Lily is my nanny, right? The maid Lily smiled patiently and replied, Yes, I am the young lady's nanny. Ivriel calmly continued. No matter what happens, Lily will stand by me, right? The other party immediately expressed, Of course I stand by the young lady. Then no matter what I ask for, Lily will do it, right? Of course, Lily nodded in agreement. Feeling that she had achieved her goal, Ivriel smiled slyly and confirmed again. Anything. The territory in the north of the Solgren family is currently in winter. On the morning, the temperature in the Duke's room dropped extremely low. The silent space could only hear his panting. The cold weather made the Duke's body weaken, just as he was preparing to pick up the bell to call the doctor. Suddenly, a piece of white cloth suddenly landed on his forehead from above, just as Duke Solgren still did not understand what was happening. Then Ivriel appeared right in front of him. Happily, Good morning, father. After seeing clearly that the person standing at the edge of the bed was Ivriel, his daughter, Duke Solgren thought that it was just a hallucination brought on by the fever. But seconds later, thinking about it, the sobriety in him suddenly soared. Duke Solgren excitedly sat up and looked straight at Ivriel. The female lead actually took the basin of water standing next to her and put on a look of wanting to take care of her sick father. At this moment, Duke Solgren asked in surprise, "Ivriel, why are you here?" Ivriel on one side smiled happily and replied, "Because I saw that father has a fever." At this time, Duke Solgren looked towards the door. "How did you get in here? Is the person outside Lily?" Hearing her name being mentioned, Lily outside hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Duke Solgren ordered, indicating for Lily to come inside. Reluctantly, the maid could only shyly step in. "Good morning, Lord Duke." Seeing Lily, Duke Solgren did not look like he was questioning, and asked, "Did you open the door for her immediately?" Lily continuously denied, "No, I did not directly open." Hearing this, Duke Solgren was a little confused. Lily helplessly only told the truth. "I carried." The young lady opened the door herself. Going back to the time in the dining room, Ivriel used an excited appearance to express her intention to have Lily help her into her father's room. Seeing Lily still hesitant, she put on a wronged appearance. "If you do not help me see father today, I won't eat." These words really had an effect on Lily. For the maid, the young lady not eating was a very bad thing. She had no choice but to agree to the other party. At this moment, Duke Solgren helplessly raised his head and turned away, ordering Lily to take Ivriel out. Then, not forgetting to remind the maid, take away both the towel and the basin of water. Hearing this, Ivriel looked very confused. "Don't take it away. Father still has a fever." At this time, Duke Solgren became serious. "I said it yesterday, even if the door to my room is open, then you can't come in at will, so you can't do this again. Do you understand?" After questioning Ivriel, Duke Solgren decisively ordered, "Lily, take Ivriel out immediately." And so once again, Ivriel was forcibly taken out of her father's room. As for Duke Solgren, he felt very strange because Ivriel, his daughter, was not a child who liked to bother others. Thinking that her personality had changed recently, the Duke secretly said to himself that he had said it twice, so she would understand. A moment later, Duke Solgren once again received something from Ivriel. The female lead actually found a way to get into her father's room, giving her father the teddy bear that Lily gave her. Looking at his daughter's smiling appearance, Duke Solgren was 7 parts helpless and 3 parts indulgent, unable to say anything more. Holding the teddy bear in his hand, he asked curiously, "What is this?" Ivriel on one side replied, "It is my teddy bear. Its name is Snowberry." Ivriel told Duke Solgren, "Lily made this for me, and she saw that father's room was too empty. So she sent this to pray, hoping that father would get well soon." Then she considerately reminded her father, "You must keep it by your side when you sleep." Seeing his teddy bear actually in the arms of an adult, Lily was a little embarrassed. Even so, she still did not dare to show a displeased expression, only respectfully said, "You called me, Duke." Duke Solgren held his head and helplessly said to Lily, "Candy and Snowberry, can you take both of them out?" Candy is the nickname that the Duke called Ivriel. Hearing that her father actually wanted to kick her out of the room again, Ivriel excitedly spoke up. "I have something to say to father," thinking that his daughter was wanting to mention the tutor. Duke Solgren decisively refused, but Ivriel still did not give up. She struggled to escape from Lily's arms. "If I do not do this, I won't have a chance to see father." "Father, just talk for a moment," Lily said, while trying her best to grab the edge of the Duke's bed. But because of the difference in strength, in the end she was decisively taken away by Lily. The plan failed again. Ivriel was taken out of the room with a look of utter disappointment. She had predicted the outcome, but she did not think that her father could be so decisive. Seeing the young lady's gloomy mood, Lily standing next to her did not know what to do other than comfort her. At this moment, Ivriel was very pitiful. Her eyes were tearful, sobbing, "I am just worried about father. That is why I am like this." In fact, Ivriel initially went to find her father to talk about the tutor, but the moment she saw her father lying on the hospital bed, she could not say a word. Her father's appearance at that time was as if he was about to disappear from this world. Remembering the image of Duke Solgren lying on the bed panting, Ivriel was sure that her father was very lonely. That is also the reason why she wanted to be by his side, so that her father would not feel lonely. Indeed, a daughter is her father's confidant. Ivriel knew that if things continued like this, she could not be by her father's side. The trajectory would still be the same as in her previous life. A moment later, Ivriel seemed to calm down. She loudly said to Lily, "There is a place I have to go to right now." Hearing this, Lily asked in surprise, "Where does the young lady want to go?" In response to this question, Ivriel only smiled mischievously. It turned out that the place Ivriel wanted to go to was Dr. Evan Chrysler's room. As soon as he saw Ivriel, he asked in surprise, "What brings the young lady here? Does the young lady have pain somewhere?" Ivriel immediately reached out to deny. The truth was that her purpose in coming here was only to find out about her father's illness. Dr. Evan Chrysler realized that the other party wanted to meet him when he heard Ivriel say that. Dr. Evan Chrysler's mocking appearance made the female lead suspicious. She felt that this person seemed like a fraudulent quack. But seriously speaking, he has a doctor's degree, so he is not a quack. The ancients said it was not wrong, with faults comes talent. Because of Evan Chrysler's philandering nature, dozens of maids have left the castle crying. Ivriel decided not to make clear her purpose in coming here. She first started a conversation. "I'm just curious about the medicine preparation room. That is why I came. Can I see it?" Dr. Evan Chrysler did not hesitate to reply. Why can't you? But there is nothing interesting, young lady. Soon Ivriel walked around the room trying to carefully observe her surroundings. Looking at the bottles on the table, the female lead curiously asked, "Are all these the ingredients for making medicine for father?" Dr. Evan Chrysler patiently replied, "Yes, it is made every 3 days." Hearing this, Ivriel acted as if she understood. Later she noticed some grass. Ivriel felt a strange smell in the grass. But this did not make her forget her original main purpose. Ivriel turned towards Evan Chrysler and asked in a friendly manner, "What illness does my father have?" Suddenly, Evan Chrysler's face became serious. "It is really unexpected. I did not expect the young lady to ask about the Duke's illness. Why is the young lady suddenly curious about that?" It seemed that this topic was very sensitive, so when asked, Dr. Evan Chrysler changed from a friendly attitude to a serious questioning attitude. Facing that serious and somewhat cold attitude of Evan Chrysler, Ivriel was not afraid at all, but stepped forward and continued to speak out her heart. "Because I want to know, maybe I can find a cure for my father's illness?" In fact, Ivriel was the one who understood the most. There's not much information about the Duke's illness outside. The person who knows the truth about the Duke's illness, besides Dr. Evan Chrysler, is only the Duke's assistant. Even people in the Duke's castle can't let anyone know. That is the way to protect all the people in the Duke's castle. After hearing Ivriel's question, Dr. Evan Chrysler thought for a moment and then patiently replied, "His Highness is suffering from an illness that weakens his lungs. So he also suffers more from the illness than ordinary people." Hearing this, Ivriel's face became sad. "So if you want father to be healthy again, what should you do? Eat, sleep, and exercise. Is that okay? Then can father get healthy?" At this time, Evan Chrysler suddenly stood up. He leaned towards Ivriel and smiled. "Of course, when the weather gets better, he can take a walk with the young lady." These words immediately made Ivriel happier, as if a child was given a lollipop and a corner that no one noticed. Evan Chrysler's face became unusual. In fact, the Duke's current condition was no longer in the field that he could handle. Evan Chrysler secretly hoped that his young lady could endure the worst situation that happened to the Duke. Suddenly, Ivriel ran towards Evan Chrysler. She hugged the doctor tightly, expressing her gratitude because thanks to him she was less worried. Ivriel's words made Dr. Evan Chrysler feel a little surprised. But because of the hug of the 5-year-old girl, Evan Chrysler still smiled because he was soft-hearted. Lily saw that the young lady's mood had improved, and she was somewhat relieved. She secretly thanked Evan Chrysler for helping her young lady escape from her gloomy state. But one thing that both Evan Chrysler and Lily did not know was that based on Dr. Evan Chrysler's words, Ivriel gradually guessed that her father was suffering from Cynic's disease. In a corner that no one could see, her face became worse than it was at the beginning. Cynic's disease is an incurable disease with unknown causes, which causes the function of the heart and lungs to decline. At first, it will only be slightly difficult to breathe, but as time goes by, it will become more difficult to walk, and after many convulsions, it will eventually die. There is a way to treat that terrible disease, although it is still unknown now. But as a person who has lived 2 lives, Ivriel still remembers that when she was 13 years old, the capital announced a method to slow down the progression of Cynic's disease. That is to increase the amount of sunlight shining on each day, but everyone thinks it is unreasonable that just doing that can prevent the progression of the disease, but that is the truth, and a few years later the cure was developed. Remembering the words that Evan Chrysler had said, the Duke is suffering from a disease that weakens his lungs. Ivriel suddenly remembered something. She thought of the bottles of herbs in the medicine preparation room. Those were not cures, but clearly sleeping pills and painkillers to reduce the pain of Cynic's disease. At this moment, the female lead did not expect that learning about herbs in the royal library in her previous life would now be so useful to her. And in her previous life, when there was a cure for Cynic's disease, she could not run to her father because she was always foolishly thinking that she did not know whether her father would refuse or not. But now, after being reborn once again, Ivriel is determined to never let those foolish thoughts lead to her father's death. She will not hesitate and lose her father meaninglessly like in her previous life. Right now, her first goal is to slow down the progression of Cynic's disease. Even so, Ivriel knows that if she wants to do that, she must first do something with the room like a cave. But the difficulty here is that it is very difficult for her to approach her father. Soon Lily brought Ivriel into the room. As soon as she saw the space inside, Ivriel's eyes flashed as she thought of something. The room was incredibly warm with sunlight, which gave her an idea about treating her father. Seeing that the young lady had not said a word for a while, the maid Lily thought that the other party was worried about the Duke's illness, so she opened her mouth to comfort her. "Young lady, do not worry too much. The Duke will definitely be healthy." Suddenly, Ivriel absent-mindedly called Lily's name. She smiled happily. "I once heard somewhere that forgiveness is easier than permission." Ivriel's words made Lily a little confused. She did not know what her young lady was talking about. The next day, as soon as she heard Ivriel's order, Lily looked surprised. "What? The young lady wants to take down all the curtains in the Duke's room." Ivriel, while looking at the doorknob, confidently said, "If you want to be healthy, you have to sunbathe." What Lily was worried about was that, if she did this, she would most likely be kicked out by the Duke again, but Ivriel said optimistically, "Anyway, no matter what I do, I will be kicked out." Seconds later, Lily picked Ivriel up so that she could directly open the door and enter. In the meantime, Ivriel was still playfully advising the maid. "I told you not to worry too much, even if I get kicked out. It is me who gets kicked out." What Ivriel never expected was that when she unlocked the door to enter, the doorknob was locked. Lily on one side seeing this hesitated and said, "It seems that the door is locked." This news made Ivriel depressed. She excitedly shouted loudly outside, "I have taken care of father so diligently. Why did father close the door? I hate you, bad and despicable father. Father is an idiot." At this time inside the room, the Duke, after hearing the irritable words from his daughter, held his head helplessly. He did not expect Ivriel to hate the tutor this much. Immediately after, a pain suddenly came from the Duke's heart, causing him to cough up blood in an instant. Looking at the red bloodstains on his hand, the Duke's face became gloomy. He knew that the symptoms were getting worse and worse. Thinking about his illness, Duke Solgren painfully realized that he would not be able to be close to Ivriel anymore. If she stayed by his side, Ivriel would definitely be infected. Outside, Ivriel was still standing in front of the door waiting for her father's reaction. Lily, seeing this, felt sorry for her and wanted to advise her. But Ivriel still maintained a determined attitude. She murmured, "Why did father lock the door? Is father angry at me?" As soon as the words were spoken, Ivriel quickly denied. She knew that even if she scolded him, her father had never been angry at her. Thinking that it had been silent inside for a long time, Ivriel panicked, thinking that her father's symptoms were getting worse and worse. She trembled and knocked on the door. "Can you hear me, father?" Even so, there was still no reaction inside the room. Lily on one side seeing this could only say comforting words. "Maybe the Lord Duke is resting. Let us go back to the room first. I will bring sweet snacks for the young lady." But Ivriel still did not comply. She showed determination. "I do not need to eat snacks. Right now, father is the most important person to me." Just at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Ivriel, seeing this, happily thought that her father had agreed to meet her. Unexpectedly, the person who appeared in front of her was the Duke's assistant. Seeing Kian, Ivriel looked surprised. This man has pushed back the Mayer family and served Duke Solgren for many generations. He has been in the position of the Duke's assistant for many years. Ivriel clearly understood that, speaking of Kian as just an assistant, he was a great person who took on all the territorial work for her sick father. Seeing Kian, Ivriel hesitated and said, "Long time no see." Kian, hearing this, chuckled. "Long time? I have not been absent for that long." Saying that, Kian knelt down, putting on a serious expression. "His Highness needs to rest. I know that the young lady came to see His Highness, but today is a bit difficult. Please go back first." Ivriel, hearing this, pitifully begged Kian, "I have something I must say to father just for a moment. Is it really not possible?" Kian on one side said that because the Duke has not been able to sleep recently, he intentionally locked the door so that he could rest comfortably. These words struck Ivriel like lightning. She did not expect her father's condition to be that bad. The female lead leaned on the door, wanting to see the condition a little. But in the middle, she was stopped by Kian. He said, with a respectful appearance, "His Highness needs to rest." Before the other party's prevention, Ivriel resolutely did not give up. She carried a small glimmer of hope. "What about at night? Can I meet father at that time?" Kian thought for a moment and then hesitantly said, "I do not know either," saying that the Duke's assistant left, leaving Ivriel still standing like a rock in front of the Duke's room. Feeling Lily's eyes looking at her, Ivriel curiously asked, "Why are you staring so much, Lily?" Lightly hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Because this is the first time I have seen the young lady talk to Lord Kian for so long. The young lady was afraid of him." Lily's words made Ivriel stunned. Although the appearance was 5 years old, her soul was still a 14-year-old girl. Ivriel really did not have any impression of Kian in her previous life. After a moment looking into Lily's eyes, Ivriel seemed to think of something. She remembered that Kian was a member of a different race. Although he has a human form, he has animal blood flowing inside. This is considered a different race. Kian has wolf blood flowing in him. Especially gray hair is a typical characteristic of wolves. Perhaps because of sensing according to instinct, ordinary people feel a little scared when they meet different races. Remembering that, Ivriel confirmed that she was also afraid of Kian in her previous life, but now what is more scary than him is the Emperor's expression when he swung his sword preparing to kill her. That image kept haunting Ivriel's mind, causing her to tremble in fear as soon as she thought of it. Seconds later, the female lead tried to tell herself not to think about that anymore, because now the most important thing is that tomorrow Lady Tillian will come to the castle. Knowing that she can't expect help from her father, Ivriel is determined to solve this matter by her own strength. Although her way of doing things may hurt Duke Solgren, Ivriel has no other choice. She took Lily back to the room. Inside the Duke's room at this time, after he could no longer hear the voices outside, Kian turned to speak to the Duke. "Your Highness, the young lady has returned." Duke Solgren, hearing this, weakly nodded. At this time, Kian announced, "As you ordered, I did not tell the young lady anything, but will you meet the young lady in the evening?" The Duke was silent for a moment and then said no. He ordered Kian to send her back if his daughter came to find him, and reminded his subordinates not to mention Ivriel in front of him for the time being, because if he did, he would only miss his daughter more. The Duke thought that he had been too soft on Ivriel, so he said to Kian, "The tutor is coming soon, give the girl to her." Kian, hearing this, was absent-minded for a moment, then respectfully received the order. "Yes, Duke, I will do so." Time flies quickly. Soon Lady Tillian's horse carriage arrived in front of Solgren Castle. Looking at the scenery outside the carriage window, a thought flashed through Tillian's mind. To introduce a little, Tillian was originally a maid of the Queen. She was living a life that others envied. But then a big change happened. The queen, after losing her two princesses, became insane, driving away all the maids. Tillian was also pushed away in that commotion. Even worse, the Seymour earldom was hit by a severe famine, and my family was in danger of collapsing in just one morning. Although Tillian tried to ask for help around, no one wanted to help. In that situation, a nobleman came to her. He suggested, "What if you give the queen a little girl?" Tillian was a little confused when she first heard this. The cunning, mysterious person explained, "The queen only needs to see a little girl to think of the princess and lose all her sanity. That being the case, why not find a perfect replacement? It must be known that the queen's madness stemmed from the death of the princesses. So this is also reasonable. The suitable person to bring must be a noble who can set foot in the palace, and also a person who does not matter when placed in front of the insane queen." At that time, Tillian was curious about who was the suitable person. Then the mysterious person mentioned that Duke Salgren was looking for a tutor for the princess. He wanted Tillian to try to win over the child, and then bring her to the capital when the opportunity came. In the meantime, he would help the Seymour family. The person that Tillian needed to bring to the capital was none other than Ivriel, a girl who had lost her royal name but had a noble bloodline, initially. Tillian was a little worried that this matter could go against the emperor's wishes, but the mysterious person refuted. He said that was exactly what the emperor wanted. Returning to the present, the horse carriage came in front of Salgren Castle. Tillian gently stepped down, with full confidence in her heart. She walked towards the castle door. She had such momentum because she knew that the emperor wanted to take the princess as a hostage to bind Salgren. As soon as she entered the door, Tillian was startled when she saw Ivriel and her little maid standing in front of her. Meeting the female tutor from her previous life again, Ivriel's face still did not show any surprise. 20 minutes before, as soon as she saw Lady Tillian's horse carriage parked in front of the castle, Ivriel's eyes became firm. Even if she lived again, she still could not forget the face of the person who wanted to lead her to the queen in the capital. That was also the person who started the series of tragedies leading to the female lead's death. The nobles in Belotan usually hire tutors when their children start to toddle, to give the children a basic education. Although Solgren has also repeatedly announced recruitment, but in terms of the system, Solgren has a sick owner and no power, so it is almost considered a collapsed family. Therefore, tutors with prestige are not willing to work for Solgren. The recruitment announcement of the Solgren family was also gradually forgotten because of that. Finally, when Ivriel was 4 years old, they still could not hire a tutor. The vassals also began to worry a lot. At that time, the person who appeared was Lady Tillian. After entering the castle, Tillian gently placed her luggage on the ground, then respectfully saluted. "It is an honor to meet the young lady. I am Tillian, daughter of the Earl of Seymour. From today, I will be responsible for the young lady's education." Seeing the other party's appearance, Ivriel thought to herself that she was still as elegant and bold as that. In the past, Ivriel had greatly admired Tillian because this was an image that her sick father could not show her. Before being reborn as time went by, her father became more and more ill, and what was worse was that after Lily returned to the West, Tillian almost became her only protector. Ivriel thought that her life would continue in a leisurely manner. But when she was 9 years old, Tillian told her that she would take her to the capital. At that time, she made up countless reasons to convince Ivriel, "If you want to participate in the upper class, you must be educated in a better environment. There are many talented doctors in the capital. Who knows if we can find a way to cure the Lord Duke?" Surely those words successfully convinced Ivriel. Even Duke Salgren at that time had agreed with Tillian's proposal. He thought that if his daughter could go to the capital, she would learn more things there. That was also a very good opportunity for her. At that time, although she had agreed with Tillian to go to the capital, hearing the words from her father, Ivriel felt somewhat wronged. She felt that it seemed that her father still thought that she was lacking in many things. But because she wanted to find a doctor to cure her father, at that time Ivriel reassured herself to think positively. Then according to Tillian's arrangement, she sat in a carriage and went to the capital. At that time, the little girl Ivriel, who was only 9 years old, secretly resolved that she must grow up well and then return to Solgren, return to her father's side. Ivriel thought that Lady Tillian was her support when she came to the capital, but what she could not have imagined was that after arriving in the capital, Tillian's attitude completely changed. She began to scold and yell at Ivriel's face. Then she even manipulated her mind with words like, "If you can't learn this much, then the Lord Duke will be very disappointed." When she was young, Ivriel only knew that those words were all true, so she tried everything she could to absorb what Tillian taught. She thought that it would help her and her father, but when she realized that Tillian had other purposes, it was too late. When Ivriel was 10 years old, Tillian took her in front of the queen. The queen, who went crazy after the princesses disappeared, used the names of the princesses to call Ivriel in turns. For Ivriel, that was a terrible memory for her. Returning to reality, Ivriel walked towards Tillian, putting on an elegant appearance and saluting. "Thank you, Lady Tillian, for coming such a long way here. It is an honor to learn from such a talented person." Ivriel's attitude made Tillian a little surprised. She initially thought that Ivriel was a rude and uneducated child, but she did not expect the other party to be like a noble aristocrat. Seeing Tillian's expression, Ivriel knew exactly what she was thinking in her head. In fact, the courtesies that Ivriel showed in front of Tillian were exactly the lessons that the other party had taught the female lead in her previous life. Facing Tillian, Ivriel at this moment was very friendly. "Lady Tillian, so are we going to start learning right away?" Tillian felt a little unaccustomed to meeting such an enthusiastic student in learning. Living another life, Ivriel hated herself for being stupid in her previous life, for not realizing why a noble lady in the capital like Tillian would choose to come to the remote north like this. In name, she was the queen's confidant, but in reality, she was scheming to turn Ivriel into a hostage to control Solgren. Ivriel realized that it was all in the Emperor's plan, so she could not be reckless and make the other party suspicious. The female lead at this moment acted naive and deliberately asked, "Doesn't young lady like to study early?" Tillian smiled stiffly. "It is not like that. I am very happy to teach such an enthusiastic princess." She said that, but in fact, she was very contemptuous of Ivriel in her mind, thinking that the female lead was just a child who had never learned anything, so she only needed to teach the other party the most basic things. But life is not like a dream. A moment later, Ivriel took out the books that she had prepared beforehand and said to Tillian, "I can do all of these." Tillian, hearing this, asked in surprise, "Has the young lady learned all the writing and basic rules?" Ivriel's level surprised Tillian. She did not think that a child who had never hired a tutor could be so thoroughly versed in the basic areas. Seeing Tillian still struggling to prepare the lesson, Ivriel on one side deliberately yawned repeatedly. "When are we going to start studying? I have been waiting for a long time." Dissatisfied with Ivriel's attitude, Tillian said in a low voice, "I must teach the young lady more difficult things." Immediately after, she put on a confident appearance and asked, "Does the young lady know the difference between Shia's paradox and Levankel's paradox?" Tillian was very confident that Ivriel would not be able to answer her question. This was also her way of responding to Ivriel's arrogant attitude just now. But what Tillian could not have imagined was that Ivriel could answer the question she asked fluently. Shia's paradox is based on the color change cycle of the Muka star, and Levankel's paradox is based on the year. Tillian heard the answer and her face turned pale. Yes, the young lady answered correctly. Seconds later, Tillian still did not give up. She continued to ask Ivriel the reason why Levankel abolished the multiracial slavery system. Tillian's continuous questions were all answered smoothly by Ivriel, causing her to be momentarily confused. Realizing that the other party was struggling, Ivriel smiled and launched a counterattack. "I will also ask the teacher questions. When observing the Primera constellation, what does the amulet cross look like?" The very difficult question made Tillian freeze stiffly. Ivriel on one side deliberately said the answer. "The answer is a cross." After saying that, she looked sad. The teacher does not know less than the student, right? "Isn't that right, Tillian? You are the teacher." Ivriel's attitude horrified Tillian. She did not expect a kid to know political history so well. Immediately, Tillian loudly expressed her intention to report back to the family because Ivriel had lied to her. The female lead felt very ridiculous when she heard this. She ridiculed and asked, "It was difficult to invite a teacher. Why would I lie to you?" Tillian still strongly expressed that she was the best and replied, "I clearly heard that the young lady did not have a tutor, but the young lady concealed the truth and memorized the knowledge beforehand to deceive me. This is an insult." Seeing that the other party was starting to get excited, Ivriel calmly confronted her. "This is not an insult, teacher. It is just that my head is smarter than yours." Ivriel's very sharp rebuttal made Tillian unable to argue any further. Knowing that the other party had nothing more to say, Ivriel jumped off the chair and said coldly, as if warning Tillian, "Today has started the lesson, so father will definitely ask me what the content of the lesson is, and is it worth learning? So I will answer like this: there is nothing to learn." While saying that, Ivriel used a warning look to look at Tillian. "So choose, either continue the meaningless lesson with me here, or go back to the capital and find another way to save your family." Tillian at this moment was trembling in fear. She did not expect a 5-year-old child to be able to see through her actions when she came here. At this moment, Tillian unconsciously blurted out her question, "How do you know?" Ivriel chuckled naively. "Why do you think I did not have a tutor all this time?" Ivriel's unusual attitude horrified Tillian. She unconsciously took a step back. At this point, Tillian gradually realized that Princess Ivriel had known from the beginning why she came to this place. Soon Tillian went to the office. Here she told Kian what she knew about Ivriel. As soon as he heard the words from Tillian, Kian was a little surprised. "You said the young lady knows all foreign languages, history, and basic rules." Tillian vigorously affirmed it. Even so, Kian still did not completely believe it. He thought that a girl who could not even speak fluently would know things she had never learned. Tillian, in order to make Kian believe her, told him that Ivriel had threatened her. Her words successfully made Kian feel ridiculous. The young man politely asked the other party, specifically, "How did the young lady threaten you?" Kian's teasing question instantly made Tillian calmer. She could not say how Ivriel had threatened her. Reluctantly, Tillian suggested to Kian that she had to return to the capital as soon as possible. Looking at the fearful expression of the other party, Kian felt that this tutor was really useless and was afraid of a 5-year-old child. With no other choice, Kian could only agree to her suggestion. "I will prepare a horse carriage for you." That afternoon, Tillian left Solgren at the speed of light. As soon as she received the news, Ivriel was very happy. She could not have imagined that Tillian would leave faster than she thought. The reason why Ivriel was exploited by Tillian before was because she was an easy-to-manipulate child. So she just needed to make herself look less gullible. Ivriel knew that if she made the most of the future that she already knew, she could turn the situation around. The little girl at this moment was very excited and only wanted to go and meet her father. As soon as Ivriel passed by her father's room, she saw a red-haired man vehemently opposing Lady Tillian's return to the capital. Ivriel knew that this matter was related to her, so she carefully hid behind the door. In Solgren, there are 3 powerful vassals in turn: Dismayer, Warbane, and Solgren. That red-haired man is one of Solgren's vassals, who in her previous life had strongly affirmed the necessity of a tutor for her. At that time, Ivriel did not understand, but now she felt very strange. She thought it was simply because of the qualities of the successor, but even though the only successor, she, was taken away by the queen, those 3 families still had not put forward any measures. For example, if they wanted to expel her father, it would be more comfortable without the successor, she here. Based on her guesses, Ivriel secretly concluded that among these vassals there may be traitors or they are very likely to be in the same boat, especially Brontes, relatives of Solgren, in theory. If Solgren's bloodline dies, he will inherit the whole family. The red-haired man standing in front of her here is Brontes. He is excitedly wanting to meet the Duke right now. After a while of noise outside, the door finally opened. Kian stepped out of the room and respectfully greeted Brontes. As soon as he saw Kian, Brontes irritably asked, "Why does not His Highness want to meet me after all?" Kian reluctantly could only answer, "As I said, His Highness's health has not been good recently." Although he was prevented by the other party, Brontes still did not give up. He thought that the fact that the new tutor had returned after only 1 day was something that needed to be discussed to find countermeasures. Seeing Brontes' exaggerated appearance, Ivriel gradually paid more attention to this man. But she could not conclude casually, so she could only show her face to try to probe the situation. Ivriel pretended that she had just arrived here and came out to greet Kian. Brontes was a little surprised to see Ivriel. Kian on one side could not help but be surprised when he saw Ivriel's appearance in this place. Suddenly the young man seemed to think of something, decisively closing the door of the room. No matter how Ivriel begged with her eyes, Kian still resolutely did not let her meet the Duke. At this time, Brontes suddenly spoke. "Princess, it is just right that I have something I want to ask. Can I ask the princess?" Ivriel smiled naively and agreed to the other party's suggestion. After being seated in the reading room, Brontes mentioned the fact that Ivriel did not keep Tillian. He asked the reason why Ivriel did that. Brontes' attitude of going straight to the issue made Ivriel initially a little flustered, but she still remained calm to answer. "Because Lady Tillian does not seem to want to teach me very much." Brontes, hearing this, smiled awkwardly. If the princess welcomed her gently, how could it be like this? It is not too late, so even now it is possible to keep her. Facing the words that seemed to be questioning, Ivriel still calmly replied, "Why do I have to do that?" Suddenly Brontes spoke solemnly. "The princess must be taught so that she can quickly become the successor of Solgren. Otherwise His Highness will be very disappointed." Brontes' words made Ivriel even more determined with her reasoning. Tillian, a person who has no contact with the North, decided to come to Solgren alone, which was a very strange thing based on what Brontes had said so far. Ivriel could finally be sure that Tillian's arrival in Solgren was due to his support. Just like what Ivriel thought, Brontes recklessly called Tillian to Solgren to deal with the princess like a thorn in his side. When he received the contact that she had arrived, he thought that everything would be easily resolved. Unexpectedly, Tillian wanted to leave Solgren with excitement after only 1 day, with the reason that the princess had known everything from her family. After saying everything, Tillian left here as if she was running away. Thinking back, just because of a child's play, Tillian ran away like that. Brontes did not feel any regret because even if she was here, she would be of no benefit to him. After Tillian left, Brontes thought that meeting the princess was a good opportunity. Because it is not difficult to seduce a 5-year-old child, everything seemed to be in his plan. But Ivriel's sudden intelligence was blocking his plan. The female lead at this moment calmly asked Brontes casually, "You are very close to Lady Tillian, right? Otherwise, why would you do this much?" "Answer my question," Ivriel said, while using a firm look to look towards the other party, causing Brontes to shudder in fear. Reluctantly, he could only make up a reason to answer. "How could that be? I am just worried about the princess's safety and the future of Solgren. Because the princess is the bloodline of noble Solgren, she will inherit the mission to protect the barrier. I said this only because I am concerned that the princess's education time is later than other families." Just as Brontes thought that he had successfully deceived Ivriel, the next question from her made him freeze. "Do you really think so?" Facing Brontes' ugly expression, Ivriel did not stop herself from saying her thoughts. "Soon the vassals will gather. At that time I will tell you the reason why I do not need a tutor." But in the evening, Ivriel brought Lily to the vault. Seeing that the young lady had prepared carefully, Lily worriedly asked, "Is the young lady really okay? Even though Lord Kian, the person in charge of the vault, has opened the door for us, is it okay without permission?" Before that, Ivriel had told Kian that she wanted to visit the vault. She acted as if she was curious about what was inside. Hearing Ivriel's suggestion, Kian was initially a little hesitant, but when he heard the female lead guarantee that if he opened the door for her, she would not bother him from working, Kian agreed. At this time, Ivriel knew the maid's worries, so she could only reassure the other party. "Kian has opened it for us, so it is okay. Moreover, there is an important meeting coming up. We should not interfere with father's busy work." The terribly cold period lasts in December with the shortest time of the year, which is midwinter. Every November, Solgren holds a meeting to ensure the safety of the midwinter period. During this time, all the vassals stay in Solgren Castle to discuss various issues such as distribution of winter supplies, and how to deal with magic beasts. Thinking about the plan that she had made, Ivriel confidently assured that everything would be fine. Suddenly, she became a little uncomfortable. Lily, is not it a bit cold? Lily, seeing this, was worried. Indeed, I should have prepared a thicker coat for the young lady. I will go get a coat for the young lady right away. In fact, this was Ivriel's trick. She deliberately wore a thin coat to take the excuse to have Lily return to the room, while she took the opportunity to do her own work. Ivriel quickly ran towards the door of the vault. Here she carefully observed everything around. After a while, she stood in front of a very strange wall. This wall is actually a device that reacts to hematology belonging to Solgren. As soon as Ivriel placed her hand on the imprint of the device, the system immediately activated to unlock the gate inside the secret room. Ivriel also successfully entered the space because of that. As soon as she entered, she immediately noticed something placed in front of her. That is the Winter Branch. This is Solgren's heirloom and a sacred object passed down from generation to generation to those who protect the barrier. It is a cane made from a part of the ancient winter spirit. If it was normal, it should belong to Duke Solgren. But with his current body condition, he would not be able to withstand the ice attribute mana contained in the Winter Branch. To avoid the Winter Branch from harming her father's health, Ivriel was determined to make it belong to her, but the problem was that before she was reborn, she had failed many times in receiving it. Ivriel reached out to take the Winter Branch. She secretly told herself that she would prove her ability at all costs. Ivriel took the Winter Branch, then focused on praying, hoping that the Winter Branch would accept her, because if she wanted to protect her father and Solgren, she still needed the Winter Branch to be the stepping stone. At this time, in another place in the castle, a meeting between the vassals was held. The group was discussing solving the problems related to the territory. The person in charge of this meeting was Duke Solgren. In addition, there was also the appearance of Kian. Of course, Kian's appearance aroused the dissatisfaction of the other vassals. They thought that Kian was just a different race with unknown origins. How could he participate in such an important meeting of the family, which was unreasonable? Immediately after, they also mentioned Duke Solgren's illness, whispering and discussing that he was incompetent. The more they talked, the more the dissatisfaction and arrogance in Brontes's heart increased. He thought that if it was not for Duke Solgren, he would have become the new ruler of the North. In fact, Brontes was just a relative of the Solgren family. This was also what prevented him from stepping into the position of the family head of the Solgren family. The Duke felt a headache when he heard the group chattering. He asked Kian what the next issue was. Kian on one side said, "The next issue will be for tomorrow. Let us end here today." Another vassal hearing this asked suspiciously, "Is the Lord Duke not feeling well again?" "We understand, because the family head of Solgren is very weak." These words immediately made a person present angry. Warbane shouted loudly, "Be careful, His Highness is still here." Kian saw that the group was starting to get noisy, so he seriously reminded, "I will say it again. The remaining issues will be discussed at the next meeting. Gather here at this hour tomorrow." Just at this time, Bronte stood up and expressed, "I have something to say. Before the meeting ends, I want to discuss the matter related to the princess's tutor." Seeing Bronte's appearance, Warbane on one side waved his hand and asked, "What do you mean? Have not you found the tutor yet?" Bronte smirked and said, "Lady Tillian left on the day she arrived at the castle. It seems that there is something shady here." While saying that, his eyes became deep. He thought that if the fact that the tutor returned in just one day was spread, the princess's reputation would be reduced. Just like what Brontes thought, the vassals began to discuss the fact that the tutor left in just one day. Brontes knew that everyone still remembered the princess's appearance during this time last year. That was a weak and deficient appearance. She did not even know a polite greeting. Brontes thought that his opportunity was at this moment. Only when this happened could he bring down the reputation of the Duke, causing more vassals to stand on his side. Just at this time, an arm was raised. Another vassal curiously asked, "So what is that shady thing?" Just as Brontes was about to speak out, suddenly Ivriel walked in with momentum. Ivriel's appearance made Brontes momentarily surprised. Brontes's confused expression immediately came into Ivriel's sight. Facing him, she only smiled mockingly. Ivriel's attitude made Brontes have to wonder what she was planning to do. Suddenly, Ivriel walked towards the Duke. Seeing his daughter unexpectedly appearing in this place, the Duke was momentarily surprised and speechless. Suddenly, the female lead bowed and saluted, wishing the protector of the barrier to be healthy. Ivriel's confident appearance of properly performing noble etiquette made everyone there startled. Just at this time, Ivriel said to the Duke, "I have something I want to show the Duke here." Ivriel's strange way of addressing him made Duke Solgren startled and panicked. Feeling that something was not right, Bronte stood up. "What exactly is the princess trying to do? It is enough with playing around." Facing him, Ivriel was full of confidence. Playing around, this is also playing around. After saying that, she put her hand containing the glowing imprint in front of everyone. In an instant, a stream of light came out from Ivriel's palm. Seconds later, she held the Winter Branch happily for everyone to see, witnessing the scene in front of their eyes. In an instant, the people there did not understand what was happening. Brontes on one side said in horror, "Is that the Winter Branch?" Ivriel on one side began to speak. Before learning with the tutor, "I want to learn how to control the Winter Branch. I heard that if you use this correctly, you can have a more comfortable winter." In Solgren territory, the midwinter period is a harsh cold. Midwinter period, the Winter Branch can absorb that harsh cold and convert it into mana. At this moment, knowing that Ivriel had subdued the winter branch, Brontes looked unwilling. The princess must have used some trick. I have never heard of a case where you can inherit the winter branch before the coming of age ceremony. Ivriel, hearing this, deliberately acted naive. What trick? You are saying too much? I do not need to use tricks to show you. While saying that, the female led looked towards her father. Because the winter branch was given to me by the Duke. These words not only surprised Duke Solgren, but the people there were also speechless for a moment because of this strange event. Brontes at this moment seemed to want to collapse mentally. He could not have imagined that the princess owned the winter branch because of the Duke's help. Thinking about the fact that the Duke was still sick but could help Ivriel own the winter branch, Brontes fearfully guessed that the other party's illness was showing signs of improvement. Looking at Brontes's face that had no blood left, Ivriel was very satisfied. She knew that he was thinking like what she had predicted. In fact, Ivriel was not lying because she thought that although the vault door was opened by Kian was her father's assistant, so according to transitivity, the Duke's family still helped her own the winter branch. At this time, another vassal spoke up. Your Highness, has the princess really subdued the winter branch? Duke Solgren turned around and looked at Ivriel for a while, then opened his mouth with difficulty. Yes, the princess has subdued the winter branch. The vassal hearing this could not help but sigh. The princess is really talented. The event of Ivriel owning the winter branch for Warbane was a huge event, because before that he thought that he would have to witness Solgren's decline until the end of his life. Yet now he could look forward to the future of Solgren in such a miraculous way. At this moment, Duke Solgren also did not want to continue the meeting. He stood up and said his decision. So now there is no need to mention the tutor again. This decision immediately received Brontes's objection. He spoke as if he wanted to say something more. Unexpectedly, he was directly rejected by Duke Solgren. Stop, everyone leave. After saying that, he called Ivriel's name. The female lead at this moment felt a cold atmosphere emanating from her father. Duke Solgren actually asked her to go with him to a place. Ivriel reluctantly could only obediently follow behind her father out of the meeting room. With her eyes closed, she knew that this action would definitely receive scolding from her father. But at the moment of standing next to him, she was still afraid. Ivriel also could not have imagined that she could subdue the winter branch. The moment she thought she had to protect Solgren, she seemed to feel connected to the winter branch. Just at this time, Duke Solgren suddenly turned around. He calmly said to his daughter, "That is enough with the praise, Ivriel. I can't imagine that you can do this at that age. All the previous Solgren leaders subdued the winter branch during the coming of age ceremony." The words that seemed to be praising made Ivriel could not help but be happy. But the next words of the Duke directly dragged her back to reality. "Don't be too happy. I am scolding you now. Did not Kian tell you to be careful with the winter branch?" At this point, Ivriel suddenly remembered Kian had seriously reminded that the stone gate in the back of the vault was storing Solgren's treasure. It could be dangerous, so she must not touch that door. At this moment, when facing Duke Solgren, Ivriel did not know how to explain. Seeing his daughter silent, Duke Solgren continued to speak. "So you went against my instructions and dragged Lily out of there. Moreover, you lied in front of the vassals." Ivriel knew that in this matter she had acted arbitrarily without asking for permission. So she could only obediently admit her mistake, but immediately after she excitedly asked her father, "Even so, the winter branch has allowed me, so I can control it, right?" Duke Solgren immediately replied, "No, you are forbidden to use the winter branch until you come of age." Duke Solgren's words were like a thunderbolt to Ivriel. The young girl, after hearing this, excitedly ran to hug her father's leg. "I must control the winter branch." Seeing his daughter's determined attitude, Duke Solgren was a little surprised. He did not know that Ivriel understood better than anyone that a blizzard would happen this midwinter. This was a long time ago, so she did not remember it clearly, but before she was reborn when she was 5 years old, Solgren suffered a great loss due to a blizzard. So Ivriel must be able to control the winter branch. She earnestly begged her father, "Please let me go, father." Duke Solgren, hearing this helplessly, sat down and explained to his daughter that subduing it and controlling it were completely different matters. Now it is very dangerous to use the winter branch with your body. Absorbing the harsh cold of winter is even more dangerous. Immediately Ivriel shouted and retorted, "No, if we leave that harsh cold like that, it is even more dangerous." At this moment, Duke Solgren did not give in any further. He seriously said to his daughter, "I can't listen to your whining anymore, even without the winter branch. We have overcome midwinter for many years without any problems. Now you go back to your room." Hearing the Duke say that, Ivriel knew that her father did not believe her this time. Thinking of this, she could not help but shed tears of sadness. Suddenly a voice in her unconsciousness came to Ivriel's mind, instructing her to look at Duke Solgren's face. The female lead looked straight at her father's face. She clearly saw the worry on his old face. Ivriel was silent for a moment and then suddenly spoke, "Are you stopping me because you are worried about me, father?" Duke Solgren immediately intended to answer, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he hurriedly pursed his lips and did not say anything more, because he did not want to lose control in front of his daughter. Duke Solgren turned around and told Ivriel to quickly go back to rest. At this moment, the female lead saw her father's lonely back and felt very sad, but what she was most upset about was that she was still not allowed to use the winter branch at this time. Suddenly, Ivriel seemed to remember something. Just now, that strange voice made her curious about who she was talking to. Soon, Ivriel returned to the room. Thinking about the things that happened today, Ivriel felt very tired. Her vision gradually became blurred. After a while, suddenly a familiar voice rang in Ivriel's head. Wake up, little girl. It is very dangerous. The female lead's mind was reminded and immediately woke up. Ivriel just opened her eyes and discovered a black figure like the murderer in Conan standing in front of her. She was scared, but still bravely shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to break into Princess Solgren's room?" Appearing in front of Ivriel at this moment was just a shapeless, formless, dark shadow. At this time in another place, Kian bowed to apologize. "I do not need face anymore." Knowing that the other party was talking about opening the vault door for Ivriel to enter, Duke Solgren calmly said, "I was the one who told you not to report it, and you are also very busy because of the winter meeting." Thinking that Ivriel could get the winter branch, Kian was a little surprised. Remembering the things that happened today, Brontes' attitude and Ivriel subduing the winter branch, Kian quickly realized that his young lady had completely changed. At this moment, he began to believe Tillian's words. As if reminded by reason, Kian tried to ask Duke Solgren, "Will it be okay if I tell the young lady that you are worried?" Duke, hearing this, smiled. "You heard it." Kian proudly pointed to his ear. "I heard it. You know that the hearing of different races is several times higher than humans." At this point, Duke Solgren touched the window and gently replied, "If I was a normal father, I might still be worried, but I am not." It turned out that as midwinter was approaching, the frequency of Duke Solgren's convulsions increased, and the symptoms also became more serious, which also meant that death was approaching him. Thinking that he had to act unconcerned with his daughter, a strange sadness rose in the Duke's heart. He knew that his Ivriel must have been very hurt. At this moment, when facing Kian, Duke Solgren decisively said, "Anyway, to that child I only need to be a nightmare father." After waking up, that is just a bad dream that can be erased, while saying that Duke Solgren's eyes showed an indescribable sorrow, as if these words did not come from the bottom of his heart. Kian seemed to feel that his master was having something wrong, just as the young man was concerned and was about to ask, "Are you okay?" Suddenly he felt a cold air. In a moment, Kian ran to hug Duke Solgren, preventing the glass shards from hurting the other party. The shock just now made Duke Solgren a little confused. What exactly is going on? Appearing in front of the two people at this moment was a group of people wearing black clothes covered tightly. Duke Solgren was actually attacked right in his own castle. On this side, Ivriel's face became very scared. When she saw Brontes standing in front of her, he was holding a bottle of medicine that looked like nothing good and said, "It would be better to keep sleeping, princess." Without a doubt, Brontes appeared in this place. His main purpose was to deal with Ivriel. He knew that the opportunity to return to Solgren Castle was only when the next winter meeting was held. If Ivriel became proficient in controlling the winter branch in that year, his entire plan would turn into foam. Moreover, if the Duke's condition had really improved, the Emperor would definitely kill him. At this moment, Ivriel tried to calmly probe Brontes' face. She realized that this person had completely gone crazy. Just as Ivriel thought that she was lucky that Brontes was not holding a weapon, she was shocked when she saw the bottle of medicine in his hand. Seeing Ivriel's gaze stopping on the bottle of medicine, Brontes vehemently explained, "This is nothing. It is just fever medicine." Immediately, Ivriel smiled mockingly. "To disguise as if I died because I could not control the winter branch, you use this kind of medicine." Ivriel's words greatly shocked Brontes. He did not expect Ivriel to know all of his plans. Most of the fever reducers used in the north are poisonous herbs that are diluted to reduce body temperature, but if you take the pure medicine, you will die from hypothermia. Ivriel was no longer as scared as she was at first, but she tried to put pressure on Brontes. "If my body is found ice cold in the morning, everyone will think so, right?" That in fact, Ivriel was so confident because next to her room was Lily's room, she thought that as long as she shouted, she could call everyone over. But what the female lead could not have imagined was that Lily at this moment was also controlled by the group of people in black clothes. Not in front of Ivriel at this moment was the scene of the black-clothed man dangerously holding a knife to Lily's neck. At this moment, Ivriel began to feel that everything was gradually getting out of control. Brontes on one side smiled. "If you obediently drink this, I will release her." Knowing that the bottle contained deadly poison, Lily excitedly stopped Ivriel from drinking that medicine. More than anyone, Ivriel understood that if Brontes was sure she drank the medicine, he would also deal with her right away. Being pushed to the end, Ivriel took out the winter branch. She intended to use this to confront Brontes. Seeing the winter branch, Brontes laughed without surprise. "How scary. Is the princess planning to attack me with this? You do not even know how to control it." It is true that Ivriel did not know how to control the winter branch, but she intended to throw this to Lily to have a chance to escape. Just as Ivriel was struggling intensely, suddenly a voice rang in her head. "Are you worried, Ivriel?" At this time, directly talked to the voice in her head. "Who are you?" Every time the little girl asks a question, I find it very interesting, but it seems that now is not the time, right? The voice leisurely said in the dangerous situation. "Because there is no time, I will say it simply. If you want to use the winter branch formed from mana, you must become a magician." That is what it sounds like. But the problem is that Ivriel is not a magician to use the winter branch. Knowing her thoughts, the strange voice continued to say, "It is true that she is not yet. If you want to become a magician, you just need to open the door." Simple, right? Although Ivriel did not know what that door was, at this moment she wholeheartedly asked the person in her consciousness to do something to help her escape from this situation. At the same time, Brontes had also moved closer to Ivriel, preparing to force her to drink the medicine. In a moment, the voice asked Ivriel not to be startled because it would help her to come. Immediately a door appeared from space. As soon as the door opened, a gust of snow rushed in. Ivriel felt that there was some energy flowing into her, which according to the voice was mana, the traces of Shia spreading throughout the world. The strange feeling made Ivriel unable to control her mind. Suddenly the voice reminded her not to panic like that, or something bad would happen. At this time Ivriel tried to cling to the winter branch to redirect the energy. Immediately a large amount of icy mana rushed in from outside. The surprise attack made Brontes unable to resist. Seconds later he was hit by a large amount of energy rushing straight at him. The energy invaded every cell of Brontes, causing him to lose momentum and fall far away. Seeing the young lady in a dangerous situation, Lily excitedly used all her strength to push the man in black clothes to the side. The position of the man in black clothes happened to hit the source of mana, causing him to unconsciously fall from the top floor. His internal organs were severely injured. At this moment the two villains were neatly dealt with by the mana energy. Ivriel at this time calmed down. She was absent-mindedly not knowing what happened. Just as the winter branch disappeared, a familiar sound rang in her head again. I told you, do not be too startled. The mana energy door at this time had closed. Ivriel knew that the situation was safe and tiredly sat down on the ground. The female lead was panting as if she was injured, but still cared about Lily's safety. The moment Ivriel discovered that she was having a nosebleed, she finally knew that perhaps because of this her father said that using the winter branch was dangerous. Just at this time Kian rushed in excitedly from outside. Young lady, are you okay? Seeing Kian standing in front of her, Ivriel happily felt relieved that she was safe. The moment she had difficulty opening her mouth to thank the other party, her consciousness suddenly became blurred. After a while, Ivriel was taken to a room to recuperate by Kian. She, after being unconscious for a long time, finally woke up. Looking at everything around, Ivriel knew that she was moved to another room. As soon as she turned to look towards the dark corner, she saw a familiar figure standing right next to the bed. That person was none other than Duke Solgren. It turned out that after hearing the news that his daughter had fainted, he rushed to this place because he was too worried. Seeing her father's figure in front of her, Ivriel thought that she had a fever so high that she was seeing hallucinations. At this moment, her father's slender back gradually disappeared from her sight. Unable to bear the lonely and desolate scene, Ivriel opened her mouth with difficulty. Don't go, father. I do not want to be alone. Ivriel's earnest words made the Duke's footsteps stop. As a father, when he heard his daughter begging him not to go, Duke Solgren's heart was very painful, but for his daughter's life, he had no choice but to ignore those words. After coming outside, Kian announced that Brontes had been imprisoned underground after the investigation was completed. Duke Solgren, hearing this, decisively turned around. The rest, I will handle. Kian, hearing this, knew what his Duke wanted to do. He excitedly said, I understand your mood, but you can't deal with it now. There must be collaborators with him if we do not deal with them thoroughly. The danger may continue. Immediately, the Duke looked at Kian with deep eyes. Ivriel almost died. Remembering the things that happened in the castle just now, Brontes wanted to kill Ivriel because of the Duke's seat. Duke Solgren felt that the person most at fault in this matter was him. He thought that if Ivriel was by his side, she would always be in danger. That was also the reason why he did not want to let his daughter be by his side. Duke Solgren followed the words that his deceased wife had said before she died. Please protect Ivriel for me. After going to the dungeon, Duke Solgren, without any pity, directly strangled Brontes, who had harmed his daughter. Brontes was strangled by Duke Solgren until he could not breathe. His face gradually turned purple. The moment he was near death, he still did not understand how the Duke's condition had progressed this well since when. Duke Solgren did not seem to want to hear Brontes' last words. After a while, he let go of his hand, throwing the treacherous vassal to a distant corner. Seeing the Duke's indescribable mood, Kian opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But before the words were spoken, he saw Duke Solgren's face become ugly. It turned out that Duke Solgren's symptoms had started to recur because he had used too much strength. After a while of calming down, Duke Solgren called Kian's name, then reminded him that if Ivriel woke up, he should prevent her from getting close to him at all costs. Kian immediately bowed respectfully to receive the order. Following this, he ordered the handling of Brontes' matter. According to the law of the Belotan Empire and the unwritten law of the North, Brontes would be brought to trial and expelled from the territory. Kian once again bowed respectfully. I obey. The moment the Duke passed by Kian, he muttered and reminded the other party. Of course, there will be no trial. On this side, when she heard the news that her young lady had fainted because of Brontes' attack, Lily sat by the bed crying nonstop. Seeing the maid shedding tears for her, Ivriel felt sorry for her and comforted. Don't cry anymore, Lily. You will be exhausted if you keep doing that. Even so, the other party still could not stop crying. The young lady was injured to save me. Seeing the young lady wake up safely made my tears suddenly flow. At this time, Dr. Evan Chrysler stood on one side checking her health. Young lady, besides being cold, do you feel pain anywhere else? Ivriel immediately replied no. After she got the winter branch, she had to suffer from the cold of the winter branch. Thinking of this, Ivriel knew that subduing the winter branch was not a good thing for her body in front of Dr. Evan Chrysler. Suddenly, she mentioned Brontes. Anyway, I am really better now, but how is the person who attacked me being dealt with? Lily said with disgust. I do not want to mention him, but he is waiting for the trial in the prison under the basement. After saying that, the maid announced that the winter meeting had ended, so she instructed Ivriel to rest to get well. Hearing this, Ivriel was surprised. The winter meeting is over already. It has only been one day. Hearing Ivriel's words, Lily's face became confused. She said that the young lady had been sleeping for 3 days, and the winter meeting had ended hastily yesterday. This news shocked Ivriel completely. She did not expect that she had been unconscious for 3 days straight. Remembering the scene of Brontes in the room at that time, the female lead guessed that he did not intend to kill only her, but intended to kill both her and her father. Just thinking of Duke Solgren, Ivriel immediately got out of bed, wanting to run to her father's room to see his condition. Lily, seeing the young lady actually exercising vigorously as soon as she woke up, was very worried. "You are not fully recovered yet. You can't walk yet." Ivriel on one side worriedly said to Lily, "I will go to father's place for a moment, but life is not like a dream." As soon as she arrived in front of Duke Solgren's room, Ivriel was stopped by Kian. Seeing herself being rejected by the other party and not being allowed to step into the room, Ivriel excitedly asked, "Why?" Kian seriously said, "His Highness is resting." He was also overworked after the winter meeting and was very frightened after the young lady's matter. Hearing this, Ivriel remembered that her father's body was very weak. She remembered his worried appearance when he was lying on the bed with a vague consciousness. At this moment, Ivriel resolutely did not give up. She used a pitiful face to beg Kian. "Just for a moment, is it okay? Because I have something I want to ask father? That is why." But the other party still carried a spirit of steel and said, "No, he has ordered that no one can enter or leave temporarily." Ivriel continued to push. She expressed her intention to enter her father's room for 1 minute. Seeing Kian still rejecting, she reluctantly lowered the price to 30 seconds. Helpless in front of the young lady's attitude, Kian came to her side and patiently explained, "I am really sorry that I can't open the door for the young lady, but I am His Highness's assistant, so I must prioritize His Highness's orders." Hearing these words, Ivriel instantly angrily stomped her feet on the ground, showing her discomfort. But this is just a daughter visiting her father. Seeing Ivriel's childish actions, Kian could not help but chuckle. "Oh my. So the young lady who grows up also has this image." Suddenly, Ivriel noticed the wound on Kian's face. Thinking about it, the person's chin has a wound. Hearing this, Kian pretended to touch the wound and replied, "I was holding a box cutter and got scratched." The female lead, hearing this, expressed sympathy for the other party. She thought that a person like Kian also had times when he made mistakes. Just at this moment, Kian gently said to Ivriel, "Anyway, it is fortunate that the young lady has woken up. You still have to recover your health." In a moment, Lily picked Ivriel up, then seriously said, "Lord Kian is right. The young lady must have a meal first. So let us quickly go back to the room together." Looking at the room gradually moving out of sight, an indescribable sadness appeared in Ivriel's heart. Even when she subdued the winter branch, she still could not meet her father, thinking that her father may be in pain, so he did not have the strength to care about her. Ivriel turned around and said to Lily, "Give me some time. I will just say one sentence to father, and then come back." Just at this moment inside the Duke's room, Kian was announcing the situation of Brontes. The trial has been conducted as if it was held at the Supreme Court after the criminal was escorted to the capital of Belaton. Hearing the announcement, the Duke showed concern and asked, "How is the injured place?" Kian gently replied, "This much can't be called injured, and are you worried about me now?" It must be known that Kian's official title is Assistant to Duke Solgren, but in addition, he also has another title that the seated people do not know, which is the captain of the secret guard of Duke Solgren, the alpha of the guard team. Duke Solgren at this time lowered his eyelids and said, "That is right, who is worried about whom anyway? Quickly find knights who can protect Ivriel in the guard team, people who can be trusted." Kian bowed to receive the order. "Then I will leave work early to prepare the work." After Kian left, Duke Solgren tiredly lay down on the bed intending to rest. Suddenly he noticed the hourglass placed on the bed. He knew that as time went by, the symptoms would become more serious. If he continued like this, he would turn into a monster at some point. If he could not distinguish and went crazy, he would rather die. Just at this time, suddenly Ivriel's voice rang outside the door, making Duke Solgren unexpectedly unable to help but be surprised. Ivriel outside the door whispered to her father, "I am okay. Evan Chrysler and Lily have taken good care of me, so father, do not be in pain either. I need you very much." Ivriel seemed to want to say something more, but the words just reached her throat and were choked, making her unable to say them out loud to her father. What she wanted to say the most was that she hoped that her father would be healthy and live a long life with her. It must be like that. After leaving the Duke's room, Ivriel was prepared a simple meal by Lily to regain her strength. The female lead at this time was only thinking wholeheartedly about whether her father had heard her at the door or not. Ivriel wanted her father to hear those words so much that she repeated those words many times in front of the room. After finishing eating, just as Ivriel wanted to say something to Lily, a group of people suddenly appeared in the hallway. The vassals were actually waiting for Ivriel right in the hallway to meet her. "We heard that the young lady has woken up, so we came here. Is the young lady's body okay?" Seeing the vassals, Ivriel was surprised. "Everyone? Why are you here?" Lily seemed to know something. She put her ear close to the young lady's ear and said, While Ivriel was sleeping, the winter meeting had been concluded early, but the vassals were still staying in the castle with the reason that they had to find the person related to the conspiracy. During this process, it was investigated that Brontes had been plotting treason from before, and over the past time he had taken over Solgren's budget bit by bit with the reason to run the business. And what was even more special was that the news that the princess had suppressed Brontes with the winter branch was spread. But initially, this information only reached the maids, but gradually the news was spread to the vassals as follows. Ivriel alone could use the winter branch to kill dozens of people. The rumor spread like a snowball. At this point, Ivriel was a little flustered. So, are you saying that I have eliminated all the bad people with the winter branch? Looking at the faces of the group of vassals, Ivriel knew that they had misunderstood her abilities. Just as she was about to explain, reason stopped her because this event could also be considered as proving that she could control the winter branch. But life is not like a dream. Warbane actually stepped forward and requested, if possible, can I ask to look at it for a moment? Hearing the other party's request, Ivriel knew that this group of people had come to probe her to see if the rumor was true or not, and more than that, it was to see how useful the princess was. The female lead thought that the group of people had such dark intentions because she had subdued the winter branch. Facing the requests of the group of people, Ivriel without any fear confidently replied, what is the matter with a princess who can't even speak fluently like me? Warbane seemed not to understand these words, making Ivriel helplessly explain, you all said that about me before, weak Solgren. Ivriel's sharp words made Warbane momentarily confused. All of that is because of Solgren. Ivriel's face gradually became gloomy, although I do not understand why you said because of Solgren, and then said weak Solgren. But with that heart, go and apologize to the Duke first. As soon as the words were spoken, Ivriel's face also changed. She put on a friendly appearance, making the group of vassals panicked. Just at this time, another group of vassals appeared supporting Ivriel's idea. The princess is right. In order, you must apologize for the bad actions in the past time. Knowing that the people standing next to her were loyal vassals, Ivriel showed good intentions and said, let us go to the reception room. Respect is not as good as obedience. The vassals agreed happily with Ivriel's request. After entering inside the room, a kind vassal spoke with emotion. It is fortunate that the princess has woken up safely. How is your body now? Ivriel smiled and replied, not bad. Just now, the female lead's attitude towards the group of vassals was completely different from the people in the room here, because she had to observe carefully. These people are the people like the foundation to build the future of Solgren together. Suddenly, Ivriel looked at the pile of gifts on the table. What are those things? The vassals said that those were the gifts they had prepared to congratulate the princess on her quick recovery. Ivriel hearing this, her face immediately became gloomy. Although she was still a 4-year-old child, her soul was already 14 years old, not suitable for these gifts. With no choice, the female lead could only turn her pleading eyes to Lily. But the maid not only did not understand the meaning, but also happily brought a bear in front of Ivriel. At this time, the vassal with a mustache said calmly, I have something I want to give to the princess personally. Seeing the object in the hand of the vassal, Ivriel guessed that this was a short sword. The vassal said that this was a short sword used for self-defense. It may be dangerous right now, but you can keep it until you learn swordsmanship. Hearing this, Ivriel could not help but be happy. Not only was she given a beautiful weapon, but she also understood the meaning of this weapon very well. She knew that offering a weapon with the family crest engraved on it meant offering loyalty. After a while, the conversation ended. The vassals began to leave. Only one middle-aged woman stayed. Ivriel recognized that this was Isis Mayer, who was both the family head of the Mayer family and her grandmother. Her face was always emotionless, so she was very scared, so she had never talked to her even once in her previous life, and even in this life. Ivriel initially thought that Mrs. Moyer was not satisfied with her deficiencies. And most importantly, her mother had left like that. So the distance between her and her granddaughter was very far. At this time, Mrs. Isis Mayer stood up, bowed, and said, Then I hope the princess has a peaceful day under the protection of the barrier. Seeing her grandmother preparing to leave, an indescribable excitement rose in Ivriel's heart. She knew that if she did not talk now, she would not have another chance later. With a desire to ask about her mother, Ivriel reached out and grabbed the skirt of Mrs. Wayne. Isis. The moment she saw her grandmother's sparkling eyes, her head suddenly went blank and she could not think of anything to say. Seeing her little granddaughter confused, Mrs. Isis sat down and gently said, It is fortunate that the princess is still safe. And I am really happy to be able to meet you like this again. Ivriel hearing this was very touched. I am also very happy. Suddenly in a moment of unconsciousness, Mrs. Isis Mayer muttered, It is really very similar. These words shocked Ivriel. If she was not mistaken, this sentence implied that her face was very similar to her mother, who was also Mrs. Isis's daughter. Mentioning her daughter, Mrs. Isis could not help but be sad in front of Ivriel. She kindly expressed, Those are just the ramblings of an old woman. Just like that, Ivriel watched her back gradually disappear. A few days later, news about Brontes's accident on the way to the capital for trial was spread throughout the north. Just as Ivriel was going downstairs, she ran into a group of maids discussing Brontes's death. Hearing the conversation, Ivriel knew for sure that someone was behind Brontes's death. If it was the emperor who killed him to silence him, he would definitely kill the coachmen and guards. But at the scene, the guards survived miraculously. Therefore, Ivriel switched the direction to the murderer might be an enemy. Or it was really punished by the god Shia. Even so, she did not continue to think about Brontes's death too much, because she thought that he deserved to die. What she was worried about at this moment was her father's illness. Soon Ivriel went to Duke Solgren's room again. Here she still persisted as usual and asked Kian, Can I meet father today, Yether? Kian remained unmoved by her pleading look, replied coldly, I am sorry, but that is correct. Ivriel could only bow her head in sadness. It had been a week since she woke up, yet her father still refused to see her even once. It was as if he were intentionally avoiding her. Suddenly a mysterious voice whispered in her ear, "Oh dear, do you still not know the reason why the Duchess left the territory?" Before her rebirth, Tillian had once told Ivriel the reason why her mother, Leatrice, had left the castle. She claimed that the Duchess had betrayed Duke Solgren, fleeing in the middle of the night with another man. Furthermore, she had stolen the snowflower, an ancient family heirloom. The high society was utterly scandalized by the incident. At that time, Ivriel had not believed those words, but every time her father drew a line between them, she began to doubt. What if what Tillian said was true? Even her grandmother had once hinted that Ivriel looked very much like her mother. Fear welled up inside Ivriel, fear that the rumor was true, fear that her father avoided her because she reminded him of her mother. Standing outside his door, Ivriel spoke up. "Father, actually, I already know everything." She was still flustered, trying to organize the chaotic thoughts in her heart, when suddenly a family crest statue as large as a cow stood there looking at her as if to say hello. Immediately she froze in place, completely speechless. The entire mansion was shaken by Ivriel's ear-piercing scream. The Duke's aide, Kian, and the maids thought something had happened to her and rushed to the scene. Ivriel's face turned pale with fright. To her surprise, her father hurriedly opened the door and ran out to her asking, "What happened, Ivriel?" His face was filled with worry. "Why did you suddenly scream? I thought something terrible had happened." Ivriel looked at her father in astonishment. After confirming that there was no danger, Kian reminded him, "Your Grace, please let me handle this. Your body is not well, so please go back inside." The Duke quickly turned back into his room. Fearing she would be separated from her father again, Ivriel disregarded everything and lunged forward, hugging his leg tightly and refusing to let go. Her emotions finally burst forth. "Wait, father, I have something to tell you." Ivriel burst into tears. She clearly had so much to say, but for some reason, the tears would not stop falling, leaving her only with broken words. "I have waited for you so long. I was so scared being alone. Please do not leave me behind." The Duke was startled by his daughter's behavior. He gently leaned down to comfort her, while Ivriel, filled with resentment, began to pour out grievances against him. She cried until she was exhausted and fell asleep. It was her father who carried her back to her room. Watching her sleep peacefully on the bed, Lord Herwin blamed himself. What is there to like about such a flawed father like me? Ivriel was now fast asleep. It was Lily who spoke up for her, expressing what she had long cherished, that the little lady liked everything about her father. Ivriel loved her father just as much as he had always loved his daughter. It was only natural, the bond of affection between a parent and a child. Lily wholeheartedly pleaded with the Duke to spend more time with the young lady. Herwin let out a faint sigh, because that was exactly what he longed for but felt he could not do. He had always thought if only he truly could spend time with his daughter. Another morning began. Ivriel finally woke up. Recalling how she had cried her eyes out yesterday, she felt so humiliated she wanted to disappear. She had not only called her father a bad man, but also cried like an idiot, and in the end, she could not say a single coherent word. She used to think her father changed because of her, but seeing him yesterday, she was certain it was not because of her, but because he had some unspeakable difficulty. Because he was worried enough to run out the moment he heard her scream. Ivriel finally felt some comfort in her heart, knowing that her father truly cared for her. Yet she still wanted to scream, unable to understand why he still refused to come out and see her. After tossing and turning for a while, Ivriel returned to blaming herself. If only she had not left her father for Albion back then. But ultimately, willpower is the most important thing for health, meaning she had to make her father want to get out of his sickbed himself. With that thought, Ivriel scrambled out of bed. She grabbed a pen and paper. If she cried like last time, she would not be able to say anything. So it was better to write a letter. First, she forbade her father from locking the door because if something happened inside, it would be a disaster. Additionally, he needed 30 minutes of sunbathing daily, 2 walks, and no overworking. After finishing, Ivriel excitedly ran to ask Kian to deliver the letter for her. On the way, she happened to see Kian talking to a maid. It seemed something had happened in the mansion due to lax management. She overheard that the mansion was short-staffed and that hiring more people was difficult. Ivriel realized that the family situation was very dire. Although most northern territories were like that, Solgren's financial difficulties had existed for a long time and were particularly severe. Transportation was poor, and agricultural production was unfavorable in this climate. Furthermore, the imperial family held the mining rights for most minerals. Most of all, it was because this was the land ruled by the emperor's half-brother. If an avalanche truly occurred this winter, there would not only be loss of life, but all roads would be completely blocked until spring, and Solgren's financial situation would undoubtedly worsen. It seemed that if she wanted to prevent the avalanche, Ivriel had to quickly learn how to control the winter branch, but her father would certainly never allow that. Her sigh did not escape Kian's intuition. After finishing his business, he turned and asked, "What are you doing there, my lady?" Caught so quickly, Ivriel poked her head out with a forced smile. "How did you know, Kian?" Kian replied, "You seem to have forgotten the fact that I am of a different race. I can hear from quite a distance." Ivriel understood. She handed the letter she had written to Kian, asking him to give it to her father. Kian looked at the piece of paper suspiciously. "What kind of letter is this?" Ivriel replied. I wrote it for father, so you are not allowed to read it. Kian agreed to deliver the letter, and the maid Lily hurriedly took Ivriel back to her room instead of letting her run around the mansion in her pajamas. Before returning to her room, Ivriel looked back. Seeing Kian enter her father's room, she felt relieved. She could not understand why they had to write letters when they were just behind a door from each other. It felt like a comedy. Ivriel racked her brain. Besides improving his health, was not there any other reason for her father to go outside? If there was some convenient task, she could not let her already unwell father suffer from more stress. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. What if she solved Solgren's financial difficulties? She could not just wait for her father to take action. To face the emperor in the future, the strength of the territory had to be bolstered. Furthermore, to prepare for a possible war, food supplies had to be stockpiled, so capital was more important than anything. Ivriel thought to herself that she had to make money first. Solgren Castle needed repairs, and Kian alone was not enough to take care of her father. To do that, she first had to check the amount of debt the territory owed. Perhaps the financial documents were in the archives within her father's office. If she asked Kian, he surely would not allow it, not to mention the incident with the treasury last time. Nevertheless, Ivriel would not give up so easily. She had to find a way to take advantage of Kian's absence. Meanwhile, Kian was receiving a guest on behalf of the Duke. Rickson Ross, the head of the Empire's fourth branch of the Chamber of Commerce, had called him to demand debt repayment. Kian responded calmly. Your unannounced visit is quite sudden. May I ask the reason? Mr. Ross was extremely annoyed by Kian's prickly attitude, but had to suppress it and reply. Because I heard the obituary of the Brontes family. After the death of Hobel Brontes, some of Solgren's businesses lost their focus and began to falter. Specifically, Ross had invested a large sum of money into the sugar beet project led by Brontes, so he could not just let the matter rest. Even so, Kian did not expect him to suddenly show up and move up the repayment date. Kian thought for a moment and then tactfully declined. You must know that planting sugar beets is only possible in the spring. If you want it right now, Ross immediately countered. Of course I know. Lord Brontes would have sold the sugar beets until next August and returned our investment with those profits. He pulled a document from his bag and continued. But it would be faster if you checked this yourself. Kian examined the paper. It turned out to be a special contract. In the event that Brontes could not continue the project, the repayment date could be accelerated at the discretion of the investor Rickson. Ross used that as an excuse to make demands, stating that he had invested no small amount of money into this project. As one of the 4 largest chambers of commerce in the empire, he would not lose money easily. Ross set a date to return next March, and hoped that the matter would be settled neatly. After eavesdropping on the conversation, Ivriel was blindsided by shock. While looking for an opportunity to enter the office, she saw Kian leading the guests to the parlor and thought the chance had finally come. At that time, she noticed that Kian's expression today was not good, so she hid in the adjacent room to listen in. In short, Hobel Brontes had borrowed money to guarantee sugar beet sales revenue, and that amount had to be paid by March. No matter how she thought about it, it was too much. Even if sugar beets were fast, they could not be planted until May. Furthermore, before her rebirth, Ivriel had clearly heard that the sugar beet business in the north had failed due to fungus. So even if the sugar beet project proceeded, it would only lead to losses. Unable to resolve the debt that way, Ivriel had grasped the general situation and had to take advantage of Kian's absence. To sneak into the office and find a countermeasure? The sound of Ivriel's hurried footsteps did not escape Kian's keen hearing, but he was not worried. Ivriel peeked at the ledgers in her father's office and discovered that the debt amounted to 4 million belkams. The annual income of the Solgren territory was 1 million belkams. This debt was 4 times the territory's annual income. It was a miracle that Solgren had not collapsed yet. However, looking back, Kian had been managing Solgren's finances alone in place of her sick father. It seemed this guy was even more impressive than she had thought. Ivriel calculated. Luckily, the amount to be paid to Ross by March was 500,000 belkams. Her eyes suddenly flicked to the bookshelf in the room, and she had a great idea. This debt could be temporarily covered. On the bookshelf was a beautiful small statue of a snow deer. The story goes that in Kampa, a small town west of Belotun, poor wandering artisans once began to gather because they noticed the lax tax collection in the territory. Over time, Kampa became a city that any artist had to pass through, but being a Kampa artist did not guarantee fame. Ivriel immediately wrote a letter to Seldia Sunfield, a poor unknown painter. At this time, she was not yet a painter, but merely an apprentice. Therefore, she could not believe someone had sent her a letter. But the postman insisted it was delivered to the correct address. The letter looked very high-end. Just smelling it radiated an air of nobility. The letter read, To the painter, Seldia Sunfield, my master wishes to commission a painting from you. I have attached a small gift as encouragement. If you agree, please write the name of Lady Ivriel Solgren in the recipient field and send the reply as soon as possible. Signed, Lily Belgreen. The handwriting was clumsy like a child's, but the language was like that of someone of high status. Most notably, the gift accompanying the letter was a jar of pigment for painting, a very rare blue. Seldia had never seen such a high-quality product, even while working as a studio assistant. She hurriedly called the postman back, asking him where the package had come from. The postman replied that the package came from the Solgren mansion in the north. Seldia murmured the name in her mind before the postman left. Her heart was filled with indescribable thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Solgren mansion, Ivriel excitedly guessed that the letter must have reached the painter by now. Ghost stone is a mineral found only in Solgren. It is a dull blue stone with no processing value, but a poor painter once ground it into pigment, and its value was recognized. When the white mineral powder was filtered through water and melted, it turned into a beautiful deep blue. Thanks to that, phantom blue was discovered, leaving a mark on Balutan's art history. And this time, Ivriel had essentially made it happen a bit earlier, because she had to prepare it without Lily knowing. It took quite a bit of time. She probably would not receive a reply until midwinter. Nevertheless, she was certain a reply would come, because a true artist would not be able to stand still after seeing that color. Furthermore, Seldia in her past life was the one who discovered phantom blue. In fact, in the past, with the effort of her entire life, Seldia created her masterpiece titled Dawn of Campa and made a grand debut that resonated across the continent. But due to the inherent jealousy of human hearts, Seldia was helplessly robbed of her phantom blue by her own teacher, and she did not dare speak up because there was nothing she could do. Her life turned for the worse due to the regret of helplessly losing the pigment she invented, and thus she chose to bid farewell to the world by taking her own life. But it did not end there. From then on, Dawn of Campa became Seldia's masterpiece and her legacy. But this time, the little girl was determined to save the ill-fated genius. By the way, luckily I saw Seldia's painting once when I accompanied the Empress before I stepped back as a child. While lost in thought like an adult, someone called the little girl. If someone other than Lily was looking for me, it could only be one person. A bright smile appeared on the little princess's face. She excitedly ran to open the door for that special person, making her close maid worry she might trip. Princess, please do not run around. When the door opened, the person Ivriel Solgren first encountered was not her father, but Iron, along with the palace knights. Before they could even finish saying, "Ah, princess, it is a pleasure to meet you," the little princess slammed the door shut. The group of knights had no idea what was happening. Jed spoke up in surprise. "What is going on?" Meanwhile, Ivriel Solgren was completely shocked and asked Lily, "Why are there people I have never met outside? It seems they are acting under the king's orders." "According to what I heard, the knights were ordered by the duke to come and escort you." Ivriel Solgren was puzzled. "Clearly, we already have a weak knight squad. Why would Papa send them to escort me as well?" Lily explained that a knight had to be paid significantly more than a normal guard, which is why protective knights began to appear more frequently. That being said, the knight squadron certainly would not have enough military strength if their men were sent on escort duty. Just then, voices echoed from outside. "Princess, please forgive us, princess." They tried to ask her to let them in. "We can introduce ourselves if you do not mind." Hearing their earnest pleas, the little girl was forced to let the knights into the room and said, "All right, come in." With her permission, the man opened the door and entered. "Please excuse us." This was clearly an elite force, much better trained than her old bodyguard, evident from their flawless, polished appearance. Just looking at the white uniforms with blue decorations, one could tell these people were Solgren's White Squadron. I'd heard that name before. With such professionalism and respect for etiquette, they were truly beyond reproach. Even though the princess was just a child, they still bowed politely to introduce themselves. The man was very calm and dignified as he introduced his name and the members around him. "And over here is Sir Alron Elhentz. This red-haired man is Sir Jed. From now on, these two will take turns protecting the princess." Ivriel Solgren thought to herself, "I can't believe he assigned 2 people to guard me just as winter is about to begin." She began to feel more anxious than delighted because this felt less like guarding and more like being watched. Jed wondered why Lord Kion had selected members of the Knight Order so cautiously. After seeing the princess, it seemed this might be the reason, though it was quite surprising since Kion did not seem like the type to like cute things. Jed leaned down and spoke bluntly. By the way, was she always this small of a child? As soon as he finished, he was smacked by his colleague for his lack of manners toward the princess. It looks like she would collapse in just one blow. His colleague held Jed in a headlock while introducing the schedule to her. Let me tell the princess today's schedule. Today, Jed will be the one to escort the young lady. This brat just joined the service recently, so he still needs a lot of improvement. I hope the princess can forgive his mistakes. But if he behaves rudely, please let me know immediately." As soon as Jed was released, he acted pitifully toward his commander. "Commander, are not you being too wary of me?" The commander sighed helplessly and replied, "Yes, I am sure Lord Kion has other thoughts in mind." Having said that, he offered his well wishes to the little girl and asked to leave. "Then we shall take our leave, princess. May you have a peaceful day under the protection of the Knight Order." Everyone went out except for Jed. He spoke with a bright smile. "Yes, I look forward to your kind cooperation, princess." Looking at him from the start, the princess felt a very special energy coming from him. So she spoke up. "Sir Jed, perhaps you are different from the others." Jed acted very surprised. Why would the little princess say that? He did not expect the little girl to be much sharper than he thought. In fact, because he had endured so much trauma in the past, he did not hesitate to counter with a reason. "Did you know, princess? Originally, my energy is lower than a half-blood because I am only a quarter-blood." Ivriel Solgren gave a forced smile. Did in reality. According to information she had heard before, even if she was not sensitive, she knew that most of the White Squadron belonged to other species. They were a different race, with a nature superior to humans in many specific aspects. Because they had such good looks, the Northern and White Squadrons had many fans and a tendency for people to support them. Jed saw the little princess thinking intently about something, so he mentioned being a different species and a different knight. No wonder something keeps coming to my mind. Jed found the little princess's thoughts so interesting that he burst out laughing and asked, "Are you wondering what animal's blood flows through my body?" But Wimey Lily gave a forced smile and remarked, "He seems to be having fun." Meanwhile, Jed teased the little girl even more. "Because it will be fun, right, princess?" He even intended to use his good looks to charm a little girl, smiling with full confidence. "Of course, it is me." Avriel Solgren only felt that this guy had a strange personality. It truly felt like they could not get along. But a few days later, the two of them seemed to get along better. Jed could now naturally chat and play with the princess, telling her, "Quickly pick one, princess." Over just one card game, Avriel Solgren was breaking a sweat, racking her brain over everything. Suddenly, she drew the Joker card. Out of sheer bad luck, she wailed while Jed laughed his head off. "Oh, no, my lady. I guess your intuition is so good that you keep picking the Joker. Anyway, since I won, you won't be going to the Duke's room anymore, right?" Avriel still would not submit and tried to find an excuse. "There is definitely something wrong here." Lily, sitting next to her, shook her head helplessly and chimed in. "My lady, you should pay more attention to this game." Seeing that, Avriel resentfully cut her off. "Don't laugh. This is not chess." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. What on earth is this? It has been several days and I still can't get into my father's room. Even if she wanted to, she was blocked by the knight right in front of the door. "You cannot enter the Duke's room, my lady." Finding it strange, the little princess asked in a very resentful tone, "What, but why?" Unfortunately, it was the Duke's order. So no matter how pitiful she looked in his eyes, she still was not allowed inside. Avriel turned away and threatened him. "Keep refusing me. The person who comes to my father's room every day." Of course, she had also tried to sneak in a few times. She could not fool a well-trained knight. After she was caught several times, Jed suggested she make a bet instead of him just blocking her. He proposed that if she beat him in this card game at least once, Jed would definitely take Avriel to the Duke's room. Sensing something fishy, she asked for the counter condition. "But what if I lose?" he replied with an innocent face. "Then, of course, you will have to give up on meeting the Duke." But after observing and investigating, Avriel finally found the reason why her father repeatedly refused to see her, only to discover the truth from everyone too late. Avriel used her pitiful child's tears to manipulate him, wailing and crying. She thought that even if there were traces of the winter branch's touch, this was still too much. Worse still, she had sent a message to her father, but received no reply. Avriel's face clearly showed the arrows of resentment in her heart. Seeing that fire of resentment, Jed broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed in fear, "Oh boy, I'm getting hot just from laughing too much." But no matter what, Avriel was determined to meet the Duke. She truly could not understand what this sense of déjà vu was. Avriel gradually felt a strange sensation, as if she had seen this person somewhere before. Even that familiar hem of the cloak and that signature scent. Did he lose an arm? Finding it strange, she immediately asked Jed if he knew of any apprentice knight in the White Squadron who was missing a left arm. He was a bit surprised to hear this, as such a distinctive feature in an apprentice knight without a left arm would usually be very noticeable. After thinking for a long while, Jed firmly asserted that there was no such person, because if they had someone with only one arm, it would mean they could not hold a sword properly. Suddenly, he reconsidered. "However, I am not certain about the personal guards, but I have not heard of any special cases among them." If that was the case, it was even stranger, so Avriel asked Jed again if he was sure. She thought to herself that she was certain he was part of the knights around this time. The more she saw, the more suspicious she became. Avriel turned to ask Jed what day tomorrow was, and he confidently replied that today was the 30th, and tomorrow would mark the start of midwinter. As soon as Avriel heard this, she suddenly ran off for reasons he did not understand, causing Jed to panic and follow my lady. Avriel ran to the window to look out and verify if it was truly midwinter, lamenting, "Oh my God, why is it today?" It was terrible. During midwinter in her past life, there was a boy who lost his left arm and his younger sister because a pack of monsters was moving south. Disregarding the snow, he had used all his strength to bring the child back to the mansion, to everyone's surprise. Looking at that pitiful face, a cold, stony gaze radiated from the eyes of the boy who was only a few years old. The little lady realized the situation and quickly ran with everyone to check the current status. Before going out, she needed to choose a cold weather coat, so she hurried her maid. "We need to be quick, Lily. Can you get the winter boots from my room?" Lily asked if she intended to go outside. Given the midwinter weather, both Lily and Jed had expressions that clearly wanted to stop her impulsiveness. Jed spoke loudly. "A blizzard is coming. Even a strong man like Sir Alron cannot wander freely in northern blizzards, let alone a child like you. You will surely be blown away like a piece of paper." But he did not understand why she had suddenly decided to go out like that, because she was so worried for her lady. Lily said that if Avriel wanted to go out, she would go in her place, so she desperately wanted to know the reason. Avriel urged everyone. Because of him. But who was the him? The lady mentioned. No one really knew who she was talking about. In her excitement, Avriel gradually forgot the presence of the two of them. Suddenly, Avriel felt like she had done something wrong by being too excited, and now she did not know how to explain it to them, so she began to hesitate. Jed wondered what would happen if someone got stuck in this bad weather. It was true he had promised to accompany her no matter what, but surely she was not planning to go rescue stranded people herself. Seeing the situation becoming tense, Lily the maid spoke up to comfort everyone. "Don't worry too much. Just before midwinter, all outposts restrict movement to prepare for any stranded victims. The northern guards will patrol, and the alert level has been raised significantly, because the guards will only search within a limited area around the outpost and cleared roads. Therefore, Ivriel suggested to everyone, then can we ask the guards to search more thoroughly? Jed found it strange. Why was this such a big issue? Hearing that and fearing her abnormality would be discovered, Ivriel only justified herself by saying she felt uneasy if they let anyone get hurt. But all her expressions were clear on her face, so they could not escape the keen eyes of a knight like Jed. He began to find it strange. Why was she suddenly so worried? But he acted as if he understood her intention now. Seeing Jed's strangely dangerous look made her feel very odd. She felt regretful for not calculating ahead. Otherwise, Ivriel should have learned how to handle the winter branch long ago. But going out in this weather was truly foolish. The midwinter weather at the mansion was no small challenge. Its severity made even the knights hesitant, just as Jed had said. Since she could not go out, Ivriel sat in a corner thinking of everything. If Jed left his escort post to hunt beasts, the manpower shortage would definitely be severe, combined with the lack of personnel and the unpleasant weather. Before her regression, she recalled that a seal was found nearly dead near the lake by knights returning to the castle. There were so many patients at the manor's clinic that Evan had to personally bring them to the castle for treatment. But that meant he could not be far away. Without further thought, Ivriel immediately exercised her power to resolve this. This dry branch was not easy to handle. She wanted to shrink it first to hide it from everyone. According to the voice Ivriel heard that day, she definitely needed to open a door to use the winter branch. Regardless, Ivriel definitely had to try every way, so she tried again like before. Ivriel began to think of a dimension beyond that door, and a strange thing appeared. The little girl tried to immerse herself in her thoughts, and it seemed she felt something. In that space, a sudden, intense flash of light appeared. A scene of a thick blizzard like that appeared again. It was that boy carrying his younger sister through the snow. Kanya, are you asleep? With legs heavy from walking too much in this harsh midwinter snow. Perhaps the boy was being too resilient in protecting his sister. He was trying to wake the little girl up. He hoped for a new world ahead. This is a place that does not reject other races, right? With hope here, they could find a home and live. He did not know if this was a dream or reality, but was it true? He wondered about his mother. Back then, his mother had told Assel, even without me, please take good care of your sister. That was why Assel told himself, don't worry, mother. I will definitely protect Kanya. By any means, they had to persevere until they reached a place where Kanya could be safe. The belief in a better life had barely begun to sprout before it was snuffed out in an instant by monsters. A pack of wolves appeared from nowhere surrounding the two small siblings. Faced with those monsters, would Asiel be able to escape? What was going to happen? They began to lunge toward Asiel. Not knowing what lay ahead, Asiel just kept running forward. Even if he did not survive, he had to protect Kanya at all costs. Even if he tripped, he was ready. It seemed everything was over here. But for some reason, something suddenly appeared. What was this warm light before Asiel's eyes that left him so stunned? Someone had appeared to save Asiel's life. That light was both warm and strange. It made Asiel unable to believe his eyes. He wondered, am I dead? Who was that person? It was the sound of a bipedal creature running toward them. That person suddenly shouted, I finally found you. No matter who it was for Asiel, that person was surely the savior of his and his sister's lives. Asiel wondered about that blurred shadow. Who on earth could be so exquisite? Ivriel approached Asiel, repeatedly asking if he was okay and if he was injured. She could also sense something strange. That door flashed with a great light again. Ivriel returned to reality. Indeed, the size of the winter branch had decreased. Now Ivriel could open the door herself. Ivriel did not understand where the voice came from and was a bit startled. We are talking for the third time now. However, you get startled every time. She was flustered because this was the voice that had spoken to her before, but she did not know who it was. Ivriel asked herself, Are you the winter branch? But has this tiny branch become a part of me? Afterward, Ivriel researched this mystery through old books found in the mansion's library, but there were no records because it was the first one she had ever spoken to. In the past, Ivriel had once heard that spirits were very friendly to humans. A long time ago, when the power Shia gave to humans permeated the earth, mysterious existences called spirits were born. They fought against monsters to protect Shia's land, but sometimes they also formed contracts with humans to help them. But she had never heard of any contract between a winter spirit and Solgren before. It was strange. Why could the winter branch talk to her? Ivriel was wondering what an obate was, and if she could call it winter. The little branch replied that winter was a suitable word to call it, but it would be better if the kid did not call it that, because a name carries much meaning within itself. What do you think about looking more powerful if you can imagine it? The little branch replied with interest. That is right. If you call me Winter, I will have enough power to live up to that name, but it is hard to explain, so do not try to understand it. The dry branch suddenly asked the girl, What is the weakest creature you know? Without thinking much, she replied, A butterfly, because a butterfly is a beautiful creature. It was a perfect name. Suddenly, as she finished her sentence, light flashed from the dry branch, making Ivriel close her eyes. Unable to bear it. In a moment, he told her to open her eyes to see the surprise. Look, kid, I look quite good thanks to the new name. He transformed into a swarm of shimmering butterflies that lit up the entire night sky. Ivriel exclaimed in delight because it was truly beautiful. Winter. Did not I just tell you? This is so sudden. The innocent little girl asked him. Does it get colder when you appear? Kid, are you feeling a chill because of my temperature? There is a limit to how much your body can endure my manifested form. But it is also dangerous because you can't withstand the cold for long with a normal body, especially a child's body like yours. Ivriel felt that no wonder she was feeling such a chill. By the way, I have a favor to ask you, Butterfly. It is a favor. Hearing that, he showed he would help if it was within his ability. Hearing that, Ivriel made her request, I want to stop the snow and the storm. Would that be too much? He did not say whether he would do it or not, only replied, you are going anyway, are not you? So just do whatever you want. Surprisingly, the dry branch had helped her step through the door to meet Assel and his sister again. She hurried to greet them and asked if the two siblings were all right. The boy did not say a word, only held his sister and stared at her. It was that sunny smile that melted Assel's frozen heart. A girl with a warm heart offered to help them. It was lucky she had not arrived too late. But suddenly, Ivriel collapsed, causing Assel to panic and repeatedly ask, Hey, are you okay? Ivriel began to gasp weakly, and her body was freezing cold, which made Assel even more anxious and worried. Ivriel thought to herself, what should I do now? Can I move with the two of them in this situation? At least I should find a suitable place to start a fire. While lost in thought, the voice of a knight from the mansion suddenly shouted, I found her, everyone, come here. Everyone was in a hurry at the sight of the little princess. My God, bring all the remaining blankets, there are more children here, hurry. The frantic voices of people calling her name could be felt subconsciously. Assel wondered if the person lying in his arms truly had such a noble background. Why does everyone call her young lady? He never expected her to come from such a high status. She was his lifesaver, and it was thanks to her that he was safe. Afterward, everyone was brought inside the mansion to be warmed up. While she rested, the voices of two servants were buzzing. Kion has gone to inform him, so he will probably be here soon. As for Ivriel, she had fallen into a deep sleep but was still surrounded by cold energy. She thought this was 4 times harder than the aftermath she experienced after confronting Horville. Even so, she felt lucky to have saved those children thanks to the Winter Branch. Who opened the door, father? But he is still sick. Ivriel did not understand why the Winter Branch said he was sick. Did it know exactly what illness he was suffering from? That Winter Branch turned back into the shape of a butterfly? Suddenly, a warm hand appeared from somewhere and touched her. He suddenly froze, because he felt something was wrong. He shouted for the servant, Evan, place the brazier as close to the bed as possible because her body was surrounded by cold energy. Ivriel vaguely opened her eyes to see, was it her father? He looked so pale and his face was full of worry. She remembered how before, her father had told her not to use the Winter Branch because it was dangerous. Ivriel felt guilty in her heart because as if not listening to him was not enough. She had caused him trouble like this. He spoke to Ivriel kindly and gently. It is okay. We brought all the heat insulating stones from the castle into this room, so it will get warmer soon. Although she could not speak because her body would not allow it, deep down, Ivriel truly wanted to apologize to her father. He felt terrible. Her temperature was still slowly dropping, so he could only instruct the attendant, put as much firewood into the fireplace as possible, Evan. As soon as Lily appeared with food for her, he stopped her and said, Give me the water, I will feed her myself. Then he tenderly fed her small spoonfuls. He was extremely anxious, praying to God. Please do not let anything happen to her. Seeing her father so worried, although she wanted to tell him not to worry, it was too cold. Her mouth was frozen shut and she could not speak. If this continued, she might freeze to death. So Ivriel resolved to think of anything warm. Imagining a cup of warm milk and freshly baked bread, in the middle of a scorching summer noon, by a fireplace full of logs, the fire burning, full of warmth, it seemed that being cradled in her father's warm embrace, her body temperature finally felt relieved. It was rising again. Seeing Ivriel's temperature stabilize while she was in his arms as a father, he felt happy too. After her fever broke, he placed the girl on the bed and carefully told the servants to take care of her. The doctor who had just checked on Ivriel also breathed a sigh of relief because she was stable now. Her body temperature has returned to normal, so we can relax. Now Ivriel could relax with a peaceful sleep. Herwin looked at his little princess, feeling both proud and reassured by the attendant he had chosen for his daughter. They had been through so much. But suddenly he wanted to hear what had happened, causing Lily to startle. Then she reported, at first, the young lady suddenly suggested going out, because there might be stranded people who needed rescuing due to the blizzard. But I warned her that the weather was too harsh and could be dangerous, and my lady quickly understood. Clearly the young lady wanted to search again. But then I hurried after her and approached the lake in the forest where we found those children. And then suddenly she lost consciousness and collapsed. The doctor realized something unusual. Could she have used the winter branches? Herwin was fearful. Because to use the winter branches, one must master mana. And to control mana, one must open the gate. But it is also incredible that at such a young age she opened the gate herself. However, to be able to use that much power with only one gate, it is almost unbelievable and might have been too much for her. Lily was both fearful and apologetic to the Duke. Anyway, this incident is my fault for not properly taking care of the young lady. So she bowed to admit her fault and was ready to accept any punishment he saw fit. The Duke truly understood the matter and did not reprimand her because it really was not Lily's fault. He felt very regretful and thought it was all his fault. If his health had been better, Ivriel would not have had to rush to take the winter branches, nor would she have had to use them recklessly like today. The Duke suddenly remembered the children and asked the doctor about them. Right, so, how are the children Ivriel saved? He reported that both were in bad condition, but now they were safe and had been treated. And those two children are siblings from another race, and there is something special about them, so Sir Kian will investigate when they wake up. Herwin was surprised to hear about the race. The doctor added that it seemed those children might be pure bloods. Although they look like humans normally, those two children carry the strongest blood of the beast race, often called pure blood. As their kind began to integrate into human society, they have now become extremely rare creatures. Did Ivriel somehow know beforehand that those children needed help? The Duke wondered, could she have found them by chance thanks to the power of the winter branches? If so, that is terrible. But if that is the case, it is even stranger. But it seems too coincidental to be just a fluke. Afterward, the Duke immediately dismissed the two of them. After everyone left the room, Herwin sat down by his little princess's bed. He discovered a strange piece of paper. After turning the paper over, he realized, thinking back, Ivriel did send me a letter. Suddenly, Herwin discovered something strange inside. What is this? A list of steps. 1. Never lock the door. Extremely important. 2. Ensure to get some sunlight for at least 30 minutes a day by opening the curtains. This is also extremely important. 3. Walk. At least once a. The Duke realized that his daughter had been watching him for a long time. She had spent a long time thinking about this schedule. And truly, she did not consider the things he did to her to be important. However, a few seconds later, the Duke suddenly saw something. At the end of the letter, on the last line of the letter, she had written that she loved him just as much as he loved her. It turned out the Duke had misunderstood his daughter all along. He asked Kian what he should do now. Just because I did not spend much time with her, I wanted to keep my distance. But was that decision a mistake? He believed that staying away from Ivriel and cutting off their relationship was the only way to keep her safe. But he wondered when was the last time he told Ivriel he loved her, and he had forgotten. In the past, how many times had he hugged her before she clung to him crying not to be left with a tutor? Kian felt the Duke's mood getting worse. Although he told his guard he was fine, he was still shaking as he told him to prepare some sedative. Evan thought to himself, he is using that horrible sedative again. Common sedatives reduce seizure symptoms, but the medicine his lordship used intentionally harmed the body. It was a kind that completely removed energy to prevent seizures. Of course, it was used for the sake of the young lady, but it was just too terrible. Then Evan suggested, shall we move the young lady back to her room now? But the Duke disagreed. Just for tonight, let her sleep in my room. Evan then left the room. Because he had taken the sedative, this miserable body would hold out for at least a day. Looking at his little daughter beside him made him feel more at ease. Herwin thought to himself, I do not care if someone calls me a coward for this, and so it was the next morning. Ivriel woke up after a long sleep, feeling her muscles aching and tense from the cold. As Ivriel tried to sit up slowly, she noticed a large hand resting on her. Was the large man breathing heavily beside her, her father? Looking closely, she realized this was her father's room. This time Ivriel had woken up after only one day, though she was not sure if she had been in his room for several days already. Ivriel wondered, why did I wake up so quickly? She was certain she had used more energy than the last time. But speaking of which, it had been a long time since she had seen her father's face this close. The last time must have been when she screamed outside the door. Ivriel thought that regardless, she could not miss this rare opportunity to gaze at that handsome face. Ivriel took his hand and placed it on her head to use as a pillow. It would be hard to get such a rare chance again. So she had to enjoy it before Papa woke up. The distance was so close she could hear his heartbeat. Light streamed in from the window frame, and the warm fire crackled in the fireplace. Ivriel wished she could continue sleeping beside her father like this. The Duke suddenly opened his eyes. He saw his tiny princess looking at him with wide eyes and a bright smile. Herwin spoke up in surprise, Ivriel. You are awake. Ivriel gave a sheepish but bright smile and greeted her father. Good morning, father. Herwin gently stroked Ivriel's head. His action made her a bit flustered. Oh, father. He wore a worried expression. Are you all right now? They said. You might have a fever through the night. Ivriel became a bit shy. Yes, I am. However, Herwin did not quite believe what she just said. At that moment, she suddenly cried out, I was wrong. I did everything wrong. Now I completely understand why I was told not to use the winter branch. I will never disobey you again, father. Of course, there might be times when it is necessary, but that means I will use it when I am older and no longer in danger. So I am sorry for making you worry. Suddenly, Herwin said softly, Lift your head, Ivriel. I did not mean to scold you. You stopped midwinter and found the children in distress. Thanks to you, those two children are safe. Ivriel suddenly became excited. Yes, Asilico and his sister. Herwin immediately reassured her. Yes, thanks to Ivriel's care, they are both safe. So, I suppose you will need a magic teacher to instruct you? Ivriel looked stunned upon hearing this. I do not think it would be a bad idea to have the power to protect yourself. If you are still determined to handle it, it is better that you get used to it early. At this moment, Ivriel thought to herself, Father's words sound like he is afraid of a situation where I would have to protect myself. However, it seems they will allow me to use the branch in winter now, so let us continue. Herwin remarked softly, You are only 5 years old. If you knew someone was in distress, you should have honestly explained it to those around you and asked for help. So as a punishment, you were not allowed to go out for the next week. I hope you do not overexert yourself and take time to care for yourself. Do you have any objections? Ivriel had to helplessly accept her punishment. No, father? Her obedience made Herwin very pleased. At the same time, he requested, now go back to your room. His action made her feel a bit disappointed. Oh no, I only just met him after so long. Ivriel quickly ran back and shouted, actually, I am still feeling sick. He only smiled. All right, I will visit you soon. Immediately she tumbled to the ground. My leg suddenly has a cramp. I get motion sickness when Lily carries me. Have not I had a hard enough time lately? Ivriel received a reality check. I think your bed is much better than mine, father. Just then a voice rang out. Your Grace, it is Kian. May I enter? Come in. Forgive me. But someone from West Campa arrived to visit you not long ago. Herwin looked quite surprised to hear that name. Ivriel was overjoyed. It seems Seldia had finally arrived at Solgren. After a long journey, Seldia finally reached the Solgren mansion. She sipped her tea and thought, he told me to wait a moment. When will he arrive? Shortly after, Ivriel arrived. You must have waited quite a while. Have not you? Ivriel's appearance made Seldia extremely surprised. Ivriel spoke with joy. I thought you would send a reply letter, but I never expected you to come see me in person. Lily reminded her softly, please greet her. This is Princess Ivriel Solgren. Seldia hurried to stand and greet her. Ah, yes. May we find peace under your protection. I am Seldia. Ivriel gently sat in a chair. You may lift your head, Seldia. You must be tired, so please sit back and relax. However, Seldia was still skeptical. By the way, how did this young lady know and find me? Ivriel spoke up. I think you must have been very surprised by this sudden request. Seldia did not forget to admit. There's something I wanted to say to you. First of all, I am still just an apprentice. I have never once received a commission. You mean your workshop master does not allow you to work? That question made Ivriel pause in thought. Seldia Sunfield was a talented painter who became famous with just one painting. It was true that the Phantom Blue had caught Seldia's attention, but at this point she curiously asked, what kind of person is Seldia's master? Seldia revealed softly. He is a man who loves all kinds of money games. It seems she had predicted this. Right, he is just an addict and a gambler. So what do you think about making your debut at this time? But are you really okay with me? I truly want to entrust this work to you. And I have only one request. As expected, it left Seldia in utter shock. This is ridiculous. Can I really use such high-quality pigment? Ivriel asserted confidently. I will provide everything you need and pay whatever you want. Actually, I intend to start a pigment business soon. Immediately, she became excited. Please, leave it to me. I will do my absolute best. Ivriel was very pleased to hear that. All right, then. Let us write the contract immediately. Excellent. Everything was going as expected. Seldia nervously suggested, if it is not too much, could you please add one more condition? What is that condition? This made her start to feel anxious. It is. If you do not mind, could I paint your portrait? Seldia's request immediately left her dazed. Yes, please let me paint it, please. In that moment, Ivriel thought back. In her past life, she had her portrait painted several times at the Imperial Palace. Furthermore, this was a request from someone who would become a famous painter in the future, so there was no harm in accepting, and so she happily accepted. Yes, that is fine. I would be very happy if you painted all the works I commission. Her consent made Seldia jump for joy. She sprang up with excitement. Back with Ivriel, she felt a bit of despair. Anyway, it was good the contract was signed, but it was embarrassing how she had left her father's room. Just then, Lily asked softly, My lady, when did you practice your handwriting? When did you prepare and send the pigments to that painter? And how did you know about that apprentice? Ivriel hesitated, not wanting to tell Lily everything. Suddenly a voice called from outside. My lady, it is Kian. Could you please spare a moment? I have something to discuss. Ivriel replied. Of course, come in, Kian. He slowly made his way inside. Kian then suggested to Lily. Could you please step out for a moment? His action made Ivriel quite anxious. The atmosphere was far from normal. It is all right, Lily. Could you please wait outside, as Kian asked? At this point, she questioned him. So, what is it you want to say? Kian recounted. Actually, I noticed recently that the documents in the office were messed up the day I visited the Ross shop. Ivriel suddenly remembered she had avoided Lily and Kian that day. She could not hide her shock. Was there a thief in the castle office? You were not the thief, were you? She began to feel uneasy. Did he know she went in? No, that could not be. She had checked the documents that day and returned them to their original state. He was definitely suspecting her. I really do not know what you are talking about. If it is just a heart attack, even Kian can't do anything about it. Kian suddenly pulled something out. From his pocket, he took out a white hair. Even when I find something like this caught between the documents, will you still deny it? There is no way His Grace, who is ill, could visit the office. Could it be my hair fell out because it was pulled too hard? Kian's expression was now incredibly determined. In another scene, Jed whispered to Kian. I told her a few rules of the card game, and she learned them very quickly. I heard my young lady was not that smart until she was 4, but Kian immediately denied it. There is not a single chessboard among the items in the girl's room. Jed made a guess. Is that so? That is strange. Anyway, after that, she suddenly looked out the window. Suddenly I heard news that I had to go rescue victims. Kian's eyes showed deep suspicion. I do not think your request for Jed to expand the search perimeter was a coincidence. So, I just want to hear your explanation. About the tutor, the winter branch, and the reason you checked the financial status of the estate. And how did you know there were children by the lake? How could you invite an apprentice to visit so suddenly today? Everything. Back with Ivriel, she was extremely worried. Kian was not just guessing. He was almost certain. Of course, like a child, she could cover it up with tears, but furthermore, Kian was the person in charge of the entire castle's affairs. His cooperation was necessary for the development of the Solgren territory. All right, how about asking for help then? But before that, let me ask you a question, Kian. She gave a mischievous smile. Where did you spend the salary you received previously? Actually, I happened to find the staff payroll details in the office, and Kian is paid quite regularly. Kian questioned her back. I am curious why you are suddenly asking me how my salary is used. I certainly thought that with Kian's workload, the pay would be high. In fact, he is receiving a significant salary. Ivriel then offered, May I take a guess? First, when Captain Laura, Sir Alron, and Sir Jed first met me, all three called you Kian. Isn't it strange that Kian has no title? Even Kian was recruited directly from the 7th Knights. Indeed, his influence over the Knights was quite large. Second, both Sir Jed and yourself belong to different races, so I am just guessing. Kian, actually, you are secretly buying members of other races, are not you? Kian sighed and countered, You really have changed. You are right. I buy my kin who are traded illegally on the black market. We help everyone live as free people. Ivriel could not believe her ears. She never imagined that Kian would use his money to help others. She replied confidently, I will answer you, but before that, I have a suggestion for Kian. What is it? The debt I owe to the Ross Company must be paid in full by March. Kian smirked. I suppose you need my help? There must be conditions. She immediately proposed. Yes. You must agree to 2 things. First, you will not ask me anything. Second, you must keep the fact that I am involved in this a secret from my father. However, Kian remained calm. I am the direct aide to the Duke of Solgren. Then I think I have another job for you, the princess's secret aide. This made Ivriel a bit pensive. It was a bold thing to say. But what if he said no? He then affirmed, Excellent. I will accept your offer. Just hearing this, her eyes lit up. Kian thought to himself, Since I can't stop it anyway, it is better to just observe what she does. If I move within the range of what I expect, I can handle anything before it happens. As for your information, if His Grace asks me, I have no choice but to answer everything. Now that we have settled everything, I will take my leave. And it would be a good idea to explain things to Lady Lily first. But my lady, what would you have done if I refused the offer? If anything happened, I could have gone immediately and reported to His Grace. Ivriel admitted honestly, Perhaps I would have threatened you, Kian. Her answer suddenly made him burst out laughing. Seeing that, she could not hide her irritation. Having finished his sentence, Kian left the room. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind her. Actually, there was no hair in the office. That was just a fishing line. This confession left Ivriel stunned. I have been caught. It is not a big deal. When Lily found out, she was very indignant. Kian, you are a fraud. Ivriel said tentatively. Now, please tell me the answer to my previous question. So this is what happened, Butterfly. I am sorry, let me use your name. The winter branches are actually part of an ancient era called Winter. The winter branch suddenly spoke to me and I was startled. But Winter told me to name it, so I chose Butterfly. Since then, it keeps saying this and that are wonderful, right? Lily said softly. I am sorry. I really do not understand. Could you explain again? Ivriel explained happily. I know. Since I explained it haphazardly, you do not understand. In short, everything I have done so far is thanks to the winter branch giving me advice. Lily was excited to hear this and asked, Then can I also talk to the butterfly? She immediately replied, I do not know about that. But when you think about it, it seems Winter knows something about my father's illness. I have to ask him. She then said in her mind, Butterfly, are you there? Butterfly, I have something to ask you. Butterfly, are you there? The sound of the fireplace crackling suddenly broke out. It immediately caught Ivriel's attention. Lily seemed to hear it too. Someone arrived, making her very startled. Alron appeared out of nowhere. Can I help you? I heard the door outside. Is that you, Sir Alron? He then handed Lily a white cat. What is the purpose of that? What is this? Ivriel down below was extremely curious about what the two of them were doing. When she realized, she was amazed by its cuteness. The cat suddenly jumped from Sir Alron's hands. Perhaps it wanted to come in because the hallway was cold. Who raised it? Lily revealed. Last time Mr. Rasher said he would bring a cat to catch mice. That is just how he is. Ivriel was surprised to learn this, but in her heart, she was still anxious. I was not very afraid of mice before. Actually, it started after the Crown Prince locked me in a closet in my past life, with the carcass of a dead mouse. At that time, she had fallen into despair. Please get me out of here. I cried and knocked on the locked closet door all night, but no one came. Only the next day did the servants find me. I did not know it then, but I learned as an adult that the Crown Prince had his own reasons to hate me. After I entered the palace as a replacement doll for the dead princess, all the Emperor's attention was on me. From that point on, the crown prince was raised by his foster mother until he was 10. Maybe that is why he hated me. I did not know that then. It was hard for the crown prince not to hate me. A terrible memory resurfaced in her mind. It was not until Lily spoke that she regained her senses. I mean the cat. It is only clinging to you. The cat slowly touched her leg. Avriel gently sat down beside it. Anyway, this cat looks very gentle. Of course. Cats this small won't be good at hunting. I have to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. I'll be right back. She slowly picked it up. Hello, pleased to meet you. My name is Ivriel. What is yours? Oh, look, no name tag. It seems he does not have a name yet. Can I give you a name? Because your eyes are all red. Suddenly, its body emitted a red light. At the same time, Kian accidentally ran into Lily. Good afternoon, Lady Lily. Is that what you are eating? Lily immediately denied it. No, I am giving this to the cat that Mr. Rasher brought to catch mice. However, Kian had never heard of this. I never brought a cat here. Lily was now dazed. Whose cat is that then? Back with Ivriel. The cat suddenly flew into the air. How can a cat fly? As soon as I named it and called it, Ruby's entire body emitted a light that anyone could see. It did not look like a normal cat. Furthermore, what was this feeling? I seemed to be connected to that cat. This feeling was just like when I hooked into the winter branch. Ivriel then spoke up and asked, "Are you also a spirit?" It immediately cried out as if to answer her. It left her stunned. This is ridiculous. There is no way a spirit contract could be this simple. Just then Lily returned. My lady, I met Mr. Rasher on the way. This made Ivriel unable to hide her confusion. The scene immediately made Lily panic. What did you do? After I named it Ruby, there was a flash of light and then the cat started to fly. Ivriel expressed doubt. Maybe it is possible because the cat is a spirit. However, the maid countered. But you already have a spirit named Butterfly, right? In that moment, she still thought to herself, I was worried because Butterfly did not appear and now there is a cat spirit. I guess I should look into spirits now. Is there anywhere I can get some information? The maid suggested. How about the winter library? Finally, the two of them went to the library along with Sir Alron. Alron turned slightly. My lady, Jed did not mean to do that, you know. Leaving his post that day to escape the monsters, he had no choice because we needed more knights on duty. Hearing this, Ivriel gradually realized. Right, I heard Jed has been on probation since then. I am fine, but discipline is important. I am glad you understand, my lady. I say this because I was afraid you would think poorly of Jed afterward. I argue with him a lot, but I do not hate him. Actually, I am sure Jed will be very happy to hear that. Shortly after they reached the library. That is the entrance to the winter library, my lady. The Duchy of Solgren had a summer library and a winter library, but because half the year in Solgren is winter, most people use the winter library. You came here when it was warmer. So this is your first time at the winter library, is not it, my lady? Ivriel immediately denied it. It has been a long time. I almost slipped there. I might have been here in my past life, but this is the first time in this life. I am sure you will like it, my lady. This was the winter library. Ivriel was amazed by its size. It has been a while since the last time I was here. There should be a librarian here, but I do not see them. I will go look for them, so you can look around with Sir Alron alone. She talked to the cat as she walked. This is your first time here, is not it, Ruby? I heard Mother liked this place too. Lily had once told her that the Duchess loved this library. The winter library faced south, so she loved sitting by the window to catch plenty of sunlight. In her past life, after hearing that about her mother, she often wondered where she spent her time and what books she read whenever she came here. And sometimes I would lie down on that sofa and fall asleep. Ivriel suddenly saw someone sleeping. Ash-colored hair? Could this be Arceligo's sister? She was sleeping in a truly uncomfortable position. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into a boy. Who are you? Her face showed great concern. That boy was none other than Arceligo. Seeing the disturbance, Sir Alron immediately stepped forward to protect her. Be polite and move aside. This is the Lady of Solgren. However, Ivriel quickly stopped him. Wait, she was now extremely fearful. Arceligo's left arm? Was his left arm all right? Ivriel hurried over to check and grasped his hand. For a moment. Her action left him completely stunned. It was still tucked away, and it seemed to be fine. Ivriel suddenly rejoiced. Thank God. Was I too sensitive during our first meeting? No, I'm sorry. Please do not misunderstand. Just then, Lily ran up. My lady, the librarian is. She was surprised to see him there. Arceligo, you've been resting here, have not you? Hello, Miss Belgreen. The noise just now accidentally woke Arceligo's younger sister. Lily was surprised to see Kanya there as well. She then introduced them. You do not remember the young lady, do you? Let me introduce you to who they are. The boy's name is Arceligo, and his sister's name is Kanya. These two are staying here at the estate until they can take care of themselves. Currently, they are staying in the servants' quarters. Now Ivriel understood why they were here. Lily continued introducing Ivriel to the two of them. This is Lady Ivriel Solgren, the Duke's only daughter. She is also the one who saved both of you that day. Knowing the truth of the matter, Arceligo bowed respectfully. Please forgive my previous rudeness. However, she quickly said, It is all right. I am sorry for approaching you so suddenly. These two just escaped a life-threatening situation. I approached them too quickly. By the way, the librarian is currently in the library. There are too many books for me to find what you need on my own, so I will have the library send the books about spirits to your room later. That sounds good. Let us head back now. But Arxiligo seemed to have something to say to Evriel. They immediately stopped in their tracks. He spoke words full of sincerity. Thank you for saving us. Hearing that, she only gave a faint smile, and then quickly walked away. At this moment, she still thought to herself, I got to talk to Archiligo much earlier than in my past life. We only spoke once back then. Archiligo's unexpected question from that day. I had answered him randomly because I was so surprised. He unexpectedly said, I will wait for you. Looking back, why did Arciligo say that to me? I guess I will never know now that I have gone back in time. On the other side, Arciligo told his sister, all right, let us head back now. However, Kanya was excited. Lady Solgren is so beautiful. She looks just like a doll. And she looked right at me. He went over and stroked Kanya's head. I told you before not to trust people so easily, Kanya. You do not know what they are like on the inside. But the little girl remained stubborn. I know. But do not you also think she is pretty, big brother? She is certainly different from all the other nobles we have met before. She is not arrogant, and she did not look disgusted by us being beastmen. Evriel's actions seemed to have moved Arciligo. However, he quickly denied it. No, humans cannot be trusted. I can't trust her just because she showed us kindness once. I won't make that mistake. In the end, all humans are the same. Back in Evriel's room, she was still absorbed in her reading. So forming a contract with a spirit usually requires you to meet 3 conditions. First, the human must truly desire to make a covenant with a spirit. Second, the spirit must have a lot of affection for the human. The cat is right there next to you. The final thing is that the human must give the spirit a name. I guess we met all the conditions without even knowing. I must have been able to recover faster this time thanks to Ruby. Lily, standing beside her, said excitedly, Does this mean you have formed a contract with 2 spirits, my lady? Why do not you go tell the Duke? I am sure he would be pleased. Avriel sat up. Do you really think father will be pleased? At Lily's urging, she quickly ran to her father's room. She stood before the door and called out, Father, are you there? I have made a contract with a new spirit. It is a truly lovely cat spirit. However, there was no reply from him. I guess spirits are not important enough to father, Lily gently reassured her. That is strange. I was sure he would be shocked and run out immediately. At that moment, Ivriel hugged the kitten tightly. This really upsets me. So I can't even move father's heart by sharing good news with him, can I? Frustrated, she shouted loudly. I hate you, father. I am going to be a bad girl now. I will only eat dessert every day and use the outside staircase railing as a slide 200 times. If he does not come out after I say that, then he must be asleep. With no other choice, Lily led her back. Let us leave for now and come back to tell him another time, my lady. They accidentally ran into Seldia. Peace be with you. Ivriel said happily. I can only say hello for now, but anyway, what are you doing here? Actually, I have finished the painting. This left her astonished. You have finished it already. Even so, it has only been 2 weeks since we signed the contract. So, I was wondering if you could come and see it. The title of this work is Dawn in Solgren. Evriel saw the painting and could not hide her excitement. You are the best. Wait, this is not the time for that. Lily, go tell Kian. I have something to ask him. All right, it is time to set the stage. The scene shifts to the city outskirts. Billy, are you in there? If you are in there, come out. He began to grumble. Who is knocking on the door this early in the morning? He went out to open the door. Who is making all this noise so early? The sun is already high in the sky. A friend of his came to inform him. Apparently, one of Seldia's paintings has been hung at Libera. Your apprentice, Seldia. Upon hearing the news, Billy rushed over. Damn it, Seldia. First she runs away, and now she is displaying a painting? It is true that any artist can hang their work at Libera, but still, how dare she display something without her master's permission? I can't forgive her for this. There were many people gathered there. What kind of painting is it? However, his expression changed abruptly. Such an incredible blue. What kind of paint is she using? And this beautiful scenery is. Where is this place? On the other side, Ivriel repeatedly urged Kian, hurry up and read it. So, what does the letter say? Kian informed her. Just as you predicted, there are many inquiries about the pigment and paint used in the painting. This immediately made her more excited than ever. I knew it. You have succeeded, Seldia. Dawn in Solgren caused a huge sensation as soon as it was displayed in Campa. Everyone is asking who the painter is and what kind of paint they used and the location the painting depicts. Everything being talked about is a massive success. The advertisement went smoothly. Now all you have to do is sell the pigment, my lady. Ivriel said, before that, we should come up with a name for this paint. If there is a word that represents the color, it will be easier for people to remember. So I was wondering if you could think of a name for it. Seldia was flustered. Is that really all right? Avriel quickly reassured her. We would not be able to make this paint famous without your help. I really want you to be the one to name it. This made Seldia pause for reflection. Avriel thought to herself, perhaps she will call it Phantom Blue again, just like she did in my past life. And then Seldia made her decision. I want to call it Fairy Blue. Ivriel Solgren thought Fairy Blue. It represents the blue of a fairy. Fairies are better than phantoms. She asked Kian. It is a good name, is not it, Kian? Kian replied, yes, and it is also a quite strategic name. Now we just need to decide on a location for our shop, except we do not have enough capital to start it on our own. Ivriel Solgren turned around. Wait, Lily, You are from the West, are not you? I am. How did you know that, my lady? Avriel Solgren smiled. That is knowledge from my past life. You told me last time. So, where exactly is your hometown in the West? Actually, my parents run a small art gallery in Kampa. Avriel Solgren gasped. What? Why did not you mention that to me before? Lily replied. Oh, I was afraid it would interfere with your decision-making. In Herwin's room, Kian reported, it does not make any sense. And that is how everything is progressing. That is all. Kian thought to himself, goodness. The young lady visiting was a problem, but when she does not visit, it is also a problem. Holding the paper in his hand, Herwin was stunned by the words. These days? Never mind. Kian asked. Are you worried about the young lady, your grace? Herwin flinched. No, it is just. She used to be so persistent about coming here every day, but it has been terribly quiet lately. That is all. She is not sick, is she? Kian said. According to her private guards, she spends most of her time in her room. I heard she also visited the winter library recently. What has the guest from Kampa been doing lately? Kian replied. She is staying at an inn in the village, but she is not doing anything suspicious other than painting all day. Herwin felt more at ease. Is there anything else I should know? Kian continued his report. The surrounding jurisdictions continue to send letters. They are all demanding that you reveal why this year's midwinter has not been so harsh. Currently, Herwin is using his illness as an excuse to delay the answers, but Herwin can't hide the truth from them forever. As the midwinter shortens and the weather improves, more outsiders are starting to flock to Solgren. It is only a matter of time before the world finds out about the winter's eve. The image of Solgren appeared in Herwin's mind. I am sure the Emperor already knows too. Kaizen Wilnalian, that man always has his eye on Solgren. At that moment, Herwin's heart throbbed with pain. Kian worried for Herwin's health. Suddenly, Herwin coughed repeatedly and spat out blood. Kian hurried to support him and handed Herwin a handkerchief. Just as I thought. I do not think you should take that sedative, your grace. Herwin's bloody hand rested on Kian's shoulder. I need a rumor to spread everywhere that my life is in danger. I need the Emperor to believe I am helpless and not worth noticing. That is the only way I can keep the winter's eve safe. Spread the rumor as quickly as possible. After all, it is not like it is not true. Kian replied, I understand. I will order Jed to follow your instructions. I will go call Evan right now. Seeing the light creeping into the room, Herwin looked through the window frame. I really do not have much time left. Along with an uninvited guest who arrived, Rickson Ross spoke up. It has been a while. How have you been? Welcome, Mr. Ross. We have been expecting you. Rickson Ross looked at Kian. It seems he is trying everything he can to put me in a good mood. He grinned. I guess they could not get the money after all. I heard the news that this winter has not been so harsh thanks to the Duke's daughter. Her abilities are quite unexpected. But the Duke is in critical condition, is not he? The only thing worth anything in Solgren is the ore they can mine. But the Imperial Palace owns most of the mining rights anyway. Rickson Ross smirked. Well, if Solgren can't pay the debt, what if I stop trading with them and take them to court? Kian opened a suitcase of money and said, we have even added interest to the 500,000 velcomes we owe. Rickson Ross thought, take the time to check how they made so much money so quickly. Damn it. I was planning to seize some of their property. Looking at this, I guess they have found some way to make money. Rickson Ross said cordially to Kian, I am glad everything ended well. By the way, how is the Duke's health? I heard his constitution is weak, so I am very worried about him. I am sorry, but I am not permitted to speak about my superiors when it comes to personal topics. Hearing that, Rickson Ross said, I understand. I hope that he is all right. Waiting for Rickson Ross to leave, Kian went down to Ivriel Solgren's room. Please excuse me, my lady. Come in, Kian. Did everything go smoothly with the man from the Ross firm? Yes. We even paid back the interest, so everything has been fully settled. However, that man seems truly greedy and calculating. It would be best if we stay away from him after this. That made Ivriel Solgren recall that in her past life, that guy was a merchant selling goods to the royal palace. But his double bookkeeping was discovered and he was eventually beheaded. So how about doing business with the Uran firm instead of the Ross firm? They may be small now, but I remember that business owner being extremely resourceful. Suddenly from the door, Lily excitedly ran into the room holding a letter and said to Ivriel Solgren, My lady, my parents sent a letter from Kampa? Ivriel Solgren asked curiously. And what did they say? Lily replied. They said their business is booming thanks to Fairy Blue. Thank you so much, my lady. Actually, I am very happy. Seldia saw the smile blooming on Ivriel Solgren's lips. I can't miss that smile. Oh, right. How is the recruitment process for the new servants going? We are reviewing everyone's backgrounds, but we do not have enough people working here, so it will take a lot of time. Kian sighed. It seems Evan will be quite busy once summer arrives. There's a reason for everything. Ivriel Solgren gasped. Huh. Does he mean Evan will be busy welcoming the new servants we will hire? But he is not the type of person to seek that much attention. Anyway, I am thinking of starting a new business. Kian asked Ivriel Solgren, what kind of business are you thinking of? I want to try growing night clover. Night clover. I have never heard of it before, she said. Ivriel Solgren immediately said, of course not. Right now, people only consider it a weed, but soon night clover will become as rare and expensive as Fairy Blue. Soon, Rinterdale will be buying night clover in large quantities. Another important family in the Velitan Empire, the Guardians of the Morning Star in the West Rinterdale. Rinterdale owns Vesperium, the magic tower, also known as the Twilight Tower. They enjoy great wealth and fame thanks to this tower. However, because the heir of the Rinterdale family is ill, it is said that he suffers greatly even from minor illnesses. Soon, the Twilight Tower will research a healing potion to cure their duke's son. And the main ingredient in that healing potion is night clover. The quality of night clover improves when grown in cold environments. If we grow them in Solgren, I am sure we can make a lot of money from it. Lily wondered. How do you know that, my lady? Of course, the Winter Branch told me. Avriel Solgren chuckled. Kian, could you look into night clover for me a bit? Kian replied. Of course. I will have Evan research it with me, my lady. I have some other work to do, so I will be going now. Avriel Solgren said cheerfully. Oh, all right. Have a safe trip, Kian. Anyway, Butterfly has not appeared before me since the last time. She has not spoken to me since I made the contract with Ruby either. I need to ask about father's illness. Butterfly will surely come back, won't she? Suddenly Zed shouted, I am back, my lady. Zed's sudden appearance startled Ruby. Avriel Solgren exclaimed in surprise. Zed. Seeing Lily greet him, Zed turned and asked, How have you been lately, Lady Lily? Avriel Solgren pondered. Look at him. He has been away on his other duties, but I guess he is finally back. I have never seen this cat before. Avriel Solgren added, It looks like a cat, but it is actually a spirit. It is too small to eat, Avriel Solgren shouted irritably. Hey, don't look down on Ruby. He might look like this, but he is a wonderful cat who saved my life. Suddenly Ruby jumped away. Ruby? Where are you going? It seemed Ruby had spotted a mouse on the floor. Avriel Solgren shouted Ruby, sensing danger. The mouse tried to run away quickly. Zed excitedly waited for something. Oh, that hurts. What are you doing, Ruby? Calm down. A few days later, as my portrait was nearly finished, the night clover seeds were ready. I was allowed to take the first trip of my life to search for a suitable place to plant the night clover. Lily stopped in her tracks and said, My lady? Huh. What is it, Lily? I think you have grown. Really? Are you sure I have grown taller? Lily was certain, noticing Avriel Solgren's dress was shorter than usual. I must tell Kian about this so we can help you buy some new clothes for the summer. Avriel Solgren looked at her sleeves. It does feel like my sleeves are a bit shorter. Tears welled in Avriel Solgren's eyes. If I grow a bit more, I will soon be able to open the door for father myself. I have struggled so much because I could not reach the doorknob. That reminds me, I have not seen father in a long time. I wonder if he is waiting for me. I will find the perfect spot to plant the night clover today, and then I will go see father. At that moment, Alron Elhens also arrived. Good morning, my lady. Good morning. Please take good care of me today. My lady, did you bring that thing today? This cat has a very cute name, you know. It is Ruby. Zed asked the mouse. Where are you? Do you want to go? Avriel Solgren peeked over. Ruby changed form again. Does its appearance change depending on its mood? Avriel Solgren picked Ruby up. I do not think it can speak human language. Talking to Winter is like talking to a wise old person. Suddenly, Zed jumped, startled and afraid. Ruby really did not like Zed. Zed frowned and yelled, This stupid hedgehog poked me again. Please surrender now, Sir Zed. 20 tries and 20 losses means it is time to give up, Zed. Is everyone really going to act this heartlessly toward me? Zed felt sorry for himself, clumsily wiping away tears. No one loves me. The tears flowed more freely. Zed is so sad. Looking at Zed, Avriel Solgren could not help but laugh. Then let Ruby and Zed fight and go without them. Everyone, run. Zed called after them, My lady. Don't fall, my lady. Just as he finished his sentence, Avriel Solgren unfortunately tripped. She tumbled forward. Fortunately, Arteligo caught Avriel Solgren in time. Avriel Solgren blushed. Thank you. Are you all right, my lady? Avriel Solgren stared at Arteligo. Yes, I am fine. Thank you for helping me stay on my feet. Lily ran down worriedly. Oh my God, are you all right, my lady? I am fine. Arteligo caught me before I fell. Lily continued. That is why I keep telling you not to run, my lady. Is that them? The purebloods? Big brother, the young lady is being scolded. The girl is so young, and the boy, Zed, acted friendly. Arceligo thought such keen senses, superior bone structure, and body balance. His reaction speed when catching the young lady and the flexibility shown in every movement, and he is a pureblood. Keen senses, superior bone structure, and body balance. His reaction speed when catching his young lady and the flexibility shown through his movements, and he is a pureblood. Even though I know he might not want to become a knight, I should still inform the captain. Lily began to feel frustrated. If you run through the hallways one more time, I will be truly upset with you. My lady Avriel Solgren ignored Lily and turned to ask Arceligo and Kanya. But where are you two going? We were on our way to the library. We are trying to learn how to read. Where are you going, my lady? Avriel Solgren said. I am going down to the village. Hearing that, Kanya felt interested. The village. I guess Arceligo and Kanya have not had a chance to leave the mansion yet, have they? Would you two like to come with me? It is fine, right, Lily? Lily replied quickly. Of course. The carriage is big enough for everyone. Kanya begged Arceligo to go, but Arceligo would not allow it. No. Kanya. We are going to the library, remember. I am sure the young lady would be uncomfortable if we joined. We can go to the library another time. The young lady has invited us. I am fine with it, Arceligo. Our trip to the village won't last that long. I am sure you will have plenty of time to study at the library when we get back. Arceligo sighed. All right, if it is not too much trouble. If Kian has found a few potential cultivation sites, we will only have to check a few. We want to choose a location near the lake for easy access to water, but also one with plenty of sunlight. We have found a place that has both of these aspects and is also close to the duchy, so we can check on it often. Let us head to the village now. There were many people. Chattering away, we have some nice items today. Have a look before you go. I heard Solgren has become more famous since Miss Seldia's painting debuted. It seems the rumors are true. I am not sure if we will stay in Solgren for a while. Oh, how cute. And yes, that is exactly what I am aiming for. First, we need to improve everyone's perception of our territory. Solgren has the worst weather in the entire empire. With the ruler of Solgren being ill, this is the best way to debunk all the false assumptions and rumors about our land. I wonder how Seldia's life in Campa is going. Seldia returned to Campa right after she finished my portrait. She mentioned she could not delay preparations for her exhibition and the incoming commissions. You've never been to Campa before, have you? Then please come visit. I will be waiting for you, my lady. She wanted me to visit Campa. Then in my previous life, I never had a reason to go out. I was forced to stay in an empty room, sitting there like a doll because no one knew when the Empress would have an episode and need to be calmed down. I do not usually get to go out and play like this, so I'm going to enjoy today to the fullest. Where should we go first, my lady? Ivriel, Solgren exclaimed. Wait, before anything else, Kanya, if it is okay with you, would you like to hold hands while we walk around? Kanya was surprised. What? Actually, I am terrible with directions and get lost easily. I want you to help me. Would you agree to that? Kanya is really just a child, so we should be careful and make sure she does not get lost. I want to hold your hand. I will help you, my lady. Kanya seemed very excited. Ivriel Solgren looked at Arceligo. Was he still on guard? Arceligo, do you want to hold my hand too? Seeing Arceligo remain silent, Ivriel Solgren thought, maybe not. But suddenly, Arceligo nodded in agreement. Ivriel Solgren happily took both of their hands. Arceligo, Kanya, your hands are so warm. Ivriel Solgren imagined the three of them holding hands was as warm as a fireplace. Wolves usually have a high body temperature. They also share traits like pack formation and monogamy. Oh, I see. Are you a wolf too, Zed? Are you finally curious, my lady? No, I just wondered how you knew so much. I am sorry, but I am not a wolf, my lady. You will have to think a little harder. Additionally, the way these shopkeepers pretend not to notice us as we pass by is extremely conspicuous. I wonder what is up today. They keep glancing over here, then pretending nothing is happening. It does not really matter because today, welcome to Antique Furniture. The owner of the antique shop gasped, Lady Solgren. Welcome. What kind of items are you looking for today? Ivriel Solgren grinned. I've always felt bothered by how empty my father's room is. Show me the items you are most proud of. My lady, we have beautiful dolls here, and over at Rain Square, we have delicious snacks. Please enjoy. Please come again, my lady. Have a safe trip back. What happened to my stamina? That was some very satisfying spending, do not you all agree? Seeing Kanya eating ice cream, Ivriel Solgren asked, Is it good, Kanya? She nodded, praising the taste. Ivriel Solgren burst out laughing because Kanya's face was covered in smudges. Archeligo, meanwhile, wondered what Ivriel Solgren was plotting. Wouldn't she feel reluctant to be near us because we are purebloods? Or perhaps she is used to it because she is often around beastmen. Even so, she should be able to feel the threatening aura that we purebloods radiate. The day my forehead was cracked open by a rock thrown by a human, people fear us because we are different from them. All you have to do is be careful so they do not get scared. I followed my mother's words and avoided everyone's gaze. I also hunched over to look small and hid my claws and fangs from others. I need to confirm this. It is actually simple. All I need to do is release the energy I am holding back and look into her eyes. Ivriel Solgren curiously asked Arceligo, How many sets of clothes does Kanya have? She has plenty of things to wear, my lady. Ivriel Solgren continued, Actually, do either of you need anything? Something we can buy. Why did I avoid her gaze just now? There was no reason for me to do that. Why can't I look into her eyes? I am not shy. This feeling is... Ivriel Solgren kept staring intently at Arceligo. Wait, what am I afraid of? Lady Solgren is about the same stature as Kanya, and she has never done anything to make me feel she is dangerous. So what on earth am I afraid of? Arceligo thought seriously about what he was fearing. Arceligo spoke up. I know what I am afraid of now. What is it? Did you want to ask me something? I'm afraid she will pull her hand out of mine. Ivriel Solgren did not understand why Arceligo was acting this way. Arceligo's strange behavior made Ivriel Solgren ponder. Right, I promised them we would head back soon. Maybe he wants to go back, but he can't say anything because he can't give me orders. I bet he feels really uncomfortable. Ivriel Solgren said to Zed. The sun looks like it is about to set, so let us head home. Zed replied. Then I will go call the carriage for us. We are back. Kanya sobbed. Goodbye, my lady. See you next time, Kanya. Arceligo, I had a lot of fun today. Arceligo took Kanya's hand. Let us go, Kanya. I need to quickly tell father everything we saw today. I do not know how his day went. He might want to go out after hearing about the bustling market we visited. Isn't that Kian and Evan? Where are they running off to at this hour? She gasped. Could it be? Damn it, we got too comfortable. His Grace had been getting some sunlight and moving his body a bit, so we let our guard down. Even though we knew the seizures could return at any moment, Kian. Evan tried to keep up with Kian. Do you have the medicine? Evan pulled out a vial. Yes, but there is not much medicine left that we can use. How long will it last? Half a year at most? But he has built up an immunity to the drug, so it is losing its effect over time. To be honest, I have to wonder if there is any medicine left that works for his Grace at all. Are there any servants coming? Kian said. I told them not to. Good. Where's the young lady? She went to the village today. Someone's voice called out to Kian. Kian turned quickly. My lady? Did you have a safe trip? His father feeling unwell? There was no point in lying to her at this point. Kian replied. Yes. I want to go in too. I cannot allow that. She shouted. Why not? Because it is dangerous. You will only distract us. So please return to your room. Miss Belgreen is here too. Please take the young lady back to her room. Belgreen replied. Yes, of course. Let us go back to your room, my lady. No, I want to be by father's side. She has left. Don't blame me if the lady hates you for this. Just be prepared. It is quite noisy in there. This won't be easy. Is it always like this? Let us go catch that stray dog. Belgreen finally brought Ivriel Solgren to her room. Look, I should bring her a sweet snack. Ivriel Solgren hugged Lily tightly and smiled. I want to drink some cream tea. Lily's gaze fixed on Ivriel Solgren. Cream tea? You want something sweet, do not you? I will bring it right away. Lily left Ivriel Solgren in the room and ran out to prepare it. Ivriel Solgren sighed. Father took care of me when I was sick, but I can't do anything for him. Ruby ran over and nuzzled Ivriel Solgren's nose and leg. Ivriel Solgren stroked Ruby's head. Are you worried about me? Anyway, are father's seizures really caused by synaptic joint disease? He might not act like it, but Evan is the most talented doctor in Solgren. But I keep thinking about what Butterfly told me. It would be great if I could talk to Butterfly again. Ruby stood up and stretched. Ruby, what is it? It has been a while, little one. Butterfly. Where have you been? Things have changed. Your little friend does not seem to like me. That young fellow is quite petty. I had to deal with a lot because of that. That means it was not that you did not appear, but that Ruby was preventing you from appearing. How strange. Why would Ruby do that? Maybe because I made your body ache. Ruby is truly worried about me, is not he? There is something I want to ask you. I know. That is why I appeared before you in the first place. First, you know that for a mage to use mana, they need to open a gate, right? Even if you can't feel it yourself. But think about what happens when you close that gate. What happens when you do that? If that happens, the mana inside your body will begin to accumulate and stagnate. Once it is sufficiently corrupted, the body will no longer be able to contain it and it will explode. That is why a mage closing their gate is synonymous with death. Ivriel Solgren was alarmed when she saw something. Damn it, I told you not to let anyone in here. She rushed to the bed where her father was restrained. Kian, Locker, Evan. How pitiful. His mana is on the verge of exploding. Butterfly, you said. The mana accumulating inside him is the problem, right? It will be difficult, but if I use the Winter Branch, I can release some of Father's mana. I just need to do what I did to soothe Winter and take away some of Father's mana. His mana is so sharp. What? What about me? I feel like if I get any closer, I will be torn to pieces. An opening. That is right. You can lower his guard and bring down the walls around his heart so the roots of the Winter Branch can permeate him more easily. How am I supposed to do that? I do not need to overthink this. Ivriel Solgren ran over and hugged her father. Father, I am here. What must I do to end this suffering? I will kill someone. If I kill someone, this pain will go away. Herwin met his mother out in the garden. He sat down beside her. Then he lay on her lap thinking, what was I just thinking about? Herwin, why are you trying to kill me? I loved you so much. Herwin was terrified and fell backward. It is all your fault, Herwin. You have so much mana, but you do not know how to control it. Herwin faltered. No, I do not. Can you really say that after looking behind you? The mansion was being engulfed in massive flames. At that moment, Herwin did not know what to do. It really was not me. He dared to attempt to assassinate the Empress. Now he is banned from ever entering the Imperial Palace again. No. It is all a lie. Did I hurt Mother? That makes no sense. Father, please snap out of it. Please stop, if only for my sake. That is right. I should stop. I can't let Ivriel Solgren get hurt. Seeing her father close his eyes, Ivriel Solgren thought, he has fallen asleep. I should not delay. The first time I opened the gate, I felt something in my heart. Recalling that moment it was. That is right. This is Malkuth, the first gate. Is this Father's gate? If this is Father's gate, then Ivriel Solgren struck the gate hard with the branch. Now let it take root and imagine that you are stealing the energy from outside this gate. Let the roots spread and the branches sprout leaves, enough so that the flowers on the branches turn into fruit and ripen. Ivriel Solgren closed her eyes tightly. She placed her hand on the gate. The gate opened automatically. She suddenly cried out. Oh, the small branch had now become a large ancient tree. I know that staying by your side was the right decision. Ivriel Solgren burst into tears. I think I understand why father has been avoiding me now. Why father sent me away in my previous life? And why he has not checked on me all this time? Father was afraid he would hurt me. Now I will be the one to protect father. I will make sure father is never hurt again. Suddenly, Ivriel Solgren's chest throbbed with pain. I definitely absorbed too much mana all at once. I will probably have hypothermia for a while. My lady, you're awake? Ivriel Solgren opened her eyes to see Kian and Evan beside her. We will take you back to your room now. Ivriel Solgren said softly. Kian, wait, let us talk after we get to your room. Ivriel Solgren disagreed and insisted on speaking now. No, there's something I need to tell you, right? Kian Locker carried Ivriel in his arms. Kian's face was full of worry as he asked breathlessly, You almost died just now. Seeing Kian's reaction, Ivriel realized, he is angry because he thinks I could have been hurt. Kian continued, This won't do. I will have to tell the Duke. I am sorry for making you worry, but I have a truly good reason for doing this. Ivriel reassured him. Just listen to me for a second. Kian's face showed clear sadness as he stammered. What is it you want to say, my lady? Ivriel replied gently. I think I can cure father's illness. Kian was very surprised. What do you mean? Suddenly Evan appeared and asked abruptly, why has his condition suddenly stabilized? Kian turned to ask Ivriel, what did you do this time? Ivriel stammered shyly. I will try to explain, so could you put me down first? This situation is as troublesome as crackling fire. Just then, the maid walked in and said in a panic, Oh my God. Are you feeling a chill again, my lady? Ivriel suddenly started shivering, her face turning pale from the cold. Kian immediately wrapped her tightly in blankets and told Miss Belgreen, Could you bring some warm water? The maid immediately complied. Oh, of course, I will be right back. After that, Kian pulled a wooden chair over to Ivriel's bedside. All right. He sat down and asked bluntly, Tell me how you stabilized His Grace's condition. Ivriel replied with a slightly tearful expression. Well, Kian asked more specifically, so you use the winter branch to forcibly circulate His Grace's mana. And are you going to continue doing this? Ivriel answered immediately. Of course. I know it sounds crazy, but it worked. Kian thought to himself. Just as she said, His Grace's current condition is more stable than ever. Ivriel giggled and said shyly, So I want to keep doing this from now on. Kian shook his head. No, His Grace would never allow that. Ivriel countered strongly, standing her ground. But I was given permission to use the winter branch. That means I can do whatever I want with it, right? She pleaded with Kian. So help me, Kian. I want to spend more time with father. Kian acted indifferent, not paying much mind. But you are shivering right now. How can I ask someone suffering this much to continue using the winter branch? Ivriel was speechless and said dejectedly, This is only temporary. I will be better soon. Kian had a headache. He saw that both father and daughter were equally stubborn. Kian said firmly, I know. Why are you laughing? Ivriel gave a half smile. I'm just surprised that you are worried about me, Kian. Kian fell silent, not knowing what to say next. Then he blurted out, You act as if I never care about anything you do, my lady. Kian sighed, trying to stay calm. He thought, so that is what she thinks of me. She respects me for my work and what I do, but she does not expect any warmth or kindness from me as another human being. Then suddenly Kian knelt on the floor. Ivriel asked in a panic, What are you doing, Kian? He looked down and poured out his heart. It means that keeping you safe is also part of my duty. Ivriel felt happy inside, thinking, Kian smiled quite awkwardly when he told me to be careful. Then she said sincerely, Thank you, Kian. Scene shifts to the next morning, early morning filled with the sound of birds chirping. Herwin gradually opened his eyes and woke up after a long sleep. Evan stepped forward and asked, Are you awake now, Your Grace? Herwin sat up, feeling something was strange. He said strangely, My body feels lighter than before. Did you change my medicine? Evan flinched slightly. Evan stammered an explanation to change the subject. You must be imagining things, Your Grace. Herwin looked dazed, staring blankly as he did not understand. Then he tried to think back. That reminds me. I thought I heard Ivriel's voice yesterday. At that time, Ivriel had rushed over to stop me. Please snap out of it. Thinking of this, Herwin was a bit stunned. He hurriedly asked Evan, Did Ivriel come into my room? Evan smiled and replied, No. Yesterday, the young lady went to town and returned late. Herwin was very surprised. Really? That is a relief then. In this situation, Evan could only give a forced smile, feeling a bit guilty. I am very sorry, Your Grace. It turned out that since last night, Ivriel had strictly instructed Evan, You must keep it a secret that I entered father's room. You lied to me last time, so you owe me this, Evan. Evan was very afraid and stammered, I can't help it, my lady. I was asked to keep quiet. What else could I do? Ivriel spoke very firmly. The fact remains that you lied to an innocent 5-year-old child. Lying to give me hope like that is a form of torture, you know? I truly hope father recovers soon. Don't you feel responsible or even guilty for lying to a child as a doctor? Evan protested. This is not fair. Even now, Evan still felt. However, she is a bit too smart to be called an innocent 5-year-old. But the truth is, I did lie to her. Then, as a doctor, Evan reminded Herwin carefully, I am sure you already know this, but the sedative we are using will only be effective for half a year at most. Herwin wondered, What about the other kinds? Evan explained, Anything stronger would be poison. I do not want to offer that as an option for you. Have you tried it yet? Herwin sadly recounted. You mean opening the gate? I've tried hundreds. No. Thousands of times. But I still can't do it. In truth, Herwin had many fears that the disaster from 10 years ago would happen again. If I cause Eve to be hurt, I will. Seeing that he was still very tense, Evan asked to be excused. Before leaving, he said, please rest a bit more now. I will be taking my leave. Evan also made his request. Please do not stop, Your Grace. You really do not have much time left. Suddenly, Herwin exclaimed in surprise. Oh, what is going on? Ivriel walked in innocently and cheerfully. Good morning, Father, Evan said in surprise. My lady, you can't just barge in here like that. Seeing Evan constantly muttering, Ivriel gave a saintly smile and then immediately kicked him out. Goodbye, Evan. The other servants saw Evan being kicked out and choked back laughter while teasing the young lady. How could you do that? Oh my God, are you all right, Mr. Evan? Herwin was a bit worried and thought, she did not hear what we were saying, did she? Then he asked Ivriel, why are you here? Ivriel quickly explained, the reason I came today is because... She grinned and said, I want to show you the village, Father. Herwin was very puzzled. You want to show me the village? Actually, we went down to the village the other day and saw many interesting things. Ivriel was very excited. It would be great if you had come along too, but since you did not, I drew all the places we went so I could show you. Ivriel used her drawings to tell the whole story. First, we met Archiligo and Kanya before leaving. You must remember them, right? They are the children I saved. Herwin smiled. Clearly both are pure-blood beast wolves. Storytelling? Huh? He wondered. Why does it seem like we have swapped roles? I feel like a father's self-esteem is slowly disappearing, but I find myself feeling completely exhausted. Ivriel intently continued her story. First, we went to a furniture store. Then suddenly she looked at Herwin, bewildered. It turned out he was nodding off to sleep. Ivriel tiptoed and gently climbed up next to where her father was sleeping. Looking at her father's face while he slept, she thought, you are always trying to do something secretly. Are not you? That is because you would not let me do it if you found out. I could not believe that I finally found the cure for my father's illness. I will be able to prevent our terrible future from becoming a reality. Ivriel began to check her father's pulse, reminding herself, I need to stay calm. I just need to do exactly what I did last time. I need to close my eyes and focus on my senses. But Ivriel suddenly realized something. Why is not it working? After trying repeatedly without success, Ivriel sprawled out dejectedly, wanting to give up. She muttered, why on earth is not it working? She lay sluggishly on the bed, not knowing what to do. Jed and Lily were also present. Jed whispered to Lily, is something wrong with the young lady? Lily sighed and replied, I really do not know. She guessed, perhaps she is sad because the Duke is ill. Then Lily said, I think she needs a change of pace to cheer up. Hearing this, an idea struck Jed. Should I play cards with her? Lily shook her head. No, I do not think that is a good idea. Jed disagreed, saying, I feel like you rejected me a bit too quickly. Then the two of them continued to whisper, discussing the matter. Then how about this? Seeing them busy talking, Ivriel quietly sat up. She thought to herself, I am so frustrated. I finally found the cure for father's illness, but I can't do anything to help. The fact that I could not see the gate yesterday probably means the walls father built are very strong. I was only able to get that close the first time because he felt truly sick. At that time, he was genuinely weak. Butterfly told me I need to lower his guard. That means I have to do it while father is awake. But how can I lower his guard when he is conscious? Suddenly, Kanya appeared and spoke clearly. Hello, my lady? Ivriel was startled by the voice and turned around to see who it was. She was delighted to see Kanya. And Arceligo was there too. What are you two doing here? Jed explained. We realized that the young lady needs some playmates she can talk to. We thought you would be more comfortable speaking with people your own age, my lady. Ivriel understood. It must have been worried about her because she had done nothing all day. Then, Ivriel giggled and asked happily, but we just went to the village not long ago, did not we? Are you sure I won't be taking up your study time again? Archeligo said emotionally. You are the one who saved my life, and my sister's, my lady. At that moment, Ivriel's eyes welled up. She thought to herself, is he saying it is their duty to be here to repay me for saving them? Jed made a decision. Then shall we go to the winter library? Actually, I have been practicing my handwriting lately. Lily did not hesitate and happily agreed. Yes, that sounds like a great idea. They went to the library where the children began their lessons. Kanya glanced at Ivriel and noticed. The young lady's expression does not look right. Indeed, Ivriel was flipping through pages subconsciously, her face sad and unfocused on what she was doing. Kanya kept watching her, thinking, she makes me so happy. Then suddenly Kanya pounced, holding Ivriel's hand to stop her from flipping the pages, and cried out, there's nothing here. Kanya began to mutter, casting a spell for Ivriel, worries, fade away. Ivriel sat there bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and asked, what was that just now? Kanya quickly explained, it is a spell to make your wishes come true. Open your hand, draw a circle, and say your wish 3 times. Kanya remained firm, sincerely believing the spell worked. My lady, I wish that we would arrive here safely even before we reach this estate. Seeing the special care Kanya showed her, Ivriel felt deeply touched and burst into laughter. Ivriel said happily, "Thank you, Kanya. I think all my worries have disappeared now." Ivriel's eyes were filled with a clear sparkle as she asked innocently, "Really?" The scene shifts. Ivriel visited her father again. Herwin was surprised to learn Kanya had come to play, and Kian confirmed it. Herwin asked Ivriel, "Did you open the door for her?" Kian reported, "No, I did not do that, Your Grace." Then Kian laughed and said, "I simply forgot to close it behind me." Herwin was startled. What, he thought, Kian Locker forgot something. Kian continued, "My apologies, Your Grace. I have been so busy lately that I did not notice. Anyway, I have some urgent documents to handle, so I will be leaving now." Kian quickly slipped away while Herwin sat there in shock. What? Wait, do not go. Ivriel just kept looking at her father, giggling with amusement. Herwin sighed and thought, I do not know why, but he seems determined to take Eve's side now. Ivriel spoke up for Kian. "Please do not blame Kian, father. I came here today because I have something important to tell you." Herwin immediately sighed and asked, "And what could that be?" Ivriel stepped forward and whispered softly into her father's ear. "You see?" Immediately the little girl hugged her father tightly and grinned. "Now is my chance." Herwin was still confused. "Ivriel, what are you doing?" Ivriel suddenly kissed his cheek and said, "Please lower your guard, father." Ivriel stepped forward and whispered softly into her father's ear. "You see?" Immediately the little girl hugged her father tightly and grinned. "Now is my chance." Herwin was still confused. "Ivriel, what are you doing?" Ivriel suddenly kissed his cheek and said, "Please lower your guard, father." Herwin realized with a start, this is a familiar feeling. I can feel the winter branch absorbing mana. Ivriel smiled and thought, all right, this should be enough. Then father and daughter looked at each other warmly. Herwin was still very flustered and asked hesitantly, "Ivriel, what was that just now?" Ivriel laughed loudly and said, "My important work is finished." Then the little girl quickly ran off, leaving Herwin bewildered and confused. Before leaving, Ivriel turned back with a bright smile and said, "Goodbye. I am going now." "Goodbye, father." Herwin was still very puzzled. What was the important work? Afterward, he helplessly lay back on the bed to rest. Herwin was still wondering to himself, what should I do, Leah? Our daughter is just too cute. The scene shifts to summertime, when the night clover seeds began to sprout. Seldia had become an official artist. News broke that she would hold her own solo exhibition in Albion, the capital. Ivriel received the invitation letter and opened it happily. A solo exhibition already? She must be super famous now. Lily also said, I can't believe how famous she has become either. But you can tell by how many tourists are visiting Solgren. Ivriel pulled out something to show Lily and said, since we are attracting more tourists, it is time to show this to the world. It was a very sparkling necklace. I tried putting some fairy blue pigment into a glass pendant to make it. Lily praised it warmly. It is so beautiful, my lady. Ivriel then asked for Lily's opinion. Do you think it will sell well? Lily asked in surprise. What? You want to sell these? Ivriel replied quickly. Exactly. I think it would be great if tourists could buy something to commemorate their visit. These necklaces are cheap to make and we have plenty of fairy blue pigment, so selling them will definitely help boost our finances. The scene shifts. Just as expected, the lucky fairy necklaces sold like hotcakes as soon as they were released to the public. To strengthen Solgren, I began making preparations with Kian, who is now acting as my aide. Ivriel asked Kian, Oh, have you contacted the Euron company like we discussed? Kian nodded and replied, Yes. We received a response as soon as we mentioned wanting to do business with them. They seem very eager to work with us. However, is there a reason you chose potatoes as our next business idea after the fairy blue pigment? Ivriel explained. Because we need to be able to grow our own food here in Solgren. The first thing we need to do to strengthen our territory is solve the food shortage. If a battle breaks out, our land is not suitable for farming and the snow makes it hard to move by road. I am certain the Euron company became famous after they started selling improved potatoes. These potatoes were advertised as being resistant to cold weather after many magical tests. However, once they actually succeed in growing these potatoes in the north, everyone will scramble to get them to grow for themselves. That is why I am going to invest in them first. Suddenly, a gentleman arrived to greet them. Hello, my lady. My name is Timonel Euron, the owner of the Euron company. Kian introduced himself politely. My name is Kian Locker. I am the deputy of this territory and also the aide to the Duke of Solgren. Then Kian pulled out several documents and told Timonel, please take your time to read through these documents. After that, all you have to do is sign them. Even though Timonel had only just skimmed the documents, he was very curious. You really want to invest in our potatoes? Kian replied bluntly without hesitation. Yes. You said they would grow well in the north, right? But do not you have any other questions, or even want to check what kind of potatoes they are? Kian questioned him slowly with a hint of suspicion. Is there anything concerning you about the quality of your potatoes? Surely you are not lying about them being improved? Timonel stood up abruptly and justified himself firmly. No, not at all. Seeing his reaction, Kian laughed. I am just surprised you are willing to sign the contract without asking us any questions. The person I serve told me to ask no questions and just invest. Tears welled up in Timonel's eyes. He thought emotionally. Until now, no one believed in me. Then Timonel quickly signed the contract. With tears in his eyes, he expressed his deep gratitude. Thank you for believing in us. We will surely repay you for this. After all, business is about trust. The scene shifts. Kian returned to meet Ivriel. As soon as she saw him open the door, she said, "Welcome back. How did it go?" Kian reported happily. "First, they will send us 30 bags of potatoes that can be planted in the next few days. Once the greenhouse is built, we can plant them. This will solve our food shortage." Ivriel giggled and cheered happily. "Wonderful. Well done." Seeing a pile of strange documents on the table that she was reading, Kian asked, "What are you looking at, my lady?" Ivriel replied, "I am thinking about raising white musk oxen." Kian was surprised. "Musk oxen? We do not have much pasture land, so that might be difficult. They also need a place to stay warm during midwinter," Ivriel explained. "It is fine. We can use the night clover. Most of the nutrients are stored in the roots, so the oxen can eat the stems and leaves." Kian finally realized. "I see. You intend to dry and preserve them to use as a replacement for hay?" Ivriel advised him. "You do not have to worry about raising them." Actually, she had been thinking about it for a long time. "I only know about this because I was close with some people when I was with the Empress. I guess staying at the palace benefited me in some way." Having heard the request, Kian followed through immediately. "Understood. I will look into it for you, my lady." Before he left, Ivriel remembered something. "Wait, there is something I want to give you, Kian. I want you to dig deep into the areas I have circled here." Kian was startled and asked in surprise, "Is there something there?" "It looks like there are magic stones there." With a serious expression, he asked, "Magic stones? Are you sure, my lady?" Ivriel knew beforehand. It was no wonder he was surprised. Scratched by the powerful energy coming from the veil, a magic stone mine that has never been discovered in the north before. Magic stones were the most precious ore because they contained mana and could be used for many things. Heat stones could be used instead of furnaces, and freezer stones could be used to keep food fresh. Heat stones could replace fireplaces, and freezer stones could keep food fresh. You could also use light stones to replace candles or lamps. Ivriel looked at the little butterfly and smiled. She thought to herself, "If now were not the time for this, I would go and mine them myself immediately." She said, "All right, but make sure to do it secretly." Kian promised reliably, "Of course. After all, we can't let the Imperial Palace steal our magic stones." Then he quickly went to his task. "Then I will be off, my lady." Ivriel thought to herself, "That kid is quite excited, is not he? If there is anything else you want to know, do not hesitate to ask me. I have spent a lot of time here, so there is nothing I do not know. I am truly grateful you told me the location of the magic stones. Oh boy, I do not know how to repay you. There is nothing you can give me that would mean much to me. So consider it a gift for the young friend who signed a contract with me. After all, I have not had anyone like this in a long time." "Thank you, Butterfly." The scene shifts. Ivriel summarized the past week of work. "I used all the information and knowledge I had to take care of Solgren. And thanks to that, in the first half of this year, we recorded the largest capital surplus in history. We used this money to repair the Solgren estate, and as a result, we became increasingly prosperous. Because of that, rumors began to spread throughout the land." The scene shifts. Herwin's condition continued to worsen. He called for Kian. Kian appeared immediately. He brought Herwin a tray full of delicious food. Herwin was surprised and said, "This food seems different from what is usually served to me." Kian continued, "It looks like normal food to me, Your Grace." Herwin inquired, "Can Alex use magic now?" Herwin sighed, worried. "Alex is a normal chef. He is not a mage. Solgren does not have the ingredients to cook meals like this, so how is it being served to me now?" Herwin glanced around. Ivriel had gathered her courage, feeling the same way about the furniture in his room. Shalala. They used to be snuck in one or two at a time, but now they filled the entire room. Kian explained, "Isn't it beautiful? Your room is much brighter than before, Your Grace. Didn't you say not long ago that all furniture should be removed in case you had another seizure?" Herwin clenched his fists and thought irritably, "I am missing something here." Kian Locker acted flustered. Then Herwin ordered Kian, "Bring me all of Solgren's financial data immediately." Kian sighed. "I guess I can't delay the inevitable any longer. I should have stopped the young lady from buying all this furniture. I will bring them right away, Your Grace." Herwin flipped through the pages. Kian stood beside him and reminded him, "Please let me know if you find any issues with them, Your Grace." After reading a few pages, Herwin felt anxious. How and when did Solgren's finances increase this much? A massive wave of luck could reverse the power game. The Emperor would not stand by and watch all these changes happen. There was no way Kian did not realize this either. Herwin angrily questioned Kian Locker. "If you are hiding something from me, I want you to tell me right now." Kian replied confusedly, "There is nothing I am hiding from you." But Herwin remained suspicious. There had to be a reason why Kian had changed like this. Suddenly he recalled something from a few days ago. Herwin asked Kian, "Did you open the door for her?" Kian shook his head and said, "No, I did not do that, Your Grace. I simply forgot to close it behind me." Ivriel had spoken up for Kian. "Please do not blame Kian. I came here today because..." Herwin sensed something fishy. He hurriedly asked Kian, "This has nothing to do with Ivriel, does it?" Suddenly, many soap bubbles floated through the air. Herwin was puzzled. Where are these coming from? It turned out Ivriel had snuck into the room without anyone noticing. Herwin asked, "What are you doing there?" Ivriel grinned and replied, "I am playing with bubbles." Suddenly, She began to cough. Many questions needing answers flooded Herwin's mind. Why did I ever think the Winter's Eve would be related to this territory's surplus? She is only 5 years old. Kian rushed over to ask Ivriel. Where did you get this, my lady? Ivriel said, I bought it last time we went to the village. Do you want to try, Kian? Herwin watched her and thought, that is right. I am sure she and Kian are getting closer because they both visit my room often. Kian sighed in relief and told the young lady, thanks to you, I managed to avoid the interrogation. Suddenly, Ivriel remembered something. She exclaimed in a panic, oh no, it is the lilies. I have to go right now. Goodbye, father. I will be back soon. When the young lady left, Herwin lamented to Kian, I need to find a tutor by tonight as soon as possible. Kian asked, is that to stop her from visiting you so often? Your Grace, Herwin had thought of the worst-case scenario. After all, I can't be by her side forever, Kian continued. But your seizures are becoming less frequent, are not they? Herwin thought differently. That is why I am even more worried. Also, please send that letter for me as soon as possible. Kian picked up the letter, still very curious. Who is it addressed to? Suddenly, he was startled. Will that person actually come here, I wonder? A long time ago, the northern continent of Arde had 4 mage towers. 2 of those towers were located within the Veloitan Empire. Meanwhile, Noxium, the mage tower in the north, was the center of the Mage Association. The peak of that tower was reserved exclusively for the Archmage. The peak of Noxium, Archmage Schwara's room, the scene shifts here. Mage Schwara was lying down relaxing when suddenly a subordinate rushed in saying, Sir, oh no. Schwara got angry, sat up, and shouted, What is it, you frivolous brat? What do you want? The subordinate gasped, I am sorry. A letter for you has arrived from Solgren. The mage exclaimed, What? Why are you reporting something so annoying to me? The staff member replied timidly, But it has a white seal, now annoyed. Schwara snatched the letter. What? How dare they bother an old man like me? But it is true. Even so, as Schwara held the letter, his hands trembled. It really is that stupid sick brat. He rushed to change his clothes. The subordinate asked, You are going to Solgren, are not you, Schwara? Having little time, replied hurriedly. Of course I am. The staff member added, But you do not even sleep facing Solgren, the mage said irritably. Do you really think I am going there to mourn that stupid brat? Of course I am going to drag him out of his coffin. The scene shifts to after Schwara had left. The house was now empty, leaving only the staff member behind. The scene shifts to Ivriel's house. Kian informed the young lady, Your magic tutor will be arriving soon, my lady. Hearing this, Ivriel did not look very happy or interested. Kian saw her expression and understood immediately. She was clearly displeased. Then Ivriel complained, Isn't father being too obvious, wanting to make me busy so I do not have time to see him? I need to take care of him and make him healthy again. Kian said, That is why this is actually a good thing. Once you can use the winter branch more easily, his grace will recover even faster. Though we did not know if that person would agree to the request. Ivriel asked curiously, Who did you ask? We asked Lord Sigmund. Sigmund is. Suddenly Jed arrived to whisper an announcement. Mr. Kian, there is some strange old man outside. It turned out Archmage Schwara was making a scene outside, constantly shouting, Kian is a fraud. Jed was doing his best to stop him. When Kian stepped out to meet him, the mage said bluntly, How dare you trick me? Kian expressed surprise. You arrived earlier than expected, Master Sigmund? The mage acted dismissive, saying, Your head is only good for thinking of clever little tricks. You have not changed a bit. Peaks. Oh, hey. Ivriel thought to herself, I remember who he is now. He is the Archmage of Noxium, known for his eccentric temper, and as the husband of Isis Mayor Sigmund Mayor. Then Ivriel said shyly, Hello, sir. Ivriel thought to herself, I remember who he is now. He is the Archmage of Noxium, known for his eccentric temper, and as the husband of Isis Mayor Sigmund Mayor. Then Ivriel said shyly, Hello, sir. Oh, Grandpa? Kian stepped in and said, I am sorry, Archmage, but the old man actually loved being called Grandpa and instructed, You can call me Grandpa. Ivriel cheered happily. All right, Grandpa. But in reality, Schwara was thinking to himself, Damn it, this is exactly why I did not want to come here. Then he stepped inside, telling Kian, I will be back after I meet your master. As soon as he entered to visit Herwin, he cursed, You rotten scoundrel. Herwin smiled and replied, It has been a long time, Master Sigmund. The old man said angrily, I do not want to see your face, so bury it in a pillow or something. Herwin replied, If I do that, I won't be able to breathe. Then just die. You monster. How can you smile like that while you are wasting away in bed? Herwin asked him to set that aside. Have you met Ivriel yet? Sigmund turned his face away and muttered, I have. Damn it. How can she take after Leah so much? Herwin recounted, Actually, Ivriel has already opened the first gate. Immediately the mage reacted violently. Isn't she only 4, no 5 years old? Herwin spoke calmly. Yes, I believe she definitely has a talent for magic. I want to ask you to please take her in, Master Sigmund. Sigmund fell silent, his eyes welling up. The mage slowly explained to Herwin, Don't you know that archmages are not allowed to interfere in worldly affairs? Though I know you are not one to follow those rules, your mouth is certainly lively for someone in your current predicament. Herwin replied calmly, I know I am being shameless, But Ivriel is your only granddaughter, is not she? The air in the room grew silent. Sigmund looked away, his voice deepening as he asked, "Do you realize what it means for me to take her in?" Herwin replied, "Of course." He nodded, offering no further opinion. Sigmund understood his meaning and answered bluntly, "Fine. But do not regret it later." Archmage Sigmund returned to the parlor. He crossed his arms, lost in thought, while Ivriel sat there innocently. He stared down at the table, observing everything around him. On the parlor table, tea and cakes had been prepared neatly and thoughtfully. He remarked, sparkling and shining, "I heard they were short on funds, but I guess things have improved since then." The maid was happy at his compliment and said, "I will be leaving now, so please enjoy your conversation together." Sigmund calmly stroked his beard and told Ivriel, "You might know this already, but my name is Sigmund Rolton Mayer. When you marry in the Veloitan Empire, you take the surname of the person with the higher noble status, regardless of gender." Ivriel smiled brightly and introduced herself. "I am very happy to meet you like this, Grandpa." Suddenly, Ruby approached the lavish table, surprising the mage. It turned out the kitten was aiming for the cake in Ivriel's hand. She panicked and hushed it. "Ruby, do not make a fuss. He is a very important person." Kian asked her, "Do you want to know why Lord Sigmund dislikes the Duke?" Master Sigmund was deeply resentful. He had been extremely opposed to the marriage of the Duke and Duchess, which caused his relationship with Lady Isis to fracture as well. Kian recalled the past and explained, "It seems this is why he has not shown any favor toward the Duke, even after all this time." Ivriel felt uneasy, filled with doubt. She said hesitantly, "I suspect he might dislike me because I was born from the marriage he opposed so much." She stroked Ruby to feel more at ease before speaking directly to him. Sigmund advised the girl, "But you need to learn to control your actions so you can cure your father as soon as possible." He said, "That is no ordinary cat." Immediately, Ivriel protested, insisting it was a guardian spirit. "His name is Ruby." The mage brought out his magic staff. He wanted to check a few things. "Close your eyes." Mage thought to himself, "I was wondering if that bastard was deceiving me, but she really has opened the first gate." Opening the first gate at only 5 years old? If I had taken her in earlier, she might have developed her abilities even younger. "You can open your eyes wider now. I suppose now is still a good time. She has talent, so if I teach her, I am sure her talent will soon shine." Seeing it taking so long, Ivriel asked, "Are you finished yet?" He said, "All right. How long will it take you to pack?" The mage said happily, "Of course we must go to the mage tower." Ivriel looked bewildered, not understanding. He continued, "Didn't Herwin tell you will study magic at the mage tower?" Ivriel's jaw dropped in shock. She was delighted because going to the mage tower meant she would have to leave the mansion. The mage was very pleased. He thought to himself, "Goodness, is not she excited about this? I suppose anyone would be overjoyed to hear they will become the direct disciple of the archmage himself." He added, "I know your sickly father can't take good care of you, but now you just need to rely on your grandpa." Hearing that, Ivriel was overcome with emotion. She choked back a sob and cried out, "Are you saying father is going to abandon me?" Throughout the evening, she hugged her teddy bear and sobbed. Lily gently comforted her. "Oh, my poor lady." Ivriel cried until her eyes were swollen and red, saying through tears, "I even kiss his cheek every day." Lily burst out, "That is right. The Duke has truly gone too far this time. He should have asked you first, my lady." Ivriel also realized, "I know, but father did not ask me at all." "I hate everyone," she wailed, shaking with distress. The mage was now panicking, sobbing as he said, "Herwin, you cruel bastard. Why did not you ask her? Now look at the mess you have made. Wait, now is not the time for this." He flinched and asked, "Do you know what my granddaughter likes?" The guard replied, "I am not entirely sure, but she is about the same age as my son." The scene shifts to the Noxium office. The purple crystal ball was glowing brightly. The subordinate cried out in a panic, "Archmage, is that you?" The mage said, "Yes, it is me." "Are you doing well?" The employee grinned, showing off his achievements. "Of course, I have had to work with 20 senior researchers who came to see you, and I also have to tend to 300 different types of plants you are growing." Hearing that, the Archmage said with satisfaction, "That is enough. I will give you a break later. So make something and send it to me. Whatever works." The employee asked in surprise, What do you want me to make?" The Archmage said, "Make a toy." The employee was very confused. "You mean the things children play with?" Seeing he was too slow to understand, the mage got angry and scolded him. "Yes, you idiot. Spare no expense. Make something wonderful and send it to me. Create a one-of-the-kind, super special magic toy and send it over." The subordinate muttered irritably, "Should I just hit him? All right, what do you think?" Before Ivriel lay a countless number of large and small gift boxes, the little girl was a bit confused. "What is all this? What do you mean?" "Of course, they are toys for you." He casually picked one up. "This is a teddy bear that dances when you press its nose, and this jewelry box plays music when you open it, and that snow globe over there lights up when you touch it." Ivriel thought, "They all seem very special, but I do not really care about toys." Nevertheless, out of politeness, the little girl still thanked Sigmund. Lily whispered from the side, my lady, you are the best grandpa." It turned out Lily was feeding Ivriel every word. After hearing it, Ivriel shouted, "You are the best, Grandpa. I have never seen toys like these before." Sigmund was quite excited. "You like them?" "Yes. I love them. Sigmund coughed a few times to change the subject, his voice becoming serious. Of course I know. After all, these toys have magic stones inside them. Magic stones? Aren't they super expensive? Lily gently pulled away as he said, they might be precious, but your grandpa is a great mage. I can get my hands on as many as I want. Holding the teddy bear, Ivriel suddenly thought, maybe I should open a toy store after the magic stone mine is complete. The selling price of the toys will surely be quite high because they will have magic stones inside. But the nobles living in the capital are actually very vain, so I doubt they will be able to pass up these toys. It seems I will have to ask Kion to add it to our business plan list later. Sigmund asked softly. So you are not sad anymore? Of course not. I feel better now thanks to you, Grandpa. Sigmund shed a tear. How can she be so adorable? Recalling when Sigmund had disowned his own daughter even though she was pregnant. Won't you visit me even after I give birth, father? If only I had not acted so coldly and walked away then. If only I had said something warm to her, would things have been different? Ivriel noticed something was wrong and asked him about it. It is nothing, Sigmund replied. He added, so now you agree to go to the Mage Tower with Grandpa, right? No, that is not right. The answer directly shattered Sigmund's hopes. Sigmund, feeling embarrassed, tried to distract with some rambling. Right, this girl is Lee's daughter, is not she? Both mother and daughter are equally stubborn. You really do not want to go. No, sir. Sigmund got irritable. Why do not you want to become my disciple? Ivriel said clearly. First, I need to ensure the potatoes are growing well. We also need to transfer our medicinal plants to the Twilight Tower. Furthermore, I need to make sure our muskox pens are being built properly, and I need to finish curing father's illness. Cure your father's illness? What are you talking about? Ivriel knew she had misspoken, but had no choice. She told him everything after hearing Sigmund say, I won't scold you. Tell Grandpa everything. So, this is father's secret. I see. Then tell me, how do you plan to treat your father? Ivriel, replied Butterfly. The guardian spirit of the winter branch told me about father's illness. So when father is in pain, I use the winter branch to remove some of the mana behind his gate. Sigmund's expression turned frantic. My God, have you actually seen that gate? Yes. You should not have done that. No, that is not it. It is just that most people simply can't do that. The concept of the gate is just an abstract idea created by mages. Even I, who have opened 9 gates, have never actually seen a gate appear. Sigmund stared at the child before him, disbelief clouding his thoughts. What on earth is residing within this small child? Are you still determined not to go to the Mage Tower with me? Receiving no answer, Sigmund stood up. All right, I understand. I will be right back. In the hallway, the Duke was walking and muttering. I feel a bit better after sleeping for 4 days straight. At that moment, a messenger bird passed by. Why is that old man sending me a letter? Maybe he actually felt bad for once. He even wrote me a handwritten letter. This is the Archmage's resignation letter. I have not even sent a resignation request yet. The Duke looked surprised. At the same time, Sigmund realized Ivriel had misunderstood something. Looking back, Grandpa had been here for a while. She guessed that since he was someone like an archmage, he could take leave for as long as he wanted. After waiting for a long time, Sigmund spoke up. All right. Have you reviewed everything well? Yes, sir. How many gates are there in this world? You told me there are 10 of them. And how many gates can a human open? Because Shayat resides outside that gate. Sigmund nodded repeatedly after the interview. Good. You have memorized the theory perfectly. Next, we will begin practical training immediately. Ivriel asked her grandfather, Grandpa, are you going to teach me how to use magic? Of course, I can't let my granddaughter learn magic from someone else. You do not need to go to the Mage Tower. I will teach you right here. Ivriel was very pleased. She smiled faintly. I will do my absolute best. Thank you, Grandpa. From then on, her grandfather stayed at Ivriel's mansion and taught her how to use magic. As Ivriel's magical abilities improved, the chill she felt when using the winter branch became less severe. Everything could not be better for her. She also heard that Rinterdale was finally looking to buy night clover, so she sent a letter to the Twilight Tower. Along with that, Kion and Ivriel gradually began to expand their business activities. Lily watched her little lady from a corner of the room as she discussed things with Kion. Lily grew worried. She should not be overworking herself like this. Recalling a previous time, every early morning Lily would wake Ivriel. My lady, it is time for you to wake up. Ivriel woke up groggily. Did I drool while I was sleeping? Half doubting, she touched the liquid flowing from her nose. But it was blood, not drool as she had thought. Lily immediately panicked. Oh my goodness. My lady, you are having a nosebleed out of both nostrils. The maid quickly asked Ivriel, what time did you go to sleep last night? I went to sleep at 10 of the clock. Did you really go to sleep at 10? The bags under your eyes are about to touch your chin? Ivriel flinched. I am telling the truth. Anyway, I am hungry. I will get changed quickly so we can have breakfast. Lily sighed. You are changing the subject, are not you, my lady? But I have to try like this if I want to cure father's illness as quickly as possible. Things can't go on like this. Lily frowned at Ivriel. Today, I am going to teach you how to play like a child, my lady. Play like a child. Lily said that after playing with friends her own age, she was certain she would get a good night's sleep. Ivriel was a bit concerned about this. She stammered. But I do not have any friends my own age. The maid laughed. Don't worry, my lady. You will soon be able to make some good friends. A short while later, several young girls from the region appeared at the mansion, but Ivriel seemed shy about socializing. It is very nice to meet you all. Hello, my lady. This is the granddaughter of Vilko Warbine, Hildette Warbine. Hello. And I believe this is Nellie Monse, the daughter of Baron Monse. And finally, hello, my lady. Ivriel wondered why she had to meet these girls twice a month. Her appearance might be 5 years old, but her mind was 14. After a sigh, Ivriel patched it over with a reason. This is a new experience for me. I did not have playmates in my past life. In reality, having children play together was just a means of social exchange for noble families. The more playmates one had, the higher the status of that family. Considering some of these girls came from other territories, I could take it to mean that Solgren's status has improved, right? Lily told Ivriel she had to quickly go and join her new friends. Little Hildette asked Ivriel softly, "My lady, about that doll. It is great, is not it?" Yes. The smart girl had realized the teddy bear could move thanks to magic stones. The other girls were amazed after seeing it. Ivriel brought the doll to her friends and introduced it. They were reacting to the toy. She guessed that children, regardless, are still children. Here, you can play with it as much as you want. Hildette was surprised. Really? Yes, of course. Ivriel also prepared another teddy bear for Nellie, but the girl did not seem very bold. Do you want to play too? I suppose I could take a look. Nellie took the teddy bear from Ivriel. Even little Kanya had a share, but she refused. I want to stay by your side, my lady. Kanya's special attitude made Ivriel quite curious. Was she shy? All right. Do whatever you feel comfortable with, Kanya. After a while, Ivriel began to feel tired. Suddenly, I feel a bit sleepy. I guess I really have been lacking sleep these days. The news that the young lady of Solgren was looking for playmates had a greater impact than Ivriel initially thought. Naturally so, because Solgren had recently accumulated vast wealth, and the northern nobles wanted to see if the rumors were true. Nellie looked toward the door and thought to herself, her lady is waiting in her room. Why did father tell me to come to the Solgren estate? An only child growing up without a tutor under the guidance of a sickly father? Right, I am sure she is not very impressive. Nice to meet you, Lady Monse. Her lady is stunningly beautiful. And she has a large room with a luxurious bed. She also owns toys I've never seen before. Looking at Ivriel nodding off, Nellie could not believe she had fallen asleep as if she were bored with all the good things around her. Nellie did not even have toys like this. This made Nellie feel resentful. She has so many dolls already. I am sure she won't notice if one of them disappears. The girl glanced at her other friends nearby. From a distance, Kanya said to Nellie, "That is wrong." Nellie flinched. "Will you what?" Kanya said slowly. Her lady cannot have bad people as friends. Nellie knew Kanya had seen her shameful act. Her face turned red. "Are you trying to teach me a lesson?" Then she lunged at Kanya and grabbed her friend's hair. The noise accidentally woke the soundly sleeping Ivriel. What is going on? When Ivriel tried to investigate, she was struck by the sight of the two girls fighting chaotically. Ivriel immediately intervened. "Both of you, stop it." "Why are you fighting?" Nellie shouted that low-class brat had tried to steal Ivriel's toys. "No, I did not," Kanya replied, feeling wronged. Whenever something disappears, if her lady does not believe me either, Kanya began to tremble. I really did not. Ivriel already knew the truth. She went over to comfort Kanya. She is right. Kanya would never do something like that. Nellie, the culprit, jumped up. "What? How could you know that, my lady? I have bought Kanya plenty of toys. She does not need any more." "Miss Monse, may I see what you are hiding in your inner pocket?" Nellie reacted. "Are you calling me a thief? I was just holding this toy. Then you should have said so from the start. Why did you try to make it look like Kanya was a thief? However, you should not blame others." Nellie was terrified of being scolded. Then Ivriel said, "You do not need to visit Solgren anymore, Miss Monse." Nellie stepped into a nearby dark corner and stood motionless. Hildette approached Ivriel and asked softly, "Are you all right, my lady?" "I am fine, but I am worried about Kanya. Are you hurt?" Hildette stared at Ivriel. "At first I thought my grandfather was making me do something annoying again. But Lady Solgren offered to let me play with her dolls, and she stood up for her friends when they were treated unfairly." Hildette firmly took Ivriel's hand. "I want to be your friend forever, my lady." This situation was a bit awkward. Ivriel did not know what to do. She tried to say something, but could not get it out. Kanya also rushed over and hugged Ivriel. "Me too, I want to be your friend too, my lady." A question arose in her mind. Why were they acting like this? As soon as she saw Lily, Ivriel called for help. "Help me, Lily." The scene shifts to Baron Monse's mansion. Nellie had returned and was tattling to the Baron. "So Solgren has really become wealthy, has it?" "Yes, and their lady made a fool of me. We were at a point where we might be forced to lose the remaining wealth we have. Yet Solgren is doing fine." The Mons family used to profit from selling food to Solgren at high prices, but recently Solgren had cut back on the supplies they bought. Baron Monse thought to himself, facing that was difficult enough, and now they made his daughter cry. A sinister smile appeared. Somewhere in the city, a large fire broke out, engulfing the area in smoke and flames. The citizens scattered like a disturbed hive. Sigmund witnessed everything through the window. He thought to himself, it seems these people have appeared because they assume the Duke is dead. Erwin, it seems the letter with the white seal you sent me has become the source of your trouble. Down in the city, a figure appeared with a magic staff. This person pointed the tip of the staff at the ground, creating a powerful barrier circle. The fire was immediately swept away, leaving absolutely no trace. Fine, I hope you fools have at least picked out your burial plots. Evriel discovered the situation by this time. What on earth happened? Butterfly, I want to see what is happening in the village. Is that possible? Your request is granted, but it will make you feel dizzy. Is that all right? Evriel disregarded the warning and told Butterfly to proceed. It immediately flew down to the scene of the robbery. The villagers were being restrained, and the bandit was demanding everyone hand over everything they had. Evriel grasped the situation with great pity. No way. What are bandits doing here? I knew there was a powerful thieves guild headquarters near Solgren, but they have never invaded our territory before. Butterfly said that the more Ivriel has, the more people will be jealous and want to take it for themselves. Do you mean this is happening because Solgren has become wealthy? Exactly. But perhaps it is also to draw your attention to the village. I am certain the bandits will arrive here soon, and you should fortify the estate as much as possible. Amidst the chaos, Jed and Lily appeared. My lady, please come with us. We are moving to the basement now. The hallway became busy with the sound of Jed's heavy breathing. Evriel anxiously asked him about her father. Lord Kian and Lord Evan are with him, so do not worry. Kian is the aide, and Evan is the doctor. Is not that right? Fine, Jed thought to himself. It seems she does not know that both Kian and Lord Evan are actually members of the Guardian team. However, they are both grown men, my lady, he replied. Evriel was dissatisfied with this. She said, it is still dangerous. The most dangerous person right now is you, my lady, so please do not argue. While passing through the hallway, the three were drawn to the sound of a child crying below. Ivriel realized the little girl was Kanya. She is the one. Not long before that, Kanya was carried on her brother's back to escape the fire. The little girl vaguely asked her brother, where are we going, big brother? The brother did not answer but quietly observed the situation, his heart racing. Where should we go? The village is burning. We should not leave this place. But just a second later, the brother thought about who to call for help. Perhaps it is better to ask for help here. In the dark alley, the two siblings took uncertain steps. Ask for help. From whom? My sister and I are beastmen who would help us. The brother immediately ran, trying to reassure Kanya. Do you remember how to play hide and seek? The little girl was so terrified that she repeatedly shook her head. No. Hide and seek is scary. You just need to endure it for a little bit. It will be over soon. The brother hid Kanya inside a nearby bush and instructed, hide here and wait for me. I will be right back. I need to find something to use as a weapon. After saying that, the boy left. Terrified. Kanya sobbed with every breath. I played hide and seek with my brother when mother passed away and strangers entered the house. This is just like back then. What if those scary people take me away? Lost in her wandering thoughts, Kanya was startled by a strange noise. Thinking her brother had returned, she quickly stood up and shouted, Big brother. To her horror, it was the notorious thieves, and they realized Kanya was a beastman. The estate is protected by a spell, so we can't steal anything valuable, but this one will sell for a good price. The thief began to act even more aggressively. He grabbed the girl despite her crying out, someone please help me. Back in reality, Ivriel shouted Kanya's name. At the same time, she called out to Butterfly. The butterfly spirit immediately obeyed, lunging at the thief and separating them from Kanya. While they still did not understand what was happening, the brother returned and ran like mad toward Kanya. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I am fine, the little girl sobbed. Up above, Ivriel told Jed, hurry down to the basement, Jed. We have to protect those two. Jed and Lily were a bit surprised, but they followed the order. The three hurried to the siblings. The brother was utterly surprised. My lady, she came to save us again. The brother immediately replied, yes, both of us are unhurt. Thank you. Let us go inside now. This place is still dangerous, Ivriel said. Jed told Lily to hold Kanya because she was still panicking. He did not notice that the bandit had already drawn his sword. Just as the bandit was about to strike, Jed spotted him. The two clashed like a storm. Jed Ivriel called out in shock. The battle continued. It became more intense than ever. Jed swore under his breath to vent his frustration. I can't kill him because the young lady and those children are watching. I guess I should just knock him out now. Just as his blade was raised high, Jed heard Ivriel scream from behind him. To his shock, their accomplices had captured Lily's group. Next, he threw out a strange source of light. The entire village was engulfed by that light. Jed's vision was restricted. He could only call out Ivriel's name. By the time the light vanished, the bandits and Ivriel had already left. Jed ran to Lily in a daze. How could this happen? Kanya also realized her big brother Arceligo had gone with the bandits. At their hideout, the bandit was furious. Damn it, we did not get a report that they had a mage with them. At that moment, Arceligo was right below and used a sharp object to stab the bandit's leg. In pain and anger, he kicked him aside. You brat. The brother fell flat on the floor. The loud commotion woke Ivriel up. The bandit had taken Arceligo as a bonus prize. We really were not lucky. Then he threw them both into the dungeon. Behave, you brats. Inside the dungeon, Arceligo was completely unconscious. Ivriel rushed to the boy's side. Arceligo. Are you okay? The boy blinked rapidly. I thought you had fainted, my lady. That is because we would get hurt if we tried anything. Arceligo held his wound and gritted his teeth. Are you okay? Is that where he hit you earlier? I feel terrible. You were taken here with me and got hurt. Arceligo said it was not Ivriel's fault. He added, in that moment, the only thought in my head was that I had to do it. Avriel took the boy's hand. However, thank you for coming to help me. And do not worry, I will protect you. Avriel's optimism made Artiligo very puzzled. How can she smile in a situation like this? No matter how I think about it, it is still strange. The bandits raiding the village is one thing. I guess information leaked while we were trying to hire new people at our facility. I should interrogate all staff when I get back. Avriel carefully observed the cell. I can also wait to be rescued. Arciligo became even more astonished. She told the boy to cover his ears for a bit after Butterfly appeared. Next, Avriel's scream echoed through the cell. Someone, save us. This quickly drew the guard. Why are those brats being so noisy? When he entered, Arciligo shielded Avriel. She questioned the guard. Why are you doing something like this? The guard chuckled. Your father is a greedy man and hated by everyone around him? My father is hated by everyone around him? That is right. We received a request to steal the entire food supply delivered to Solgren. I see. So someone requested that you specifically target Solgren. By the way, is this your headquarters? The guard went blank for a few seconds, because before him was a little girl smiling brightly. Then all I have to do is destroy this place, right? Light from Butterfly appeared, freezing the guard in place. By the time he realized what was happening, he was completely frozen solid. Avriel stepped out of the dungeon. It is so cold, but that was actually very refreshing. Don't you think so, Arciligo? Avriel found the request letter while looking around the headquarters. She wondered who would ask them to do such a thing. She did not expect it to be Baron Monse. Now that I have evidence, I will expose him as soon as I return home. Arciligo asked Avriel, where are we going now, my lady? If we hide somewhere near here, someone will come to save us soon, right? There might be more bad guys hiding around here too. But they won't be able to find us unless we tell them where we are somehow. Butterfly was called out. And Avriel asked, can you tell everyone at Solgren where we are? It said it was not sure if the two of them could last long here. The cat hidden in Avriel's coat reacted strongly. A second later, a quite familiar owl appeared where she stood. She said to the owl, you remember the grandpa you met before, right? Can you go find him? The owl nodded and flapped its wings. Then it soared into the sky. Avriel said, it is good that we have Ruby with us, is not it? But what Arciligo noticed was Avriel. She had been shivering since that butterfly appeared. He thought of something beyond his imagination. I could. May I hold you, my lady? Avriel thought he was cold too and asked him back, making the boy embarrassed. No, but I think it might be helpful for you because I have a naturally high body temperature. That reminds me. Jed told me that wolves are naturally very warm. Avriel asked Arciligo, is he blushing because of his own body temperature? Are you okay? Yes. If that is the case, my lady. In her memory, Arciligo did not like humans. Was she wrong? I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Meanwhile, at a nearby mansion, Sigmund's scream echoed. Who was kidnapped? My granddaughter has been kidnapped. How could you let that happen when you were supposed to be keeping an eye on her? Jed and Lily showed clear remorse. I'm sorry, sir. It is all my fault. Sigmund thought to himself. I made the area of my protective barrier too small to begin with. The Noxia Mage Tower was a private organization affiliated with the Mage Association. The Imperial Palace always kept a close eye on the Noxia Mage Tower as well as its head Sigmund. Any magic I use outside the Mage Tower could be used as evidence that I am endangering the Imperial Palace if I am not careful, especially since I am currently in Solgren. I used a small-scale spell so it would not cause problems later, but that was a wrong move. Sigmund clenched his hem. Next he asked Jed, so where did that guy run off to? If you are talking about the Duke, he is in his room. Sigmund grew even more furious. At this moment, the Duke was still resting leisurely by the window. Avriel should have evacuated to the basement by now. If things settled down, she could use the secret tunnel under there to escape outside. But why do I feel so anxious? We can never be sure, so I will tell Kian to go check. Just as he was about to, Sigmund appeared. He yelled, you useless fool, you idiot. Even a pebble is more useful than you. The Duke was completely confused and wondered. Did something happen last night? Sigmund emphasized. One of the people who broke into the estate was carrying a teleportation item. That person entered the night before and disappeared. You idiot, do not you know how hard your daughter has been working for your sake? Did you ever stop to wonder why your seizures have been less severe lately? Avriel has been overworking herself to remove the mana trapped in your body without you even realizing it. If my granddaughter dies, it won't be the kidnappers who killed her. It will be you. Your helplessness and weakness are what killed her. Just then the owl appeared. Sigmund immediately recognized it. The owl repeatedly pecked at the window. Sigmund ordered Kian to have someone outside prepare horses immediately. As for Herwin, he fell into an abyss of guilt. What Lord Sigmund said was true. He could not protect anything. Kian stepped forward. Are you all right, benefactor? Herwin replied with difficulty. Follow Lord Sigmund, Kian. Go find Avriel. Go, hurry. Kian hesitated for a moment, then left. Then I will call Evan. Herwin locked himself out on the balcony. He looked toward the mountains with many conflicting thoughts. Back with Avriel, Arciligo and she were sharing a makeshift cover. Are you okay, my lady? Yes, I am fine. But you know, Jed was right. You feel like a truly warm fireplace? Don't you feel disgusted by me, my lady? Avriel's face went blank. No. Why would you think that? Artiligo did not answer, but only thought, because everyone else does. Seeing he did not want to answer, Avriel continued, if you asked me to pick a side, I would say I like you. After all, you are a kind big brother to Kanya, so do not think things like that, okay? Smile a bit too. I do not hate kind people for no good reason. Yes, my lady. The sky began to brighten. When Ivriel woke up, she was back in her comfortable bed. What? I do not remember returning to my room. Sigmund had been by Ivriel's side, watching over her all night. As soon as she saw Sigmund, Ivriel rejoiced. Grandpa. Sigmund did not seem very happy. His hand stroked the cat on his lap. I found you, thanks to this little one. Set that aside. You have been asleep all day. It seems you have overworked yourself again. Wait, I have been asleep all day. At that moment, Ivriel suddenly remembered Arceligo and quickly asked Sigmund, what about Arceligo? That child has returned to his quarters with his sister. We caught all the intruders who broke into the estate and locked them in the base. It seems at least they did not make it inside the mansion. That is good. If they did, father would have been in danger. Thinking of this, Ivriel screamed again. That reminds me, is father okay? Don't even mention that Mana. Dawn in front of me. That person no longer exists to me. Seeing Ivriel frantically climbing out of bed, Sigmund questioned her. Where are you going? I am going to see father. Saying that, she rushed out of the room. Next, she gently knocked on Herwin's door. Is father still asleep? Unexpectedly, the door swung wide open, and there was Herwin. Ivriel noticed her father's expression was not very good. Herwin looked at his daughter. Then he turned away, clenching his teeth. But within 3 seconds, he reached his arms out toward her in welcome. Herwin pulled Ivriel into his embrace. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming back safely. At this moment, Herwin slowly reached his hand out toward Ivriel. He immediately pulled her into a tight embrace, relieved that she had returned safely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eve. Herwin's hand could be seen trembling slightly. Seeing this, Ivriel hugged him tightly and whispered softly, Father. Suddenly, Herwin gently pushed Ivriel back and urged her in a soft voice. But for now, you need to sleep a bit more. It is still dawn. After saying that, a look of sadness appeared on his face. Seeing that expression, Ivriel could not help but feel a pang of heartache. Then she curled up, her voice cracking as if she were about to cry. Father, I am so scared of sleeping alone. She thought to herself, tonight, let me sleep with you, father. With that, Ivriel quickly smoothed out the bedsheets. She looked up at him with wide, round eyes. Come, lie down with me, father. Faced with Ivriel's persistence, Herwin felt helpless for a moment before finally nodding. All right then. He lay down beside her, gently patting her to soothe her. Before long, Ivriel closed her eyes, a happy smile still lingering on her lips. Seeing this, Herwin could not help but feel a bit curious. Do you really like this that much? Ivriel immediately snapped her eyes open and nodded quickly. Yes. Receiving her answer, his heart was filled with deep thought. I once believed that staying out of the Emperor's sight and living quietly in the shadows was the right choice. But more than that, I was afraid of repeating the mistakes of the past, so I intentionally kept my distance from my own daughter. I absolutely must not make that mistake again. However, Sigmund's words from the past once again pierced straight through Herwin's heart. It was your incompetence and weakness that allowed her to be taken away. Returning to reality, Herwin's heart ached even more because he knew deep down that Lord Sigmund was right. Even though Eve carried both the holy relic and the spirits within her, she still had not fully mastered that power. This time we were simply lucky. But what about next time? At this thought, Herwin's heart pounded incessantly, and a series of questions flashed through his mind. Can I be certain that no other dangers will find her? And if that really happens, will I still only know how to cower in my room, helplessly unable to do anything? Right at that moment, Ivriel suddenly grabbed his hand and gently traced patterns on it, whispering, I hope you stay healthy, father. Then Ivriel looked up at him with shimmering eyes. I hope you stay healthy, father. She continued to repeat those words. Father, I hope you are always healthy. After saying that, Ivriel boasted happily, Kanya taught me this. She said it is a spell that can make wishes come true. Hearing this, Herwin slowly asked, Eve, do you want me to get better? Faced with the sudden question, Ivriel declared firmly, Of course. If you are healthy, you can protect me, and you will protect Solgren too, right? That way Solgren won't fall, and we won't have to die. So, you must get well soon, okay? Hearing that, Herwin tenderly took her hand. Yes, I will. He pressed his lips thin, his mind still filled with resolve. Simply bowing his head and enduring would not be enough to protect Eve. In an instant, the scene shifted to the next morning. At the same time, Kian appeared, calling out cautiously, Your Grace, it is time to wake up. The moment Kian looked up, Herwin signaled for him to be quiet. Seeing that, Kian lowered his voice. Regarding the person behind this incident, it is Baron Monse. We have found evidence that he hired the bandits. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. I see. Beside them, Ivriel was deep in a sound sleep with a trail of drool running down the corner of her mouth. Herwin could not help himself and reached out to stroke her head. His face immediately turned stern as he issued a sharp command. Select the most elite men from the White Wolf Knights and the Northern Guard. Then tell them to deliver a letter to the Monse territory. As soon as he finished speaking, Kian was startled. He quickly regained his composure, a forced smile slowly tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yes, I will make the preparations immediately. The scene moved to Baron Monse's castle. Inside a room, he was cowering like a shrimp. Baron Monse clutched the bedsheets in fear. Damn it, were those bandits wiped out? Did they handle my letter carefully? Thinking this, he shook his head frantically as if trying to reassure himself. No, so what if they know? What can that useless duke do? I will just deny everything. Then the castle suddenly shook violently. Baron Montse sat bolt upright instantly. What? At that moment, a subordinate rushed inside with an urgent expression. Sir, something big has happened. Hearing this, Baron Montse could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. What on earth is it? The man reported hesitantly. The Knights of Salgren are. Before he could finish, another voice rang out from the opposite side. So you are Baron Mons. As soon as he looked up, his face changed and his voice instinctively trembled. You people? Opposite him? Laura looked Baron Mons straight in the eyes and accused him. How dare you hire bandits to attack Salgren? Now you will pay for your crimes. Hearing this, he almost completely collapsed. Baron Montse was arrested and faced his rightful punishment. Such was the end for a fool who dared to look down on Salgren. From that day on, the way people perceived Salgren began to change. Returning to Ibrilel, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Yes, come in. Kanya slowly opened the main door, peeking in with shimmering eyes. My lady, the moment she saw Kanya, Ibrilel laughed happily. Kanya, come here. Hearing that, the girl hesitated before stepping forward. Immediately after, Kanya threw her arms around Ibrilel. My lady, I missed you so much. At this, Ibrilel gently embraced the girl, her heart fluttering. Initially, I thought Kanya just liked being hugged, because every time she saw me, she would hug me tightly. Thinking this, Ibrilel instinctively looked down at Kanya. She suddenly remembered Asiligo's meaningful words. But Kanya does not do that with everyone. Once, Sir Alon tried to pat her head. He unexpectedly continued. She bit his hand immediately. She is only particularly clingy with you, my lady. Back in reality, Ibrilel was still in shock as she looked into Kanya's eyes. How could a child with an angelic face bite someone? Right then, Sigmund walked quickly toward the girl. So, this is Kanya. As soon as she saw the old man, Kanya looked wary. Who is that old man? Ibrilel quickly introduced him. That is the Grand Mage. The moment she spoke, Kanya turned pale, her voice trembling. A monster, old man. Kanya stared at Sigmund, silently assessing him. Now that I look closely, his face is so fierce, and his eyes are as sharp as knives. Without hesitation, Kanya stood in front of Ibrilel to block her and declared boldly, I must protect my lady. Don't come any closer. Seeing this, Sigmund hurriedly pointed at himself and explained, What? No, I am not a bad person. Sensing the situation was not going well, she tried to change the subject. Kanya, shall we go for a walk? How about it? Hearing Ibrilel's voice, Kanya's frowning face immediately relaxed and she gave a soft smile. A walk. I would love to. The scene shifted to the grounds outside the castle. Sigmund was also rejected when he wanted to go along because Kanya was still wary of him. Ibrilel looked around and smiled instinctively. Fortunately, we invested in renovating the garden. I hope father recovers soon so we can go for a walk together. In that moment, Ibrilel accidentally envisioned a scene of her Juan holding her hand as they walked together through the flower garden. Thinking of this, Ibrilel felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps her father had not recovered enough to come outside yet. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a certain spot. It was Kian and Asiligo. Ibrilel stared at the boy's serious face from a great distance. At that exact moment, Asiligo happened to turn toward the window. He caught sight of Ibrilel and Kanya playing together. Suddenly, Kian asked in a serious tone, So, have you made up your mind? If you intend to stay in this castle, you must choose a job. That way, even if you leave this territory later, you can live independently. Hearing this, Asiligo lowered his head, his expression filled with deep thought. Then he turned back to look outside again. After a moment of silence, Asiligo spoke slowly. If I become a knight. Immediately after, he looked Kian straight in the eye. Can I stay by my lady's side to serve her? At that question, Kian was slightly surprised. You want to become a guardian knight? Asiligo nodded slightly. I suppose so. Receiving the answer, Kian expressed concern. Protecting the young lady is a position reserved only for the most elite knights. It will be very grueling. Are you sure? Without a second thought, Asiligo replied quickly. I am sure. I want to become the young lady's guardian knight. Kian instinctively stared at Asiligo as if he could see the sheer determination in the boy's eyes. He thought for a moment. Under normal circumstances, no 9-year-old child could pass through all the northern border outposts and reach Salgren alone, yet this boy had done it. And if even Zed said Asiligo has the potential to become a knight, thinking this, Kian gave a faint smile. All right. First, you will be an apprentice guard. I will inform the female knight, Laura Clo, the captain of the knights. Go to the training ground to find her tomorrow. Hearing this, Asiligo replied nonchalantly, Thank you, sir. At the same time, Kanya suddenly turned her eyes toward him. The girl let out a small cheer and called out, Brother. Seeing this, Ibrilel also waved a greeting. In that moment, Asiligo's heart pounded incessantly. He hurriedly turned his head, not daring to look her in the eyes. Asiligo could be seen pursing his lips tightly, seemingly trying to suppress his fluttering heart. On the other side, Kian tilted his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. A while later, Ibrilel returned to her office with a stack of documents in her hand. She tilted her head while looking at the report, muttering softly. Just as I expected, our forces are still too lacking. In Ibrilel's mind, thoughts piled up. The bandit raid this time showed just how undermanned Solgren's defense system was. One day when the veil is torn, we will have to face a tide of incoming monsters. If we can't stop them, we will be forced to abandon the eroded land and flee. When that time comes, the outcome will be— Then she looked ahead, as if seeing a dark future step by step approaching. Taking a deep breath, Ibrahel quickly regained her composure. No matter what, to prevent the emperor from having an excuse to act, I must prepare in advance. And to do that, I absolutely must get that person. After that, she turned to call Kian. Kian, I need to go to Pexin. He instinctively asked back, Pexin. Then Kian stared at Ibrahel, his face still filled with shock. Did you just say Pexin, my lady? She replied quickly with an excited tone. That is right. I'm going to meet the mercenary king. Pexin, an autonomous territory located to the north bordering Solgren. That place was a settlement for those with skill but low birth who could not become knights, so they chose to live as mercenaries. But when too many blades gather in one place, corruption quickly follows. Pexin used to be a place that took all sorts of requests, from kidnapping to murder for hire to assassination. That was the story from several decades ago until a woman appeared. She swept the thugs and criminal gangs out of Pexin, called herself the mercenary king, and began to restore order to the city. From then on, the lawless land finally gradually fell into line. At this point, Kian's voice became serious as he cautiously reminded her. Regardless, the mercenary king is a terrifying figure. Thanks to her, that den of crime was thoroughly purged. However, Kaizen Wilnalian is not the type of person who would ignore someone who dares to challenge his authority. As soon as he finished speaking, Ibrahel immediately turned pale and looked at Kian with worried eyes. Kian, he is the emperor. How dare you call him by name without using honorifics? What if someone hears you? He just smiled calmly, his voice light but full of confidence. As long as you keep this a secret, my lady, I won't have my head cut off for treason. Hearing this, Ibrahel thought to herself, as if I would ever report you. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Without Kian, Solgren would have fallen long ago. Kian cleared his throat slightly, his expression unfazed by the words of appreciation, and continued the story in a calm voice. In any case, the emperor has placed a bounty on her head. Last I remember, it was 500,000 Velcom, but it is probably even higher now. Do you know the fate of the nobles who wanted to collect that reward? She asked curiously. No, what was it? He unexpectedly added. Lord Bertel was stripped naked and hung upside down in front of the city gates, and Baron Mons was shaved bald, and even his beloved warhorse was stolen. Then his voice deepened. There are still many other stories, but they are not suitable to tell a young lady, so I will stop here. In short, the mercenary king absolutely loathes the nobility. Especially you, my lady, who carries royal blood, so you must be even more careful. Even so, do you still intend to go yourself? I could go in your place. Hearing this, Ibrahel immediately refused. No, I need to speak with her directly, Kian warned. It will be very dangerous. She still grinned. I know. That is why I plan to go with Laura. After saying that, Ibrahel's eyes lit up with a secret thought. When I first heard the name Laura, I thought it sounded very familiar. Laura had bowed her head in greeting back then. It is an honor to meet you. I am the female knight Laura Clo, captain of the White Wolf Knights. As soon as she saw her, Ibrahel thought to herself, Laura Clo, daughter of the mercenary king, Oris Clo. Returning to the present, Ibrahel let out a chuckle. No matter how terrifying the mercenary king is, she won't refuse to see her own daughter. Hearing this, Kian sighed helplessly. It seems that is the only way left. Fine. I will prepare for the trip. But on one condition? Ibrahel's eyes lit up immediately, and she looked at him curiously. All right. What condition? Contrary to expectations, Kian suddenly made an unthinkable suggestion. Take Asiligo with you to Pexin. The moment he finished speaking, Ibrahel slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. What? No. It is too dangerous. The boy is still too small. He remained unfazed. The same goes for you, my lady. Then Kian narrowed his eyes and broke into a mischievous smile. Do you accept? Before long, the carriage began to roll. The man could be seen gently steering the horse. Inside, Ibrahel struggled to force a smile as she muttered softly. If all the people in the world were ranked by their level of wickedness, Kian would definitely be at the top. He heard her and casually retorted, and if they were ranked by stubbornness, you would take the first spot, my lady. As soon as the words were out, the two of them looked up at the same time as if a war was about to break out. Ibrahel instinctively glanced at Asiligo. I did not want to bring the boy to such a dangerous place. After a moment of silence, she spoke up hesitantly. Don't worry too much about Kanya. Lily will take very good care of her. He replied briefly, seemingly uncaring. Thank you. Hearing that, Ibrahel felt a bit awkward. It seems he does not mind at all himself. After finishing, she looked out the window again. Ibrahel could not help but marvel. Furthermore, this place really has a gloomy atmosphere. The tops of the city walls are covered with sharp iron stakes, and the moat surrounding the city has no water, only upright spears. Right then, Kian called out a reminder. It looks like we are approaching the main gate. Immediately after, the carriage headed straight for the city gate. Seeing this, Ibrahel swallowed hard and made a silent bow. This time, I must convince the mercenary king. At this time, the carriage slowly moved up a hill crowded with people. The people around them immediately noticed the group's arrival. Someone frowned deeply. Whose carriage is that? The person beside them whispered. Looks like a noble's, does not it? Another person chimed in. I heard they are from Solgren. Hearing this, a woman nearby put her hands on her hips in annoyance. What, Solgren? What is that dying duchy doing in Pexin? Hearing the noise, Ibrahel peeked outside. Their gazes were not friendly at all. At times like this, it is best not to cause trouble. At the same time, Laura turned to look at her. My lady, let me say it once more. I might not be of much help. She continued with a flustered expression. I am not my mother's biological daughter, and after I was married off, the two of us were no longer family. Hearing this, Ibrahel sank into thought. I only recently found out that the mercenary king, Oris, often adopts talented orphans and trains them personally. When they reach adulthood, she grants them the surname Chloe and lets them leave Pexen. She gave a reassuring smile to dispel the tense atmosphere. Don't worry too much. Just getting us in here is already a huge help. However, Laura's face quickly became worried. What I am worried about is that when you meet my mother, you might actually faint, my lady. Saying this, she suddenly stopped and let out a long sigh. Seeing that, Ibrahel instinctively felt afraid. Even someone as strong as Laura was afraid of her. A while later, the carriage stopped in front of the mansion, and a voice called out, "Please wait here." At the same time, Ibrahel looked around, unable to hide her shock at the scene before her. Oh my, what is all this? She glanced at the beasts hanging in front of the mansion. Laura replied calmly, as if the scene had been familiar to her for a long time. They are all monsters my mother hunted. Hearing this, Ibrahel's voice trembled instinctively. I see. It is not a very pleasant sight, she added reluctantly. Because she kills them all with her bare hands. Ibrahel's eyes widened, her face stunned because what she had just heard was completely beyond her imagination. How can a human kill a monster with their bare hands? Right at that moment, footsteps rang out. The moment Oris appeared, she spoke loudly with an overwhelming presence that instantly froze the atmosphere. What idiot is asking to see me? She swallowed hard, her eyes immediately turning toward the newcomer. It is her. The mercenary king, Oris. Oris glanced at each person in front of her. Who are these brats? Laura immediately bowed her head in response. This is Lady Ibrahel of Solgren, mother. She coldly cut her off, her gaze unwavering. Mother? Once you've been married off, you are no longer family. So, what is someone who left this place doing back here? After saying that, Oris turned her gaze toward Ibrahel. She showed clear contempt. Is it just some stupid noble brat out for a stroll? After a moment of silence, Oris turned to her curiously. Speak. Why have you come to see me, and why did you bring a child along? Suddenly her gaze stopped on Kian's face. Oris could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Did he just smile? Did he just mock me to my face? Right then, she made her proposal. I want to form a military alliance with Pexen. The whole room fell dead silent. Oris's eyes widened at the bold proposal. What? Did this brat just say that? Ibrahel remained perfectly calm, her gaze firm as she laid out her first condition. If you agree, I will send Pexen 50 bags of potatoes and 20 pairs of breeding musk oxen. At the same time, each year, I will provide Pexen with 500,000 velcome in aid. She frowned slightly, a look of surprise appearing in her eyes for the first time. Am I dreaming? At this, she smiled calmly. So, what have you decided? Ibrahel laughed inwardly. I do not think you can refuse. Pexen always had difficulty producing its own food, and like everywhere in the north, the terrain here was extremely harsh. Transporting necessities from the outside was also very difficult. At this point, Oris turned to Kian with a skeptical look. Does this brat really have the authority to decide such things? He answered quickly. I am acting on behalf of the Duke as regent, but the young lady is the one who truly holds power. She curled her lip with interest. Then increased the number of musk oxen to 30 pairs. Ibrahel agreed immediately, almost without thinking. Fine. But it will be difficult to deliver all 30 pairs at once. I will send them in installments. Oris asked curiously. And what about your condition? The entire space suddenly fell silent. Then she looked her straight in the eye. Protect Solgren. All specific terms are written in the treaty. Oris stared at Ibrahel silently for a long time, a look of clear admiration appearing in her eyes for the first time. I should have realized the moment she walked in this brat is anything but ordinary. After a moment's thought, the corners of her mouth curled up. In that case, then Oris spoke up. I will add one final condition. Hand that pure blood over to me. Seeing as you always keep him by your side, you must see him as a pet, right? Oris continued with an undisguised tone of disdain. For a pure blood, I will pay a high enough price so you do not feel cheated. I will even pass down the Chloe name to him. That would be better for him too, would not it? Hearing this, Asiligo turned toward her hesitantly. My lady, She suddenly cut him off, selling Asiligo in exchange for compensation. Then Ibrahel spoke in a stern voice. Don't speak about Asiligo as if he were an object. I once thought you were a good person for raising orphans to be strong, but just because he is a pureblood, you are like this. Honestly, why is everyone afraid of someone like you? Having said that, she casually remarked. You are just a despicable person. Immediately after, Ibrahel stood up straight and refused at once. Forget it. This deal is cancelled. Kian, Laura, Asiligo, let us go. Witnessing that scene, Oris's mouth hung open before she burst into a hearty laugh. Then she suddenly ruffled Ibrahel's hair roughly. I like you, kid. She was momentarily stunned. I thought she would be angry. But she was not angry at being insulted. Rather, it was because I had stood up to protect that pure-blood child. Beside me, Laura appeared worried. My lady, are you all right? Ibrahel gave a soft laugh. Yes, I am fine. Turning back to Oris, she chuckled softly. If the successor to the Duke of Solgren is truly this girl, then perhaps this gamble is worth taking. Bring the treaty here. Hearing that, Kian immediately produced a pre-prepared treaty. Without a moment's hesitation, Oris set her pen to paper and signed it. Once finished, she turned toward Asuligo. A real shame. Pure bloods are quite rare these days. The moment the words were out, Ibrahel decisively stepped in front of him to shield him. But Asuligo is off limits. On the side, he looked blankly at her small back. Asuligo lowered his head slightly, his long hair falling forward to hide his face. Seeing this, Oris once again let out a boisterous laugh. How cute. Truly adorable. The scene shifts back to the castle. At the same time, Ibrahel was running quickly down the hallway. She swiftly pushed open the door to Herwan's room. Father, he turned toward Ibrahel, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Eve, come here. I heard you went down to the village today. Did you have fun? Ibrahel nodded quickly. Yes, inside. She felt tense. She could not tell her father for the life of her that she had gone to Pexen with Kian. Herwan gave a light laugh, his eyes filled with relief seeing Ibrahel safe. Is that so? Then go back to your room and rest. She obediently replied, yes. But before that, he looked at her familiar expression and laughed helplessly. All right, I understand. Herwan then tenderly embraced Ibrahel. In that moment, her eyes lit up. Finally the day had come when her father allowed her to kiss his cheek first. Memories of past rejections flashed through Ibrahel's mind. Until now, he had always flinched or avoided it. Though he was still shy, at least he no longer refused her. At this thought, her heart ached slightly. But more than that, it felt heavy with sorrow. The constant absorption of mana must be placing a massive burden on her father. She reassured herself, but this is the only way to cure him. Therefore, I absolutely cannot stop. In the end, Ibrahel gave a very gentle smile before reluctantly leaving. Then I will come back tomorrow, father. With that, she stepped quickly outside. Behind her, Herwan seemed unable to hide his sadness. Immediately after, he turned to Kian and questioned him. So you have formed an alliance with Pexen? He nodded calmly. Yes. If we expanded the White Wolf Knights too quickly, it would carry too many risks. Once our military strength increases, the Imperial family will surely tighten their surveillance. Hearing this, Herwan frowned slightly. After a moment's thought, he calmly proposed a suitable plan. Then, first, let us gradually strengthen the guard unit. We can always find a reasonable excuse. Herwan suddenly looked intently at Kian. Is there something else you want to say? He looked closely at his face, his eyes showing clear joy. Your complexion is noticeably better than before. Evan also said, your seizures have decreased significantly. It is all thanks to the young lady. Herwan was silent for a moment. Then he spoke softly. Kian. Even so, I will continue to pretend to be an invalid. Hearing this, Kian nodded slightly. I understand. It is safer that way. Herwan did not forget to remind him. And Ibrahel must absolutely not know about this. Facing the order, Kian could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly. Father and daughter both were keeping their own secrets from the other. He suddenly changed the subject. Thinking back, the young lady's birthday is coming up soon. What gift should we prepare? Herwan answered without hesitation. I am thinking of clothes and toys. Kian blinked in surprise, his face half shocked and half helpless. Really? Seeing that, he became flustered. Why, do you think she won't like them? He shook his head slightly and gave a wry smile. Might be better to give her something else. A few days later, Lily's voice rang out. Hurry up, my lady. Everyone is waiting for you. Ibrahel looked up at her. Why do I feel like Lily is even more excited for my birthday than I am? Lily quickly approached the door, her voice trembling with anticipation. All right, let us open the door. The moment the words were finished, Lily threw open the main door. As soon as the door opened, the entire room erupted in bright smiles and enthusiastic cheers. Happy birthday, my lady. She stood frozen at the sight before her, her eyes gradually reddening with emotion. Everyone. You all gathered here just for my birthday. Sigmund laughed kindly. Of course. Whose birthday did you think it was? Here, your gift? This time he had brought even more special toys. Ibrahel cheered softly. Thank you, Grandpa, but I am too big now. Toys are not really suitable for me anymore. The old man shouted as if he had just heard earth-shattering news. What? My lady, impossible. Then what should I give next year to make our darling happy? On the other side, Kanya spoke with difficulty. My lady. Happy birthday. Right next to her, Asuligo lowered his voice and reminded her. My lady, happy birthday. Hearing that, the girl shouted out, My lady, happy birthday. Seeing this, Ibrahel smiled happily. Thank you, everyone. Over here? Asuligo instinctively looked at her and broke into a rare smile. Then Alex stepped forward with an expectant grin. My lady, what flavor of cake would you like? He boasted excitedly about his achievement. This year, I put my heart and soul into making a 3-tier cake. Strawberry, blueberry, chocolate. You just need to choose. Ibrahel looked at Alex's jubilant face and laughed softly. It seemed since the food budget was increased, he was so happy he could not hide it. She then nodded. Thank you, Alex. I will enjoy it thoroughly this year as well, but I surely can't eat it all alone. Let us share it with everyone in the castle. He immediately pulled out a cake knife. Of course, I will bring the plates right away. Later, Ibrahel gently handed plates of cake to everyone. Mary, have a piece. Anna, do you want some cake too, Ben? Thank you for everything. The maids who received the cake all smiled happily. My lady, we shall enjoy it. Thank you. At this moment, Ibrahil did not forget to turn toward Kevin. Kevin, please have some cake too. He paused, his gaze resting on the plate in Ibrahil's hand. Is this portion for me? She nodded slightly, a gentle smile always present on her radiant face. Yes, butler. Please help yourself. Kevin, because you always take such good care of the castle, this is a small token of my gratitude. Seeing this, Kevin could not help but marvel. The young lady is simply too adorable. He smiled brightly. Thank you, my lady. I shall enjoy it very much, but it is a pity I have nothing to give you in return, except for these 2 letters that just arrived. She asked curiously. Letters? Ibrahil eagerly opened the first envelope. Let us see. One is from Rinterdale. She read the contents intently. We have reviewed the medicinal samples you sent and are very interested in trading with Solgren. We will contact you again soon. Ibrahil instinctively gripped the letter tightly, joy clear on her face. Finally, the recovery medicine is almost complete. And the other letter, suddenly she cheered. It is from Seldia. Lily, standing nearby, laughed softly. Is it a letter from Miss Seldia? She confirmed with a smile. Yes. She mentioned she would hold a solo exhibition. This must be the invitation for it. Lily observed Ibrahil's face and tilted her head in confusion. Why do you look so worried, my lady? In that moment, her voice trembled instinctively. At the exhibition hall, the queen and the crown prince have arrived. On the other side, Moretta looked up at the painting before her, unable to hide her admiration. Truly, a beautiful painting. Your talent is exceptional. Queen Marita Caswether Wilnalian. Seldia bowed her head deeply. I am extremely honored. Moretta continued to gaze at the work. This is truly a magnificent masterpiece. She tilted her head to look at Tajeric. Do you see that, Crown Prince? He nodded slightly and replied politely, Yes, mother. Tajeric stared at the painting with an expressionless face. He turned to look at the expression on Moretta's face. Once again, his mother did not smile. Immediately after, Tajeric turned to leave. He could be seen clenching his fists. All my efforts. They are all meaningless. In the end, none of it means anything. Suddenly, Tajeric's gaze stopped at a portrait of Ibrahil. The moment he looked up, however, I will never forget that moment. In my world of dull gray and cold blue, since my earliest memories, the only color my eyes truly see is blue, and everything else, it is nothing but shades of gray. Right now, Tajeric's mind fell into chaos. His gaze still could not pull away from her face. Tajeric stared at the text below. Sylvia Sunfield. The Dawn of Solgren 2, RW 148, Bellitzen. He instinctively repeated, the Dawn of Solgren. Thinking back, the Duke of Solgren has a daughter. If so, it must be this girl. Just as Tajeric was lost in thought, a call rang out. Your Highness. He turned his head. What is it? The guard reported quickly. Her Majesty the Queen feels unwell and wishes to return to the palace. Hearing this, Tajeric nodded slightly. All right, I understand. The other man then gave orders. Prepare the carriage to escort Her Majesty back to the palace. He then slowly followed the guard. Tajeric suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back, a question flashing through his mind. Someday. Will we ever meet again? Returning to Ibrahil, she had curled up in a small corner. In that moment, Ibrahil instinctively bit her hand. I predicted that news of Sylvia's exhibition would reach the royal family, but I did not expect the queen to come in person. Queen Moretta was the eldest daughter of Duke Caswether. Since the emperor was still the crown prince, she had been betrothed to him. True to their title as keepers of the grain fields, the Caswether family controlled vast granaries in the south. They were not only the wealthiest, but also an old noble family famous for scholarship, often called the wise Caswether family. The representative image of that family suddenly flashed through her mind. Ibrahil bit her lip, her eyes filled with regret as she looked back. Who could have guessed that someone from such a family would end up falling into madness? After losing her 2 daughters, the queen's mental state completely collapsed. She would often hold dolls shaped like children and mumble to herself incessantly. When her condition worsened, she would grab the maid's hair, wailing and demanding they return her children. Sometimes she would even embrace me, both laughing and crying without stopping. Rumors of the queen going mad spread silently through the capital's nobility, but no one dared to speak them aloud. Who would dare bring disaster upon themselves by opposing the royal family? Ibrahil gradually reigned in her thoughts. The real concern is that if the queen has left the palace, it means the emperor allowed it. But the timing of her appearance is different from what I remember. So that is how it is. Just because I know an event will happen does not mean it will happen at the exact same time as in my memories. In other words, even the day the veil is torn might come sooner than expected. At this thought, her gaze gradually became determined. Because of that, I must prepare even more thoroughly. I must categorize everything clearly. The events that will certainly happen are fixed variables, while the uncertain things are changing variables. Then Ibrahil suddenly stopped her thinking. She looked over her notes and laughed helplessly. Look at this. It is no different from a prophecy. If this were revealed, the Holy Church would brand me a heretic possessed by evil spirits. Right at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Ibrahil immediately looked up, alert. Who is it? Kian, standing outside the door, spoke slowly. It is I, my lady. Forgive the intrusion, but the Duke wishes to see you. Hearing that, she moved quickly. Father wants to see me. For what? He smiled slightly. Because it is your birthday today, of course. Thus, I have also paid back my debt for the wish made with the soap bubbles. After hearing this, Ibrahil looked at Kian with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Kian. Before long, the door to her one's room opened. Stepping into the familiar room, she softly called out, "Father." He spoke gently, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Ibrahil. "Come here, Eve." Then Herwan gently patted the empty space beside him. "Sit next to me." She nodded obediently. "Yes." Ibrahil thought for a moment. How strange. Before, when father told me to stay away, the thing I wanted most was to be near him. Yet now, when he is the one calling me over, I feel hesitant. A moment later, she quickly sat down beside Herwan. He cleared his throat slightly. "I called you here because last year I ruined your birthday. This year, I do not want this day to pass by in silence again. Is there a gift you would like?" Ibrahil repeated in confusion. "A gift I want." After thinking for a while, she murmured, "Then please help me fulfill a wish, father." Herwan paused for a moment. "A wish? What is it?" Ibrahil suddenly blurted out, "Please do not send me to the Mage Tower." After saying that, she remembered indignantly, "Grandpa said I could still study magic right here, but I did not know he had already resigned as Grand Mage. Sometimes I still think, did he stay only so he could personally take me to the Mage Tower?" At this, Ibrahil hurriedly looked up, her gaze sincere as if she were afraid he would misunderstand. "Of course, it is not that I hate Grandpa. It is just, I want to stay here with you, father." Hearing this, Herwan sat motionless. He asked curiously, "Just that?" She nodded quickly. "Yes. I want to live in Solgren, by your side," Ibrahil thought to herself. "That way, I can cure you, and Solgren won't fall." Herwan's lips twitched as if he were hesitating. He spoke with a sad tone. "I am afraid that cannot be considered a birthday gift. I have already spoken with Lord Sigmund." Ibrahil's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Her heart suddenly tightened at those unexpected words. "No. Have they already decided to send me to the Mage Tower? Am I really going to be taken away?" At this thought, Ibrahil lowered her head. How unfair. Then he spoke gently, clearing away all her worries. "I asked him not to send you to the Mage Tower anymore." Ibrahil's eyes rounded in surprise. "What?" Herwan gave a kind smile. "Stay here, my sweet little star, by my side, for as long as you wish." The moment the words were finished, tears instinctively streamed down her face. Seeing this, he called out in alarm. "Eve?" Ibrahil's voice trembled. "It is just. I feel so relieved." Hearing this, Herwan showed a look of regret. Why did it take me until now to realize that? On the other side, she could not help but burst into sobbing cries. He hurriedly pulled Ibrahil into a tight embrace. "Eve, please forgive your father. But do not forgive this useless father too easily." After saying that, Herwan bit his lip. "Every time I think of the pain I caused my little child, I know that forgiveness should only come after I have fixed everything." Meanwhile, she gently comforted him. "Living with an incurable disease. Father must have been so scared. Even if I have to trade everything, I will endure it." Over here, Herwan frowned deeply. "With this weak body, I cannot govern the duchy, nor can I turn the tide of power. If I cannot open that door myself, then I must find another way to change everything." Thinking this, he became even more determined. "So that I can protect Eve." Ibrahil looked up at the same time and gave a gentle smile. "So that I can protect you, father." In the early morning, the scene of the Whitestone Castle gradually appeared under the dawn light, covered in a soft glow and a peaceful atmosphere. Inside the mansion, a voice rang out solemnly. "I express my respect to the keepers of the veil." Under the gaze of the group, Herwan slowly stepped forward. He looked up and scanned the auditorium. "Before we begin this year's Winter Council, there is an extremely important matter that needs to be discussed first." The moment the words were out, the atmosphere in the auditorium immediately became tense. A duke narrowed his eyes to observe, then turned to whisper, "The duke's aura seems different from before, does not it?" The other person agreed, "You are right. What on earth is it about?" At this moment, Kian spoke up, drawing the attention of the dukes. As the duke said before the council, there is a crucial issue to discuss. The group could not help but feel a bit bewildered. An important matter. After a moment of silence, he slowly recounted, "In fact, we have discovered mana ore fragments in a cave near the Warbind territory." One of them instinctively jumped up in sheer shock. "What? Mana ore?" The man's body trembled at a single thought. "For so many years, we have sent so many expeditions across the north, and yet we never found a trace." The duke asked hesitantly, "Is this news certain?" Kian nodded slightly in confirmation, his tone calm and unwavering under everyone's suspicious gazes. "Yes. We have sent people to verify it." Hearing this, some were skeptical. "But even if it is discovered, won't the royal family just confiscate it all?" The person next to them turned hesitantly. "Every valuable mine we have found, we have ultimately had to surrender to the crown." Another person lowered his head. "Especially if it is mana ore, the imperial family will definitely demand mining rights first. Perhaps it is best to just pretend we never found it." Right at this moment, Herwan suddenly spoke up. "We will report to the imperial family that it is just an ordinary mineral mine. Mines discovered in the north fall under Solgren's management." The other man's voice trembled instinctively. "But your grace, would not that be?" The whole group now shared the same thought. A false report. Seeing the expressions on their faces, he laughed instinctively and asked back, "Or do you all wish to hand the mana ore over to the imperial family?" The entire hall almost simultaneously refused. "Of course not. It is just." Herwan cut them off. "If so, we must protect it at all costs. I know you all have suffered too many hardships." Herwan spoke in a firm voice like an unshakable promise. Now it is my turn to shoulder the burden as the Duke of Solgren. 3 years later, a miraculous change had come to Solgren. Wool was woven from the fur of white musk oxen. It was then sold by the Huron Company to Kampa in the west. From that wool, weavers created beautiful rugs and tapestries, sparking a craze across the whole country. The Huron Company also successfully grew potatoes, solving the long-standing food shortage in the north, and Rinterdale's recovery medicine industry flourished. This caused the value of Lumenta to soar, while also boosting Solgren's economy. As trade and travel expanded, the demand for transportation on Solgren's snow-covered roads also increased. Carriages were improved, pulled by domesticated reindeer, animals with excellent cold resistance, and since her 6th birthday, something else had also changed. Ibrilel suddenly stepped quickly into Herwan's room and called out happily, "Father." The moment he saw Ibrilel, he gave a gentle smile. "Come here, Eve. Since that day, I have shared a meal with my father every single day." She looked up at Herwan, unable to hide her emotion. Not long ago, she could only stand outside the door, unable to enter. Throughout the past 3 years, her father's health had not improved. Herwan looked up. "All right, let us eat." Ibril seemed not to hear him, still lost in her own thoughts. "When I was depressed, the butterfly once comforted me, saying that one cannot use a spoon to drain the sea." Thinking this, Ibrilel instinctively nodded. "That is right. At least father's illness has not worsened. And if I had not refused that tutor that day, perhaps I would have been taken to the capital by now, repeating the tragedy of the past. So just being here, with father in this moment, is already something to be grateful for." Then she suddenly looked up, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Herwan. "I am always grateful to you, father." After saying that, Ibrilel giggled. "For such delicious food, I am truly very grateful." He was momentarily stunned after hearing that, while she could not help but exclaim, "So delicious." After a moment of silence, Herwan replied softly, "I am also always grateful to you, Eve." As night fell, May moved her steps slowly. She stopped in front of a certain room door. Then May gently turned the doorknob. Right at that moment, a voice rang out that made her jump. That room was supposed to be left empty, was not it? Instantly, May spun around and threw a knife straight at the other person. The tip of the dagger unexpectedly slammed into the wall behind him. Behind her, Evan immediately tilted his head to dodge the knife. He gave a cold smirk. "You are quite forceful, May." Seeing this, she was so furious that she gnashed her teeth. Suddenly, May spun around and fled. Her face was etched with terror the moment she started running. Coming from the opposite direction, Kian appeared out of nowhere, tilting his head as he looked at May with cold eyes. The moment she saw Kian, she backed away in fear. "Damn it." Kian slowly stepped toward May, immediately pointing his blade directly at her. Seeing this, Evan called out her name. "May." He quickly approached, throwing out a provocation. "Why do not you just surrender already?" As he spoke, Evan nonchalantly pulled out a knife. Fighting to this extent is meaningless. Hearing that, her expression changed instantly. Then, without warning, May used the knife in her hand to take her own life. Her body collapsed right at Kian's feet. Faced with the gruesome scene, he let out a weary sigh. "You could not have ended this yourself, Evan." Evan shrugged slightly. "Even I can't handle 5 of them at once." The words left Kian momentarily stunned. "There are 4 more. Evan let out a low chuckle. "That is right. At least according to what I can sense." Upon hearing this, Kian questioned him loudly. "Then why was only 1 sent here?" Kian turned around in a panic. "Damn it." Kian and Evan dashed frantically toward the room. The moment they stepped inside, Kian froze. His eyes were fixed on the lifeless body of a maid. On the other side, Herwan slowly lowered his sword. He quickly sheathed the blade and looked up. "You are late." Kian hurriedly bowed his head. "Forgive me." Beside them, Jed grinned mischievously. "Even as a knight, my heart nearly stopped." With the ordeal over, Herwan could not help but feel suspicious. Why do they only send mediocre assassins every time? Kian immediately offered a theory. Because they believe that much is enough. After all, the whole world still believes the Duke is weak and sickly. Herwan nodded slightly. "I see." Before leaving, Herwan did not forget to give a reminder. "No matter what, handle this in silence." He continued in a rarely heard soft tone. "Don't let Eve wake up." The next day, Kian asked in bewilderment, "You want to build an ice-free port, my lady?" Ibrilel immediately confirmed, "That is right. For decades, the Northern Sea has frozen every winter, meaning the port can only operate during the summer. But since I have mastered the power of midwinter, Solgren's climate has changed. The southern coast of the Mayor territory has not frozen over even once this year." Ibrilel expressed her thoughts objectively. "If we can open a sea route, direct trade with the West will be much faster. The problem is," her voice trembled instinctively as she finished, "that doing so will provoke the Emperor." Kian looked helpless. Solgren already has so much right now. Such a reckless plan. Before he could finish, Ibrilel cut him off flatly. "I know. The Emperor still holds the capital and all the prosperous lands of the south. If the worst-case scenario occurs, if a civil war breaks out, Solgren cannot win." Thinking of this, Ibrilel looked Kian straight in the eye and declared firmly, "Kian, I want Solgren to be strong enough to stand on its own, no matter what happens. Therefore, I will never yield to the Emperor again." Hearing this, he still expressed concern. "I understand, my lady, but building an ice-free port is too massive a project. A regent like yourself does not have the authority to execute it. I even doubt the Duke would agree." Ibrilel reassured him with a serious tone. "You do not need to worry about that." Suddenly, she smirked and giggled. I already have a plan. A while later, Herwan appeared bewildered. What? The young lady intends to build a port in the Mayor territory. Opposite him, Kian nodded while reporting. Yes. With favorable tides and wind directions there, it takes less than 5 days to reach the Great Western Canal. If we develop that area, the economy will grow exponentially. Herwan shook his head in refusal, seemingly uninterested. It cannot be. This is too. Kian suddenly interjected, much like an open provocation to the emperor. But as you know, the imperial family has already sent countless assassins. If we do nothing, they will only continue to send more. Hearing that, he frowned slightly. Yes, I know. Perhaps it is too late to avoid conflict, but if so, Kian suddenly made a suggestion. Why do not we turn this situation to our advantage? Herwan was momentarily stunned by those words. Use that to our advantage, Kian continued calmly. Until now, you have always hidden the assassination attempts for the young lady's sake. But this time, we will make everything public. Herwan quickly grasped the situation and lowered his voice. We are going to let everyone know that someone is trying to assassinate me. Doing that could backfire. People might think we are plotting a rebellion. Kian denied it. No, we do not plan to confront the emperor directly. Herwan was stunned for a moment. Then what do you mean? Kian smirked. I will disguise everything as the work of an evil cult. He looked straight into Kian's eyes. You mean, involve the Shia Holy Church? Kian nodded without hesitation. Exactly. If it is identified as the work of a dark cult, the Holy Church will deploy the Knights of the Radiant Spear. The dark cults, those who worship the shadows, they cause terror across the continent. Recently, their attacks have become bolder. To deal with them, the Holy Church formed the Knights of the Radiant Spear, divine messengers said to carry the will of the gods. Whenever there is suspicion of terrorism caused by a cult, the Holy Church sends them. In that case, even the emperor cannot oppose the authority of the Holy Church. Thinking of this, Kian smirked, unable to hide his admiration. I never even thought of using the Holy Church. The young lady is truly terrifyingly brilliant. Back to Herwan. His eyes lit up as he realized the point. That is right. As long as the Knights of the Radiant Spear are in the north, Kian added firmly, the emperor won't dare to act. Meanwhile, the construction of the port can proceed smoothly. Hearing this, Herwan stamped the document without hesitation. Fine. We will proceed with this plan. Shortly after, Kian presented the documents prepared earlier. This is the statistical report on the monster appearances you requested. Eberlil gently took the report. Thank you. She could be seen carefully flipping through each page of the report. After just a few pages, Ibralel's eyes widened when she discovered an unusual figure. What, the number of monsters has suddenly increased? Kian calmly offered his assessment. Perhaps it is because the harsh winter has softened. After you reduce the extreme cold, naturally, the monsters became more active. Even monsters must endure the harshness of winter. She stared silently at the numbers in the report, her face still tense. But this increase is still far too abnormal. What exactly is happening inside the veil? That night, Ibralel lay sprawled on her familiar bed. Her eyes were wide open, her face twisted in a frown. Ibralel instinctively recalled Jed's voice. 2 weeks ago, the eastern side of the veil was torn. The Duke of Sulgrin could not stop the wave of monsters. Ultimately, half of the north was eroded. Ibralel sank into an inescapable maze of thoughts. If the veil was torn even before I returned to the past, then that means it definitely has a weakness. A moment later, she looked up at the empty space and softly called the familiar name that always silently accompanied her. Butterfly, are you there? It appeared immediately. I am always by your side. Ibralel asked quickly, if the veil has a weakness, what would it be? The butterfly replied softly, to wound something sacred, something impure must touch it. She almost blurted out the answer. Something impure. After saying that, Ibralel turned to Ruby with a start. I am sorry. Did I wake you? She tilted her head to one side, lost in thought. To find the weakness of the veil, I have to go and check it myself. Until now, I have always been forbidden from going near it because it is too dangerous. It is true that the reported number of monsters has increased, but the defensive forces have also been steadily strengthened. The guards and knights still have the situation under control, so it probably won't be too dangerous. At this thought, Ibralel clutched her chest. More importantly, now that I can open the 5th gate, I can handle most monsters on my own. The scene shifted to the next day. A carriage was moving slowly over the pure white snow. At this point, the carriage began to slow down. At the same time, Ibralel poked her head out to look outside and let out a soft breath. As soon as they saw Ibralel, the guards immediately saluted. Greetings, my lady? Sir Kian informed us that you wish to inspect the outpost. Hearing this, she replied quickly, yes. I apologize for the trouble. Duke, representing the guards, quickly turned to lead the way. He stood atop the tower, pointing as he introduced the area. A while later, Ibralel asked curiously, so, how many people are stationed here? Duke thought for a moment and replied, each outpost has about 10 guards. They take turns on duty, observing any unusual activity in the surroundings. Hearing that, she became alert. Have you noticed anything strange lately? He shook his head slightly. Nothing special. It is true that monsters appear more frequently, but there are no other issues near the veil. Receiving the answer, Ibralel breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. At least it is still safe for now. Duke then made a suggestion. The view from the watchtower above is quite beautiful. Would you like to go up and see, my lady? She almost cried out in excitement. Yes, I would love to. Before long, Ibrahel was on the watchtower, scanning the surrounding landscape. Ibrahel instinctively moved toward the railing. It is so high. Solgren Castle looks like a toy from here. He did not forget to announce, "My lady, the guards on duty have also come down to greet you." Hearing this, she turned politely. "Yes, hello everyone." Suddenly, Ibrahel's expression changed, her eyes widening, her gaze trembled slightly. That burned scar on his face. On the opposite side, Waynes placed his hand over his chest and bowed. "Greetings, my lady?" The moment she saw him, Ibrahel could not help but feel a surge of panic. Could it be Waynes, the traitor? In her past life, when she was 13, the great cathedral, the Holy Land of Shaya, was destroyed in an explosion. The culprit was wanted, and his portrait was distributed everywhere. That man was a priest named Waynes. At that time, Ibrahel had gripped the wanted poster related to him. The incident was so shocking that even she, though imprisoned in the palace, had heard of it. She remembered him clearly because of the burn scar on his cheek. At this thought, Ibrahel swallowed hard. "I must confirm this." After a moment of silence, she looked up and asked, "What are your names?" Duke answered quickly while reaching toward Waynes. "I am Duke, and this is Waynes." Ibrahel froze, her pupils contracting as her face immediately became tense. It really is him. But why is he here? Could this be the time before he became a priest? At this moment, Lily turned to her with concern. "My lady, you do not look very well," she replied hesitantly. "Perhaps it is because it is a bit cold up here." Seeing this, Lily suggested, "Then let us go back down before you catch a cold." Hearing that, Ibrahel turned to leave. "Yes, let us go. Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Waynes and Duke bowed simultaneously. "Farewell, my lady." Even so, she could not help but look back at him. Ibrahel said to herself in her heart, "I can't just ignore him. It feels too dangerous. I have to investigate further." Shortly after, she asked curiously, "Kian, do you know a man named Waynes at outpost number 6? He frowned slightly in thought, then quickly remembered. "Waynes, you mean the one with the scar on his face?" Ibrahel immediately nodded in confirmation, her eyes never leaving Kian's. "Yes. Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" He shook his head slightly. "No. He seems perfectly normal. He has no criminal record either." Receiving the answer, Ibrahel lowered her eyes, her expression becoming even more somber. "I see." Images from her past life suddenly flashed vividly in her mind. "But in my past life, he committed a horrific crime. I can't be sure it will happen again, but I can't ignore it either." At this thought, Ibrahel spoke sternly. "Kian, listen to me. Don't ask why, but can you monitor Waynes for me? If possible, transfer him to a different outpost. The further from the Vale, the better." Kian did not question her, but immediately accepted the order with absolute trust. "If that is your wish, my lady, I will arrange his transfer immediately, and I will have him placed under secret surveillance." She gave a small smile of relief. "Thank you." A week later, the carriage carrying Ibrahel departed. Inside, she looked out the window, her face full of concern as everything continued to be far too quiet. Have I worried too much? It had been a week since Waynes was transferred, and Kian had reported that he had not made any suspicious moves. Even so, I have to see it with my own eyes to be sure. Only then will I be at peace. A while later, Ibrahel slowly stepped outside. The scene before her made her stop, her gaze wavering slightly. Standing before the massive veil, Ibrahel could not help but marvel. "This is the first time I have seen the veil from such a close distance." At this moment, a blinding light shone directly into her eyes, making her instinctively raise her hand to cover her face. "It is so bright," the butterfly immediately warned. "Don't look too long. Its light is too strong." Ibrahel remained pensive. "I still have not seen anything unusual." If Waynes were really plotting something, he should have left a trace. Her gaze suddenly stopped at the castle. Ibrahel slowly lowered her eyes for the first time, beginning to doubt her own reasoning. Or is it all just my imagination? Behind her, Jed shouted urgently, "My lady, please do not go too far." Just then her eyes caught a strange mark in the white snow, and her face instantly turned pale. At the same time, Jed hurried toward her. "My lady, please do not get lost," Ibrahel asked urgently. "Jed, do regular patrol guards usually go alone?" He immediately denied it. "No. Patrol and search teams always go in pairs." She then looked down at the snow. "Then these footprints. What do you think?" Jed scanned the surroundings alertly. "My lady, we must go back right now. If someone really is plotting something, we need to call for reinforcements." Right at that moment, the ground beneath Ibrahel's feet shook violently. She could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What on earth is happening? Without time to think, he hurriedly drew his sword. "My lady, please step back. Could it be a giant monster?" Then Ibrahel's body suddenly tumbled backward. Jed screamed, "My lady, are you all right?" She quickly regained her balance, her eyes fixed on a certain space. Ibrahel suddenly pointed straight ahead. "There is someone over there." Hearing that, Jed blurted out a curse. "Damn it." He quickly activated a grenade in his hand. Immediately after, Jed threw it with full force toward the opponent. The space before them was enveloped in red smoke. Then he suddenly hoisted Ibrahel up. "Forgive me, my lady." Instantly, Jed fled with her. Ibrahel looked up in confusion, her heart filled with extreme panic. What is that? The veil looked as if it were wrinkling, as if it were being folded inward. At this thought, she almost screamed. "Jed, do you see that thing on the veil?" He frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "I do not see anything." At this point, the butterfly suggested. Mana has clouded his eyes. In an instant, butterflies fluttered across the veil. Suddenly, cracks appeared all around it. Immediately after, a massive entity rose up. The scene before her made Ibrahil scream instinctively. What is that thing? Right beside her, Jed turned his head, his eyes flashing with terror. Vines. Damn it. When did they grow so much? She quickly ordered. Jed, wait. Put me down, he asked worriedly. What do you plan to do, my lady? Ibrahil tried to struggle out of Jed's arms, her eyes shining with unyielding determination. If we just leave them, the veil will be torn. We have to stop them. He heard this and slapped his chest. What can I do alone? She immediately shook her head. Not you. Me. After saying that, Ibrahil pulled out an object that looked like a tree branch. She ordered urgently, Ruby, hurry back to the castle and call Grandpa here. The moment the words were finished, it transformed into a bird and flew off ahead. Once that was done, Ibrahil looked around worriedly. Right now, roaring sounds gradually echoed from all directions. She observed alertly. More and more monsters are coming. They are waiting for the veil to be torn. To mend these cracks, I must open the sixth gate. Instantly, Ibrahil cast her magic. The butterfly quickly warned. Using power beyond your limits will come with a price, she replied coldly. I accept it. An image from a few years ago resurfaced? Ibrahil asked curiously. Why can't I open the sixth gate, Grandpa? Sigmund shook his head helplessly. Don't be foolish. At your age, being able to open the fifth gate is already a miracle. To open the sixth gate requires much more time. Forcing it open could cost you your life. Back in reality, Ibrahil still proceeded calmly. I know it is still too early, but I absolutely must open it. Just then the gate opened, and a flash of light burst out. In her mind now, only one thought remained. For the same reason as in my past life, because a small and poor border duchy cannot continue to be helpless, simply standing by and watching everything be completely destroyed. In that moment, the sixth gate was opened. Ibrahil repeatedly chanted in her subconscious. Larger, stronger, higher. Jed witnessed the scene with his mouth agape. Oh gods. She continued to recite the command, massive wall that is immovable and unbreakable. On the other side, Herwan instinctively felt a sense of unease. He immediately turned his head. The entire space suddenly vibrated. Sensing something unusual, Herwan slowly got out of bed. He narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. What exactly is that? Outside, a massive ice statue was forming. Back to Jed, he was nearly dazed. Jed expressed his admiration. My lady, you are truly amazing. At this rate, there should not be any more problems. Suddenly, Ibrahil collapsed to the ground, her body trembling violently. Seeing this, he screamed, My lady. Ibrahil spoke in a weak voice. Jed, my legs. Something is wrong. Hearing this, Jed fell into a panic. What do you mean? She just lowered her head and shook it frantically. I can't feel anything anymore. After saying that, Ibrahil tried to use her strength to grip the white snow. Without hesitation, Jed scooped her up, a confident smile on his face. Please do not worry, my lady. I may usually be unreliable, but I am still your knight. Immediately after, Jed walked quickly toward the carriage. His face suddenly paled. Damn it. That noise just now must have scared the reindeer, and they have all run away. This is not good. The young lady's condition is worsening much faster than before. Ibrahil weakly opened her eyes, her pupils fading as she called his name, Jed. I am so sleepy. Seeing this, Jed became frantic. I will start a fire right away. Please try to hold on a bit. No matter what, you absolutely must not sleep. All right, she nodded slightly. Yes, I will try. He spoke while gathering firewood. My lady, do you remember when you once asked what blood flows in my veins? Ibrahil replied with difficulty. Yes, but you still have not answered. Jed let out a helpless laugh. The truth is, I carry the blood of a fox. She blinked slightly. You are only telling me this now. Seeing that Ibrahil still had enough strength to respond, he immediately continued his story. My lady, did you know that Sir Evan has as many as 5 lovers at the same time? She asked curiously. Really, now it all makes sense. I always thought he was a womanizer. Jed nodded slightly. He is, but he has a reason. It is to lure out the spies hidden in the castle. A very typical honey trap. Hearing this, she gave a weak laugh. So that is how it is. No wonder he is not punished. Realizing the emergency, he approached and urged her. My lady, please do not sleep. Solgren still has many interesting secrets. Ibrahil tried to open her eyes again, her gaze hazy but still clearly showing her curiosity. There is more. What is it? Jed continued. Actually, Solgren has a secret guard unit. She was momentarily stunned. A secret guard unit? He nodded in confirmation. That is right. This unit is selected from the most elite members of the White Wolf Knights. They are called the Elite Guard. Ibrahil could not help but feel a bit skeptical. But if it is a secret unit, how do you know about it? Jed gave a faint laugh. Because I am also a member of that unit. And, by the way, so is Sir Evan. Hearing this, she nodded slightly, and all her previous suspicions were finally resolved. So that is how it is. No wonder you told me not to worry about father when the bandits attacked. He replied reluctantly. That is right. As he finished speaking, Jed's face paled again. This is not good. The young lady's body temperature is still dropping. If this continues, she will lose consciousness. Unwilling to watch Ibrahil fall into a coma, he continued to try to keep her awake with one last secret. My lady, let me tell you an even bigger secret. In the Elite Guard, the best person is chosen as the leader. That title is called Alpha. And that alpha is just then Herwan appeared. The moment he saw the scene before him, he shouted, "Eve!" Herwan hurriedly pulled her into a tight embrace. "My sweet little star, my precious child, you did so well. You have endured enough." She slowly opened her eyes, her voice sounding dry. "Father, coming out here like this is dangerous. What if there are many monsters outside?" After saying that, Ibrahel collapsed onto his shoulder. A long while later, Herwan stepped out of a room. His face had become extremely stern. Sigmund approached at the same time. "Is Ibrahel asleep? Let me look at her one more time. By now, you must surely understand that the Emperor will do everything in his power to destroy you all." The old man fell silent for a moment before saying, "I never thought he would dare to touch even the veil. If the veil were truly pierced and the land eroded before we could prepare our defenses, the entire empire could be destroyed. If his half-brother dies, so be it. But if he luckily survives, he will still be charged with the crime of failing to protect the empire's territory. The punishment would be execution." Erwin suddenly spoke up. "Yes, now I understand. We cannot continue to suffer in silence anymore." After saying that, he frowned slightly. That girl, she might open that door sooner than expected. 2 days later, while Ibrahel was still unconscious, everything was resolved in an astounding manner. It was confirmed that the person who caused the crack in the veil was the guard Waynes, and that it was also a plot by the Dark Cult. Thanks to Jed's timely alarm, Waynes was captured before he could pass through the city gates. To verify the entire incident, the Holy Church deployed the Knights of the Radiant Spear, who were expected to arrive in Solgren within a month. Thanks to this, the construction of the port proceeded smoothly, and the inauguration ceremony was about to be held. Ibrahel gave a small smile of relief, the pressure weighing on her heart seemingly lifted. "That is wonderful. The cult member has been caught, and the port is almost finished. Now everything is settled. Finally. I can." Right then, a firm voice rang out, cutting off her thoughts. "No, absolutely not." Kian stepped forward and declared boldly, "For the time being, you are absolutely not allowed to leave this place, my lady." Ibrahel was temporarily bewildered. "Why, I am healthy now, completely healthy." Kian still calmly refused. "Even so, you cannot. We do not know what other dangers might occur. Furthermore, there was a time when you could not even walk." She felt a bit flustered. "Well, that is true, but I can walk again now." However, he was not convinced at all. "Still, no. You must rest for at least 1 more week." Hearing this, Ibrahel let out a soft groan. How frustrating. Seeing this, Kian let out a long sigh. Then he suddenly stepped quickly toward her. Immediately after, Kian bowed low. "Forgive me, my lady." Ibrahel's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you suddenly doing this, Kian?" He remained in a bowing posture. "Because you were right to suspect Waynes, while my carelessness caused you to have to exert yourself to such an extent." Hearing this, she immediately shook her head. "That was not your fault, Kian." Ibrahel sank into thought. "I also did not expect the dark cult to actually appear." Finally, she gave a radiant smile. "I am just glad that in the end I was able to protect everyone. So, lift your head, Kian." He froze for a moment. "I truly mean it. I never thought I would meet another person whom I would willingly serve as my master." A moment later, Kian slowly stood up. "Thank you for forgiving me, my lady." She shook her head slightly. "No, the one who should be thanked is me, Kian." After saying that, Ibrahel squinted and laughed. "So, can I go out now?" The moment the words were out, he coldly refused. "Absolutely not. Don't even think about sneaking past this." Hearing that, she shouted, "Kian, you are so mean." It had been 3 days since Ibrahel was locked in her room according to Kian's no-going-out order. Inside, she lay sprawled on her bed, her mouth incessantly moaning, "This is too much. I am about to suffocate." The butterfly flew over. "I told you there would be a price to pay." Ibrahel curled up and groaned inwardly. "I did not expect the price to be being locked in my room." It asked curiously, "Do you regret using that power?" Faced with the sudden question, she immediately shook her head. "No, I do not regret it. After all, I protected Solgren and even forcibly opened the 6th gate." Hearing that, the butterfly reminded her, "It was forcibly opened, not truly mastered yet. If you continue like this, you will harm yourself, my child. This time, it was only your legs being temporarily paralyzed, but next time, no one knows what will happen." Ibrahel lowered her voice. "I know. I never want to experience the feeling of losing all sensation in my legs again. If in the future, I truly can't walk anymore, then I won't be able to protect father." It gently kissed her forehead. "Even so, do not lose heart. From now on, you will be able to use even stronger magic. But please, only use it within the limits of what you can bear, my precious child." During the days Ibrahel spent in her room reflecting, the Knights of the Radiant Spear sent by the Holy Church arrived in Solgren. They interrogated Waynes in the dungeon beneath the castle. After the interrogation ended, they escorted him back to the Holy Church. Because of this, Solgren even received a letter of thanks from the church. And right at that moment, the seaport was completed. It was named Port Ruport, the new gateway to the north. After a simple inauguration ceremony, she was finally allowed out of her room. As soon as she got outside, Ibrahel ran wildly everywhere. Seeing this, Lily shouted, "My lady, please do not run!" She screamed at the top of her lungs. "I am free!" Immediately after, Ibrahel rushed into the room while calling out loudly, "Father." One turned his head in surprise. "Eve, are you healthy enough to be running around like that already?" She replied with a look of grievance. "What do you mean? I have been locked up for a whole week," Ibrahel declared boldly with a determined look. I'm completely fine now. Hearing this, he gave a low chuckle. Seeing you run like that, it seems you really are better. Seeing that, her heart instinctively fluttered. Father smiled. Then Ebrilel suddenly kissed her one. He was momentarily stunned. Twice in one day. Ebrilel gave a soft smile. I just felt like it. Hearing that, Herwan smiled helplessly. He suddenly hoisted her up. Planning to be mischievous again? Are you, my little imp? Let us go eat something, my sweet little star. Ebrilel replied excitedly. Yes, I am starving. Herwan was very happy to hear that. All right, let us go. Suddenly his voice trembled. Next time, father won't let you carry the burden alone, Eve? Hearing this, Ebrilel tenderly embraced Herwan. He made a silent vow. To protect you, father will hesitate no longer. Outside, the monsters had been defeated. At the same time, Kian did not forget to remind him, you should not overexert yourself, your grace. Herwan only replied coldly, I know. It was true that since the veil was cracked, the number of monsters had increased. Speaking of which, he narrowed his eyes at one of them. Then it suddenly lunged straight at Herwan's eyes. Instantly, he drew a sharp blade. Herwan struck down without a moment's hesitation. The monster's head fell straight to the ground. Once finished, he slowly sheathed his sword. Witnessing the scene, Kian let out a faint laugh. But all those monsters are being wiped out by just one person. Then he looked up toward Herwan. How could I have forgotten? A genius who had already opened all 9 gates at the age of 13. However, his body could not withstand such a massive amount of mana. Therefore, he also trained an aura to balance the power. A monster in human form once strong enough to threaten even the position of the crown prince. And even now, despite a reputation for being weak and sickly, he is still the lord that the emperor fears the most. As time flowed on, our efforts finally began to bear fruit, making Solgren increasingly strong both inside and out. By the time I was 14, a royal messenger from the palace arrived. Listen well. House Solgren, the family of great merit entrusted with a sacred responsibility, the heir of the Solar Eyes, descendant of the Keepers of the Fields. You are hereby invited to attend the Divine Beast Naming Ceremony of Crown Prince Tajeric. The Divine Beast Naming Ceremony, as the name suggests, is a ritual to summon and name a divine beast. The process is quite similar to forming a contract with a spirit, but the difference is that as long as one is a qualified member of the royal family, they are guaranteed success in bonding with the divine beast. Over here, Ebrilel sank into thought. In history, there's never been a royal member who did not possess the solar eyes yet manifested a divine beast mark during the naming ritual. That mark only appears once per generation, and only for the one who possesses the solar eyes. Shea, the primordial god of light, dispelled the deep night that once covered the world, then divided his power into 4 parts to bestow upon humanity. One of those 4 powers is the fire divine beast, passed down to the Wilnalian royal family, and the proof of that bloodline is the solar eyes. The image of the solar eyes suddenly appeared in her mind. At this moment, Ebrilel frowned in thought. Thinking back, before I returned to the past, I never attended the naming ritual. Therefore, I do not know which divine beast the crown prince summoned, but there is one thing I know for sure. The crown prince completed the ritual and finally succeeded in bonding with the divine beast. At this thought, she slumped onto the table. Regardless, I have to go to the capital for my debut into high society. Just thinking about it makes me a bit nervous. Just then, a knock came at the door. Ebrilel immediately ordered, "Come in." Immediately after, footsteps rang out. Asiligo looked in from the outside. "Could you spare me a bit of your time?" A moment later, the two sat opposite each other, the atmosphere extremely awkward. Ebrilel felt a bit flustered. Is it because we have not seen each other lately since you have been busy with training? Then she instinctively looked up at him. Ebrilel carefully observed Asiligo's face. For some reason, Asiligo seems a bit shy today. After a moment of silence, she spoke hesitantly. "Asiligo, there is something I want to say." He suddenly cut her off. "I heard you are leaving for the capital soon." Ebrilel nodded in confirmation without hesitation. "That is right. I am 14 now. It is time for my social debut." Hearing this, he nodded slightly. "I see." Then Asiligo's tone suddenly changed. "So, when will you return to Solgren?" Ebrilel fell into a trance. This is the exact question I was asked before leaving Solgren in my past life. At that time, I had replied that I would return after the social season ended. At this moment, Ebrilel's heart fluttered slightly. But now, she spoke slowly. "If it were only up to me, I would return immediately after the season ends. But I still have something I must do." As she spoke, an image flashed in Ebrilel's mind. The darkness that the Emperor used that day was clearly not ordinary magic. It felt as if a colossal power was existing behind him. As long as the Emperor is alive, Solgren will always be threatened. Therefore, I must find the true nature of the power he holds. Thinking of this, she continued hesitantly, "It might take some time before I can return." Ebrilel instinctively lowered her voice. "I can't make any promises yet." Asiligo watched her intently. "From the beginning, I knew this day of parting was inevitable. At 14, the young lady has grown into a beautiful maiden who draws every eye. Everyone thinks so, except for my own brother. I know I should not dream or look up so high, yet I still cannot stop my heart." Then he suddenly spoke. "So, please wait for me. I will surely become a knight worthy of protecting you, my lady. When that time comes, I will come to your side." Hearing this, she was momentarily stunned. A moment later, Asiligo slowly stood up. He bowed his head respectfully. "Then, I shall take my leave. May you always be safe under the protection of the veil." Ebrilel stared after him. her eyes filled with clear, puzzled confusion. Why is Asaligo acting like that? Why do you have to try so hard? After a moment of silence, she spoke seriously. Saving you and Kanya? From the beginning, I never expected anything in return. You do not have to force yourself like this. Hearing that, Asaligo immediately denied it. It is not just for you, my lady. It is simply my own wish. After a few seconds of hesitation, he took a deep breath and summoned all his courage to say what he had always kept in his heart. If one day I can defeat both Sir Jed and Sir Alon, would you grant me the honor of becoming your personal guard knight? She blinked in surprise at that request. I suppose so. Hearing that answer, Asiligo bowed again, a soft smile clear on his usually calm face. Thank you for your permission. The capital, Albion, was sinking into a bustling atmosphere as the social season approached, and the most talked about topic was the massive mansion recently built in the inner city. At the same time, a noblewoman recounted happily, "My servant said the name Whitewood is engraved on the sign." The surrounding guests looked at each other in surprise. Whitewood? That does not sound like any family surname. The person next to them agreed. True? Perhaps it is the personal name of the mansion. Someone boldly speculated, a mansion named like that must surely belong to a family of extremely distinguished status. Right at this moment, a carriage suddenly stopped right in front of the group. The person driving the carriage was none other than Jet. One of them could not help but feel a bit curious. Which family is it? Oh, my. That crest. She almost screamed in shock. It is Solgren. In a flash, whispers broke out. Has the sickly Northern Duke returned to the capital? Another person speculated. Then the rumors are true. The Lady of Solgren will make her debut this year. The noblewoman's eyes suddenly rounded. Wait a minute. Is that carriage heading toward Whitewood? The Solgren mansion, Whitewood, was first installed with heating and cooling stones. Then it was covered by 5 layers of defensive barriers and an intrusion alarm system. All the windows were reinforced with specially treated glass. Even a secret escape route was built just in case. It was not only magnificent, but also extremely heavily protected. At the same time, Ibrilo looked around with an excited expression. Kian really prepared a wonderful mansion for us. He gave a small smile. Yes. Since he could not come along, he tried to prepare everything perfectly. Hearing this, Ibrilo thought to herself, of course. The one thing we are not short on is money. Father only allowed 1 trip to the capital. This much is nothing. By now, everyone surely knows Whitewood is our family's mansion. When the season begins, it will certainly become a topic of conversation. Thinking of this, she turned back happily. Father, I'm going to see my room first. I will see you at dinner. On this side, Herwan suddenly stood motionless. In that moment, he seemed to see Leah. She called softly, Herwan. At this thought, Herwan hurriedly clenched his palms. He could not help but feel a bit heartbroken. Leah, if only you could see Eve now. She has grown so much. At the same time, Lily gave detailed guidance. Let us go see your room, my lady. Ibrilo replied quickly. Yes. A long while later, Ibrilo carefully adjusted her wig. She looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction and gave a radiant smile. Done. Calculations began to form in Ibrilo's mind. Before the spring starts, I have to gather some information. Fortunately, I had a secret passage built beforehand. If Lily knew, she would definitely never agree. Immediately after, she lightly touched a wall. Before long, a space appeared right in front of Ibrilo. She smirked. All right, let us go. The scene shifts outside the capital where residents gathered in crowds. In the capital, there were only 2 forces in the carriage business. One side was managed by the Casweather family, and the other belonged to the Massa Merchant Guild. At the same time, Ibrilo cautiously waved to catch a carriage. The driver quickly noticed her. Where would you like to go, my lady? Ibrilo replied quickly. To Wizarton Street. Please avoid Rose Park and Hilbun Bridge. Hearing that, he frowned slightly. A normal route can't be taken like that. Hearing this, Ibril gestured with her hand. I will pay double. The driver changed his mind instantly. All right then. Please get in. Outwardly, the Massa Merchant Guild was just an ordinary transport company, but in reality, it was connected to the Intelligence Guild. Even the code phrase I said to the driver was like that. At this point, Ibril stared intently outside, yet she could not stop her thoughts. After all, there is no road to Wizarton Street that avoids both Rose Park and Hilbun Bridge. Before long, the carriage carrying Ibril turned into an alley. The driver guided her diligently. That tavern up ahead, the Golden Beer, there is very good. Hearing that, she gave a faint smile. Thank you for the recommendation. Ibril smirked. So, ordering Golden Beer is the code to request information. She quickly moved to the designated place. As soon as she entered the tavern, Ibril was struck by the fierce faces looking at her. Upon seeing her, a man spoke coldly. This place is no spot for young ladies. What brings you here? Ibril admitted without hesitation. I heard the Golden Beer. Here is very good. Hearing this, he stood up. That beer is kept in the cellar? Please, follow me. She nodded slightly. Yes. Immediately after, Ibril slowly followed behind the man. A while later, he gestured toward a door. Please go in. Seeing this, she stepped inside quickly without any wariness. The person inside smirked with interest. Ibril looked intently at the woman. What an interesting guest. The keeper of all secrets? She turned to her curiously. What business does a young guest like you have in this small place? She walked quickly to the woman and made her offer. I have come to buy information. Hearing this, the woman's curiosity piqued. What do you want to know? Ibril slowly lifted her hat and replied boldly. The emperor? Hearing this, the woman laughed softly. My lady, do you have enough money? That information is very expensive. She replied simply, what do you think? Receiving her answer, the woman giggled. I heard the North has become rich. It seems it is true. Interesting. But I must refuse. I have no interest in getting involved in power struggles. Seeing this, Ibrahim let out a soft sigh. Naturally. That is the normal reaction. If Solgren and the Wilnalian throne went to war, the Intelligence Guild would find it hard to avoid losses. But after a moment of silence, Ibrahim dropped a hint. A pity, you have no choice but to accept. The woman raised an eyebrow. What? Without hesitation, she declared boldly. The emperor is about to purge Ditchpool, and he intends to turn it into a massive performance. Before long, that place will be engulfed in flames. One day, a mysterious fire broke out at Ditchpool. The flames quickly spread through the slums, then spilled over to Wizarton. It caused countless casualties and only died down much later. Since Ditchpool was a slum located right next to Wizarton, no one saw anything unusual about the fire. The incident quietly faded into oblivion. They said it was the emperor himself who set the fire to purge Ditchpool. Back in reality, the woman suddenly trembled violently. She looked up. And why should I believe you? Ibrahim remained unfazed and spoke sternly. To believe or not is your right. I won't force you. After saying that, she stared at the woman. On this side, the woman narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself, looking at her eyes, it does not seem like she is lying. A moment later, the woman could only agree. I will investigate this. After that, I will send a letter to Whitewood. Receiving the answer, Ibrahim gave a humorous smile. Then, I shall wait. Heading outside, memories of her past life slowly crept into her mind. In my past life, while searching for medicinal herbs to cure father in the royal archives, I became close with the royal physicians. I never thought the knowledge I learned back then would one day be used in this way. Ibrahim instinctively remembered a saying. Among the rumors in the capital about Kaizen, there are even those dangerous enough to be considered treason. Thinking of this, she could not help but marvel. Thinking back, I was truly far too reckless. Right then, the butterfly fluttered close to Ibrahim. Someone is following us. She immediately grew alert, glancing behind her. It is probably just some vagrants looking to rob us. Seeing this, it made a suggestion. Do you want me to handle them? Ibrahim refused at once. No, I want to return quietly. Don't draw any attention. Precisely at that moment, someone suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. A second later, Ibrahim was pulled away forcefully. She struggled wildly. Let me go. The person in front tried to explain. Sorry, I am not a bad person. I saw you were in danger and wanted to help. Hearing this, Ibrahim instinctively froze. This voice. It belonged to a youth. More importantly, just how long did he intend to keep running? After a long while, the sky had turned to a dark hue. The stranger loosened his grip on Ibrahim's arm. It is safe here now. Don't come to Wizarton alone anymore. Looking so innocent makes you an easy target. Only then did Ibrahim regain her composure, questioning him sharply. Wait, why did you help me? Before leaving, the stranger suddenly turned around and smiled. Return safely, Ibrahim. As soon as those words were spoken, Ibrahim's entire body froze. He knew her name. She could not help but feel a sense of confusion. Who on earth was he? Back to the woman, she leaned back, her mind wandering. The more I think about it, the stranger that girl seems. How does she know things that even we do not know? And that face? Suddenly, a dry cough echoed. The woman bolted upright, a forced smile on her face. Forgive me. Please forgive me. The woman's gaze then shifted toward Evan. Now then, doctor, she asked curiously, what information do you wish to know? Evan made his request without hesitation. His Grace, Duke Solgren, wants to know the whereabouts of his late wife, Leatrice Mayer Solgren, the Stell Club, a small-scale secret society, founded primarily by supporters of the Emperor to consolidate power for the Crown Prince. However, even though the meetings revolved around chess and cards, the Crown Prince himself, the one who was supposed to be the center of it all, had no interest in any of those games. At this moment, Tajeric was pensive, reading a book. In the middle of the palace's luxurious grand hall, whispers broke out. His Highness has not said a single word today. Someone nearby reminded them. Be quiet. It is best not to provoke him. Don't you know? Those who tried to act close to him never appeared again. Hearing that, the other person's voice trembled instinctively. I know. But at the same time, a youth suddenly announced, Did you hear? The sickly Duke of the North has arrived in the capital? Someone next to him added knowingly, Word is he is here for Lady Solgren's debutante ball. His Majesty even sent a royal envoy to invite him. Upon hearing this, Tajeric suddenly paused. The other person laughed scornfully as if he knew everything. He even sent back the tutor who traveled all that way. That says enough, does not it? She's definitely just an uneducated country girl. If it were not for the Emperor, she would not have the status to set foot in Albion in her entire life. Another person rested their chin on their hand and chuckled. Personally, I am looking forward to it. At this debutante ball, we might get to see a talking monkey. Right at that moment, Tajeric suddenly threw his book straight at the group. The person who had just uttered the insult retreated tremblingly, his lips quivering with fear. Your Highness, why did you do that? What did we do wrong? He looked down at him with a cold gaze. Shut up. As soon as he spoke, the group took turns fleeing in chaos. On this side, the orderly space had been destroyed by Tajeric. He was seen stepping firmly on the book beneath his feet. Tajeric suddenly swayed, hissing under his breath. I said, "Shut up." Time passed quickly, and the spring social season officially began. The scene shifted inside the mansion, where lights sparkled brilliantly. Inside, the nobles had already gathered around. Whispers echoed throughout the hall. "Have you heard? The Whitewood mansion belongs to the Solgren family. Their business is thriving, and they have accumulated a massive fortune." The person opposite showed disdain. A noble engaging in trade, how unseemly. Right then, everyone looked up in utter shock. Immediately after, a solemn introduction rang out presenting His Grace, Duke Solgren and Lady Iberlel Solgren. Upon seeing her one, everyone could not help but marvel. Truly the lily of Wilnalian. He is as dignified as ever. A noblewoman could not hide her surprise while looking at the man in the center of the hall. Wasn't it said he was gravely ill? Yet he looked so healthy. Someone whispered softly, and Lady Solgren, too. Didn't they say she never had a tutor? Then why is she so perfect? On this side, the murmurs made Iberlel smile faintly. That is right. Perhaps everyone will be surprised, but Solgren is no longer the Solgren of the past. While Iberlel was observing her surroundings, Hildette approached with a gentle smile. My lady. She responded politely, Hildette. The girl placed her hand over her heart, bowed with deep reverence, and sent her sincere blessings. May the veil always protect you and grant you peace. Iberlel quickly introduced her father. This is Hildette, the granddaughter of your vassal, Burke Eubain. Hearing this, Herwan smiled and spoke softly. The little girl who visited the castle that year. Please look after our Iberlel. Hildette replied without a moment's hesitation. Please rest assured, your grace. We will take care of the young lady with all our hearts. The others responded in unison. Yes, Duke, please be at ease. A duke slowly approached. My daughter was born and raised in the capital. She will be more than happy to assist Lady Solgren. Shall we go over there to talk? He smiled and nodded, responding to the invitation with politeness. Very well. Let us go. Someone asked curiously. I wonder if everyone is having a good time? Right at that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Hearing the sound, Iberlel instinctively felt a chill down her spine. The smile on her face gradually vanished, replaced by a cold gaze filled with painful memories of her past life. Finally, we meet. The man who in my previous life killed both me and my father and destroyed Solgren. Precisely at this moment, Kaizen appeared with a sinister smile. Iberlel's eyes trembled slightly as she saw him. Emperor Kaizen. Kaizen gave a faint smile and spoke with the majesty of a ruler. It has been a long time. Herwan stepped forward, calmly bowing in proper etiquette. May the sunlight shine eternally. Herwan of Solgren greets his imperial majesty. He smirked coldly. To be honest, I did not originally intend to summon you. It seems the north has been far too peaceful lately. That is why you dared to set foot in Albion. He maintained his composure, responding gently without showing any emotion. With this sickly body, I can no longer endure the cold of the north. Kaizen chuckled dryly, his ice-cold gaze lingering on Herwan's calm face. You are still as good at lying as ever? Hearing that, Iberlel instinctively froze. He unconsciously remembered his own miserable state. Please believe me, royal brother. I did not do that. I could never do such a thing to the queen mother. Returning to reality, Herwan tried to steady himself. I must endure. I absolutely must endure. The moment I break the oath of protection, Solgren will be executed immediately. I must wait until there is enough reason to break that oath. Just like the way Kaizen once intended to destroy the veil to wipe out Solgren? At this moment, he slowly shifted to another topic with an unpredictable tone. How is the queen mother these days? Kaizen pretended to frown in annoyance. I do not think this is the appropriate time for you to ask about that. Right at this moment, Iberlel slowly approached. She bowed according to the noble etiquette. May the sunlight shine eternally. Iberlel of Solgren greets his imperial majesty. Kaizen looked at the young lady before him and smiled faintly. It feels like only yesterday I received news of your birth, yet now you are already at your debutante ball. Time truly flies. According to custom, you will have an audience with the Empress tomorrow. Iberlel smiled gently. It is my honor. Though she kept a polite smile on the outside, a suffocatingly cold sensation rose in her heart. It is so cold. At that moment, Iberlel had only one thought. I just want to run away from here. He seemed to suddenly remember something and asked naturally. Ah, right. Have you greeted Tajeric yet? It seems the crown prince just left. Kaizen continued calmly, his eyes not leaving Iberlel for a single moment. What a pity. I was hoping you two would have a chance to meet. After all, you are both children of the same age. I hope you will get along. Hearing this, she kept a calm face, but in her heart she could only scoff at that wish. We will have to see about that. I can't remember a single good memory. And perhaps he never liked me either. Iberlel suddenly remembered Tajeric's voice. I never hated you. She was stunned for a moment, her heart trembling as she reminisced. Were those words back then actually true? Right then, he slowly turned his back. Excuse me, I shall take my leave. I wish you a pleasant time, my lady. Having said that, Kaizen walked straight away without looking back. Only then did Iberlel dare to relax her body. Seeing this, Herwan turned to her worriedly. Eve, are you all right? She shook her head slightly. Yes, I am fine. I just tripped a little. Despite that, he was still worried. But why did you come to us personally? Were you worried about me? Iberlel stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. Of course. Other than you, father, who else can protect me here? Hearing this, Herwan instinctively smiled. His heart stirred with emotion. Eve, my precious daughter, I did not expect she would want to protect me. Since when did you grow up so much? In that moment, Herwan silently made a resolution. No matter what, I will protect you, Eve. After saying that, he tilted his head to look in one direction. Then Herwan approached her. Well then, my lady, may I have the honor of a dance? Hearing this, Ibrahel responded hesitantly. Why me? He gently took her hand. How could I leave my precious daughter standing all alone? At this moment, the dance began. Around the hall, many nobles unexpectedly turned their eyes toward Herwan and Ibrahel. Look over there. It is Duke Solgren and Lady Ibrahel. Oh my, they danced so beautifully. A woman whispered, who was it that said she was like a talking monkey? Someone could not help but marvel. Who would have thought Lady Solgren would be this beautiful? A long while later, she slowly closed her bedroom door. Only upon entering did Ibrahel finally breathe properly. She sighed wearily. I did not expect so many people to ask me for a dance. Thanks to them competing for me, I managed to slip away. Father is being held back by the nobles to discuss business, so it can't be helped. He also needs to build relationships with the central nobility. Right then the butterfly appeared and asked curiously, by the way, was that man just now the emperor? Ibrahel nodded slightly. Yes, it was him. Hearing this, the butterfly showed hostility. I hate that man. She nodded in agreement. Me too. It flapped its wings forcefully. Even this place makes me feel uncomfortable. Ibrahel was momentarily surprised. The imperial palace. The butterfly immediately confirmed. Yes, that emperor is hiding something. She grew pensive after hearing that. Could it be related to the snake shadow I saw on the day I died? For now, I can only wait for the informant to investigate further. Just then, a noise rang out. Ibrahel immediately turned her head. Who is there? Opposite her, Tajarek looked momentarily surprised to see her. Ibrahel was nearly frozen. Finally, we meet. The person who had treated her so cruelly, yet was also the one who tried to save her. Collecting her emotions, she calmly lifted her skirt to bow. May the sunlight shine eternally. I am Ibrahel of Solgren. It is an honor to meet you. Tajarek gave a slight nod in return, his gaze calm yet carrying an emotion that was hard to read. Lady Solgren, he suddenly added, I have always wanted to meet you. Ibrahel frowned slightly, her face full of doubt. Why? While unintentionally looking at Tajarek, she blurted out, Are you injured? He raised his hand to touch the wound. Don't mind it. On her side, she silently observed the wound again, suspicion rising in her heart. It really is a wound. Who would dare to injure the crown prince? Suddenly, Tajarek turned around. Anyway, I shall take my leave. I did not know there was a guest here. She hurried forward. No. I was about to go inside as well. It is quite cold out here. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. Then, take care. As she passed Tajarek, Ibrahel could not help but marvel. Tajarek? Why are you being so gentle? It is strange. Meanwhile, his eyes were instinctively fixed on her. Tajarek's gaze was clearly wavering. Before long, Ibrahel's back faded into the distance. Later, he approached the railing. Tajarek frowned as he thought, people call her the painter of the century. But if her paintings cannot capture even half of her real-life beauty, then what is the point? Right at this moment, someone pushed the door open forcefully. Hearing the noise, Tajarek immediately turned his head. He questioned sternly, What brings you here, Duke Caswither? Suddenly, the man swung his hand and slapped Tajarek hard across the face. Duke Caswither stopped his hand, his cold eyes looking straight at him. I heard you threw a book at Marquess Salodi's son in the Stella Club. Do you really think you are the crown prince? Having said that, he reminded him sternly, Know your place and behave accordingly. The scene shifted to the next morning. The carriage carrying Ibrahel headed toward the palace. She tilted her head to look inside. Finally, I have returned, the Empress's palace. The place where I was imprisoned for 4 years. Immediately after, Ibrahel and a group of maids entered the grand hall. A maid turned to her and smirked coldly. Are you prepared for your audience with Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress? Ibrahel took a deep breath before the doors of the grand hall. To be honest, I am still afraid to meet her, but this time will be different. I have changed my fate. I won't repeat the past, nor will I be manipulated by them anymore. As soon as Ibrahel stepped inside, a maid announced respectfully, Your Imperial Majesty, Lady Ibrahel of Solgren has arrived. She looked around the room. Quite a few ladies are debuting this year. They have all come to pay their respects. Immediately, Ibrahel walked to the center of the hall, lifting her skirt to bow with perfect movements. May the sunlight shine eternally. Ibrahel of Solgren greets Your Imperial Majesty. Just as she raised her head, her pupils suddenly contracted when she saw a familiar face. That woman? Ibrahel's breath hitched. Tillian Seymour? Why is she here? At the same time, Miretta smiled. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Solgren. That is right. Come to think of it, this is our first time meeting. She gently gestured toward the young lady standing beside her. Let me introduce you. This is Lady Eltia Hale, my companion. Hearing that name, her face instantly turned pale and her lips trembled slightly. Eltia Hale. Once outside, Ibrahel's body swayed involuntarily. She was nearly dizzy, her inner self constantly in denial. No way. Miretta's voice echoed in Ibrahel's ears once more. This is Lady Eltia Hale, my companion. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes. They gave her the name of the deceased second princess, just like me back then. Lady Hale has become a replacement for the late princess. My chest is tightening. I want to leave this place immediately. Right then, a familiar voice called out, Lady Solgren. Ibrila looked up, startled. Your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Tejerik suddenly approached her. Are you unwell? Your face is so pale. At this, Ibrila's face grew even paler. In that moment, Tejerik's cold image from her memory appeared. He had spoken coldly. Return to the mansion at once. Having been stripped of your surname by the royal family, why are you still here? Thinking of this, Ibrila instinctively brushed Tejerik's arm away forcefully. After doing so, she jumped in surprise. I have overstepped. What if he considers this disrespectful behavior toward the Crown Prince? On this side, Tejerik looked blankly at his arm, which was growing warm. Is it because I am the Crown Prince? Back to Ibrila, she could not help but feel a little anxious. The relationship between the Emperor and Duke Solgren was already at its worst. Suddenly, he asked, Do you not often smile? Ibril looked up slightly, her eyes showing clear bewilderment at the question. Excuse me. Tejerik appeared saddened. It seems that in front of me you have never smiled. After saying that, he felt a surge of regret in his heart. I really wanted to see that smile, like the one in the painting that day. But in front of me, you will never smile. After a few seconds of silence, Tejerik gently turned his head. It is nothing. Sorry for holding you up. You do not look well. You should go back and rest. A short while later, Ibrilel flopped down onto her bed. She frowned slightly. Perhaps meeting Tejerik has made me even more exhausted. Even so, in front of others, Tejerik always appears perfect. Yet, toward me, he was never kind. Then why change now? Ibrilel was silent for a moment, an unexpected theory flashing through her mind, making her heart beat faster. Could it be? In my previous life, I was the princess's replacement. But now, Lady Hale is the one in that role. Therefore, he no longer has a reason to torment me. Thinking of this, Ibrilel involuntarily remembered Eltia's image. She quickly reached a conclusion. In other words, the person currently suffering at Tejerik's hands is Lady Hale. Then, suddenly, Ibrilel's gaze stopped at a letter. What is that? There was clearly nothing there just now. She quickly grabbed the letter. This seal? Nero. The moment Ibrilel opened it, her eyes widened. What is this? Ibrilel immediately read the words. The two princesses may have been murdered by the emperor himself. Her breathing instantly became heavier. People said the princesses died of illness. If this letter is true, then this is a very dangerous secret. If I investigate this, perhaps I will find the emperor's weakness. The scene shifted to the next morning. Noble ladies quickly gathered around Meretta. A moment later, the group spoke in unison. It is an honor to be invited by your Imperial Majesty. She smiled gently. I'm glad everyone accepted. Then Meretta spoke softly, signaling them. Please, make yourselves at home. Rowan placed her hand over her heart. Thank you for the Empress's grace. I am Rowan Salodi, of the Salodi family, vassals to the Caswither family. Meretta could not help but marvel. Lady Rowan, you grow more beautiful every day. She laughed shyly. You flatter me, your majesty. At the same time, Ibrilel silently observed the entire scene. Though it is called the Empress's Tea Party, in reality, it is a party to honor Rowan Salodi, who will later become the crown princess and the mistress of the capital's nobility. It seems she is very well aware of that herself, but what bothered me even more was Lady Hale. She had not even touched a bite of her dessert. Could it be that she was not feeling well? She narrowed her eyes, observing Altea. Dark, blonde hair, green eyes. They had found a girl who looked as much like the Empress as possible. No matter how she looked at it, the girl was only about 2 years older than her. Suddenly, the person opposite Ibrilel bolted upright. She glanced around as if in an extreme hurry. Ibrilel tried to reassure herself. Nothing had changed. Because of her own selfishness, they had pushed a child even younger than her into that terrifying position. A young lady spoke up cheerfully. Speaking of which, the naming ceremony for the Crown Prince's divine beast is coming up soon. The person next to her nodded. That is right. Zoan immediately nodded in agreement. His Highness's divine beast will surely be magnificent. Maybe it will even be a dragon. Then someone laughed. In fact, there has never been a case in history where a divine beast took the form of a dragon. The person opposite agreed at once. True. According to imperial records, divine beasts can appear as lions, eagles, cats, or even pigeons. Right then, Moretta's expression suddenly changed. A naming ceremony. But then, why did not Arsha have one? She continued to question. Arsha was clearly a princess too. Moretta suddenly snapped her head toward Eltia. Answer me, Eltia. Why was not your sister's naming ceremony held? As soon as those words were spoken, the room fell silent. She screamed almost hysterically. Why did not your sister have a naming ceremony? Eltia turned pale, her lips trembling with fear at the sudden question. Well, Moretta slammed her hand on the table. Answer me. The woman next to her cried out, Your Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty, it seems your dizzy spells have returned? Please, go inside and rest. The wind out here is too cold. You should not be outside for long, Your Majesty. She continued urgently. Please, come back inside. After a moment of silence, she finally agreed. Fine. Immediately after, the maids escorted Moretta away. A maid announced on her behalf, as Her Majesty is unwell. Today's tea party will conclude here. We ask for the lady's understanding. Right at this moment, Ibril suddenly walked fast. Then she stopped in front of Altea. Lady Hale. Ibril hesitated before reaching out to her. If you do not mind, would you like to take a walk around the garden with me? The two of them quickly headed toward the garden. It could be seen walking slowly through the flower garden. After a moment of silence, Ibril finally spoke. How is it? Being the Empress's companion, she replied awkwardly. It is a great honor and a source of happiness. Receiving the answer, she tilted her head to look at Altea. Is that so? Suddenly, Ibril reached out and took her hand. Altea was slightly shy. My lady. She let out a small giggle. Actually, from the moment I met you, I wanted to be your friend. So, please do not be shy with me. Oh, by the way, have you heard about the new teleportation gate the Twilight Tower opened? Ibril thought to herself. If I approach too suddenly, I might scare her. At the sudden touch, she instinctively shivered. Yes, I read about it in the newspaper. She silently observed that innocent smile, telling herself, if I approach slowly, I can uncover the imperial family's secrets. And if I can help Lady Hale, that would be even better. Precisely at this moment, Ibril's eyes suddenly widened. Her gaze stopped on a familiar figure. It was Tajeric. Why was he walking this way right now? Opposite her, Tajeric frowned slightly. Who is that walking beside her? I can't see clearly. Back to Ibril, her complexion turned even worse. Ibril made a silent judgment. Surely Lady Hale has been tormented by Tajeric just like I was. I can't let the two of them meet. Thinking this, she acted urgently. My leg hurts a bit. Should we head back? Then he suddenly called out. Young lady, hearing the call, Ibril bit her lip. Why can't you just go your own way? Why block us? Without time to think, she hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. Tajeric looked up curiously. So, you two are taking a walk in the garden? Ibril was too shy to look him in the eye. Yes, that is right. She turned to look at Altea, her heart racing. I have to end this conversation quickly and take Lady Hale away. She must be very tired already. What? She is not having any reaction to Tajeric at all. Then Ibril looked back at him. Not just her. Even Tajeric does not seem to care about her at all. I never wished for her to be tormented. But then why? Why was I the only one treated like that? Painful memories of the past suddenly flooded back. Ibril was in agony. Why did you only torment me so cruelly? At the same time, Tajeric suddenly made an offer. If you two wish to continue viewing the garden, allow me to guide you. She immediately refused. That won't be necessary. Ibril continued in a cold tone. We have urgent business and must leave immediately. Please forgive us for disturbing your highness. After saying that, she hurriedly took Altea's hand. Let us go, Lady Hale. She followed quickly. Yes. Tajeric stood silently watching their retreating backs, a rare look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why was she so angry? Back to Ibril, she let out a cry that shook the surrounding air. I am so angry. After everything you did to me, you had the nerve to say you never hated me. If that were true, then why was I the only one you treated like that? Outside, Lily looked back inside fearfully. My lady, you are about to lose control. What on earth happened at the tea party today? Meanwhile, she gritted her teeth in fury. Ibril's inner self was almost screaming. How outrageous. To think I actually believed his words that he never hated me. Fine. Let us see if I ever acknowledge him again. Noticing something was wrong, Lily approached hesitantly. My lady, today is the day to contact Solgren. Hearing that, she immediately returned to her gentle demeanor. That is right. Let us go quickly. Everyone must be waiting. In that moment, Ibril silently made a resolution. It is best if I avoid Tajeric as much as possible for my own peace of mind. A while later, the space returned to its usual peaceful atmosphere. Now Ibril looked eagerly at the mirror. I hope the kaleidoscope is working well. The kaleidoscope was a device co-developed by her and her grandfather, a tool for long-distance communication, improved from previous crystal balls. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and activated the kaleidoscope. Many questions flashed through Ibril's mind. I wonder if everyone is doing well. I hope Kanya does not feel lonely. And Asiligo too. And Sigmund suddenly shouted as soon as he saw her. Eve, Ibril smiled at the kaleidoscope. Wonder how everyone has been lately. I hope Kanya has not felt lonely. And Asiligo too. Right then, Sigmund suddenly called her name, Eve. Ibril asked with concern. Grandfather, are you well? The old man spoke in a deep voice. Of course. My apologies. This old man was so busy I could not contact you. She shook her head slightly. It is all right. I know you were busy repairing the veil. Then Ibril asked curiously. How was your debut? I really wanted to be there to see it with my own eyes. Everything went very smoothly, so please do not worry. Kanya suddenly approached, my lady. The moment she saw the girl, Ibril smiled gently. Kanya, it has been so long. Are you well? Kanya's voice trembled with emotion. I missed you so much, my lady. Seeing this, Sigmund grabbed the girl. This brat. How dare you cut in front of this old man? Kanya shouted back indignantly. I want to talk to the young lady too. Witnessing the scene, Ibril sighed inwardly. Just a while ago, Kanya was trembling with fear of him, but honestly, it is not that she got used to him, it is more like she was tamed by him. She laughed helplessly. You two stop arguing. By the way, how is Asiligo doing lately? Hearing that, Sigmund immediately scowled. That boy, Kanya then turned. My brother. The scene shifted to the training grounds, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. Asiligo was seen knocking the sword out of Laura's hand. The old man let out a weary sigh. He's gone crazy with training. Then he bowed to Laura. Thank you for your hard work. At that, she nodded slightly and called his name Asiligo. You once said you wanted to become stronger? He replied quickly without hesitation. Yes. Hearing this, Laura made an offer. I will send you a letter soon. Go to Pexin and meet the mercenary king. She looked up at him and teased. Are you that surprised? Right now, you need a teacher even better than me. If you are taught by your mother, you will become very strong. Perhaps you could even become a knight who defeats all enemies. Hearing this, Asiligo lowered his eyes slightly. I understand. Receiving the answer, Laura smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then continue training until then. Later, he let out a long breath. Asiligo looked up at the clear sky, his mind wandering. I have defeated the White Wolf Knights one by one, yet I still have not received Lord Kian's permission to return to the young lady's side. Perhaps that means I am still not strong enough to be her guardian knight. I will try even harder. Before winter comes, I will definitely stand by her side again. Back to Ibrahel, she was walking down a crowded street with Lily. She looked around excitedly. Look, Ibrahel tilted her head at Lily. It turned out Lily was trying to cheer her up. The scene flashed back to last night. Lily had hurriedly suggested, my lady, let us go shopping tomorrow morning. Ibrahel was startled. Why so sudden? Back to the present, she thought to herself. So Asiligo has gone to meet the mercenary king. They won't kidnap him, will they? Ibrahel could not help but marvel. Daring to go all the way to the mercenary king. That is impressive. Seeing how he is training his life away, there must be a huge reason why he craves strength so much. At the same time, Asiligo was slowly riding his horse. Ibrahel became even more certain of her thought. Perhaps he wants to protect someone. Right then, a figure appeared right in front of her. The youth stared at Ibrahel and smiled. Hello. It has been a long time. The moment she saw him, Ibrahel recognized him instantly. It is you. Lily turned to her in surprise. My lady, is he an acquaintance of yours? Faced with the sudden question, she hesitated. Well, Ibrahel began to worry. How could she say she met him while sneaking out? Aiden suddenly tilted his head in greeting. Nice to meet you. My name is Aiden Sunfield. Lily's eyes widened in shock. Sunfield, could you be related to Lady Sylvia? Meanwhile, Ibrahel immediately noticed something was wrong. He is lying. While painting her portrait, Sylvia had said she was an only child. Her voice still echoed in her ears. I also grew up as an only child, so I understand that feeling of loneliness. Ibrahel quickly recalled. She also said her parents died young and she grew up alone. Aiden smiled calmly as if to cover the truth with a simple explanation. Something like that. We are distant relatives. More importantly, could I speak with the young lady privately for a moment? It is about my sister. She narrowed her eyes at him, suspicion immediately rising. Why is he lying? Who on earth is he? And what is his true purpose? I have to find out. A while later, Lily slowly spoke. Very well then. I hope the young lady has a pleasant time. Then Aiden teased her. Eve, you should be a bit more careful. What if I were a dangerous person? Yet you sent your maid away. Recalling a few minutes ago, she had grinned. I will wait nearby so you two can talk more comfortably. Lily had already stepped back. At this, Ibrahel removed her cloak and said coldly, I can protect myself. Besides, without Lily here, it is easier for us to talk, is not it? Aiden let out a chuckle. You are certainly right about that. Ibrahel suddenly paused. Black hair. The day he saved me, I clearly saw silver hair. Did he dye his hair, or did I missee it that day? She became even more astonished as she observed him. Those eyes? Aiden suddenly reached out and touched his eye. There is a reason for it. I am not injured. Then he turned to Ibrahel teasingly. Are you worried about me? She immediately denied it. Who said I was worried? Immediately after, Ibrahel got straight to the point. You lied about being Sylvia's brother. So why did you call me here? Hearing that, Aiden smirked. Are you curious? She shook her head decisively, her sharp gaze still locked on him. No. What I really want to know is something else. Who are you? How do you know me? And why did you help me that day? Aiden chuckled softly. You really have a lot of questions. Fine. Go ahead and ask. I will answer. Ibrahel spoke sternly. Your real name? No longer joking, he seriously introduced his identity in a decisive voice. Aiden? My name is Aiden. Hearing that, she asked curiously. Your age, Aiden replied without hesitation. 14. I was born in the year 147 of the Ravenkel calendar. Do you need me to tell you my birthday too? Upon hearing that, Ibrahel immediately shook her head. No need. He gave a faint, meaningful smile, his eyes flashing with playfulness. You will regret not asking later. She frowned slightly and cut the story short. Enough. How do you know me? And what do you want? At that question, Aiden gave a faint smile. It is hard not to know Lady Solgren. As for what I want, perhaps it is to be your friend. She stared at him in silence. He was so strange. She knew nothing about him. Nonetheless, a strange feeling of familiarity silently crept into Ibrahel's heart. But why? Why does he feel so familiar, as if I have met him somewhere before? At this moment, Aiden suddenly smirked. He abruptly withdrew his smile, his voice becoming serious and entirely different from before. Listen carefully. You know the Crown Prince's divine beast naming ceremony is coming up, right? She was startled. The naming ceremony again. Aiden suddenly issued a warning. No matter what the crown prince summons, it is just a fake divine beast. Hearing this, Ibrel nearly shouted, "What are you saying?" She immediately pressed him. "And how do you know that?" But Aiden only stood up. "I have to go now." He tilted his head to look at Ibrel one last time. "Thanks for the tea. See you again." Seeing this, Ibrel slammed her hand on the table. "Wait, you have to explain what that means." Watching Aiden's back disappear, she recalled how he spoke with absolute certainty. It was not speculation. His tone was very sure. A terrifying thought gradually formed in her mind, making Ibrel's heart beat faster. The crown prince's divine beast is a fake. He did not seem like a bad person, but right now she could not fully trust him. Determined to find out the truth, her eyes flashed with resolve. "I have to confirm it myself." A few days later, the day of the crown prince's divine beast naming ceremony arrived. Ibrel and Herwan quickly arrived at the ceremony. Standing before the familiar square, she looked silently at the scene that was deeply etched in her memory. "It has been a long time since I have returned here." Ibrel trembled as she remembered the scene of herself being strangled. Thinking of this, her whole body began to shake violently. Right at this moment, Herwan gently took Ibrel's hand. He asked with concern, "Eve, are you unwell?" Herwan tilted his head, quickly noticing the unease clear on Ibrel's face. "You seem to be shaking?" Hearing that, she suddenly snapped out of it. Ibrel hurriedly shook her head. "I am fine. It is just a bit cold." He did not forget to remind her. "If you feel even slightly unwell, you must tell me immediately." She nodded slightly. "Yes." Ibrel then cast her gaze around. With the church participating in the ceremony, they would not dare to act. Precisely at this moment, the main doors slowly opened. Immediately after, Tajirik stepped inside. The master of ceremonies announced loudly, "The radiant son of the empire, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince arrives." He then moved slowly toward the main hall. Then suddenly, Tajirik tilted his head to look at Ibrel. She froze, her eyes widening. "What? Why is he looking this way?" At the same time, he began the ceremony. Tajirik was seen holding a magic wand and an orb. The priest quickly recited the incantation. Before long, a magic circle appeared on the ground. It emitted a beam of light enveloping Tajirik. After a moment of silence, he spoke sternly, "Reveal yourself." His gaze became sharp, his voice majestic, as if calling upon a preordained existence. "Yerga." Immediately, Yerga soared into the air. Upon seeing it, everyone inside the main hall looked astonished. In a small corner, Kaizen smiled with satisfaction. Right after, the sound of clapping rang out. "Congratulations, truly majestic, Your Highness." Cheers erupted simultaneously. Glory to the Empire. On her side, Ibrel looked around. "No matter how I look at it, it just looks like a normal divine beast." Then what Aiden said about it being a fake. What on earth did he mean? Right. At this moment, a surge of aura rushed straight up. Herwan beside her looked at her worriedly. "What is wrong, Eve?" Ibrel's voice instinctively trembled. "Father? Did you not see that just now?" Hearing that, he could not help but feel a bit confused. "See what?" Ibrel's heart sank. She was momentarily frozen. Could it be that only I can see it? At that thought, Ibrel's heart pounded repeatedly. Then, could it be? "It is the same shadow that attacked me that day." Suddenly, Ibrel's heart throbbed with pain. She immediately clutched her chest. An intense pain squeezed her chest. Ibrel held her heart, her breathing becoming erratic. "Why? It feels like my heart is going to explode." Then suddenly she turned and ran away. Herwan called out worriedly, "Eve." Ibrel hurriedly entered a room and slammed the door shut. She could only keep her head down, gasping for breath. Ibrel once again clutched her chest. She tried to breathe, but her chest felt heavy. Every breath became difficult, making her grimace. "I can't breathe." At this moment, Ibrel slightly opened the lapel of her clothes. She looked down at the scar on her body, her pupils instinctively contracting. "My scar? It has changed." Right then the butterfly appeared and hurriedly urged Eve, "You must summon your spirit." Ibrel was momentarily stunned by the suggestion, Ruby. The words were barely out when a spark of fire flashed in the air. Amidst a strange glow, Ruby suddenly manifested before her, making her both shocked and confused. "Ruby, how did you get here?" It spoke slowly. "Before I wondered how a child like you could stop me. But now I finally understand." Ibrel could not help but feel a bit confused. "What do you mean? Is something wrong with Ruby?" The butterfly immediately reminded her, "That is no ordinary spirit." Without stopping there, it suddenly announced, "Ruby is a divine beast." Hearing this, she was nearly frozen. "A divine beast?" The butterfly confirmed calmly. "That is right. It is a dragon, the very first divine beast mentioned in legends." Ibrel looked down at Ruby with a gaze of confusion mixed with emotion. "Ruby, is that true?" She stared at Ruby, her heart even more bewildered. "How is that possible? According to all historical records, only those of the imperial family possessing the sun eyes can control a divine beast. Divine beasts can be birds that are completely controlled by the imperial family, or they can be a white cat. Furthermore, the divine beast's mark appears only once in each generation. In other words, the master of the divine beast should have been Tajirik, the possessor of the sun eyes. Ibrel momentarily speculated, could this be related to my return to the past? Wait. Then the thing Tajirik summoned. It must be the fake divine beast Aiden mentioned. Hold on. On the day I died at the Emperor's hands, Tejeric once shouted. Who are you calling son? She stood still amidst her tangled thoughts. If that was not just a cry of resistance, then perhaps Tejeric was not actually the Emperor's son. Thinking of it that way, everything made sense, including the Empress's cold attitude toward him. She then recalled his expressionless face. At this moment, Ibrahel instinctively tilted her head. She saw Ruby rolling around on the bed. She let out a soft sigh. It took me quite a while to reassure father. Earlier, her one had looked urgent. If you are not feeling well, you must tell me. You made me so worried. Ibrahel had replied shyly. I am sorry. Returning to the present, she sank into thought. In any case, I now have a reason to approach Tejeric. The two murdered princesses. The crown prince with the fake sun eyes. Thinking of this, Ibrahel could not help but marvel. This imperial family is truly a disaster. Since that is the case, I must act on my own. I can't leave everything to Nero. Immediately after, she picked up her pen to write a letter. Before long, the sky had changed its colors. At this time, Ibrahel looked up at Altia. Lady, hail. Have you been doing well lately? Contrary to the last time, she replied with an expressionless face. I am fine. Seeing that, she felt a bit saddened. Is that so? Then Ibrahel closely observed Eltia's expression. It seems Lady Hale has lost a lot of weight since the tea party. She made a silent deduction. It must be because of the Empress. They say a princess is not allowed to gain weight, so she must be starving herself. Every day, she is also forced to change from one heavy set of jewelry and dress to another. After a moment of silence, Ibrahel asked with concern, doesn't it feel uncomfortable dressing like that? Hearing this, Eltia gave a faint laugh. To be draped in such precious garments and jewelry, I should be grateful. Hearing this, she could not help but feel a pang of heartache. Ibrahel sank into the chaotic thoughts of her past. I used to think that way too, because I was given so many rare jewels. Living more luxuriously than even in Solgren, I thought I had to obediently follow every request. Then Ibrahel suddenly looked up and reminded her sternly, don't think like that. Even if others have good intentions, if it causes you pain, it is still wrong. Having said that, she gently placed her hand on Eltia's. Ibrahel slowly made a proposal. So if you are suffering from anything, please come find me. I will always help you, Lady Hale. Her expression changed immediately. The imperial palace, the place she was sold to in order to pay off her family's debt, was so vast and magnificent that it was frightening. Every time she felt miserable, she told herself countless times, I came here to pay off my family's debt. I just need to overlook certain things. Sometimes I am afraid of the Empress's madness, but I am enjoying a luxurious life that I might never have had in my entire life. So if I want to run away, thinking of this, Eltia frantically questioned herself. Then it is my fault. I kept thinking like that. No, I believed it. But the truth is, I want to go back. Back to those days when, though we were poor, the whole family was happy. Back to the warm embrace of my loved ones. Thinking of this, she hesitantly spoke. His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. Eltia spoke with difficulty. Just then, a maid threw the door open. What are you doing here? She froze immediately upon seeing Ibrahel. The maid could not help but feel a bit confused. What is going on? Why is the princess here? She looked up at her and questioned. What reason gives you the right to barge in so disrespectfully? If you cannot provide a justifiable reason, I will consider this an insult to the heir of Solgren. The head maid hurriedly stepped forward. Please forgive us, my lady. It was my lack of manners. Her Imperial Majesty is urgently summoning Lady Eltia. Please be generous and forgive us. Hearing this, Ibrahel frowned slightly. If only I could take Lady Hale away from this place right now. A moment later, she quickly left the room. Ibrahel looked around, thinking to herself, the conversation ended earlier than expected. There is still some time left. Suddenly she spoke. Excuse me, is it? The maid turned her head in confusion. Yes. The scene shifted to the Imperial Medical Room. Inside, Grendel looked urgent. Let me see. You came here because you felt dizzy, right? At the same time, Ibrahel nodded slightly. But I am fine now. Then she looked up at him. It has been a long time, Grendel. Grendel Bolade, the physician of the Imperial Medical Room, was also the person who had taught her about herbs before she returned. Memories continued to appear clearly in Ibrahil's mind. He was cheerful and kind. He was the only person in that cold imperial palace who could make her smile. At this moment, Grendel tilted his head slightly to observe the girl before him, his kind eyes mixed with a bit of curiosity. Have we met before? She nodded without hesitation. Yes, you once helped me. Hearing that, he appeared pensive. If I had saved such a beautiful young lady, I would not forget it even if someone knocked me unconscious. Ibrahel giggled after hearing that. He was still as humorous as ever. At this moment, Grendel carefully poured tea. In any case, it is good that it is nothing serious. Drink some tea and rest for a while. Ibrahel politely accepted the steaming teacup. Thank you. Memories flashed through her mind again. Even before she returned to the past, he often made tea for her. In those memories, Grendel was always gentle. Drink this. It will help you calm down. Meanwhile, Ibrahel wore a very sad expression. Ibrahel silently looked down at the ripples in the tea and said with a trembling voice, The Crown Prince? Why does he treat me like that? Does he hate me that much? Hearing this, he suddenly spoke meaningfully. I'm not sure. Grendel continued with a very suggestive sentence. Or perhaps it is the opposite. Pieces of memory appeared one after another, making her realize that the words he spoke years ago seemed to have a different meaning. Thinking back, what Grendel said was a bit strange. He locked me in the closet, yet always tried every way to force me back to Solgren. If it was not because he hated me, then what was the reason? At this thought, Iberlel's pupils contracted slightly. Just as the atmosphere settled, a maid hurried into the medical room. Pardon me, Dr. Bolade. You must immediately go to the Crown Prince's palace. The Southern Duke has arrived. Grendel immediately withdrew his smile and nodded calmly to the order. I understand. I will go right away. Then he tilted his head toward her. Please excuse my lack of manners for a moment. Having said that, Grendel quickly left under Iberlel's attentive gaze. Watching his back as he hurried out of the room, a thought occurred to her. If Dr. Grendel was summoned, that means Tejeric is injured. Thinking back, when I first met him at the banquet, there was clearly a wound on the corner of his mouth too. According to the maid's report, it seems the Southern Duke has arrived at the Crown Prince's palace. I have to find out what exactly happened between the two of them. Thinking of this, Iberlel immediately looked up. Butterfly? It flapped its wings without hesitation. All right, I will help you. On this side, Grendel hurriedly approached Tejeric with worry. Your Imperial Highness, are you all right? Saying that, he glanced around the chaotic battlefield. Grendel then turned to the torn hanging curtain. Then he looked down at his arm, which was constantly bleeding. Grendel hurriedly bowed low. What happened here? Tejeric reminded him sternly. Don't make a scene. He took his hand with heartache. Don't tell me it was the Southern Duke again. At this, Tejeric let out a sigh. He got angry and threw a glass at me. I only reached out my hand to block it. Hearing this, Grendel frowned slightly. First, let me disinfect the wound. He held his head with a look of weariness. Fine, I will trouble you. Back to Iberlel, the scene before her eyes left her astonished. Good heavens. Even if the Southern Duke is Tejeric's uncle, raising a hand against a member of the royal family is a serious crime. Thinking of this, Iberlel instinctively felt a shiver. Unless he already knows that Tejeric is not the Emperor's biological son. Thinking of this, Iberlel immediately gave an order. All right, this is enough. Everyone, withdraw. Butterfly, it quickly replied. Understood. Right then, Yerga suddenly lunged quickly toward the butterfly. Seeing this, Iberlel instinctively backed away. As it lunged, the butterfly's body suddenly flashed with light. Later, she asked with concern, Goddess Butterfly, are you all right? It replied quickly. I am fine. Iberlel appeared flustered. Sorry, I was startled and reacted instinctively. Seeing this, the butterfly reassured her gently. I am not so weak as to be swallowed by such a mundane thing. More importantly, child, it is exactly as you feared. Hearing this, Iberlel fell into a mess of thoughts. I knew Yerga was not a divine beast, but it reacted to the power of the goddess butterfly. What on earth is it? Even so, Tejeric was quite badly injured. Will he be all right? In another development, Herwan looked up toward the outside. He gently touched the glass surface. Herwan muttered softly under his breath. He must be there. Behind him, Evan spoke slowly. If there is any place the former Empress would be, it could only be the North Tower. Azarian Solgren Wilnalian, the late Empress, and also His Highness's mother. After the fire at the Empress's palace, she never saw him again. According to rumors, because she was so afraid of her own son, she never stepped out of her room. She withdrew into a corner before the terrifying oppression. Afterward, His Highness was stripped of his royal surname and exiled to Solgren. Since then, they lost all contact. At this moment, Evan looked up toward Herwan, a question forming in his mind. I wonder how much she has missed her son. Right then, he suddenly squeezed the newspaper in his hand. Evan did not seem to notice anything unusual yet and asked curiously, Right, has Nero replied yet? Herwan suddenly questioned, Have you found my wife's whereabouts? After speaking, he bit his lip, thinking to himself, Finally. A fool like me has only now begun to look for you. Then Herwan suddenly turned around and gave an order. Evan, choose the best trackers from the elite guard. We must find Leatrice's whereabouts. At the same time, a figure appeared on a mountaintop. Herwan's voice suddenly echoed. She is in the southern Casswither territory. Afterward, I frequently exchanged letters with Eltia. The weather gradually became sweltering. Summer approached, and invitations to the Royal Hunting Festival were sent out. Upon receiving the letter, Iberlil frowned in annoyance. I do not want to participate at all, especially if Kaizen is there. But this is the perfect opportunity to approach Tejeric naturally. The next day, Iberlil appeared wearing shoes made of flowers. Her appearance immediately made the atmosphere explode. Isn't that? His Grace, Duke Solgren, and Lady Iberlil. Whispers quickly broke out everywhere. I heard His Grace was not well, yet he still came to the hunting festival. The person beside him nodded slightly. Yes, perhaps he won't directly participate in the hunt. On this side, Iberlil asked with concern, Father, are you really all right? I could have come here alone. Herwan let out a helpless laugh and shook his head at her words. What nonsense are you saying? How could Father let you come alone? Besides, Father won't be participating in the hunt, so it is fine. Hearing this, Iberlil could only agree. All right. At this moment, he looked around alertly. More importantly, in places like this, there are always those who do not know their place and dare to eye my daughter. I absolutely cannot leave Eve alone. Right then, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Tejeric? He is over there. But what should I say to him? It would be weird to suddenly give him a handkerchief. The moment Tajeric turned around, Ibrahel shyly looked away. She thought anxiously. Have I been avoiding him too obviously? I should at least say hello. On this side, he had been staring at Ibrahel for a long time. Tajeric's expression was seen to grimace slightly. Later, someone spoke up. We will now take a short break. At the same time, everyone simultaneously looked in one direction. Look at the crown prince over there. Oh my goodness. As expected, His Highness will win again this year. Someone muttered happily. I heard His Highness's hunting skills are excellent. It is truly true. The young ladies cheered excitedly. How admirable, Your Highness. At the same time, Ibrahel instinctively stared at his arm. She bit her lip. If you keep pushing yourself, the wound will only tear further. Just then, an elegant man approached Ibrahel. Hello, Lady Ibrahel. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, she immediately looked up. This person, isn't he Rowan Salodi's brother? If I remember correctly, his name is Liam Salodi. What does he want with me? Suddenly Liam knelt right in front of her. If it is not too sudden. Could you lend me your handkerchief, my lady? Ibrahel's eyes widened, stunned by the request. What? She could not help but feel a bit flustered. What should I do? If I give him my handkerchief now, I will lose the chance to talk to Tajeric, but I can't refuse either. There is no reason to. Right then, a fox hit Ibrahel's eye directly. Immediately after, it was thrown straight onto the ground. She could not help but feel a bit confused. This is familiar shoes slowly approached Ibrahel. On the opposite side, Tajeric spoke casually, a gift for the young lady as a memento of the first time you attended the hunting festival. Hearing this, she was instinctively stunned on the spot. Immediately after, Ibrahel's mouth fell open in surprise. Why did he have to show up right now and make things even more complicated? At the same time, he tilted his head to look at her one. He immediately blocked her front. Your Highness, that joke just now was a bit too much. Meanwhile, Ibrahel looked around blankly. Wait, where did Liam Salodi go? He ran off to save his life. I was truly a fool to worry about the handkerchief. Then she turned to Tajeric. Wait then. Could it be that Tajeric realized I was in a difficult spot? Ibrahel blankly watched his back. Is that why he intentionally stepped in to help? Just then, a guard let out a soft cough. Her Imperial Majesty, the Mother of the Empire, is entering. Merida was seen slowly approaching. She quickly stepped forward and paid her respects to Kaizen. Ibrahel could not help but feel a bit surprised. To think she would attend an outdoor event, it seems her madness has subsided. The Southern Duke and the Empress look completely opposite. Actually, her pupils trembled at a bold thought. The Southern Duke looks even more like Tajeric. Don't tell me Tajeric is actually... Right at this moment, Ibrahel suddenly caught the smile on Kaizen's face. In that moment, her face immediately changed color. He smirked coldly and spoke. Since it has been a long time since my brother joined the hunt, I have prepared something special. Not long ago, I released a snow deer into the forest. Whoever catches it will be personally granted a wish by me. As soon as he finished speaking, she could not hide her shock. What? A snow deer? The symbol of the Solgren family. This is clearly a warning aimed at the Solgren family. At this moment, Kaizen spoke sternly. Well, brother, do you intend to participate? Herwan frowned. He was testing his health. Indeed, he is not hiding it. There is no need to walk into his trap voluntarily. Contrary to expectations, Ibrahel suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, if you allow it, please let me participate in my father's place. As soon as she finished speaking, Herwan almost shouted, Eve! The people around all looked at her in astonishment. My lady, you want to participate in the hunt? He looked at Ibrahel with interest. Have you ever used a gun? Without hesitation, Ibrahel nodded calmly. A little. Memories of her previous life flooded her mind. Before returning to the past, she had studied shooting for a short time. Of course, she could not hit a moving target while riding a horse, but it was better than nothing. After a moment of silence, Kaizen nodded in agreement. Very well. I allow the young lady to participate. The hunt will last until sunset. Having said that, he stood up. Everyone, do your best. A moment later, Ibrahel looked seriously at the equipment, horse, harness, and rifle. There were no problems with any of them. At this time, she instinctively turned to look behind her. Ibrahel's gaze stopped on Herwan's worried face. I have left the goddess butterfly with father, so there is no need to worry. Afterward, she turned her head with a confident smile. It is time for me to set out. Immediately, Ibrahel kicked the horse's flank hard. She suddenly stopped, muttering under her breath, not this way, and not this way either. Ibrahel looked around with a sense of urgency. Where on earth is it? Just then, a figure appeared right in front of her. The moment she saw the person, Ibrahel was momentarily stunned. Then she looked toward Tajeric. Your Highness. He suddenly questioned. My lady, are you not afraid? Ibrahel could not help but feel a bit confused. Pardon, Tajeric reminded her sternly. It is not too late. You should return to the camp. Hearing that, she questioned him back. Why should I do that? Faced with Ibrahel's stubborn attitude, he almost shouted, because it is dangerous, obviously. After speaking, Tajeric angrily gritted his teeth. I am truly a fool. The person she is most wary of right now must be me. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned around. Fine. Have it your way. On this side, Ibrahel was still in shock. What is wrong with him? Only a few minutes later, she wore an expressionless face. On the opposite side, Tajeric turned his head, not looking directly at Ibrahel. She hesitantly spoke first. We meet again. After speaking, Ibrahel could not help but feel surprised. This is the 6th time. There is no way it can keep being such a coincidence. Thinking of this, she questioned him wearily. Why do you keep following me? He blatantly denied it. I am not following the young lady. Ibrahel could only sigh. Is that so? At this time, Tajeric secretly observed her. He could not help but marvel. It truly is an unbelievable excuse. But if the young lady gets lost in this forest, or is attacked by wild beasts, or worse, if the emperor orders her assassination while all eyes are watching. Just then, Ibrahel suddenly called out, Your Highness. She unexpectedly made a proposal. All things considered, it would be safer if we went together. Hearing that, Tajeric nodded and replied immediately, Very well. At the festival, the nobles gathered and chatted with lively and bustling excitement. Herwan's face clearly showed his worry as he told himself, Why is Eve back so late? I can't just sit here like this. I should go look for her. While he was lost in thought, a panicked voice suddenly rang out, Oh my goodness, over there, Lady Solgren. Immediately, Herwan was startled and turned his head to look. At this moment, Ibrahel and Tajeric were walking toward him. Seeing his daughter in what appeared to be a wounded state, Herwan called out anxiously, Eve. In just a moment, Herwan ran forward as fast as he could. Then he asked in a panic, Are you injured? Ibrahel smiled and replied, No, I am not injured at all. This is not blood. It is pippinmel extract. Flashing back to a short while ago, Tajeric was holding a pippinmel plant and asked, Pippinmel. Ibrahel replied calmly, Yes, pippinmel is a type of herb used as a deodorizer. Even unprocessed, it is effective, so I intend to use it. Snow deer are very sensitive to human scent, but they are not difficult animals to approach. They are very intelligent, so they react well if treated gently. If I apply this extract to my clothes and the back of my neck, it will hide my scent and make them less wary. Immediately, she applied it to herself to let it take effect. Then she continued, I have also prepared raspberries, a food that snow deer love very much. So now I just need to approach very carefully. Indeed, exactly as Ibrahel explained, the snow deer could not notice their presence. Returning to the present, Ibrahel gently stroked their fur and spoke clearly. Your Majesty only said to bring the deer back. Therefore, I have brought it back without harming it. This truly made Kaizen marvel in his heart. How admirable. If the young lady had brought back the carcass of a snow deer, she would have been condemned for harming her own family symbol. She participated in the hunt because she understood its meaning. As his thoughts ended, Kaizen asked, Yes, the young lady has won. A promise must be kept. Do you have a wish? Ibrahel responded quickly. Yes, I have one wish. I wish to attend the consecration ceremony hosted by the Holy Kingdom next January. As soon as they heard her request, the once lively atmosphere suddenly turned into an eerie silence. Kaizen, looking annoyed and displeased, questioned her. You want to go to a place reserved exclusively for the imperial family? Nevertheless, Ibrahel confidently affirmed, Yes, that is my request. Seeing this determined attitude, Kaizen suddenly broke into an intrigued smile. A second later, he agreed immediately. Very well, I grant it. As night fell, it was time for Ibrahel to return home. While Ibrahel was breaking out in a cold sweat from helplessness, Herwan questioned her. Now tell me, why did you make that wish? As he spoke, he showed clear frustration on his face. Ibrahel stammered, unable to find the words. Well, she could only clench her palms and tell herself, I can't say I am worried that Tajeric might not be the emperor's biological son when I still do not have any concrete evidence. As soon as that thought passed, she quickly made up a random excuse to justify it. I have simply always wanted to visit the Holy Kingdom for a very long time. This made Herwan curious. Is it really that difficult to answer? Ibrahel lowered her head and said sadly, At this moment, yes, it is. Immediately, Herwan thought to himself, the elite guard I sent south has not sent any news back yet. If I want to go without Eve knowing, I will have to act on my own soon. This is the perfect opportunity. Thus, he temporarily accepted Ibrahel's excuse. Fine, I won't ask any further for now. But promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you must put your own safety above all else. Ibrahel smiled and replied, Yes, I promise. The scene shifted. In the small room, she spoke softly. Therefore, it will be very difficult for me to return to Solgren this winter. This made Kanya and the others feel extremely sad. Then when will you return? Ibrahel said. If there are delays, it might be in February. I have also sent Asiligo a private letter, so when he returns, please explain it to him. Under the current situation, Kanya could only gloomily obey. Understood, my lady. In contrast to the girl, Ibrahel replied cheerfully, Thank you. The communication mirror was turned off immediately after the conversation. Sigmund muttered dejectedly to himself, Eve, is your grandfather's news no longer important to you? Meanwhile, Kanya also added sorrowfully, I did not expect the young lady not to return. Asiligo must have been looking forward to seeing the young lady. He will surely be disappointed. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl was startled by the current situation. Upon seeing the back of the person in front of her, Kanya hurriedly called out, Brother. The scene shifted to Ibrahel's place. Herwan was adjusting her clothes while reminding her, Please take care of yourself on the journey, Ibrahel said obediently. Yes, I will, father. You also said you were going south to recover, right? The journey is long, so please go inside and rest. Herwan spoke gently. I will go in right after I see you off. As soon as she heard that, Ibrahel reminded him, If you keep standing out here waiting, you will catch a cold. Just then, Lily suddenly gasped, Oh my. This made Ibrahel feel quite confused. Lily, what is wrong? As soon as she spoke, Ibrahel herself was wide-eyed and stunned into silence. It was Asiligo. He was standing before her, looking exhausted and panting incessantly. Immediately, Ibrahel approached him to ask, Asiligo, why are you here? She thought to herself, it seems he has grown even taller. Asiligo, with a dirty face, smiled and replied, Lord Kian has given his permission. I will escort the young lady to the Holy Kingdom as her guardian. Upon hearing that, Ibrahel was startled and surprised. What? Asiligo will be my guardian. Returning to a short while ago, he had made a proposal to Kian. I heard the young lady will attend the consecration ceremony in the Holy Kingdom. Kian immediately questioned him, so he quickly continued, I will escort her as her guardian. Immediately, Kian felt a bit of admiration. It seems you are very confident in your own strength, Asiligo confidently affirmed. Yes, that is right. Under the current circumstances, Kian could not help but evaluate him inwardly. No matter how the mercenary king trained him, he has practiced to the point of exhaustion. Now, it is hard to say which of us would win if we fought. After finishing his thoughts, he reminded him clearly, if you want to reach the capital before the young lady departs for the Holy Kingdom, you must set out at least a week in advance. At the final teleportation station, after hearing Asiligo's story, Ibrahel reminded him, so that is how it happened. Of course, I am very happy that Asiligo came to be my guardian, but traveling all the way to the capital in just 2 days without using a teleportation gate is too reckless. Asiligo hurried to reassure her, I am fine. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation between the two. It was none other than Tejerik. He called out with full seriousness, My lady. Immediately both Ibrahel and Asiligo bowed their heads in greeting. We greet your highness, the crown prince. Tejerik's gaze was clearly cold and sharp. A second later, he directly evaluated him. You have brought along a knight I have never met before. Ibrahel quickly introduced him. Yes, this is Knight Asiligo. From now on, he will be in charge of my protection. Upon hearing that, Tejerik fell back into his own thoughts. Looking at his aura, he must be a beastkin. Furthermore, coming here alone, his strength must be exceptional. Meanwhile, Ibrahel was still preoccupied with Asiligo. Asiligo, did you rush here too much? Seeing Ibrahel acting so intimately with Asiligo, Tejerik was naturally astonished. He stared at Ibrahel, who was smiling brightly, and thought to himself, this is the first time I have seen her smile. She has never smiled like that with me. Immediately, he turned and left in annoyance, and naturally that attitude was noticed by Asiligo. The Holy Kingdom of Shaya. In Ibrahel's narration, afterward, we quickly reached the Holy Kingdom via the teleportation gate, but the friendship and diplomatic banquets lasted until late at night. Tejerik said he was tired, so he returned to his room to rest. This made Ibrahel a bit curious, and so the day ended without me being able to speak to him even once. As soon as she returned to her room, she complained, I am so tired. Is there no one else who feels exhausted? She remembered with helplessness the moment she was surrounded by countless people. Only then did she speak softly. I should wash up and get ready for bed. Just then, a strange sound was heard, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. Ibrahel stood up and said worriedly, that voice. At another location, the guards were seriously performing their duties. As soon as he saw Ibrahel standing not far away, he asked, My lady, why have you come here so late? Ibrahel quickly replied, I thought I just heard something strange coming from His Highness's room. As soon as he heard that, the guard's face darkened and he immediately retorted, You must have misheard. We are protecting His Highness very safely. So please rest assured and return to your room. Under the current situation, Ibrahel still insisted on speaking. It will only take a moment. I just want to confirm His Highness's situation and will return immediately. Nevertheless, the guard replied to her in a sharp tone, If you are afraid to return alone, I can escort you. So please. Before he could act, a person dressed in black appeared from nowhere, and with a single move made him collapse to the ground. That scene left Ibrahel stunned. The moment the face was revealed, she shouted in surprise, Asiligo? Asiligo replied gently, We heard a strange noise. Upon hearing that, Ibrahel said with worry, It seems something has happened to His Highness. I am certain I heard a scream coming from his room. Asiligo said, If you heard a scream, he might be in danger. Are you truly that worried about His Highness, my lady? Under his questioning, Ibrahel suddenly paused for a few seconds. She gave a forced smile and explained, It is not exactly that I am that worried about him. As soon as the words were out, she herself doubted her own emotions. That is right. I just feel uneasy because I witnessed him being injured by the Southern Duke last time. That is the only reason I am thinking of him now. Right then, Asiligo suddenly reminded her, Please go inside and check. Casting aside her personal feelings, Ibrahel hurriedly agreed. Yes. The room door was quickly opened. As soon as she stepped inside, Ibrahel called out, A Highness. As soon as the words were spoken, her eyes widened in shock. Tejerik was lying on the bed in an exhausted state, making Ibrahel extremely worried. Your Highness. She gently touched his forehead, then she could not help but tell herself helplessly, Good heavens, His Highness's forehead is burning. How could they leave the crown prince in this condition? Immediately, Ibrahel gave an order. Asiligo, bring a damp towel here. Asiligo quickly obeyed. Yes, I obey. With that, he quickly turned and left. At this moment, Ibrahel saw something strange. Looking at the book placed on the table, she wondered with doubt, Where is this? Where am I? The scene shifted. Two clenched hands slowly moved forward. Along with it, a questioning voice suddenly rang out. Why did you help me? It was Ebrilel. At this moment, she was talking to Tajeric, standing before her. You hate me, do not you? That is not it. Tajeric quickly replied, I have never hated you. As soon as the words were out, he told himself, truthfully, watching you slowly wither away like the Empress's little puppet made my heart ache. I did not want to watch you waste away day by day like that. I thought that if I made everything unbearable, then you would run away on your own and never return to this terrifying palace again. That was the only way someone like me could get you out of this place. As soon as he thought of this, Tajeric became extremely hesitant and found it hard to speak. But the truth is, before he could finish his sentence, the image of Ebrilel in a miserable state suddenly appeared before his eyes, that made Tajeric speechless on the spot. He seemed to sink into his own fear, unable to speak. Thus Tajeric held Ebrilel's body and wept in helplessness. The nightmare caused him to wake up with a start. Tajeric slowly sat up. In confusion, he spoke, that dream again. Just then, Tajeric suddenly saw the towel that had fallen on the bed, which made him extremely curious. This is Eve. Outside the palace, Ebrilel watched the lively atmosphere through the white glass and told herself, today is finally the day of the purification ritual. The island on the other side is Halshaya, the smaller of the two islands that make up the Holy Kingdom. It is a sacred land where only priests chosen by God are allowed to set foot, and the ritual will be held there. Therefore, imperial heirs participating in the ritual are forbidden from bringing weapons or guardians. However, as soon as she thought of this, her eyes focused on Tajeric not far away. She instinctively called out, Asiligo? Anyone who enters Halshaya without permission will be committing a serious crime. Hearing that, Asiligo replied, I suppose so. Just then, Ebrilel suddenly inquired, even if I become a criminal, will you still protect me? The question left Asiligo dazed and astonished for a long while. Nevertheless, he easily chose to side with Ebrilel. I will protect you no matter what happens. At the harbor, Halshaya, the purification ritual is a rite of receiving holiness through the power that Shaya has bestowed. Before the Pope, the participant will summon their divine beast and recite a sacred prayer. Afterward, the Pope will perform the ritual of sprinkling holy water on the head, and the ritual will conclude. The Pope spoke clearly. Tajeric Caswather Wilnalian, come forward before God. Tajeric slowly stepped forward. A second later, he said, reveal yourself, Yurga. In an instant, under his power, Yurga appeared. Tajeric commanded seriously, come here, Yur. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. For some unknown reason, Yurga's eyes turned a terrifying blood red, which even Tajeric could not recognize Yurga. Its hands gradually grew larger. This caused even the Pope to gasp in shock. Good heavens, thus Yurga transformed into a giant, ferocious beast. Tajeric hurried to turn around and remind them, everyone, run quickly. Nevertheless, Yurga had already accumulated power in its golden beak. Seeing it about to attack, Tajeric could only stand helplessly and accept his fate. No, I am too late. Just then a slash appeared from nowhere and was swung, causing Yurga to scream in agony. Ebrilel said worriedly, please step back, Your Highness. Immediately a powerful force pierced through Yurga's body. Meanwhile, Tajeric could only stand frozen and observe. He himself was stunned and did not understand what was happening. After resolving the issue, Ebrilel asked, are you not injured? Afterward, the Holy Kingdom repeatedly summoned her and Tajeric to clarify the truth about the incident. No one expected that a crown prince with sun eyes would be accompanied by a fake divine beast. Instead, rumors that Tajeric had a fallen divine beast spread everywhere. Therefore, the church sent holy knights to the north to investigate signs of darkness. Offshore, the boat still had its sails caught in the wind, fishing in the Great Sea. In Ebrilel's narration, fortunately, our unauthorized entry into Halshaya was only met with a casual reprimand. We were even thanked for saving the Pope and his successor. The scene shifted. Behind the closed room door, a soft voice rang out, come in. As soon as Ebrilel entered, she spoke clearly. I have something to ask, Your Highness. The person appearing before her was none other than Tajeric. Both quickly stood on the balcony to look at the night view. Along with it, the conversation officially began. What do you want to ask me? Ebrilel went straight to the main topic. A few days ago, I heard Your Highness's scream, so I snuck into your room. And I happened to see your notebook. In it, the hair and eye colors of many people were recorded. Therefore, I have no choice but to be convinced that Your Highness's face looks more like the Southern Duke than the Empress. Along with your fake divine beast, your sun eyes are also fake because they cannot see colors. Ultimately, who are you? After listening to her for a while, Tajeric could only force a smile and let out a sigh. He gently recounted everything. I was not born in the imperial palace. I was born in the ditchpool slums. That magic-filled lie began when he was very young. Back then, he was told, from today on, you are Tajeric Caswather Wilnalian, and thus the lie officially began. Tajeric continued, that was the first sweetness I had ever tasted. It was the first warmth I had ever felt. I knew lying was wrong, but what I received back then was so precious that I could not refuse. I was so happy. If it were a dream, I would never want to wake up. The scene changed. Tajeric was being enchanted by a mysterious person. Bright red drops of blood slowly fell onto the cold ground, accompanied by a bone-chilling voice. The illusion magic engraved into his eyes has taken effect. From now on, he will possess the perfect sun eyes of a crown prince. Tajeric continued, Afterward, I had to endure the lingering pain caused by the illusion magic, and its side effect was that I gradually lost all the colors of the world. Even so, I was happy that I could still see one color, especially because that color was blue. As soon as she heard this, Ibril was stunned and thought to herself, I guess Tiarak was a fake crown prince, but I did not expect they would even engrave illusion magic into his eyes. It must have been so painful. Thinking this, she could not help but wonder, more importantly, what do you plan to do now? Tiarak replied gently, I am just a chess piece that he can discard at any time. Not even a scratch will touch the emperor. Ibril seemed to agree with that. That is true. Even if the whole world knows Tiarak is not the emperor's biological son, Kaizen would simply shift all the blame onto Caswather and the empress. A second later, she analyzed. Yes, your identity alone is not enough to overthrow the emperor. The important thing is why he did such a thing. He killed his own 2 daughters, yet still put Tiarak on the throne as the heir. That very reason will be the emperor's fatal weakness. The emperor is truly an extremely cunning person. Under the current situation, after talking with Tiarak, Ibril made a serious proposal. Then when we return to Veloisan, I will begin investigating the empress. Until then, let us keep this secret hidden. At her suggestion, Tiarak was surprised. Is it really all right to do that? However, before he could finish his sentence, Ibril interrupted. Your Highness is also a victim. The more he heard, the more Tiarak was stunned on the spot. A second later, he said, Please call me Tiarak. This made Ibril extremely confused. What? Tiarak explained with a smile. Now that we know the truth, the fact that the young lady still uses honorifics with me feels very strange. Even though he said that, Ibril was still flustered and stammered. Even so, Tiarak added sincerely, at least when it is just the 2 of us. Would that be all right? That attitude caused her face to suddenly turn red with embarrassment. A second later, she hurriedly changed the subject to ease the tension. Look, a meteor shower. Indeed, the Primera meteor shower only appears once every 10 years. Tiarak. As soon as he heard her call his name, Tiarak immediately turned around to look. Ibril stated clearly, I will help you. Therefore, you must also help me. At the southern Caswather territory, footsteps carried an aura of momentum moving forward. While standing and observing the landscape from above, Erwan thought seriously. If the elite guards report and the information from the King of Shadows are correct, then Leatrice must be hiding somewhere nearby. I still do not know why she chose the south, but the vast and fertile plains of Caswather have consolidated the Emperor's political power. Thus, Caswather is the Emperor's closest ally. Perhaps that is why Leah came to this place. While he was immersed in his own thoughts, a strange dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. As the sword point was aimed directly at his face, Erwan still thought seriously to himself. I spread the news that I was going south to recover, so she will surely come to see me. Immediately, Erwan gently pushed the sword point away and questioned with a faint smile. It has been a long time. Isn't such a greeting a bit too cold? Leah. The person appearing before him now was none other than his wife, Leah. The sword fell straight onto the cold ground. A second later, Leah held Erwan tightly and called out with a smile, Erwan? Erwan replied gently, I missed you so much, Leah. Just then, Leah seemed to remember something and was startled as she reminded him. There is something I must tell you. It seems the Emperor has betrayed Shaya. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, they must have considered the matter regarding the Crown Prince's divine beast too sensitive, so they decided to temporarily keep everything that happened at Hal Shaya a secret. After returning to Veloitan, I asked Altea to help investigate the cause of death of the 2 princesses. I also learned that Altea's family was in debt to the Seymour family, and to pay off that debt, she was brought into the Imperial Palace to act as a substitute for the 2 princesses. After finding out, I personally paid off all of Altea's debt, and thanks to that, she was finally free to leave the Imperial Palace. At that time, Altea thanked her with sincere urgency. Once again, I thank the young lady. Ibril replied gently, It is nothing. Write to me when you get home. As soon as she heard that, she agreed, Yes, I will. By the way, about the matter you asked me to investigate, I have found a clue. There is still a maid in the Imperial Palace who once served the Empress during childbirth. According to Altea, that maid had been invited by Ibril. The maid, with a somewhat worried face, said, My lady, I heard you wanted to see me. Ibril replied calmly, That is right. I have a few things to ask. I heard you want to retire and live peacefully in a quiet manner. Perhaps I can help you achieve that. What do you think? At her proposal, the maid suddenly froze. A second later, she asked, What do you want from me? Please just ask. Seeing this, Ibril did not beat around the bush and quickly hit the main topic. Tell me everything you know about the deaths of the 2 princesses. The maid clenched her 2 hands. Then she recounted everything, leaving everyone stunned and shocked. The children born that day were not princesses. The more she heard, the more Ibril's attendant broke into a cold sweat of disbelief. Nevertheless, the maid continued. They were monsters. The 2 children born that day did not have human forms. No, they looked more like beasts. As soon as she heard this, Ibril seemed to understand everything. Now everything is finally clear. The 2 princesses were born in beast form, along with the Emperor's ominous power of unknown origin. The Emperor had betrayed Shaya and made a contract with the darkness. The scene shifts. Sunset is gradually falling, drowning the entire space in a pale orange hue. At the grounds of the inner palace, A young boy runs quickly toward his mother, his voice filled with delight. Mother, it is none other than the emperor as a child. He dives into the Dowager Empress's arms and says, Mother, I heard something very intriguing today. It seems my brother wants to leave the north. When a wild beast raises its head too high and forgets its place, how should it be handled? Upon hearing this, the Dowager Empress immediately hugs Kaizen and pleads desperately. No, please do not hurt him. Please do not. Kaizen reminds her calmly, then you will only love me, right? Under the current circumstances, the Dowager Empress naturally could only obediently follow his words. That is right, Kai. Returning to the present, after understanding the whole story, Ibrahel did what she needed to do. Afterward, I immediately returned to Whitewood and informed father through Lily that the Emperor had made a contract with the darkness. I also contacted Nero, asking him to find someone named Aiden. At that time, Aiden was certain that Tazeric's divine beast was a fake. Perhaps he even knew things that even Nero did not. Ibrahel gently sits down on the sofa. With a somewhat pensive look in her eyes, she can't help but tell herself, now all that is missing is concrete evidence that the Emperor has made a contract with the darkness. To do that, I need to understand the darkness itself. But where can I find that information? As if sensing her distress, the butterfly suddenly flies closer and offers, Child, I believe I can help you with that. This surprises Ibrahel immensely. Really? It replies calmly. Yes, I have lived long enough to understand such things. If Shaya granted humanity 10 doors leading to the light, then the darkness also has 10 doors of its own. The more doors one opens, the more magical power will fill the body, granting mages a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people. Behind the doors, great power lies hidden. But no matter which door is opened, great power and long life come at a price that is losing one's humanity. The closer one gets to becoming a god, the further one drifts from their own essence. That is why your grandfather has such a cranky personality. If Sigmund knew the butterfly was speaking ill of him, he would surely be fuming. So what is actually wrong with me then? At this moment, Ibrahel's face clearly shows worry as she wonders to herself. Then, what if someone opens the doors of darkness? What if the darkness returns to the world through the Emperor? If humans cannot resist the darkness, then we need the power of Shaya, the one who banished the darkness in the beginning. Just as she thinks this, she suddenly asks, Lady Butterfly, can a human open the 10th door? The butterfly replies calmly, What do you think? Ibrahel asserts confidently, I believe that doors were created to be opened. Immediately, the butterfly supports her 100%. Then follow your belief, my child. Just then, a knock suddenly sounds from outside. Ibrahel says gently, Come in. A maid enters with a letter in hand and announces, My lady, a summons has just arrived from the Imperial Palace. This leaves Ibrahel feeling suspicious. A summons. As she takes the letter, she wonders, Is it from Tazeric? Her eyes clearly show her confusion. A second later, Ibrahel fixes her thoughts. No, this is the Emperor's seal at the Imperial Palace. As soon as Ibrahel arrives, a subordinate leads her to Kaizen's location. Your Majesty, Lady Evriel of the Solgren family has arrived. A voice quickly echoes from inside the room. Let her in. At this moment, Ibrahel suddenly calls out inwardly, Lady Butterfly. So you want me to check if there are traces of darkness on the Emperor? The butterfly quickly replies, Yes, please help me. The moment she enters the room, Ibrahel bows in greeting. May the sunlight shine eternally. Evriel of the Solgren family greets your Majesty. Kaizen asks curiously, Welcome, Lady Solgren. So, how was your attendance at the consecration ceremony? Was it enjoyable? Ibrahel tells herself, even though your Majesty once intended to use Tazeric to destroy Halshaya. Nevertheless, she forces a bright smile and speaks, Yes, I had a wonderful time. I'm extremely grateful, for if your Majesty had not granted me that permission, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Upon hearing that, Kaizen says, Is that so? I am glad you enjoyed the trip. All right. I summoned you here today to introduce someone to you. Quickly greet her, my lady. Following his words, Ibrahel hurriedly turns her head to look. It is the Dowager Empress, who is also Kaizen's mother. He introduces her grandly. This is my mother, the Dowager Empress. She has never met her niece, so I wanted the two of you to meet. The moment she sees her, Ibrahel thinks in confusion. The Dowager Empress? My biological grandmother. I heard that after the fire at the Empress's palace, she did not see anyone anymore. Meanwhile, the Dowager Empress suddenly approaches and hugs her tightly, asking, So, you are Evriel? I have been very curious about you. Ibrahel is stunned and speechless. This causes Kaizen to remark, The young lady seems quite startled. It is only natural. Everyone reacts like that when they meet mother for the first time. You probably already know it was my younger brother who ruined her face. Because of that, he was stripped of his royal surname. As soon as the sentence ends, Ibrahel asks directly, Why? Why is your Majesty telling me this story? Kaizen also gets straight to the point. Because I hate the fact that he is loved by others. Right after that chillingly cold attitude, he flashes a completely fake smile. The door gradually closes along with Kaizen's reminder, If you have time, come to the palace to keep my mother company. Ibrahel tells herself helplessly. It can't be. Was it really father who caused the fire? More importantly, just as she thinks of this, the Dowager Empress's earlier words echo in her mind. Don't believe a single word the Emperor says. She can't help but ask Lady Butterfly, Do you sense anything unusual? The butterfly quickly replies, Not at the moment. Or rather, the fact that I can't sense anything at all is what is unusual. The more Iberlel hears, the stranger she feels. What do you mean? The butterfly speaks up. The emperor does not even exude the slightest aura of a living person at Iberlel's mansion. While moving her limbs, she complains wearily, I am tired. Just then, Sigmund and Kanya, full of emotion, run hurriedly toward Iberlel, calling out, My lady! My lady! Iberlel replies in surprise. Grandpa? Kanya. What are you two doing here? Kanya says excitedly. Of course, we missed you. Sigmund can't help but interject. I also just finished fixing the curtain, so I came along as well. Hearing that, Iberlel teases. But the two of you came together. It seems you have become closer, have not you? The old man immediately grumbles with annoyance. This girl followed me on her own accord. Immediately the two start bickering again. What did you just say? I did not want to go with you either. I only came because you said you were going to see the young lady. What? While the two of them are arguing, Iberlel suddenly changes the subject. Anyway, Grandpa, I have something I want to ask you. Sigmund asks, What is it? She asserts firmly, Grandpa, I intend to open the 10th door. At her words, Sigmund's mouth drops open in shock, unable to believe his ears. What? A second later, the old man shouts, What did you just say? A mysterious carriage quietly stops in the middle of the silent night. It carries a large chest into the deserted street, signaling an upcoming event. Two people in black cloaks gently step into a small house. They open the trapdoor to the basement, then they slowly descend. A questioning voice quickly rings out. Leah, where are we? Leah replies calmly. Go inside, and you will know. In the current situation, Herwan's face clearly shows bewilderment and astonishment. He can't help but look suspiciously at the men standing inside. Leah, what is this? Leah calls out seriously, Herwan. I intend to conquer the south. Hearing this, Herwan questions. Are you planning a rebellion? Leah calmly counters. This is a revolution. The emperor should not be sitting in that position. Let us return to the capital, Herwan. You must persuade the nobles and the founding families. I still have not gathered enough military force to seize the entire south at once. It might take some time, but please stay by the children's side. If Evriel is in the capital, then that child will be there too. At her words, Herwan seems stunned for a few seconds. However, in the end, he still agrees, I will do that. Leah gently takes Herwan's hand. Then she sincerely expresses her feelings. And please tell Evriel this. Tell her that mother will come to see her soon. After the meeting with Leah, Herwan finally returns to the mansion. As soon as she sees him, Lily speaks up in a panic. Your Grace? This makes Herwan very curious. Lily, why are you here? While handing the letter to him, Lily explains, the young lady asked me to bring this to you. As soon as he reads the letter, Herwan frowns and says, I must return to the capital. I am leaving first, Lily. You set out tomorrow morning. Seeing him in such a hurry, Lily can't help but worry. Are you leaving right now? Your Grace, it is too late now. It is very dangerous. Nevertheless, Herwan insists on riding away. His figure is etched deep into Lily's eyes along with extreme admiration. The Duke. Has he always been so imposing? The scene shifts to Iberlel's narrative. In the meantime, I told my maternal grandfather everything that happened. She says seriously, the darkness might return through the Emperor one day. No, perhaps it has already returned. If so, we must have the power to fight it from this side. In the current situation, Sigmund is naturally worried and thinks to himself, the veil was almost torn before. It is very likely that the darkness has been unsealed. A second later, the old man speaks up. But the 10th door is a door that humans cannot open. My child, I and many mages in the world all stopped at the 9th door. Iberlel analyzes seriously, but the fact that the darkness has returned, does not that also mean the light will return? If the light returns, I will be able to open the 10th door. At her words, Sigmund can't help but evaluate. That is right, this child can see the doors. Maybe she really will be able to open the 10th door. While thinking, the old man stares intently at his beloved granddaughter. Then he adds gently, I will also continue to do more research. Iberlel replies with a smile as bright as a flower. Thank you, grandfather. Just then, an announcement suddenly comes from outside. My lady, it is time to go to the Imperial Palace. Iberlel speaks gently. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Sigmund, sitting opposite her, adds, come to think of it, you have become a friend of the former Empress Dowager. To be safe, please be careful. Iberlel smiles and affirms, don't worry too much, nothing will happen. The scene shifts. As soon as she arrives at the Dowager Empress's residence, she bows respectfully. Evriel of the Solgren ducal house greets the Dowager Empress. The Dowager Empress suddenly suggests, Evriel, what a beautiful name. May I call you Eve for convenience? To this, Iberlel naturally agrees. Yes, of course you can. As soon as she finishes speaking, the Dowager Empress thinks to herself, I thought my memories were fading because I had not seen Herwan in so long, but as soon as I saw Eve, everything immediately came rushing back. She really looks just like Herwan. Once the thought ends, she speaks up, I am very happy to meet you, Eve. But coming to the Imperial Palace like this is very dangerous. This makes Iberlel a bit stunned, her eyes showing clear worry. The Emperor, who has always prevented communication with the Dowager Empress, suddenly arranged this meeting. There must be a reason, but the Dowager Empress probably knows the Emperor's secret. Immediately she says, there is one thing I want to ask you, Your Majesty. Before she can finish, The Dowager Empress irritably and alarmingly reminds her, Eve, she gently writes words on Ibrilel's hand as a warning, don't speak loudly. Absolutely do not mention the imperial family. Ibrilel's face darkens completely as she whispers, why? The Dowager Empress trembles with fear, implying, because. He is definitely listening. Following her words, Ibrilel hurriedly turns her head to look to the side. In an instant, her face shows clear astonishment. Looking at the Dowager Empress's strange shadow, she thinks to herself, the Dowager Empress's shadow is moving. It is the same shadow that grabbed me before I regressed. Just like that, the Dowager Empress tries to regain the atmosphere. I am very glad to have met you, Eve. Please go home for today. Following her words, Ibrilel can only obediently leave. Sitting in the carriage, her heart is full of worry. As expected, the Dowager Empress knows about the Emperor's darkness. The Dowager Empress's testimony alone would be enough to overthrow the Emperor. Just then, the carriage jolts violently. She asks in confusion, what is happening? Asaligo quickly replies, my lady, I think you should not get out of the carriage. As soon as the sentence ends, he looks ahead. It is the Imperial Knights. For some unknown reason, they are appearing before the carriage of the Lady of Solgren. The leader speaks up grandly. This is the Emperor's order. Lady Evriel is under arrest on suspicion of poisoning the Dowager Empress. In an instant, Ibrilel's face turns grim upon hearing this announcement. She thinks with great annoyance. This is a trap. This is why the Emperor arranged for me to meet the Dowager Empress. He wanted an excuse to frame me and take action against the Solgren ducal house. Meanwhile, Asiligo is trying to protect Ibrilel. Even if you are the Imperial Knights, you are not allowed to use force against Our Lady. This makes the Imperial Knights extremely angry. While drawing his sword, he questions irritably, are you defying the Imperial family? As soon as the words are spoken, the sword is directly sliced in two. Asiligo says nothing, using action to prove his point, leaving everyone stunned and rooted to the spot. Even Ibrilel did not expect the situation that just unfolded. She calls out in panic, Asiligo, however, it is too late. By now, the Imperial Knights are completely enraged by him. You insolent brat. Just then, large blocks of ice suddenly appear from nowhere to prevent the conflict. Asiligo turns his head in confusion to look. It is Ibrilel. She is using her own power to prevent the fight. Stop, Asiligo. We cannot clash with the Emperor's Knights. Asiligo asserts grandly, if you give the order, I can handle all of them. The more she hears, the more Ibrilel frowns and shouts. Doing that would be treason. Sheathe your sword immediately, Asiligo. Meanwhile, some men from the Imperial Knights standing on the other side call out, Lady Evriel. If you do not lower the barrier, we will be forced to use violence. Just then, a voice suddenly rings out from behind. What is all this commotion about? Upon hearing that voice, Ibrilel is filled with amazement. That voice is, Father. At this moment, Herwan indeed appears. He questions in a voice thick with anger. I want to know what this disturbance is all about. The Imperial Knights can't help but stand stunned at this sudden appearance. I heard Duke Solgren went to the south to recuperate. Nonetheless, he tries to stay calm and reports, Lady Evriel is a suspect in the attempted murder of the Dowager Empress by poison. We are escorting her back for questioning. Herwan sneers and questions back. Attempted murder by poison. The Imperial Knight replies obediently, yes. After having tea with the lady, the Dowager Empress coughed up blood. In the current situation, Herwan only calmly suggests, then I will go with you. Hearing this, the Imperial Knight feels even more bewildered. I beg your pardon. Meanwhile, Herwan only coldly interjects, the person my royal brother truly wants to see is me. At the Imperial Palace, Kaizen sits firmly on his throne and asks, what did you just say? Herwan replies grandly, I ask for permission to see Mother, Your Majesty. This makes Kaizen question immediately. And why should I grant that? He quickly explains, I want to confirm Mother's condition. Hearing this, Kaizen sneers and remarks, I do not want to hear those words from the one who set fire to the Empress's palace, showing no deference. Herwan frowns and reminds him, please stop pretending you do not know, Your Majesty. Both then and now you are the one using Mother. At those words, Kaizen's face changes instantly, his eyes becoming bone-chillingly cold. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two becomes dark and heavy. Kaizen stands up and threatens, you would better not be insolent, royal brother. If I wanted to, I could erase your daughter from this world. As soon as he sees the change in him, Herwan thinks to himself, the shadow is stretching out. Meanwhile, Kaizen continues to speak grandly. Whether you came or not, I intended to summon you anyway, so listen carefully. Hearing this, Herwan asks curiously, what is Your Majesty trying to say? Kaizen declares, I plan to soon retake the East Barak region. In an instant, Herwan's face turns pale as he questions in panic. What? As soon as the words are out, he thinks in confusion. East Barak is a land that has long been abandoned after being consumed by darkness. We were only just able to prevent its spread by building giant walls around it, and yet now he wants to retake that place? That is impossible. While he is immersed in his thoughts, Kaizen continues. Every war needs a pioneer. He lightly touches Herwan's shoulder. Then he suggests with a sinister smile, I want that person to be you, royal brother. Herwan does not have a single expression on his face as he questions back. What if I refuse? Kaizen replies leisurely. Then your daughter will become the culprit in this poisoning case. Even if she manages to clear her name, I won't leave her in peace. Choose wisely, royal brother. At Ibrilel's side, After some time, the questioning has finally ended. For now, the investigation will temporarily end here. The interrogator closes the door and steps outside. Only then can Ibrahel breathe a sigh of relief and think to herself, just performing the ritualistic procedure is already so exhausting. More importantly, the emperor would not do this without a reason. Just then, a small bookshelf in the distance suddenly moves. Seeing it open, she wonders in great curiosity. What is this? Ibrahil's face shows clear bewilderment and shock. Seeing Tezzeret step out from inside looking disheveled, Ibrahil calls out, Tezzeret. Tezzeret replies helplessly, doesn't anyone clean these secret passages? Then again, if someone did, they would not be secret passages anymore. Ibrahil approaches and asks in confusion, why are you here? Tezzeret immediately says, I heard you suddenly tried to murder the Dowager Empress. Could I possibly ignore that? The more she hears, the more Ibrahil feels stunned. You do not actually believe that, do you? He hurriedly explains. Of course not. It is too absurd. More importantly, what exactly happened? That strange shadow did not follow me. Did it? To his question, Ibrahil gently replies, fortunately, they said they could not sense anything from you. Looking at the butterfly flying in front of him, Tezzeret can't help but admire. As expected, spirits are truly extraordinary. Immediately, Tezzeret breathes a sigh of relief. Anyway, I am relieved that nothing happened to you. I was worried something unfortunate had befallen you. In the current situation, Ibrahil's face suddenly turns red with embarrassment. What? She says with great awkwardness. Anyone would be worried if they were in my position. Meanwhile, Tezzeret gently adds, and I also wanted to see you. As soon as the sentence ends, he suddenly freezes for a few seconds. This leaves Ibrahil a bit confused, Tezzeret. At this moment, Tezzeret is lost in his own thoughts. That is right. Normally, I am not even allowed to look directly into a noble lady's eyes. I only sit in a high position. But my essence still comes from a low class. I must not reveal these emotions. Just then, a voice suddenly rings out from outside. Eve, it is time to return. Seeing this, Ibrahil inside hurriedly obeys. Yes. Tezzeret says politely, you go ahead, my lady. As she prepares to turn and leave, Ibrahil replies, yes, you take care too. And so, she was the first to leave. His face flushed slightly along with a surge of emotions. Perhaps Tezzeret thought I could not hear him. But those final words were very clear. He said he wanted to see me. At the Ibrahil mansion, as soon as she arrived home, a loud shout rang out. Eve, are you all right? Sigmund grumbled and cursed irritably. Those bastards, they dared to coerce my granddaughter. I absolutely won't let this go. Kanya, standing nearby, chimed in quickly. My lady, are you hurt anywhere? Ibrahil forced a smile and said, I am fine, nothing happened. Please do not worry, everyone. Despite that, Sigmund remained suspicious. Then what on earth happened? Just then, Herwan suddenly spoke up, Lord Sigmund. There is something I need to speak with Eve about first. As soon as they entered a private room, he inquired, so, will you explain what happened during the time you were away? Ibrahil nodded and replied, during the Holy Nation's baptism, the Crown Prince's divine beast turned into a magic beast. After that, I explained that Tezzerek's son I was a fake, and also told everyone about the shadow that always lingers around the Empress Dowager. The Emperor is plotting something using the power of darkness. After listening to her story for a while, Herwan scratched his head in a helpless assessment. I did not expect danger to be lurking everywhere like this. Anyway, even the Holy Nation has admitted there is a problem with the Crown Prince's divine beast, so let us wait a bit longer. Ibrahil obediently followed his lead. Yes, she could not help but conduct her own analysis. Although Kaizen's actions were suspicious, he was still the emperor, and it would take time for the Holy Nation to officially request an investigation. Knowing that only made it feel even more frustrating. Meanwhile, Herwan was also deep in his own thoughts. Leah in the south also knew that the emperor had made a contract with the darkness. That meant there was someone else in the capital providing information. I think I know who that person is. Immediately he spoke up. Eve, I also have something to confess to you. This made Ibrahil very curious. What is it? Herwan said seriously. All this time, you have never asked me about your mother. With just one sentence, he made her freeze for a few seconds. Nevertheless, Herwan continued firmly. I cannot explain everything about the past right now, but please believe this, your mother, Leatrice, never did anything wrong. As he spoke, he handed Ibrahil a small necklace. The reason I went to the south was not to recuperate from illness, but to meet Leah. Open it. Immediately, Leah's image appeared before Ibrahil's eyes through the necklace, leaving her filled with doubt. Is this person? Mother. Herwan smiled and continued. It might take some time, but your mother will return to us. Ibrahil looked bewildered and questioned him immediately. What do you mean by that? Herwan affirmed loudly. Leah will return, Eve. Scene changed. Heavy footsteps entered the small room. A second later, Sigmund questioned him. What on earth did you say to Eve to make her look so heavy-hearted? Herwan spoke up. Didn't you ask her yourself? Sigmund explained calmly. It was late, so I told her to go to her room and rest. As if understanding everything, the old man asked seriously. Then, what did you exchange with the emperor to be able to return safely? Under the current situation, Herwan had to tell the old man the truth. The emperor wants to reconquer Eastern Barak. This made Sigmund startle in utter shock. What Barak? That madman. He is obsessed with sacrificing human lives again. Wait, could it be that he mentioned a secret reconquest? Don't tell me he wants you to participate, Herwin Solgren. At this moment, Herwin suddenly said, I met Leah in the south. The more Sigmund heard, the more he froze in place. What? Immediately, the old man grabbed Herwin's collar and questioned him. Our Leah is in the south, you fool? Then why did not you bring her back? Herwin said gently, Leah is gathering an army in the south. In contrast to his calmness, Sigmund could only gape in astonishment. What? Gathering what? Herwin analyzed seriously. As long as the bond between Caswather and the imperial family is not severed, Solgren will not be able to overthrow Velatin. Even so? Sigmund protested slightly. That is no different from declaring a rebellion. Herwin affirmed firmly. Leah herself said it. This is a revolution. Those who do not belong on the throne should not sit in the position of emperor. To strengthen Solgren's power, the best way is to overwhelm the entire central nobility. Hearing this, Sigmund grew worried. You. Do not tell me you are. Herwin interjected quickly with a smile on his lips. That is right. I will participate in the reconquest and take back Barak. In Aberlel's room, sitting curled up in a corner of the bed, she frowned and told herself, Mother is coming back. Everyone avoided mentioning Mother, so I never asked. But it turns out the rumors were not all true. And now, Mother is finally coming back. In an instant, Leah's gentle smile appeared in her mind. This made Iberlel feel even more helpless as she slumped down on the bed, her mind in a mess. Does Mother miss me too? Just then the little cat suddenly rubbed against her hair, making Iberlel wonder, Are you comforting me? The little cat nodded in agreement. Immediately she regained her spirits, sat up abruptly, and thought, that is right. I must focus first. The Emperor is the top priority. I have been stuck since opening the 6th gate. I must open the 10th gate as soon as possible. As if understanding her intention, the butterfly suddenly appeared to remind her. You should not push yourself too hard. As I told you before, opening the gates means absorbing more mana. The closer you get to being a god, the further you move away from your humanity. You still remember that, do not you? Abrael replied. Yes, I know. She was immediately lost in thought. They say mages who open many gates enter a long period of hibernation without using mana. I heard grandfather hibernated until 2 weeks before coming to the Solgren Duchy. Even now, I find it hard to believe that grandfather is a great mage who has opened the 9th gate. Just then, Iberlel suddenly noticed something outside the door. The moment she saw the small bird, she spoke up. This is sent by Nero. Good. As soon as she opened the letter, the content became clear. Unfortunately, the person named Aiden is not currently in the capital. This made Iberlel muse to herself. So he is not a person from the capital. Then, where on earth is he? In another place, a young girl was suspiciously questioning the person in front of her. So, what do you plan to do now? Aiden, that young lady is looking for you. Are you really not going to meet her? Aiden replied calmly. Now is not the time to meet her. This left the girl full of doubt. Well, whatever. It is a family matter anyway. But are you really going to do that? Do you think I brought the blueprint of the Imperial Palace here just to look at it? Under the questioning, Aiden quickly smiled and said, All right then, at the Iberlel mansion. Exiting her room lethargically, she thought wearisomely, staying up all night has made me a bit tired. The moment she saw Asiligo standing in front of her, she found it strange. Asiligo, why are you here so early? He replied hurriedly. I came to apologize. Upon hearing that, Iberlel wondered, apologize. Asiligo explained gently right away about the confrontation with the Imperial Knights yesterday. I apologize for making you use your power. It must have been difficult then. If you want to vent your anger, please just aim it at me. Ibril said seriously, that is right. I was angry with you, Asiligo. In an instant, shock was written all over Asiligo's face. Meanwhile, she continued to reproach him. You were too reckless. Those were Imperial Knights, the most elite of all knights. If you had charged in alone, something terrible might have happened. Asiligo asked blankly. Were you worried about me? Ibril suddenly grabbed his hand and stated firmly. Of course. What if you got hurt? Promise me, Asiligo. Promise that you won't let yourself get hurt. The more he listened, the redder Asiligo's face became, and his emotions wavered violently. My heart is fluttering at a time like this. Perhaps I finally understand why. Once his thought ended, he replied, I promise. I will never let myself get hurt. He seemed to accept staying by Ibrilel's side without demanding anything. Even if my feelings are never reciprocated, as long as you can be at peace and smile, that is enough for me. Immediately, Asiligo changed the subject, by the way. Where are you going? Ibrilel spoke up. Grandfather said he wanted to see me for a moment. This made Asiligo add immediately. Now that you mention it, Lord Sigmund looked very troubled. Ibril could not help but wonder him. I wonder what it is about. As soon as she met Sigmund, the old man made a serious suggestion. This time, go to the magic tower with me. This left Ibrilel bewildered and speechless with shock. After a few seconds, she stood up abruptly and reacted. What? The night before, Herwin had spoken with the old man. Therefore, I hope Evriel won't find out about my participation in the reconquest. Sigmund pointed straight at his face and judged grumpily. Are you going to deceive that child again? It is like trying to cover the sun with your hand. Despite that, Herwin remained firm in his opinion. She worries a lot. If she knew the truth, she would definitely follow me. Hearing this, Sigmund ran out of excuses. That is true, she is not the type to sit still. He then asked further, do you have any good plan? Herwan replied. The capital is a place where news spreads very fast, while the reconquest is taking place in distant eastern Barak. Please take Evriel to a place where she won't hear outside news unless it is something truly important. Under the current situation, Sigmund could not help but sigh. Where is there a place like that? Wait. Do not tell me. Before the old man could finish, Herwan nodded in agreement. Returning to the present, Sigmund spoke up firmly. That is right. This time, please let me take Eve to the magic tower. Ibrahil immediately refused. I won't go. Seeing that, the old man hurriedly advised this time is different from before. If you want to open more gates beyond your current level, the environment at the magic tower is much better than here. Ibrahil immediately fell into deep thought. She could not help but think, opening the remaining gates won't be easy. If I enter the magic tower, I will progress much faster than I am now. Once her thought finished, she said, Father knows I can't leave him. Although the seizures have disappeared now, if I do not draw the mana out of Father's body, it will accumulate again. Sigmund was full of doubt. Do you really not realize anything? Ibrahil replied with an innocent face. Realize what? The more Sigmund heard, the more helpless and gloomy he felt, as he thought to himself, our granddaughter has been completely deceived. Herwan intentionally let mana accumulate in his body to maintain his sickly image before the world. That cunning boy can open or close the gates whenever he wants. Immediately the old man said, so if that problem is resolved, will you go to the magic tower? Ibrahil said, yes, I also want to open the next gate as soon as possible. When she saw Sigmund holding a winter branch in his hand, she found it strange. This is, Sigmund explained calmly. It is a replica of the winter branch. It shocked her immensely. What? The butterfly immediately appeared and evaluated, to dare imitate a part of my power in such a crude way. Sigmund cleared his throat guiltily and added, it is a prototype simulating how the winter branch absorbs mana. Though the efficiency is much lower, it still works. Truly amazing. I did not think something like this could be made. Holding it in her hand, Ibrahil praised it endlessly. It looks very exquisitely crafted. You must have put in a lot of effort. In a moment, she said emotionally, Grandfather, you always say you do not like father. Sigmund found it hard to put into words. Currently, that boy does not even need this thing. But this is the only way to persuade Evriel. Once his thought ended, the old man asked imploringly, so, will you go to the magic tower now? Ibrahil immediately agreed. Yes. As soon as she finished talking to Sigmund, she turned to Herwan's room and called out, Father, it is Eve. I came because I have something to say to you. Herwan wondered. What is it? Ibrahil said. I will go to the magic tower, at grandfather's suggestion. Herwan said gently, I see. So you have decided. A second later, he reached out his hand slightly, gently stroking Ibrahil's hair, he comforted her. Don't cry. It is not like we will never see each other again. Ibrahil replied emotionally. I am sorry. Thinking about not seeing father for a while makes me sad. Herwan suddenly knelt down right in front of her and explained tenderly. The same goes for me, Eve. As soon as he finished his sentence, he thought to himself, I want to be with my daughter forever. But for now, the safest place for Eve is the magic tower. Herwan held his little daughter tightly and comforted her. Don't be sad. Let us look forward to the day we meet again. By then, many things will have changed. At the imperial residence, some maids were gossiping with each other. Did you hear? I heard Lady Solgren is going to the magic tower. Is it true? You remember when the cult attacked the barrier veil that year, do not you? I heard it was Lady Solgren who used magic to stop the erosion. Oh my god, how incredible. As soon as the maid finished speaking, Tezzeric appeared from nowhere and asked in surprise, what did you just say? The two maids hurriedly bowed in apology. Forgive us for speaking so loudly. However, he did not pay much attention and quickly returned to the main topic. It is fine. Answer my question. Who is going to the magic tower? As he spoke, Tezzeric's face darkened with worry. At Ibrahil's place, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Oh my, why are you here at this hour? Tezzeric, now appearing right in front of her, replied gently. I sneaked out of the imperial palace through a secret passage. This made Ibrahil feel full of admiration in her heart. I did not expect you to be so proficient in using secret passages. Meanwhile, Tezzeric questioned her with anxiety. More importantly, is it true that you are going to the magic tower? Ibrahil said. Yes, there is something I must do there. It will take at least a year. Tezzeric immediately told himself sadly. At least a year then, won't it be a very long time before I can see her again? He clutched Ibrahil's sleeve and said softly, you said you would help me? So please return as soon as possible. I will wait for the day you return. Seeing Tezzeric's charming smile, Ibrahil replied with a face flushed with embarrassment, yes. After the conversation, Tezzeric quickly departed. Leaving Ibrahil with surging emotions, my heart is beating fast again. Is it because I like Tezzeric? Not allowing herself to dwell long on that feeling, she reminded herself, no, now is not the time to think about that. When everything is over, I will tell him my feelings. Evening at Tezzeric's residence. He was standing quietly in front of his room door. With a smile on his lips, Tezzeric thought to himself, I am so glad I managed to say goodbye before Evriel left. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared under the screen, making him extremely suspicious. Who are you? Stepping toward him, the other person replied, You have finally arrived. At this moment, Tezeric's face showed utter shock and confusion. He called out suspiciously, Duke Solgren. Meanwhile, Herwan was standing in front of him, sneering, Hello, you fake! As I suspected, you really cannot see colors. Otherwise, after seeing these eyes, you would not be able to stay so calm. The more Tezeric heard, the more cold sweat he broke into as he thought to himself, I am certain now. He is convinced that my Sun Eye is a fake, and that face looks exactly like Duke Solgren. The true crown prince possesses the Sun Eye. It seems the rumor that the Duchess of Solgren abandoned her husband and fled was just to hide the crown prince. Once his thought ended, he questioned, Did you come here to kill me? Herwan replied calmly, Maybe so, or maybe not. Hearing this, Tezeric found it strange. Then does Lady Solgren also know of your existence? He said nonchalantly. Yes, we have met. It is just that I still have not revealed my identity. Immediately, Tezeric understood everything. I see. Then let me ask you one thing. How can I survive? Under his questioning, Herwan could not help but frown in confusion. What? Tezeric spoke up. You have come all the way here because you want something from me. If I can help you, then there is no need to kill me, right? Herwan did not reply, only smiled and thought to himself, he accepts everything at a frighteningly fast pace. A second later, he proposed, Fine. These are the conditions. First, steal Casweather's internal information. Sigmund obeyed. Understood. Seeing this, Herwan continued, Second, become the leader of my organization. Hearing this, Sigmund was startled. What? Meanwhile, Herwan still calmly said, I want you to lead the takeover of Casweather and the overthrow of the Emperor. Sigmund was extremely confused, not understanding what was happening. What are you talking about? Herwan smiled and replied, A revolution needs a cause persuasive enough to overthrow an emperor who has deceived both the empire and the holy nation. We need you, the fake crown prince, Tezeric Casweather, a crown prince who has been used by Casweather and the imperial family his entire life. A man who realizes his true identity, condemns it all, and strives for reform. Is not that a very persuasive story? After listening for a while, Sigmund seemed swayed. I once thought I could not do anything. But if this can help Evriel even a little bit, then Immediately he accepted Herwan's offer. Fine, I accept all your conditions. And just like that, each of us began to take steps toward our own goals. To protect the ones we love. Time, both interminably long and fleetingly short, passed by. 2 years later, Barak, the land of monsters in the east, that had been abandoned for decades, was finally reclaimed. The commander of the war was Herwan Solgren, the Duke of the North. The Duke of Artensia and the Duke of Rinterdale, from the founding families of the East and West, also participated in the campaign. Everyone was united with a great goal. Meanwhile, the Duke of the South, Casweather, avoided the war, using the excuse of only providing provisions. As a result, he could not escape the criticism of the empire's subjects. When news spread that Duke Herwan, who was thought to be sickly, personally led the vanguard, everyone predicted a disastrous defeat. But contrary to those expectations, his actions proved all the rumors wrong. The knights praised him as a god of war. What was even more shocking was the news that the mercenary King Oris also joined the war. Despite his usual discord with the imperial family, it was said he participated thanks to Duke Herwan's influence. At the imperial palace, Kaizen's cold voice rang out, making his subordinates pale with fear. After this reconquest, the position of the Northern Duke has been elevated even further. To reclaim the empire's territory, my younger brother truly gave his all, to the extent that he even hid his power from me. Even so, I cannot execute someone who has achieved such illustrious merit. Immediately he ordered, Prepare a triumphal ceremony. He must be welcomed perfectly. Not even a single mistake is allowed to occur. At the Northern Magic Tower, the fierce roars of monsters echoed incessantly. Abril quickly appeared. A second later, she detected something unusual. Something's not right. Sigmund, standing behind her, could not help but wonder. Is something strange? Abril analyzed immediately. The frequency of monster invasions is increasing, and they are also becoming stronger. The more the old man heard, the stranger he felt. You kill them as easily as turning over your hand, yet you still say that. But anyway, coming to the Magic Tower and enduring such rigorous training has been very worthwhile. You are the first genius to open the 9th gate at only 16 years old, Abril exclaimed happily. It is all thanks to your guidance, grandfather. Being praised, Sigmund naturally replied with some embarrassment. Ah, well, that is true. After their pleasant conversation, Ibril returned to a state of high alert. Even so, the increasing appearance of monsters cannot be taken lightly. She thought to herself suspiciously, the fact that they are getting stronger and appearing more frequently is certainly related to the darkness. Immediately, Ibril spoke up. I think I should return to the imperial capital to assess the situation. In an instant, Sigmund was startled and said in panic, What then? Before the old man could finish, Ibril understood everything and announced firmly, Yes, perhaps it is time for me to leave the Magic Tower. Carriages passed by one. Ibril watched an elderly couple outside chatting. They said reclaiming Barak is truly incredible. We will be able to see him at the triumphal parade. The two of them talked excitedly. It was a celebration for the empire. Ibril wondered, what are they talking about? Just then, Sigmund opened the carriage door. The old man grumbled to the person inside, The sunlight is so dazzling. Suddenly the old man froze, thinking to himself, Damn it. I heard about the reconquest, but I had no idea the triumphal parade was today. If I had known, I would have left the magic tower later. Sigmund spoke up. We have arrived. Let us get down. The old man helped Ibril down. She suddenly froze. She wondered, why are the knights marching like this? Sigmund looked stunned. Well, it seems some good news has arrived, the old man replied awkwardly. More importantly, you must be tired. Let us go inside. Ibril widened her eyes and called out loudly, Grandfather, look over there. She pointed toward Herwan and said excitedly, That person looks like father. Herwan turned his head slightly to look at her. Ibril cried out softly. Father. His eyes flickered with a brief moment of stunned silence. Ibril's mind was in a whirl. She wondered why her father was over there. She looked at the group surrounding him, her mind filled with questions. Asiligo was with him too, and even the king of mercenaries. Ibril pondered. Thinking back, she had been released far too easily when she was nearly framed for poisoning the former empress. She had assumed the emperor issued an unfair decree to clear the charges, but it turned out the price was the reconquest of Eastern Barak. Her heart felt like it was on fire. Nevertheless, the fact that her father had deceived her like this, Lord Sigmund stood behind her, looking utterly flustered. Ibril about that. Ibril slowly turned her head to look at Sigmund with a darkened expression. Grandfather, I think I need an explanation. After safely completing the triumphal parade, the hero, Duke Herwan Solgren, stood hesitantly before his daughter's door. Herwan knocked, his voice faltering. Ibril, my sweet sugar plum, won't you open the door for Daddy? His voice was pleading. Just give me 5 minutes, please. Herwan's tone grew increasingly embarrassed. If 5 minutes is too long, then how about 3? He continued to beg his daughter pathetically, or even just 1 minute would do. The large door slowly creaked open. Herwan's gaze instantly lit up with joy. Ibril had a stern look on her face as she said coldly, With only 1 minute, you won't be able to say everything? Each word was like a knife to Herwan's heart. When I was little, you would not even give me that 1 minute and often left me standing outside your door. But I am not as petty as you, so I will at least listen. Her gaze suddenly softened, and Ibril's tone became sincere. I am just so glad to see you are healthy. Herwan lowered his eyes and said, I am sorry for lying to you, Ibril. He gently touched his daughter's cheek and explained slowly, I thought you would worry if you knew I was joining the reconquest, and I am sorry I could not tell you sooner that I had recovered. Ibril curtly brushed his hand away. Please do not lie to me anymore. Hearing this, Herwan was moved and pulled his daughter into a tight hug. I promise I will never do it again. Did you miss me much? His voice was full of sincerity. I missed you even more than that, Ibril. Suddenly, those eavesdropping nearby were discovered. Stop hiding and come out right now. Ibril turned politely to greet them. It has been a long time, everyone. Asiligo and Kanya stepped forward. Kanya laughed with her hands on her hips. I suppose I can't call you a child anymore, can I? Ibril burst into laughter upon hearing that. Ibril thought to herself, 2 years is enough time for everyone to change. Yet Kanya ran toward her crying, My lady, I missed you so much. Ibril opened her arms wide in welcome. Kanya, you have grown taller? Ibril mused inwardly. Still, the way they treat me has not changed. It feels so familiar, and I have missed it dearly. I then stepped forward to praise her. You have become a beautiful lady, my mistress. She replied gracefully. Evan, you look exactly the same as always. What a relief. Outside, the sky had turned a brilliant shade of sunset red. Ibril sat next to Herwan and asked, So, what does everyone plan to do next? He replied, In exchange for reclaiming the eastern lands, I will demand restoration. Ibril hesitated. What does that mean? With a determined look, Herwan said, That is right. I intend to reclaim the name Wilnelian. He explained, The Emperor and Tezzeric should not be in those positions, and the people of the Empire must not be blinded to the corruption of the imperial family. As she listened, Ibril calculated in her head. If her father wanted to take back the name Wilnelian, exposing everything would be to his advantage, she thought. Once the Emperor's contract with the darkness and the Crown Prince's fake legitimacy are exposed, father will be able to win the support of the nobles much more easily. An invisible sense of unease rose within Ibril. But, seeing her troubled expression, Herwan gently poked her forehead to reassure her. Don't worry too much, Ibril. He comforted her. No matter what happens, I won't let you be sad, Ibril said mischievously. That is a promise then. Herwan stood up and replied, Yeah, you must be tired, so rest today. She answered obediently. Yes, you should rest too, father. Ibril's hands were currently clutching the bedsheets tightly. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. If father takes back the name Wilnelian, and everyone finds out the divine beast belongs to me, what will happen to Tezzeric? The next morning, Herwan had gone to the palace and stood before Kaizen. Kaizen acted arrogantly and growled. Are you demanding the name Wilnelian back? His tone was manic. It seems sparing your daughter's life was not enough for you. Herwan replied firmly. You should know better than anyone that it was a false accusation, he added, and I have heard about what happened at the Holy Nation regarding the Crown Prince's divine beast. Herwan's gaze was unwavering as he said loudly, I will give you one last chance, younger brother. Confess everything and abdicate on your own. Kaizen thought to himself, Why should I listen to such nonsense? His soul was filled with dark intent. I have gained this power and become greater than anyone. I have reached a position where Herwin can no longer threaten me. His expression remained calm, as if nothing was wrong. Kaizen mused. He has been like that since we were children. I was the one born with the sun eye and the divine beast, so why was everything that belonged to me taken away? Back then, he had nurtured the seeds of hatred in his heart. He gnashed his teeth, veins popping on his face as he thought, I will never give up anything ever again. Kaizen's mind seemed to lose control as he reached out his hand to attack Herwon. If I kill you here, then nothing more will be taken from me. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted outside. Herwon cried out in shock. Over there. Herwon let out a cry of anguish. Mother. He whirled around to look at Kaizen and questioned him. What have you done to my mother this time? Kaizen stood frozen, inwardly panicked. I can no longer feel the shadow placed on mother. His mind was in turmoil. Someone had destroyed the magic and taken her away. Ibril thought to herself. The next day, newspapers and tabloids throughout the empire were filled with reports of a terrorist attack at the imperial palace. The explosions occurred not only at the northern tower where the former empress resided, but also at the crown prince's palace. As a result, the former empress and Tezzeric went missing, throwing the empire into complete chaos. She let out a long sigh. Who on earth did this? Just then, someone walked up and asked, Is something bothering you? You look so gloomy. Ibril jumped in surprise and screamed, why are you here? Her voice was almost a shout. Aiden said cheerfully. It has been a long time. I came to deliver a letter. Ibril pressed him. What letter? Where have you been all this time? He handed her the letter and dodged the question. Why not read the letter first? It is from Tezzeric. Ibril took it and opened it to read. She was shocked. What Tezzeric? Inside the letter said, I do not know when you will read this, but I hope you are not too shocked by the news. I know using explosives is extreme, but it was the only way to get the former empress out. Hurry. Take the initiative. To evade the emperor's pursuit, I had to leave no trace behind. On her one side, Tezzeric and Herwon were fleeing on horseback. The letter continued. I plan to head south with the former empress, and there I will set everything right. Tezzeric's gaze was resolute. He noted in the letter, the necklace included with this letter is enchanted. If the stone on it breaks, it means something has happened to me. So do not come to the south under any circumstances. Until we meet again, stay safe. Ibril exclaimed inwardly. Good heavens, the one who caused the explosions and took the former empress was Tezzeric himself. She looked at the necklace and thought, and the magic on this necklace is unmistakable. Ibril's eyes grew determined. She decided, I need to find out where Tezzeric went in the south. She turned to ask Aiden, You know where Tezzeric is going, do not you? Aiden joked. You care more about his whereabouts than mine. That is heartbreaking. She said sternly, Stop joking and tell me where Tezzeric is going. He crossed his arms and looked at her with a smile. Aren't you curious about who I am anymore? Ibril replied coldly. Why should I be? I am not curious at all. Aiden then removed his eye patch. He asked her suggestively, even after seeing this. Ibril was stunned. The sun eye. Aiden reminded her carefully. Think carefully. I have given you plenty of clues. Ibril reminisced. Aiden once said, I am 14, born in the year 147 of the Revenkill calendar. Do you want to know my birthday too? And she had replied, That is not necessary. Back then, Aiden had pouted. You will regret not hearing it. Returning to the present, Aiden reached out his hand. This might be a late introduction, but better late than never. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, sister. My name is Aiden Solgren. Ibril's face was filled with absolute shock. Ibril and Aiden asked, Father, it is us. Can we come in for a moment? Herwon replied. Of course, come in. She opened the door slightly and said, There is someone you should meet. Herwon's tone was curious. Who is it? Suddenly his pupils contracted. Aiden introduced himself gracefully. It is a pleasure to meet you, father. Herwon's face was full of shock, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Aiden. The story goes that 17 years ago, Leatrice, the Duchess of Solgren, gave birth to a pair of healthy twins. But the joy was short-lived when a clear sun eye appeared on her son, Aiden. At that time, after two princesses had passed away in succession, no child with a sun eye had been born into the imperial family. If Aiden's possession of the sun eye were revealed, the emperor would have come to kill the boy immediately. Kaizen was a tyrant everyone feared back then. On a moonlit night, Leatrice had said, I will take Aiden and leave Solgren. Herwon grabbed her shoulders and questioned her. What are you saying? Absolutely not, Leah. Fortunately, Ibril's eyes are like mine, so she will be fine. We just need to hide Aiden somehow. Leatrice held his face and said gently, I do not want to lose you or our children. Leatrice instructed calmly. One day I will return to you in Ibril. Until then, please protect Ibril in my place. At this moment, Herwon's tears were flowing freely, and so Leah left Solgren to protect Aiden. To avoid suspicion, she spread rumors that she had eloped with another man in the night. Herwon recounted painfully. After that, I declared that I had only one child. You, Ibril. I ruined my own reputation so the emperor would view me as someone not worth worrying about, he said bitterly. I thought that was the only way I could protect you, Ibril. Herwon clutched his head. But it was all a foolish decision. I pushed you away out of fear that you might be hurt because of me. I made too many mistakes with you. Ibrahel curled her lips into a smile. You do not need to protect me anymore. She crossed her arms, her demeanor full of confidence. I am strong enough now. So please, stop clinging to me and follow your own will. Aiden added, I feel the same way. There is no way I could ever blame you, father. Her one's eyes lowered with guilt. Ibrahel, Aiden, he thought to himself, even in a moment like this, I am the one being comforted. I am still an incompetent father. Breaking from his thoughts, Herwan asked. But Aiden, what happened to one of your eyes? He replied. It disappeared without a trace on my 5th birthday. I do not know the exact reason. Ibrahel froze when she heard that. Your 5th birthday? She asked herself. Could it be a coincidence that was also the day I returned to the past? Aiden ruffled his hair and answered arrogantly, maybe it is because of this eye, but I still have not met my divine beast. If I had one, I could pressure the emperor more effectively. Ibrahel nodded. Aiden said, yes. After a moment of hesitation, Ibrahel confessed, that divine beast is with me. Aiden and Herwan shouted in unison. What? She stammered an explanation. I mean, this is the divine beast, right? Yes, I know it is hard to believe, but it is true. On the naming day, Ruby turned into a dragon. Ibrahel's tone was anxious. I hid it because I was afraid things would get dangerous if it were discovered. So it turns out the divine beast went to you. The divine beast pounced onto Aiden. Adorn said with amusement. Seems to recognize you, Aiden. He replied. In any case, it is good that we have a divine beast. Aiden asked her one. The South has completed all preparations. Duke Herwin? Solgren? How far along are your preparations? He replied. They are more than enough. Ibrahel listened to the conversation in confusion. Preparations? What do you mean? He reassured her and said, don't be startled. Listen carefully. 3 days later at dawn, a manifesto from the missing crown prince was sent to newspapers throughout the capital. The newspaper stated, I was never the crown prince. Duke Caswather faked the sun eye to put a profligate like me on the throne, and the emperor presented a fake divine beast. Confess these sins before the people of the empire, and I will punish the emperor and Duke Caswather, who have tarnished the name of Shia. Tizurik's manifesto was enough to throw the capital into a great frenzy, and on the very day it appeared in every newspaper, the Revolutionary Army launched a preemptive strike from southern Caswather. On Duke Caswather's side, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, that bastard has finally made his move, he thought to himself. According to urgent reports, he is at the front lines of the rebel army. Duke Caswather calculated, with that many troops, he must have someone backing him. The garrison is currently holding out in a defensive battle, but supplies will soon run out, and Caswather Castle will fall to the rebels. He slowly opened the large door, his gaze panicked. No, what is scarier than all of that is. Inside was Kaizen sitting on the throne, emitting a deadly murderous aura. He spoke in a low voice, Duke Caswather. Kaizen's tone was chilling. Your profligate son destroyed my palace and kidnapped my mother. Not to mention he started an uprising in your territory. Duke Caswather immediately prostrated himself. I am sorry. I am utterly ashamed. Even with 10 mouths, I have nothing left to say. Kaizen's eyes were sharp. No matter how I calculated, I see no reason to keep you alive. What do you think, Duke? He controlled a dark aura to tighten around the Duke's neck, making him cough up blood. Duke Caswather struggled to say, I will request support from the Holy Nation. Kaizen waved his hand, his tone icy. You plan to blame the uprising on fanatics, he said coldly. The crown prince who was supposed to inherit the throne is dead, and fanatics have rebelled in your Caswather territory. Duke Caswather replied, that is right. We must punish those despicable fanatics for taking the life of Crown Prince Tizurik. Inside, he was in a state of utter panic. What is that form? Can that thing still be called human? Duke Caswather looked at Kaizen like he was a strange creature. Exactly what is that thing? Kaizen said cruelly. This is the last chance I am giving you. The next day, an imperial messenger entered the square and announced the uprising in the south, stating that the atrocities of the fanatics had gone too far. The corruption or the divine beast of His Highness Crown Prince Tizurik was the work of fanatics, and they have tarnished the noble name of His Highness, who has returned to the arms of Shia. We cannot forgive the kidnapping of the respected former empress and the use of her pain to fuel an uprising. Therefore, we will seek cooperation from the Holy Nation and correct the will of the gods. Ibrahel read the letter. She told Sigmund. He is trying to use the church to make Tizurik's manifesto unbelievable. The old man exclaimed, what a cheap trick. Her one stepped forward and said, so he finally dragged the Holy Nation into this. Ibrahel replied, yes, but that actually works in our favor. She said confidently, we have a divine beast. Ibrahel explained her plan. This is a good opportunity. If Aiden and I step forward, we can prove the emperor presented a fake sun eye. Her tone was solemn. The Holy Nation will believe this attack is the work of fanatics and move quickly to suppress it. They will likely bypass the capital and go straight down to the south. Or one calculated. But if we get to the south before them, we can prove the existence of the divine beast and the sun eye. Ibrahel replied with a serious face. Then, together with the knights of the Holy Nation, we can strike directly at the capital. Herwan added. If we hesitate, the knights might clash with the southern army first. Let us inform the east and west. We depart for the south tomorrow. To support them, meanwhile, upon hearing the news of Aiden late and flying into a rage, Sigmund threw himself on the floor in a tantrum. Damn it. I want to see my grandson's face too. Night fell, and the moonlight outside flickered through the window. At this time, Ibrahel was fast asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and woke up, wondering, what was that sound? Suddenly a voice from the void echoed, "Child, it is very dangerous." Ibrahel's face was filled with alarm. That is, a pitch-black lump in front of her made a sound. "Hello?" Ibrahel was bewildered. The darkness. The butterfly flew over and said to the dark aura, "Step back. You would better not touch my child." The dark aura said to the butterfly, tired servant of light, "I wondered where you had gone, only to find you clinging to a vat," it said coldly. "And even the divine beast of Velweiten is with you." The dark aura continued, "Seeing you beside Ovat like this, I can guess what happened. Still, thanks to that, you were not discovered by the emperor." The butterfly asked, "You did not come here just to wander around, did you?" The dark aura replied, "No, I came to offer an opportunity." Ibrahel frowned. "An opportunity," it said. "Before long, the emperor will slaughter everyone around you. With the former empress gone, there is nothing left to restrain him. The capital will be submerged in death, blood, ashes, and sorrow." Its tone was extremely solemn. "You won't be able to save anyone. All you will do is cling to corpses and weep." The butterfly comforted Ibrahel. "Don't listen to it, child. It is all nonsense." The dark aura asked bluntly, "Are you afraid? There is a way for you to save everyone." Ibrahel's face was resolute as she asked, "What is it?" The dark aura said, "Give your body to me, child. Then I will no longer lend my power to the emperor." It tempted her, "And the ones you love will not die." A sophistry and contradiction. The butterfly spoke up to wake Ibrahel, but it is enough to sway a fragile human heart. Ibrahel thought to herself, "Now I understand. In the past, I died by the emperor's sword. Even then, the shadow of darkness only bound me. It never harmed me directly. And just now the darkness said very clearly not itself, but the emperor will kill those around me." She spoke up heroically. "Now I understand why you cling to the emperor. Because on your own, you can't do anything at all." The dark aura flew into a rage, spreading black mist throughout the space. "You?" In reality, Ibrahel sat up abruptly. She looked around dazed, but there was only the divine beast. A dream. At this moment, the butterfly flew over and said, "The darkness forced you into sleep and invaded your subconscious. You did not even realize you had fallen asleep." Hearing this, Ibrahel frowned. "That means the darkness has become stronger." Suddenly, Asiligo burst through the door and shouted, "Forgive me, my lady." Ibrahel asked blankly, "Asiligo, what is going on?" He said seriously, "We must depart for the south immediately. Magic beasts have infiltrated the mansion." Ibrahel asked anxiously as she ran, "What about Kanya and Lily? Have all the other servants evacuated?" Asiligo replied, "Yes, Lord Jed and Evan have evacuated everyone through the secret passage." She could not hide the panic in her tone. "Then the protective magic around the mansion did not activate," he answered. "No, it activated correctly, but the magic beasts broke through it." Ibrahel's mind felt sluggish upon hearing this. If they are bold enough to attack a mansion right in the heart of the capital. As Ibrahel came down, her one stepped forward and called, "Ibrahel." Seeing him, she rushed over and cried, "Father, grandfather." Sigmund immediately urged them, "There is no time to waste. We must go to the south immediately." Seeing this, she was a bit worried and stopped them, "But we can't leave like this. If the magic beasts spill out and attack civilians, the casualties will rise." He also spoke up in agreement. "I agree. We can't go like this." However, the old man also said in confusion, "But how can we hunt down and destroy the magic beasts in time? While we hesitate here, the south could also be under attack." Then Ibrahel spoke up and said, "I have an idea." Meanwhile, in another place, Lily escaped and breathed a sigh of relief. "What a relief that you escaped uninjured." Then she asked anxiously, "Is the young lady safe?" Asiligo replied confidently, "Of course. With my brother here, there is nothing to worry about." Suddenly, a look of unspeakable fear appeared on Lily's face. Then she pointed behind her trembling and slowly said, "Forgive me." Then Lily screamed out loud, "Whitewood is on fire." At this moment, the mansion was burning intensely without stopping. Seeing this sight, Ibrahel stood to one side, also frozen as she watched. It was burning quite well. It turned out she had calculated this fire in advance. "I have trapped the magic beasts inside and burned them to ashes. They will no longer be able to harm the people of the mansion. Now we can head south without delay." However, upon boarding the carriage, Ibrahel felt a bit of self-reproach. Burning down such a fine mansion was a little heart-wrenching. Her one turned back and called out, "Well then, let us depart immediately." Then he turned to say, "Thanks to you, we can head south without any worries." Furthermore, Herwan mentioned again, "I heard from Lord Sigmund that you have opened the 9th gate. That is truly remarkable." Hearing this, Ibrahel replied, touched, "Thank you." At this, Sigmund said proudly, "This is all because Ibrahel is my granddaughter." However, she was still blaming herself. "But I still have not been able to open the 10th gate." Then Ibrahel thought to herself, "The darkness cannot kill me directly, but through the magic beasts, it can harm anyone it chooses. Next time, it won't end so simply." Afterwards, she comforted herself. "If I cannot open the 10th gate, then at least I must find the weakness of the darkness." Then Ibrahel looked up toward the butterfly. "Lady Butterfly, what did the darkness mean by Ovat?" The butterfly confirmed, "You once called me that. That word does not exist in any human records. Furthermore, it reminded her, it refers to beings that only those like us can perceive. Those who cross through the gates of time are called Ovat. Seeing that she still did not understand, the butterfly explained. It meant that Lady Butterfly and even the darkness knew about her regression. However, Ibrahil still found it difficult to understand. Then why did not the darkness tell the emperor? If I change the future freely, it will only disadvantage him. At this point, it stated plainly, all we can perceive is that you are an Ovat. Moreover, the butterfly warned, even we cannot see the life you lived before. Hearing this, she asked in confusion, then, is the darkness targeting my body because I am an Ovat? Immediately after, the butterfly drew close to comfort her. Perhaps, whatever the reason, it has judged that coming to you is more beneficial than staying with the emperor. Seeing this, Ibrahil wondered. So, does the darkness have a weakness? However, it did not forget to remind her. Perhaps only this, the darkness cannot interfere in this world without a medium. A thought from elsewhere cut in, a medium. Furthermore, he thought with supreme confidence. At this moment, the darkness has only one vessel, Emperor Kaizen. Meanwhile, in southern Caswater was causing a stir, shouting loudly, when will my castle be returned to me? Furthermore, he repeatedly emphasized that the stalemate with those so-called fanatics had lasted for 3 days. Seeing this, Walter approached and said softly, please wait, there is still no concrete evidence that they are fanatics. Walter was the commander of the Holy Light Knights. Hearing this, Caswater said, His Majesty the Emperor himself declared them fanatics. What more evidence do you need? He replied, the Emperor's words may be absolute for the citizens of the Empire. Then Walter turned away and spoke sarcastically, but you ask for the holy nation's help yet speak so brazenly? Seeing this, he was infuriated, gritting his teeth to stay calm. You can't even suppress an uprising in your own territory. How pathetic. This is too much. Then he stepped forward, pointing at the man and said, the holy nation also has doubts about Crown Prince Tezeric's divine beast. The Empress and Caswater will not escape investigation. Hearing this, Caswater was fuming, clutching his hands as he thought, damn it, they suspect for no reason. However, Walter thought to himself, they still do not seem to know about that bastard's manifesto. If they knew, the order would be heading to the capital to arrest the emperor instead of coming south. After thinking, Caswater spoke up, even so, how much longer can we maintain this stalemate? If this continues, His Majesty may send the imperial army himself, and then the holy nation's chance to purge the fanatics will be lost. Hearing this, he fell silent as if thinking about something, because Walter agreed with that, thinking, that is right. If the imperial army takes the fortress first, the order will be humiliated. Furthermore, he knew a secret. The fact that the emperor himself requested the order's deployment meant he was confident they were fanatics. Because Walter could see it, he told himself. And since he received baptism at Halshaya decades ago, it is unlikely he is a fanatic. But he reconsidered and prepared to decide, however. If he truly is a fanatic, then defeating him would be the righteous path. Once he had thought it through, Walter turned back and shouted, very well, prepare to march. He shouted orders to the soldiers, advance and drag the fanatics out. They were a bit surprised, but obeyed. Yes. At that moment, the sound of someone's footsteps approached. Ibrahil appeared and stopped them. Wait. Stop. Seeing her, he questioned, who are you? Then Ibrahil confidently introduced herself. I am Ibrahil of the Solgren family. Hearing this, Walter replied tremulously, the young lady of Solgren? Looking at the people behind her, they whispered, look, Duke Herwin of Solgren and the great mage Sigmund are here. She stepped forward and demanded bluntly, knights, stop the attack immediately. The holy nation is being deceived. The real fanatic is someone else. Hearing this, Walter was a bit confused and said, the real fanatic. Please explain in detail. In response, Ibrahil handed over a newspaper and said, yes. First, look at this. Looking at the paper in his hand, she explained, this is the manifesto issued in the capital by the former Crown Prince Tezeric. After reading it, Walter could not believe it and replied, this is impossible. Are these words truly the truth? Ibrahil stood firm and affirmed, everything written in the manifesto is true because the real divine beast is with me. But he still did not believe it and asked again, you claim the divine beast belongs to you. Then Walter looked directly into her eyes with some suspicion. That is a rare eye color, but it is not the sun eye. Then he stated his doubt. You know that the proof of a divine beast's master is the sun eye. We cannot confirm the sun eye on the young lady of Solgren at this time. After the fake divine beast incident, their suspicion was natural, because Walter recalled that even Aiden, who possessed the real sun eye, only had it in one eye. It would not be easy to prove. Seeing this, Ibrahil turned and called out, Ruby. Then she began to ask it to prove itself. Will you show everyone your true form? Upon receiving the request, Ruby quickly ran straight forward. Just a second later, a large explosion occurred before their eyes. From within the flames, wings spread out. Immediately after, its feet appeared a complete divine beast. Ruby appeared in its perfect transformed state. Looking at it up there, he said in horror, oh my god, by Shia. The two soldiers beside him were also shocked and said, a divine beast in the form of a dragon by Shia. Even Sigmund was surprised and thought, a dragon is the form of the first divine beast. No illusion magic could copy something so perfect. Ruby up there smiled and descended to them. Erwan looked up, still deep in thought, Ibrahel. Because he knew that the master of a divine beast was as good as the next heir to the throne, which meant, but even Ibrahel was a bit stunned. I did not know Ruby's true body was this large. After the proof was complete, they began to approach her. Walter bowed politely and said, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. Furthermore, he looked up in awe, thinking, we are standing before the true master of the divine beast. After proving it, they began to move toward her. Walter bowed politely and said, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Furthermore, he looked up in awe, thinking, we are standing before the true master of the divine beast. Meanwhile, it was still playfully flying high in the sky. Elsewhere, everyone who saw it was shocked, saying, oh my god, to think I would see a dragon with my own eyes. I can't believe the young lady of Solgren has been the master of the divine beast all this time. Teaserix saw it and muttered with a smile, does that mean she will be the next empress? Looking down at the smiling Ibrahel, he told himself, Ibrahel. After thinking, Tezzeric turned and stepped inside. Because he had his own thoughts. Finally, everything is returning to its proper place, and so, the situation was resolved with lightning speed. The Revolutionary Army, realizing what had happened, peacefully opened the castle gates. By this time, the Holy Light Knights had been fully informed of the story. Furthermore, they confirmed that my twin brother, Aiden Solgren, possessed the Sun Eye. What is more, meanwhile, Duke Caswether tried to escape in secret, but he was quickly captured and thrown into the dungeon of Caswether Castle. Seeing her so happy, the butterfly chased after her in curiosity. But child, where are you rushing to? Ibrahel replied as she ran. I must hurry before the knights find Tezzeric. While running, she suddenly stopped. Ibrahel immediately called out loudly, Tezzeric. Seeing him, Ibrahel breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank goodness, I have been looking everywhere. When he turned around, she felt something was strange, Tezzeric. At this moment, Ibrahel froze a bit and told herself, wait, it has only been 2 years. But Tezzeric called out softly, Ibrahel. Ibrahel waved her hand to greet him. Hey, how have you been? Long time no see. He smiled and replied, yes. Surprisingly, Shia has not given up on me yet. He chuckled and continued, it has been a long time, Ibrahel. She seemed to remember something and cried out, oh, right, this is no time for small talk. Ibrahel said urgently, the Holy Light Knights are looking for you. They seem to believe your whistleblower report, but you might still be held responsible. Her voice grew increasingly worried. I will buy time, so you should sneak out of the castle and... Tezzeric interrupted her. And where exactly would I go? Ibrahel? He placed his hand on his chest and said gently, it is only natural that I pay for my sins. After all, I nearly destroyed Halshaya in the past, Ibrahel said hesitantly, but she looked at Tezzeric's clenched hand and reproached herself. Ugh, I should not have said I would wait for him back then. She shook her head slightly. No, she should not have let these feelings grow from the start. She had acted as if she were truly important, showing her heart. She was so foolish to forget her place. Ibrahel recalled the image of Tezzeric reaching out to grab her sleeve. She stared at him. If she had known loving him would be this painful, she should have never started. Seeing her expression, Tezzeric laughed to reassure her. You are not. Worried about me, are you? Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Of course I am. She shouted angrily. Ibrahel said in a loud voice. You entrusted this necklace to me. How could I not be worried? She reached out to take off the necklace, the life mark magic. She thought to herself, if Tezzeric stops breathing, the stone in this necklace will shatter. Conversely, if the stone shatters, Tezzeric's life also ends. How could he ask if she was worried after leaving his very heart with her? Ibrahel held the necklace in her hand and said coldly, forget it. I am a fool for caring. Take it back. She held the necklace toward Tezzeric. Now that I know the magic behind this necklace, I can't keep it anymore. Tezzeric reached out and grabbed her hand. It was always meant for you. He leaned close to Ibrahel and said with a smile, so could you please keep it for me? Ibrahel blushed slightly and asked, why? He looked at her with eyes full of adoration. He replied sincerely, because I love you. I love you, Ibrahel. I have wanted to tell you this for a very long time. Ibrahel was swept away by his sweet words, drowning in love. Night fell. She lay in bed with her cat. She was still restless and could not sleep. Ibrahel thought of Tezzeric. Ultimately, Tezzeric was taken by the knights for questioning. At that time, he had smiled at her and said, I will return. She closed her eyes and thought, for now I can only hope the knights recognize Tezzeric's innocence and show him some mercy. Suddenly, a woman appeared before her. Ibrahel opened her eyes dreamily. Who is it? Leah saw her wake up and cried out softly, oh my god, did mother wake you up? She was utterly astonished to see her mother. She said apologetically, I am sorry for disturbing your sleep, but when I heard you were here, I could not wait until morning. Ibrahel recalled the image of her in the necklace she had seen before. She thought in awe, she looks exactly like the portrait father gave me. She replied softly, no, it is okay. Hearing her voice, Leah's eyes flickered. So this is what her mother's voice sounds like. I have always wondered what your face would look like. Who you take after more. What you like and what you hate. I need to say something, but my voice won't come out. Her eyes grew moist as she said with a trembling voice. Mother is very, very sorry for not being able to be by your side, Leah said in a low voice. I am sorry I arrived too late. Ibrahel heard these words and lowered her eyes sadly. Although she knew it could not have been otherwise, she should tell her mother it is okay, that she understands, but those words would not come out. She gently took her hand, but she said tenderly, I have also really wanted to see you, mother. Hearing these words, Leah could not stop her tears from falling. She gently stroked her face and sobbed, I missed you so much too, Ibrahel, my sweet little child. The leopard lying on the rug also woke up. Leah reached into her pocket and said, Oh, I have this for you. Ibrahel asked curiously, What is this? She looked at the object in her hand and said softly, I was going to give it to you tomorrow, but she looked at the object in her hand in amazement. This is... She could not help but exclaim, a snowflake. The luxurious mansion finally sank into the silent night. Herwan stood before the door with a look of hesitation. The hand that was about to knock also froze awkwardly. The person inside quickly permitted Herwan, come in. That clearing of the throat felt very familiar to him. This voice was exactly as he remembered. And so, Herwan's feet stepped into that serene place. His face could not hide his melancholy, leaving him speechless. Afterward, Herwan finally managed to call out to the former empress mother. His eyes lowered, filled with thousands of self-reproaches. Mother, seeing this, she spoke up bluntly. That look again. Each of the former empress's words made Herwan freeze. The fire that broke out in my palace was not your fault. She turned away and expressed her wish. Let me tell you a story from a long time ago. You must know that the previous emperor had quite a few children. The former empress softly recalled old matters, and among them was a child born to a maidservant. Every event was mentioned in detail by her. How many unofficial concubines the emperor had did not matter, but who would have thought the sun-eye appeared on a child born to a lowly maidservant? Accordingly, a child with an adorable appearance was born. The former empress continued to recount important events for a maidservant with no support to survive. There were only two paths, either flee or become so powerful that nothing could threaten her. Her voice was flat and emotionless as she told each fact. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, Kaizen was born with the sun-eye, and his magical talent was so great that he opened the gates from a very young age. That is how a child born to a maidservant could rise to the position of crown prince. After all his efforts, Kaizen was honored with the crown. However, a major change occurred, but everything changed when you were born, the empress's son. Born with an enormous amount of mana that was nearly uncontrollable. The true noble heir, carrying the precious bloodline of the Solgren family, finally appeared, and from then on his personality became completely distorted. Perhaps because he opened too many gates while too young. Kaizen began to lose his humanity. Both Kaizen and Herwan were placed on the scales to be compared, and then you were born with noble blood in your veins. It was inevitable that people compared the two more and more. Gradually, he fell into insecurity due to a lack of self-confidence. Therefore, despite possessing both the sun-eye and the divine beast, he always lived in anxiety. As a result, the former empress's face showed clear pity for Kaizen. That is why I tried my best to give love to that child. She turned to Herwan and reaffirmed the story. The day you flew into a rage, Kaizen was the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Even after hearing this, he was still suspicious and asked, Is that truly the truth? Next, the former empress simply asked a question. Have you ever seen Kaizen's divine beast? Herwan hesitated slightly but answered, I only saw it once, during the naming ceremony. She reached out her hand to touch his face and agreed, I thought so too. The former empress quickly narrowed down the cause of the fire. That very divine beast burned down my palace. Immediately, anger was evident on his forehead. Using a divine beast for such a filthy deed. She rested her hand on the chair, no longer wanting to let it go. Even though we know the truth now, there is no turning back. The former empress affectionately stroked Herwan to encourage him. Therefore, do not back down. If you want everything to go the right way, you must not lose. Empowered. He replied with determination. I will take your words to heart, mother. On the other side, on the bed, Ibrahel and Leah were sitting opposite each other. She held the flower crystal in her hand, unable to adapt yet. So this is the snowflake. Hearing this, she gently confirmed, I took it with me when I left Solgren. Leah also happily recounted the rumors surrounding herself. They rumored that I stole it and fled. But it is an heirloom passed down through generations of Solgren duchesses, so it was only natural for me to keep it. Meanwhile, Ibrahel remained silent to reflect on her. I think I understand now why you disappeared with the snowflake. Looking at Leah before her mind keenly realized something. Always reminding herself that she is the Duchess of Solgren, she must have been waiting for the day she could bring it back home. Thus, Ibrahel found it hard to understand why she was giving the treasure to her. But, why are you giving it to me, mother? Leah also kindly explained the reason for entrusting everything to her. The snowflake and the winter branch were originally one. Their power was so great that they were separated for safety. Since you can handle the winter branch very well now, I trust you with it. Ibrahel cherished the treasure in her palm and replied gently. I understand. She looked momentarily sorrowful out of worry for the future. I think it might be a bit early, but Leah knew the necessity of it for her. You will need the snowflake when the full-scale war with the emperor begins. In her mind, Ibrahel completely agreed with her opinion. Mother is right. Besides, the snowflake might be the key to opening the 10th gate. She quickly regained her cheerful demeanor and announced, In that case, I will try it right now. Leah was startled by the surprise and stammered, What? Right now, child? Is not that a bit too sudden? Ibrahel lowered her eyes and gave a very logical reason. We have no more time. And so, she slowly brought the two treasures close to each other. The resonance between them created powerful currents of air. Due to being too close, she had to cover her face and scream, Ibrahel. The snowflake in the very center continuously absorbed the air. The mascot butterfly nearby let out a weary breath. Ibrahel was performing a very important ritual. The child was actually doing it. When the task was completed, she immediately reported to Leah, I did it. I have bound the snowflake. Achoo. However, Ibrahel's body was heavily affected. It was freezing. Her mother held her shoulders, asking with concern, Are you all right, Ibrahel? Leah scrambled to find a way to restore her daughter's body temperature. Quickly, get under the blanket. Ibrahel had to act normal to reassure her mother. I am fine. It is not as cold as when I used the power of the winter branch. In the end, both of them huddled together under the warm quilt. Her mother was deeply affectionate, softly coaxing her. I know it is uncomfortable, but please bear with it. You will warm up soon. She no longer avoided it and obediently followed. Yes, mother. In another area, where only flickers of firelight provided illumination, Teaserik was in a difficult position, tied to a chair and shouting in protest. Mother will tell you, I have already told you everything. Her one held the whip of punishment, interrogating him coldly. I will ask you once more, did you know the Emperor made a contract with the darkness? However, he only gritted his teeth, stubbornly refusing to reveal anything. On the other side, he gritted his jaw in equal anger, thinking about the fact that he knew about the darkness and kept it a secret. What on earth was he doing to drag me into the mud? Herwan's rough hand rested on the chair where Teaserik was bound. He leaned in close to the other man and asked again, Do you know how the Emperor managed to make a contract with the darkness? Herwan was certain he held some vital information. He must have paid a heavy price for it, but what was it? Under that imposing aura, Teaserik was forced to confess a few things. I am a mage, so I know. Just as there are 10 gates leading to the light, there are also 10 gates leading to the darkness. He gradually revealed Kaizen's plan. The way to open the 10 gates of darkness was very simple. The image of him flashing a sinister smile also appeared. Teaserik recounted the crucial requirement for the ritual. You only need to offer a sacrifice. A hand slammed hard on the table along with an extremely indignant tone. A sacrifice. After receiving the news, Walter could hardly believe his ears. How dare he? How could someone once granted a divine beast commit such a brutal crime, Walter, commander of the Holy Light Knights? The atmosphere around the circular table of 5 people fell silent. Leah, based on this data, discovered strange points. People have been disappearing in the south quite frequently. Aiden also mentioned the unusual changes that had taken place. Over 300 cases have been confirmed so far. His face clearly showed unease when mentioning the issue, thinking that this was the reason the south remained silent despite so many disappearances. Herwan immediately pointed out the accomplice involved. I am sure Duke Casweather covered it up for him. He soon realized the severity of Kaizen's plan. The darkness craves human blood. Kaizen must have sacrificed countless lives to satisfy that hunger. Herwan emphasized his mad goal. In exchange, the darkness grants him even greater power. He seriously predicted the consequences of such madness. At this rate, those currently in the capital may be in the greatest danger. Walter could not stand idly by and proposed a solution. That is why we need the help of the Holy Nation. The Holy Light Knights are servants of the Holy Light. We will be happy to assist. He was determined to take on the heavy responsibility. The White Wolf Knights will move from the east, west, and north to surround the capital. I will send word to them. Walter asked for cooperation in every direction. I also intend to seek cooperation from the Magic Tower. Sigmund also gave his all to join forces. I will contact them immediately. Herwan at the front line ordered preparations. We move as soon as the preparations are complete. As Ibrahel came down the stairs, she could sense the bustle. Everyone seemed so busy. She froze slightly at the sight of a familiar figure ahead. Teaserik was equally surprised when Ibrahel called his name, Teaserik. Both quickly approached to ask about the current situation. So, what did the Knight Commander say? He frankly recounted his sentence. He said, I must go to the Holy Nation to stand trial. She jumped in shock. What? Teaserik immediately calmed Ibrahel's emotions gently. Why that face? Listen to the rest first. He continued to recount the exchange. He said, there is a high possibility I will be pardoned. Those 2 words reached her ears and left her stunned. Pardoned? Walter and Teaserik had held a session to judge the charges. Although he knows I cannot escape judgment, the reason is that I contributed to the safety of the Holy Nation by exposing the crimes of the Emperor and Casweather. Hearing this, Ibrahel's face relaxed a few degrees. She took the other person's hand, unable to hide her joy. Teaserik, what a relief. Once she had done it, Ibrahel suddenly became conscious of her actions. She turned away, shyly expressing her apology. Sorry. Ibrahel's heart beat uncontrollably. I have not even answered his confession yet. I need to be more careful. Teaserik also knew her thoughts and took the initiative to say, Ibrahel, about that confession. You do not have to answer. Ibrahel turned her head, unable to believe what she just heard. What? He sincerely expressed his thoughts. I know my position. I have no intention of putting you in a difficult situation. The more Teaserik spoke, the more he showed his sensibility. I know better than anyone that my heart can never reach you. Meanwhile, she fell into a passive state and could only ask back. What are you talking about? Looking at his face, Ibrahel keenly realized. So that is it. Teaserik actually thinks I'm going to reject him. So she wanted to speak up to clarify the matter. Teaserik, However, a voice interrupted Ibrahel. Lady Solgren. Herwan reached out and said, "It is me." Ibrahel, who leaned into Tazaric and asked, "What is it?" He then announced, "Your benefactor, Duke Solgren, will depart for the capital tomorrow morning." She went to him and pleaded, "I want to go too. Please, let me go." Herwan smiled gently. Ibrahel, what father would want to take his daughter to a battlefield? She looked up at him and replied, "I know better than anyone how I can be of help." He took Ibrahel's shoulders and said, "But I need you to stay here and protect this place along with Lord Sigmund. Don't worry about me. I will return safely." The man beside him stepped forward to reassure her. "That is right. I will go with him, so do not worry." Ibrahel softly instructed, "Please take care of my father." He smiled and replied, "You can trust me." The next day, 5,000 a.m. Preparations for the march to the capital were complete. The forces included the alliance between the Holy Light Knights and the Revolutionary Army, with Duke Herwan Solgren leading. Herwan ordered, "All right, let us set out." Ibrahel stood on the balcony watching their figures leave. She called softly, "Little butterfly." The butterfly replied, "I see it, I understand." With that, it flew toward Herwan. Immediately after, it perched right behind his collar. Ibrahel clenched her hands slightly in prayer. "I'm not sure if the spirit can go all the way to the capital, but at least it can protect father for a while." At that moment, inside the prison, Duke Casweather lay collapsed on the floor, whispering faintly, "Someone. Water." Suddenly, a stream of black aura tightened around his neck. He cried out in terror. "Gah, cough. This is Kaizen in the form of a snake," spoke up. "So, you have betrayed me." He growled. "I thought you were still afraid of me." Immediately after, his voice became gentle again. "Don't worry, you are still useful to me." Duke Casweather turned his eyes toward the door. The door. He fearfully raised his hand. Kaizen suddenly manifested and whispered, "Mother must be here." He coldly ordered, "If you want to live, go find her." Meanwhile, on Ibrahel's side, she was looking into the distance. It can't even be seen anymore. Leah came over and said, "Come on, let us go back inside first." She replied, "Yes." Suddenly she felt something. What is this feeling? She whirled around. Her senses had been keener since binding the snowflake, but the feeling of fear is too strong. It feels like the land and water themselves are rotting. As soon as Ibrahel saw the sight before her, she screamed in terror. "We must increase the castle's defenses to the maximum immediately." In the distance, a horde of monsters was rushing toward the castle. She looked in horror as they charged toward them. "The magic beasts are swarming toward us." Ibrahel leaned against the railing, trying to look ahead. She frowned and thought, 2 long whistles. Mother has given the warning signal. She watched the monsters flocking toward her and could not help but wonder. The south is the furthest land from the veil where the darkness is sealed. The appearance of magic beasts in such herds can only mean one thing. Could it be that the Emperor targeted Casweather Castle from the beginning? Kian rushed up from behind. "My lady, are you unharmed?" Ibrahel turned to look at him. "Asiligo." Immediately after, she looked at the monsters, her voice tinged with worry. "They're swarming this way. At this rate, they will reach the castle within 10 minutes. She asked softly. "What are our current forces?" Kian replied anxiously. "Most of the allied forces have departed for the capital, and most of the remaining revolutionary soldiers in the castle are wounded." Suddenly, Sigmund's voice rang out. "We have no choice but to stop them ourselves." The old man walked up and continued. "At this rate, the south will be completely eroded." Ibrahel could not help but be surprised to see him, grandfather. The old man said sternly, "Ibrahel, you and I will attack from the city walls." Immediately after, the old man turned to Kian and said, "Kid, can you help me with this?" He respectfully replied, "Yes, I can." Sigmund nodded slightly at that. "Then I leave it to you." Tezaric stepped forward from behind and said, "I will also lend a hand, Lord Sigmund." She whispered, "Tezaric." He said firmly, "At the very least, I will not hinder you." The old man gave a brief instruction, "Don't let either of you die." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two of them cast their magic. The two of them gripped their swords, preparing for battle. Ibrahel looked down and asked worriedly, "Will they be okay, grandfather?" Sigmund replied, "Ask yourself." The old man looked at them and said, "I am not particularly worried about them." Kian then leapt up. He jumped behind a monster. He slashed powerfully at the monster's head. On Tezaric's side, he drew his sword slightly. In just a moment, the monster was sliced in half. After finishing off the monsters, their bodies were covered in their blood. Witnessing this scene, Ibrahel was surprised. "Wow, truly incredible." Sigmund turned to her and said, "Ibrahel, you must attack while you have the chance." She replied, "Yes." She then summoned her staff. Ibrahel closed her eyes slightly and summoned her magic. Sigmund glanced at her and thought, the air has suddenly become cold. The old man looked toward her heart and thought, this must be the magic she is using while binding the snowflake. I only hope it does not put too much pressure on Ibrahel. At this moment, she felt as if she were sinking into another space. I can feel the mana flowing through the gates. It feels much more comfortable and stable than before. And now, Ibrahel prayed softly, I feel like I can do anything. After she finished her prayer, barriers of ice appeared surrounding the castle. Tezaric whispered, this is unbelievable. The two of them saw the remaining monsters frozen and sheathed their swords. Sigmund remarked impressive. The old man looked down and thought, To think she froze everything except those two boys. Her magic has become much more refined since binding the snowflake. Ibril looked at the scene before her and thought, it seems we have managed to extinguish the flames immediately. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She screamed in panic. Her Majesty, the former Empress, is in danger. Ibril rushed like the wind toward the former Empress's room, unable to stop reproaching herself. Why did not I realize it sooner? The only reason the Emperor would target the south would be because of her. She pushed the door open and shouted, Your Majesty. The former Empress saw her and called softly, Ibril. She turned to Duke Casweather and questioned him. Duke Casweather, why are you? Kaizen spoke up softly. Oh dear, it seems an intruder has appeared. Ibril looked at him and told herself, No, that is not the Duke. She shouted in a growl, Get away from the former Empress, Emperor Kaizen. Immediately after, a wall of ice appeared in front of Kaizen. The former Empress heard this and asked in amazement, Emperor, you mean he has stolen that man's body? Kaizen replied coldly, That is correct, mother. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, Your soul will be cast into the deepest abyss. He chuckled at that. You speak as if my soul were ever in heaven. Kaizen raised his hand to summon magic. Now it is time to come back to me, mother. Ibril saw it, her face full of terror. That shadow is. She reached out to push her back. Stay back, Your Majesty. She was pushed to the floor and let out a soft cry. The former Empress looked up and called her name, Ibril. She shouted loudly, Ibril. At this moment, Ibril was taken to another place by that black shadow. She was thrown straight to the ground. She sat on the ground and coughed a few times. Ibril's eyes widened when she saw the scenery before her. She looked around in amazement. This place is. When she saw the crucifix, she whispered, The royal chapel. Kaizen walked up from behind. This is quite a predicament. He said in a low voice, I'd not expect you to jump out for your mother. Ibril turned her head to look. You are either extremely brave or extremely stupid. She did not pay attention to those words and replied softly, It is good that I came along. Ibril assessed. The former Empress would have surely fainted from shock if she saw you like this. Kaizen's hand then dropped down. A second later, something shattered. Ibril whirled her head around in surprise. She could not believe it. I did not even see it. Exactly. When did he throw it? Kaizen warned. You would better watch your mouth. He stated, I need to keep you alive a little longer. Ibril was bewildered. You. Keep me alive. Kaizen slowly drew his sword. For now, that is the plan when my brother arrives here before long. He held it high and declared, That is when I will plunge this sword into your heart. Hearing that, Ibril gritted her teeth, trying to find a way. She reminded herself, Calm down. Cannot let myself be shackled by the past. Ibril slammed her staff down. I did not open the ninth gate just to die like last time. A cold aura surrounded her. Kaizen spoke up irritably. How troublesome. Then he cast black auras to fight back. It quickly rushed toward Ibril. However, she froze that thing. Kaizen found it hard to believe witnessing that scene. What on earth is this? Butterflies gradually appeared in the cold aura. Just then, a loud noise erupted. Kaizen's entire body fell back in an instant. Ibril thought to herself, the Emperor was not satisfied with just sending magic beasts to the south. He dragged me all the way to the royal palace. She reassured herself. He must have used a lot of power, so this is my only chance. At this time, Kaizen threatened. Foolish girl, you could have lived a little longer if you had just stayed still. He declared. My mercy ends here. Ibril was startled and panicked. He disappeared. What the hell? A stream of black aura suddenly slithered past her shoulder. Ibril turned her head and discovered, behind me, scene change outside. Someone's voice rang out, What? Ibril has disappeared. Leah confirmed. Yes. It seems the child was taken instead of the former Empress. Damn it. Everyone said anxiously, We should not just stand here. Let us set out. Acting rashly is unwise. They thought, this could be a strategy to divide our forces. Alas. Suddenly, Ruby jumped off on its own. It grew wings and flew forward. A second later, Ruby had turned into a black dragon. The old man was bewildered, Ruby. Ruby let out a loud roar. Teaser speculated fearfully. Could it be? Has something happened to Ibril? Ruby nodded to confirm those words. At this time, someone's horse hooves also approached. Herwan found it strange. How strange? He agreed. It is certainly strange that we did not encounter a single threat on our way here, he remarked. No, it is more like the entire capital is dead. His gaze turned toward an abandoned wooden house. Then it shifted to another dilapidated house. Aiden said worriedly, I do not sense the presence of a single person. His hand tightened. Am I too late? Don't tell me he has sacrificed everyone in the capital. Suddenly a large explosion occurred in the distance. Herwan quickly looked up. What was that? Aiden followed. It came from the direction of the royal palace. They hurried off. Someone might be fighting the emperor. Let us hurry. Herwan gritted his teeth in frustration. We requested support from the east and west, but there is no way they have arrived yet. Then who on earth? But for some reason, I am certain, he arrived. The person was fighting the emperor. Ibril and Kaizen were facing off. Herwan had guessed correctly. It was certainly Ibril. Kaizen was a bit bored. You keep playing these trivial games. He threw out a challenge. I wonder how much longer you can last. Next, he quickly cast an attacking move. Ibrilil's gaze watched steadfastly. He is coming. In an instant, she broke Kaizen's attack. A second later, Ibrilil groaned in exhaustion. What on earth is this? Just then, Herwan's voice rang out. Are you all right, Ibrilil, father? He stepped forward. I'm not sure how you ended up here, but step back now. Herwan assessed. You have changed quite a bit since I last saw you. Kaizen was visibly excited. You have arrived sooner than I expected, younger brother. He laughed mockingly. If you had been just a little later, I could have shown you your daughter's corpse. Herwan shouted. Shut your mouth. At the same time, someone's footsteps ran up, Father Ibrilil. Kaizen turned his eyes toward them. Oh dear, it seems you have brought reinforcements. Suddenly, his eyes froze when he saw the person before him. The newcomer was Aiden, the Sun-Eye. Kaizen understood now. I see. It all makes sense now. You spread rumors and fled on purpose just to hide the child of the Sun-Eye? He praised frankly. Truly clever to deceive me, older brother. Herwan instructed Aiden, take Ibrilil and leave the palace first. He found it hard to believe. What? Ibrilil also started and said, What are you talking about, father? I can still fight. She was determined. I am not even seriously injured. So, he replied coldly. I know, but this is something I must end myself. Herwan expressed, I am sorry for putting the burden on all of you all this time. He turned his head and asked, Will you give me a chance? Aiden agreed. I believe father will return. With that, he pulled Ibrilil away. Let us go, Ibrilil. Yeah. However, Kaizen would not allow it. Where do you think you are going? A snake was rushing toward Aiden and Ibrilil. Herwan's hand tightened around his sword. He quickly slashed away the thing that was rushing forward. Herwan stated, I have already informed the Holy Nation about everything. He announced, the Eastern and Western Dukes, along with my knights, are marching toward the capital as we speak, all for the single purpose of deposing you, Herwan concluded. This is the end for you, Kaizen Wilnalian. He laughed. The end for me. Kaizen threw out a reminder. My foolish, pathetic brother, you must have seen it on your way here. He laughed triumphantly. Don't you wonder where all the people in the capital have gone? Herwan declared, I will find out after I take you down. With that, the two of them rushed into combat. Subsequently, a fierce battle occurred while Aiden and Ibrilil left. She looked back worriedly. I hope father will be all right. Aiden quickly reassured her. Don't worry, he affirmed confidently. Father is not as weak as you think. Hearing that, Ibrilil calmed down. It was true. Father was no longer sickly. Suddenly, she saw something. What is the matter? Aiden said, I do not see the knights who were supposed to be stationed here. He asked in confusion, where have they all gone? Ibrilil shouted a warning. Look over there. She began to be alert. Something was crawling out from underground. Aiden could not believe it as he realized, those are the knights. Ibrilil called softly, Aiden. She only now understood the current situation. It seems everyone in the capital has been offered as a sacrifice to the darkness. The people here had lost their senses. Ibrilil thought to herself, I can sense a faint life force emanating from them, so they are still alive. Her eyes flickered, but I can't just stand here and let them attack. I must find a way to subdue them without hurting them. Ibrilil reminded him, Aiden, be careful. He was anxious. What, do you have a plan? A second later, she cast her move. As soon as the staff touched the ground, thin ice was created. Aiden was bewildered by this action. No way. In an instant, he was knocked high into the air. Aiden stood on the thin layer of ice. He could not believe it and exclaimed, Good God. Ibrilil stated, This will hold them for a while. Aiden thought to himself, My sister is a bit fierce. Nevertheless, her face still showed clear worry. Ibrilil calculated, The only way to solve this is to open the 10th gate. Her hand slightly tightened the hem of her skirt. Ibrilil was sad in her heart. But in the end, I still could not manage to reach the 10th gate. Just then a voice rang out. How pathetic, you are afraid. A black hole appeared. However, I find you quite lovely even when you are like this.